The screen flashes, a stark digital death notice. Total survival time, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. A groan escapes his lips, a pained sigh that echoes in the desolate landscape. He pushes himself up, purple crystals scattered around him. Damn it, he spits, the words laced with frustration and disbelief. His hand clenches into a fist. Who, the hell, would die in a place like this? Another surge of pain, a guttural cry escapes him as he struggles to his feet. Ugh, hi. He coughs, hacking violently, the air itself seems to burn his lungs. Cough. Cough. The camera pans out, revealing a wasteland of shattered concrete and glowing purple crystals. Ha! Ha! He collapses onto the ground, defeated, his face a mask of despair. A single word escapes his lips. F. I die, again and again, a cycle of death and rebirth. Ugh, the familiar sting of death, but then, a sudden awakening. Cough, cough, a harsh, desolate landscape greets me. Crimson dust swirls in the air. A rough wooden staff, my only companion in this hellish realm, phew. Damn it, this wasteland, how many times have I been here? Giant crystals litter the broken ground. I don't know what awaits me, but I know one thing, I don't have much time. A glimmer of hope. A shelter, a possible sanctuary, just ahead. He sprints towards it, a desperate dash for survival, but a monstrous shadow looms. A blinding flash of crimson, a fatal blow. The world explodes in a shower of sparks. The screen explodes in a crimson flash. A brutal end, swift and merciless. The protagonist's grim determination is palpable. He's seen this before, many times before. Each death a lesson, each failure a stepping stone. Crushed, sliced, torn apart. The relentless onslaught of the gruesome battle continues. A chilling question hangs in the air. What drives someone to willingly plunge into this abyss? He fights back with a makeshift weapon. A desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. A goblin's blade flashes. A deadly counterattack. The clash of steel echoes. A desperate parry, a desperate defense. He's pushed to the brink. The weight of countless deaths bears down on him. Tears stream down his face. But even in defeat, his spirit remains unbroken. The city crumbles, a crimson moon hangs heavy in the bruised twilight sky. Except. He falls, a flash of purple light erupts from the ground beneath him, the screen flashes, you died. Eyes blazing with defiance, a furious snarl twists his lips. He rises again. For a crazy fucker like me. One day, dungeons appeared across the globe. And with them, the awakening. A new era dawns. But a harsh verdict echoes in the protagonist's mind. A zero-star powerless layperson, with no chance of developing abilities. That was his reality. The sewers, a grim landscape of decay, workers in hazmat suits toil amidst the filth, collecting residual magical power. Another day, another fruitless search. Guess today was a waste too, he thinks, his voice heavy with resignation. This is the life of a sewer dweller, scraping by, always searching for a spark of magic that never comes. But then, a faint glimmer in the darkness. A purple crystal, pulsing with latent energy. A desperate lunge, fingers grasping for the magical gem, a surge of power. A sudden impact, a violent expulsion. Ugh! The force throws him back. A wave of energy erupts, a torrent of magical power unleashed, the sewers tremble. A cataclysmic surge of energy erupts. The very air crackles with power. Leaving Hyunmoo gasping for air, submerged in a dark, oily fluid. Hyunmoo SSI, are you alright? A voice calls out, laced with concern. He coughs, a weak, I'm fine, barely audible above the churning liquid. His rescuers, clad in hazmat suits, pull him from the toxic pool. A worried face peers down, framed by glasses. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? She asks, her voice soft but firm. Hyunmoo's response is raw, desperate. There was no way for me to ever escape this shitty life of mine. The scene shifts to a dimly lit corridor. Two figures in hazmat suits watch Hyunmoo, their expressions grim. "Yeah, why are you trying to get all the way up there, Hyunmoo, my boy?" one of them sneers. "Just half-ass, yeah," the other adds, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Hyunmoo laughs, a sound both strained and defiant. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, sweat beading on his brow. He's exhausted, but alive. He's won, for now. He clutches his gas mask, a symbol of his hard-fought survival, a grim reminder of the battles yet to come. Lee Ji, a figure etched with the weariness of battle, sits before a screen. His words, heavy with the weight of responsibility, echo in the silent room. "This was the result of all my clan's hunters' efforts." A somber meeting. A lawyer, Robert Lee, delivers news that chills the soul. He speaks of loss, of sacrifice. The question hangs in the air, Kang Hyunmoo SSI? A glimmer of hope amidst the despair. A precious heirloom, passed down through generations, is revealed, a symbol of legacy and potential. A triumphant smile lights up the room. The success of the raid is celebrated, a testament to Korea's strength. But the victory is bittersweet. Ambition burns bright. A quiet determination flickers in the eyes of a young man, fueled by a desire to surpass even the greatest heroes. A quiet resolve hardens into a steely gaze. He will reach the summit, no matter the cost. The path ahead is arduous, but his spirit is unyielding. A surge of power, a raw potential unleashed. The future is unwritten, but one thing is certain, this is only the beginning. A surge of power. A fist clenches, radiating energy. Exploding outward in a blinding flash. The unnamed protagonist is thrown back, disoriented. He crashes to the ground, pain contorting his face. The raw power is overwhelming. Another surge, a desperate struggle for control, a new power awakens. He stumbles to his feet, disoriented but defiant. A strange, new landscape unfolds before him. A crimson moon hangs heavy in the bruised purple sky, casting long shadows across a ruined cityscape. Where is he? He scans his surroundings, confusion etched on his face. A single, broken window catches his eye. And a wave of nausea washes over him as he clenches his fist, the newfound power still a volatile, untamed force within. A searing pain explodes through his body. Gah! He's falling, through the shattered remains of a once great city. Twisted metal and broken glass litter the streets below. Crashing onto the cold, hard ground. The impact sends a shockwave through his body. A faint purple glow emanates from a cluster of crystals nearby, a strange energy pulses in the air. A blinding flash of light. The world is ripped apart. A brutal, mechanized fist hurtles towards him. He braces for impact, but something is different. A surge of power courses through his veins. The world explodes in a crimson flash, a brutal attack leaves him on the brink. You died. The stark message appears, a cold, digital epitaph, 5 days, 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 16 seconds. A fleeting life, brutally cut short. But even in death, the fight continues, a desperate lunge, a final defiant act. A crimson energy erupts, a wave of raw power, shattering the very air around him. The impact sends a shockwave through the ruined city. His eyes blaze with defiance, a primal scream tearing from his throat, "Stop!" He moves like a phantom, a blur of motion, each strike precise, each blow devastating. The orcs fall, one by one, their crude weapons useless against his newfound fury. The relentless assault continues, a whirlwind of blows, a dance of death in the heart of the ruined city. Another orc falls, its lifeblood staining the ground, and yet, the battle rages on. He lunges forward, a desperate gamble, to survive, to fight another day. And survive, only to die again. The monstrous figure crashes down, a tremor shaking the very ground beneath our feet. A guttural laugh echoing through the ravaged landscape. He's not finished yet. The beast lunges, a blur of claws and teeth. But a glint of defiance shines in the protagonist's eyes. He's not giving up. A desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort. But if I were to phrase it another way, doesn't that mean I can never die? The question hangs in the air, a chilling revelation. A brutal counterattack. The impact sends a shockwave. A scream of pain, a sickening crunch. The beast is down. A brief respite, but the victory is short-lived. The game isn't over yet. A brutal attack. The unnamed protagonist is overwhelmed. Surrounded by monstrous figures, their claws inches from his flesh. Each strike is a desperate gamble. But he fights back with a ferocity born of pure survival. His blade becomes a blur. A desperate counterattack against impossible odds. He's hit, hard. Thrown back, the world spinning. Is this the end? No. With a surge of adrenaline, he rises again, stronger than before. The fallen enemies around him are proof of his resilience. A testament to his newfound power. The ground trembles under the force of his renewed assault. A guttural roar echoes through the ravaged landscape, the monsters surge forward once more. Their claws tear at the air, a symphony of rage and desperation, but the protagonist stands defiant. Overwhelmed. Surrounded by a ravenous horde, the protagonist is drowning in a sea of decaying flesh. A desperate lunge, a desperate strike. The blade finds its mark, but the cost is high. Hell itself has opened up. The sheer number of these creatures is terrifying. A chilling question echoes in the protagonist's mind, the star of apocalypse? Could this be it? The relentless assault continues, a maelstrom of claws and teeth. A wave of bodies crashes over him, threatening to consume him completely. A brutal impact. The force of the attack sends tremors through the ground. Despair threatens to overwhelm him. His vision blurs, his breath catches in his throat. But even as he falls, a flicker of defiance ignites within him. A raw, primal scream erupts from his very soul as he unleashes a devastating counterattack. A brutal attack. The impact throws him back, a torrent of pain washing over him. But even as he's slammed against the ground, a primal rage ignites within him. His eyes blaze with defiance. With a guttural roar, he grabs a zombie by the head, crunch. The skull explodes under his grip. The pain? None of that matters. He spits, his voice raw with fury. This is survival, and survival is all that matters. He rises, a whirlwind of motion. His movements are a blur as he cuts through the horde. Each swing of his makeshift blade a deadly dance of destruction. Whether it's hell or apocalypse, he will survive. Under a crimson moon, a lone figure stands amidst the carnage. A mountain of corpses at his feet. Quest cleared. The digital notification blares, a stark contrast to the brutal reality around him. He stands, panting, his face grim, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. The blade still drips with the blood of his enemies. The counter shows his survival time, 36 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 3 seconds. The fight continues. A guttural roar echoes through the night, the stench of decay heavy in the air. He clings precariously to the edge of a chasm, the crimson moon a malevolent eye in the inky sky. The shattering star, Gaul, watches you. The starving star, Yogalim, watches you. The whispering star, Monstral, watches you. Even the stars that chatter along so loudly. His eyes glow with an infernal light, a terrifying power awakening within. Silhouetted against the dawn, a legion of figures stands ready, a silent promise in their unwavering stance. A cold gaze pierces through the rising sun, a calculating mind plotting the next move. All of you. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a predator's glee. He stands amidst a graveyard of the undead, a chilling testament to the battles fought, a grim smile plays on his lips, a predator surveying its kill. His steps are measured, each footfall echoing in the desolate landscape. Crystals, glowing with an ethereal light, litter the ground, remnants of a recent, powerful surge of energy. His eyes blaze with a fierce intensity, reflecting the crimson glow of the setting sun. A predatory grin stretches across his face, revealing teeth sharpened by battle. "I'll crush you." The words hang in the air, a chilling promise of vengeance. The weight of his unspoken rage is palpable. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension hangs heavy in the darkness. Something splashes into the murky water, a dark, viscous substance. Workers in hazmat suits scurry through the dimly lit tunnel, their movements frantic. One worker pauses, his face etched with frustration. A single word escapes his lips: "Tisk." His gloved hands are stained with the dark substance. Another day, another failure. The workers continue their grim task, their movements mechanical. A young man, also in a hazmat suit, looks up in surprise. Something unexpected has caught his eye. A faint glow emanates from a crack in the wall. Something big is about to happen. The worker sighs, muttering about his daily quota, a glimmer of hope in his weary eyes. A gloved hand reaches for a pulsating purple crystal. A faint ugh escapes the worker's lips. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts. The ground trembles. A violent shockwave rips through the facility. Water surges upwards. "Hyunmoo SSI, are you alright?" The question hangs in the air, as three figures struggle against the powerful current. "I'm fine." A strained response, as Hyunmoo pushes himself up, clearly exhausted. "Aren't you pushing yourself too hard?" Yumin's worried gaze speaks volumes. The scene shifts to a dark, damp tunnel. Three figures trudge through the contaminated water. "Geez. Why are you trying to get all the way up there, Hyunmoo, my boy?" The concern is palpable. "You think the water here is normal water? It's contaminated with mana from crystal moss, ain't it?" The explanation reveals a hidden danger. "Yeah, if normal people like us make a single mistake here, we just kick the bucket right then and there." The gravity of the situation sinks in. A frustrated chuckle escapes his lips, followed by a single, bitter word: "fuck." The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoes, a dull thud that speaks of exhaustion and despair. His fingers clench around a small wad of cash, a paltry sum that barely amounts to $30. He runs a hand through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips, the weight of his circumstances pressing down on him. "This world isn't fair," he mutters. 30 years ago, the world changed forever. A bustling city street, filled with people, but something is different. A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air. The appearance of dungeons, a new world where ordinary citizens awaken to powers they never knew they possessed. But for him, there was nothing. No powers, no gifts, just the harsh reality of a world that left him behind. A lawyer, Robert Lee, approaches Kang Hyunmoo, a young man with a troubled expression. He's here with news about Hyunmoo's father. A revelation that leaves Hyunmoo reeling. The weight of unspoken grief hangs heavy in the air. A bottom feeder, the lawyer states, his tone devoid of sympathy. Hyunmoo's reaction is immediate, a sharp denial. He doesn't have any parents. The harsh reality of his situation hits him hard. But the lawyer continues, producing a small, unassuming necklace. "The life of Kang Hyunmoo," he says, his words carrying a strange significance. A simple necklace, yet it holds the key to Hyunmoo's past. It's more than just jewelry, it's a lifeline to his forgotten heritage. Later, in the bustling Waesewing Mana Specialization Industrial District, Hyunmoo examines the necklace skeptically. It doesn't look expensive. But Yumin, a young woman with glasses, recognizes it instantly. "It's a return stone," she exclaims, her voice filled with awe and urgency. "A return stone?" Hyunmoo is left speechless, his mind racing to understand the implications of this unexpected discovery. "It's an item used by hunters to escape dungeons." A young woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern, adjusts her glasses, her gaze following something unseen. A return stone rests in her hands, its golden surface gleaming faintly. "I'm sure I heard that you can only use it in a dungeon," she explains, her voice laced with uncertainty. Hyunmoo, his brow furrowed, questions, something like that, for me? She continues, a thoughtful expression on her face, I wonder, there's no reason for you to enter a dungeon anyway, Hyunmoo SSI. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. Hyunmoo's eyes widen in surprise. Ah, you, he stammers, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he realizes the implication of her words. She stumbles over an apology, sorry. That's not what I meant, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hyunmoo chuckles, it's fine, I know what you mean. The conversation shifts. Have you heard about Lee Jidi? He's been trending lately, she blurts out, changing the subject. Hyunmoo remains unfazed. I don't care. The bus is here, he states flatly. Okay, she replies, her voice barely a whisper. The news flashes across the screen. Today, the Taesun clan, led by Lee Jidi, has succeeded in raiding the 5-star dungeon, Taebeek. Hyunmoo watches, his expression unreadable. News of Lee Jidi's raid spreads, a testament to the strength of his clan. Hyunmoo and Yumin sit in a sterile office, the silence heavy with unspoken tension. Lee Jidi, basking in the glow of his success, declares his victory to the world. His words carry the weight of power and ambition. He's rich, powerful, and undeniably handsome, a stark contrast to Hyunmoo's own humble beginnings. Lee Jidi, born into privilege, a silver spoon in his mouth. Hyunmoo clenches the return stone in his hand, a worthless rock compared to Jidi's empire, but a rock that holds the potential for something more. A flicker of determination ignites in his eyes. He will seize his chance. A fist clenches, knuckles white, the raw determination etched onto every line. And explodes with inner power. A blinding flash of light erupts from the fist. The force is overwhelming, a shockwave rips outward. His face contorted in exertion, the strain is immense, but his resolve is unshaken. A desolate landscape unfolds, purple crystals scattered amidst the rubble. A futuristic interface materializes before him. Just, where am I? The words hang in the air, a desperate question under a crimson moon. Panic etched on his face, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. He lunges forward, a desperate attempt to escape, his fist clenched, ready to strike. Hyunmoo's eyes widen in terror, a silent scream trapped in his throat. A surge of energy, a blinding flash. Matter courses through his veins. The impossible has been achieved. He's earned the title SSS rank Good Luck and Hell's Strongest. But, Hell? The final survivor? His triumphant cry turns to confusion. A chilling realization dawns. He's alone. Utterly alone. Hyunmoo scans the desolate cityscape, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Hey! Is there anyone out there? Panic sets in. He's adrift in a shattered world, the silence deafening. A foot comes down, crushing glowing crystals. The impact sends a shockwave through the desolate landscape. Is that? Could it be crystal moss? He examines the rare mineral, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That crystal moss he missed earlier, a few $100, he thought at the time. But this? This is far beyond a few hundred. Tens of thousands? No. More. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as he cradles a massive chunk of the precious crystal moss. A fortune in his hands. A wave of disbelief washes over him. Could this be real? This is it. He just hit the jackpot. He clutches the crystal moss, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Victory is sweet. A sudden, sharp pain rips through him, a searing agony that leaves him gasping for air. Ugh! A wave of nausea washes over Hyunmoo. He clutches his chest, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Ugh! His body convulses, a torrent of crimson erupts from his mouth. A chilling notification flashes before his eyes. Status ailment, poisoned. You have been paralyzed. Panic sets in. His breath hitches, a desperate gasp escaping him. I can't breathe. Another notification appears: cold and merciless, stamina will be continuously consumed. Hyunwoo's vision blurs, a crushing weight bears down on him. Another notification: you are being attacked by enemies. He struggles against the unseen foe, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Desperation etched on his face as he gasps. Hyunwoo's eyes dart around, searching for the source of the attack. Enemies. What do you mean enemies? Where? He scans the desolate landscape, finding nothing but rubble and the faint glow of crystal moss. A figure lies gasping on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Fine dust, he whispers, his voice barely audible, as a purplish haze surrounds him. Darkness, then, a gasp. He wakes disoriented, eyes wide with confusion. What is this? Is this a dream? A digital notification blares into existence: a quest has been formed. First night in hell. The game has begun. Survive until sunrise. Terror grips him. Sweat beads on his brow, a chilling premonition settling in his gut. Sheeite. He's running, a desperate sprint through a city consumed by an ominous purple glow. The air crackles with unseen energy. A furious energy that throws him to the ground. I don't know who it is, but whoever is making me go through this shit. I will have my revenge on you. Rage boils within him, a burning desire for retribution. He collapses, defeated. I'm sorry. The words are barely a whisper against the crushing weight of despair. 8th death. His body trembles, hope fading with each passing moment. Sorry. God, please. Plan 01, just pray. Another death, the 11th time the protagonist has fallen in First Night in Hell. Allah. Buddha. His pleas echo in the digital void. But even in defeat, there's progress. His resistance to poison and paralysis has increased. A desperate gasp, a new strategy forms in his mind. Plan 02, fine dust inhalation. The attempt ends as quickly as it began: another death. Defeated, he slumps to the ground, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. 14 deaths, and still so far from victory. But even this failure brings a small victory. His poison resistance grows stronger with each attempt. And his paralysis resistance increases as well. A glimmer of hope in the endless cycle of death. He questions his technique. Breathing techniques? A mysterious figure appears, offering guidance. Don't keep your breath in your chest, keep it lower. The figure's words are a revelation. Draw your breath from somewhere way below your lungs. It would be worth anticipating. A surge of energy. Level up. You have died. Total time survived: 00D 1 hour 41 minutes and 21 seconds. 28th death. But something feels different this time. That's weird, my body feels light this time. Did my level rise? The poison in your body has reached a critical point. You will no longer suffer damage from poison. Ha? What just happened? Fine dust, and that led to poison blood? What nonsense! The desolate highway stretches into the purple distance, a broken signpost marking the way to Seoul. Crystal mosses shimmer, scattered across a desolate landscape. A young man, eyes wide with wonder, holds a cluster of these radiant crystals. He dreams of the riches they represent. A futuristic interface appears before him, offering a simple choice: collect the mosses. A digital voice echoes in his mind. With a hesitant sure, he accepts. Whoosh, his inventory activates. The crystal moss is added to his inventory, its weight and condition meticulously detailed. A new world of possibilities opens up. A grin spreads across his face. He can do all sorts of things now. This is incredible. But wait, a strange, familiar sound pierces the air. A chilling sound that sends shivers down his spine. He's not alone. A swarm of insects, a terrifying wave of buzzing wings, descends upon him. What the hell? A furious punch explodes outwards, a crimson shockwave radiating from the protagonist's fist. He's facing down a horde, his face a mask of grim determination. And a system notification blazes into existence. Your abilities have increased in contrast to your level due to your title, Hell's Strongest. The power surge is palpable. A grotesque, pulsating mass rides in his grasp. Go around in such numbers, he mutters, a chilling premonition creeping into his voice. A dark tendril erupts from the mass, snaking towards his mouth. He recoils in horror, but it's too late. Fuck. The tendril pierces his defenses, a searing pain ripping through him. His world explodes in a maelstrom of agony. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washes over him. The screen fades to black, the only light coming from the crimson splatter of his blood. From the darkness, a monstrous mosquito emerges, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with predatory intent. It's level 3, a formidable foe. And the battle begins. A blinding flash of light, followed by a devastating explosion. The force of the blast is immense. The aftermath is a scene of utter devastation. Buildings crumble, the air thick with smoke and the stench of destruction. The screen shows a game over message, you have died. Total time survived, 00D 6 hours 18 minutes and 1s. He lies there, sweat beading on his brow, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. A system notification blazes across the screen, revealing a shocking truth: more than 100 monsters perished from his poison. His eyes widen in disbelief. Those mosquitoes, they died from his poisoned blood? A surge of panic. The system announces a dire diagnosis: a strange disease is consuming him, steadily draining his health. He slams his fist into the ground, rage and frustration boiling over. What kind of bullshit is this? But amidst the chaos, a new skill is unlocked: dismantle. A glimmer of hope in the face of despair. His health plummets below 10%, bacteria swarming within, yet, a new title activates: last man standing. Regeneration begins. A wry smile touches his lips. It seems his body is fighting back, adapting to this new, terrifying reality. A system notification appears before the protagonist's eyes. He's acquired a new skill: dismantle. A grim smile plays on his lips. He sits amidst the rubble of a ruined building, a colossal mosquito looming nearby. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and the threat of unseen dangers. A broken chair lies within reach. A thought sparks in his mind: test the new skill. With a focused intent, he activates dismantle. Crack, the chair explodes into its component parts. The sound echoes through the desolate space. And the protagonist stares, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face. This is far more effective than he anticipated. He picks up a piece of the chair, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Could he create something new? Another system notification. He's learned the creation skill. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. He's not just surviving, he's evolving, adapting, and growing stronger with each challenge. He looks towards the horizon, a newfound confidence in his eyes. The future remains uncertain, but he's ready. Then, I'll proceed to make a shelter. A young man sits amidst rubble, a faint glow emanating from his hands. A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air. He's trapped, alone, and utterly lost. The dilapidated building offers little comfort. Crumbling walls and a broken staircase are all that surround him, a chilling premonition of danger to come. His gaze hardens, a grim determination etched onto his face. Survival is the only option. A plan begins to form in his mind. He holds a glowing crystal, its light pulsating with raw energy. A bold decision is made. A discarded newspaper catches his eye, a flicker of recognition. His eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. The newspaper holds a vital clue. A system notification flashes across the panel: you've obtained language, common. The world reveals a piece of its secrets. He reads, his expression shifting from confusion to grim realization: names, places, and a chilling connection. Lee Jit-D? Could this be the Lee Jit-D from the Taesung Guild? I'm not sure what the situation is like, but it looks related to where I was before. Is this place? What it looks like after where I previously was has gone to ruins. The weight of that realization settles heavily on his shoulders. A cityscape reduced to rubble. A chilling testament to devastation. Even if I know that, there's nothing I can do to change it. Sigh. First, let's do what I can. He begins to dismantle the swarm of hell mosquitoes surrounding him. The sound of crunching exoskeletons fills the air. Dismantle. Ah. I'm so tired. I'm so tired from just dismantling stuff. The hero collapses, exhausted but resolute. Scattered around him lie hell mosquito stingers, common, wings, common, and blood, rare. A wave of familiar yet unsettling energy washes over the protagonist as he surveys the ruins, the remnants of a place he's been before. Amongst the debris, a small vial catches his eye, containing a mysterious purple liquid. And scattered nearby, the iridescent wings of hell mosquitoes, a rare find indeed. He holds the materials, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. What wonders can he craft with these components? A surge of energy. The crafting process begins, production. The system notification blares, Hell Dart, rare, a dart? He examines the newly created Hell Dart, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It seems deceptively simple. A rare item, yet it feels almost too easy to obtain. He senses a deeper mystery. A determined glint appears in his eyes. Further research is needed. He gathers the remaining materials, his gaze sweeping across the ravaged landscape. Are these all the components? The legendary unknown egg rests in his palm, a 50-50 chance of life or death. He cradles the egg, a mixture of hope and apprehension swirling within him. A silent prayer for success. Suddenly, a violent jolt. The room shatters around him, the egg cracks open. His eyes widen in shock. What was that? He scrambles back, adrenaline pumping, a primal fear gripping his heart. From the shadows, a goblin emerges, knife glinting menacingly. A chilling surprise in this desolate place. The goblin's eyes burn with malice, a silent threat hanging heavy in the air. Why is a goblin here? The impact. A thunderous crash as the protagonist is sent flying, a brutal blow that leaves him reeling. He slams into the wall, the dust settling to reveal a monstrous figure looming above, a goblin, its eyes gleaming with malice. Terror grips the protagonist as he stares into the creature's gaping maw, pure, unadulterated fear. The goblin lunges, its weapon a blur of motion. Me, screams the protagonist, desperation echoing in his voice. A desperate scramble for survival. He dodges, weaves, barely escaping the goblin's brutal attack. The chase is on. He stumbles, his breath ragged, into a crumbling stairwell, a desperate attempt to put distance between himself and his pursuer. The chase continues, a blur of motion down the stairs, the goblin's relentless pursuit echoing in every footfall. A frustrated growl escapes the protagonist's lips. Darn goblin. His eyes burn with a fierce determination, the fight is far from over. Inventory. The word explodes from the protagonist's lips, a desperate cry in the face of danger. His hand reaching for something, anything, to turn the tide of this brutal goblin ambush. A blur of motion, a desperate lunge, a weapon materializes in his grasp. The clash of steel against flesh. A redcap goblin, level 20, lunges forward, but the protagonist is ready. A sickening crunch as bone meets wood, the goblin's attack is thwarted. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows and desperate dodges. A goblin's foot connects with the ground, sending a tremor through the broken stone floor. With a mighty heave, the protagonist sends a goblin flying, a desperate, enraged counterattack. A flurry of blows, a dance of death in the shattered remains of a once peaceful alleyway. The battle rages. A whirlwind of blows, a clash of steel against crude weapons, the protagonist, a blur of motion, cuts through the redcap goblins with terrifying speed. His blade sings a deadly song, cleaving through wood and bone alike. It's fast. The goblin's weapon shatters, a testament to the protagonist's overwhelming power. A monstrous grin, a terrifying visage, this goblin is not going down without a fight. The protagonist staggers, a look of disbelief etched on his face. A monster is speaking? The unexpected utterance throws him off balance. But he recovers quickly, his eyes blazing with renewed determination. I don't know what it's saying though. The words are unintelligible, but the threat is clear. With a roar, he counters the goblin's attack, a brutal exchange of blows, a clash of wills. Sweat beads on his brow, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him, the fight is taking its toll. But in desperation, a new power surges within him. Inventory. He desperately tries to access his inventory. A surge of energy, a desperate gamble, he throws himself into the fray once more. The final blow lands, a devastating strike that sends the goblin flying. The battle is finally over. The goblin chieftain lunges, a terrifying roar echoing through the chamber. His claws slash, a crimson fury unleashed. But the protagonist anticipates the strike. A blur of motion, leaving the goblin chieftain reeling from the impact. His eyes widen in disbelief as he stumbles back, clutching his chest. A look of dawning horror spreading across his face as he realizes the extent of his injuries. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. Another goblin, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, raises a wicked-looking blade. He lunges, only to find his attack met with brutal efficiency. The sound of steel on bone echoes through the chamber as the goblin's arm is severed. Crazy bastard, it cut its own arm off. The protagonist observes, a grim smile playing on his lips. The protagonist stares at his hand, a sudden realization dawning on him. Could it be that his arm became that way due to my blood being on the dart? Is that what is meant by poison blood, he muses, a chilling thought taking root. A moment of stunned silence, then, a gasp of shock escapes the protagonist's lips. It's gone. Where did it go? The strange energy, the source of the goblin's unnatural strength, vanishes without a trace, leaving behind only a faint wisp of smoke. He stumbles, a wave of nausea washing over him, the lingering effects of the goblin's poison still coursing through his veins. A redcap goblin, its eyes wild with fury, hurtles towards him, a blur of motion and malice. But the protagonist is ready. A primal scream rips from his throat as he unleashes a devastating counterattack. His vision blurs, his body screaming in protest. I'm done, he gasps, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Then, a crimson wave erupts. A torrent of poisoned blood explodes outwards, engulfing the goblin in a maelstrom of destruction. Shong. His body trembles, exhaustion etched onto every feature, the sheer power of his poisoned blood leaves him drained. Another goblin lies defeated, its lifeless form a testament to the protagonist's newfound strength, but at what cost? The final redcap goblin approaches cautiously, its eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. A final, desperate clash, the air crackles with anticipation. A chilling revelation hangs in the air, there are still humans left to save. But the fight is far from over. His body screams in protest, stamina critically low. But he pushes on. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination etched on his face, he will get his revenge. A final, desperate push, and then, collapse. Quest complete. Exhaustion washes over him, a wave of relief and triumph mixed with bone-deep fatigue. He did it. The first night in hell quest is conquered, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The city lies in ruins. A well-deserved reward, a silver box, upgraded to gold due to the quest's difficulty. A surge of energy. The power within him crackles. A triumphant exhale. I can finally go back. The words are a prayer, a desperate hope. A wave of dizziness washes over him, the world blurs. Then, a blinding light. He's thrown back, disoriented. He gasps, landing hard on the cold, unforgiving concrete. This is home. A faint smile touches his lips. Relief washes over him, a wave of pure joy. Yeah! I'm back! He shouts to the heavens, a raw, unrestrained cry of victory. I made it! His trembling hands clutch the familiar weight of his necklace, a silent testament to his harrowing journey. A triumphant roar echoes as the protagonist unleashes a raw, untamed power. His muscles bulge, veins throbbing with barely contained energy. The very air crackles with anticipation. The world around him shimmers, reality itself bending to his will. A chair explodes into splinters as the protagonist's return to reality is anything but smooth. His eyes widen in surprise. A strange, scaled egg rests in his hand. What secrets does this hold? His face contorts in a grimace of exertion, a triumphant grin slowly spreading across his features. The quest is complete, but the journey is far from over. A surge of adrenaline courses through him, a potent cocktail of relief and exhilaration. A familiar street, the cold rain a stark contrast to the vibrant world he just left behind. A voice calls out. Hyunmoo SSI? The shock is palpable. He's back, but not quite. Goodness me. You can't be here like this. Hyunwoo's mentor unleashes a torrent of warnings, her voice laced with urgency. If things go wrong, you could get mana poisoning. The rain falls, mirroring the anxiety that grips Hyunmoo as he makes a hasty retreat. Hyunmoo SSI, let's move away from here first. His body trembles, the weight of his recent ordeal etched onto his weary frame. Each drop of rain seems to amplify the tremor in his hands. A stark reflection of his fear, his eyes wide with a terror that speaks volumes. The ordeal is far from over. He's back in his apartment, wrapped in a blanket, the lingering chill of the other world clinging to him. A sense of unease settles in. A sudden knock on the door shatters the silence. Who could it be at this hour? His mentor appears, her expression softening as she offers him a small package. Here, this is a mana contamination remover. She presses the package into his hands, her concern evident. You have to use this, just in case. Hyunmoo hesitates, his voice barely a whisper. No. I told you, it's fine. His mentor's exasperation explodes. Aren't you taking this too lightly, even though you work in a job where you have to touch crystal moss residue? Do you want to regret this at your funeral? September 11th. Hyunmoo, towel-clad and dripping, emerges from the bathroom. His companion, eyes wide with concern, watches him. He runs a hand through his still damp hair, a lingering weariness in his expression. The date, September 11th, hangs heavy in the air. The significance of the date is clearly weighing on him. His companion's concern grows. Actually, Hyunmoo SSI, did something happen? She explains her worry. Unable to reach him for 2 days, she worked alone. The weight of her words hangs between them. I was only gone for 2 days? It felt like I was there for years. Hyunwoo's voice is laced with exhaustion. The question of his whereabouts in that industrial complex remains. A mystery only deepened by his own confusion. I was definitely at home before I got there. His companion's concern turns to alarm. Get a grip, me. Hyunmoo SSI. Hyunwoo's disoriented state is palpable. He's clearly struggling to process his experience. She offers to buy him whatever he needs. The practical concern is a stark contrast to the surreal situation. I'll be right back, so just sit tight. The protagonist, a towel around his waist, hurries out, leaving a frustrated woman in his wake. A moment of quiet reflection. Is she gone? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. A holographic interface flickers to life, revealing a grid of mysterious items. A gold box, a quest reward. His eyes widen in surprise. What treasures lie within? He opens the box, a knowing smile spreading across his face. There was a reward, wasn't there? A burst of light. The quality of his rewards will be increased due to the effect of the title SSS rank good luck. The sheer power is almost palpable. From the ashes of burning cards, a single card emerges, glowing with celestial light. The Battle Helper card. A new power is revealed. You won't get any skills, and even a rare skill would get you special treatment. A glimmer of understanding dawns on his face. He holds a glowing blade, a symbol of his newfound power. Only 7 people in the world possess such a special skill. A grand hall, bathed in an ethereal light. Awaiting him, a council of figures, their faces obscured by shadow. He stares, a question forming on his lips. I'd become the 8th legendary skill bearer? The answer is revealed, a simple card, yet it holds immense power. Battle Helper. A single line of explanation, helper means that it'll help me, right? A shift in scene. He stands, muscles rippling beneath his towel, a newfound confidence radiating from him. Hyunmussai, for now. A sudden blur of motion, a dark streak across the panel. The scene shifts, a woman's startled expression. What are you doing? His response is a mixture of embarrassment and desperation. I can just pretend I didn't see, right? A plea, whispered with a desperate hope. Yes, please. She sighs, a mix of exasperation and understanding. The right thing to do would have been to bring you to a hospital, but you seemed strangely healthy, so I just brought you to my house. The interrogation continues. A mug of coffee sits untouched, a silent witness to the tension. Yumin ponders, her brow furrowed in thought. The weight of the question hangs heavy in the air. Back in Hyunmussai's apartment, the conversation shifts. The protagonist casually mentions his recent research. A subtle shift in his demeanor hints at something more. He offers a confident smile, a glint in his eye. Yumin's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and disbelief dawning on her face. What could it be? The protagonist reveals his prize, a glistening, purple crystal. A soft whoosh of magical energy emanates from it. And Yumin's jaw drops in shock. Her eyes bulge, reflecting the unearthly glow. The protagonist holds up the crystal moss, a kilogram of pure, potent energy. Crystal moss. 1 kilogram, he states simply. Yumin's eyes dart between the crystal and the protagonist, a mixture of awe and disbelief washing over her face. She's speechless. Utterly overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the rare specimen. No way. Eyes wide, a gasp escapes her lips. I impossible, she stammers, clutching a breathtaking cluster of purple crystals. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. The scene shifts to a simple bedroom. Where on earth did you get this? She asks, her voice laced with disbelief. He calmly replies, is that what's important? She examines the crystals with rapt attention. Of course, do you think it's easy to come by a crystal moss that's so pure? This isn't just 4 stars, it's at least 5 stars. He observes her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yumin, you said that you're a collector now because of your research, right? A beat of silence hangs in the air. She nods, speechless, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and anxiety. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. Great. I've decided. Firstly, I have no intention of giving this to you. Her face crinkles in frustration. This jerk. What is it? She sputters, clearly agitated. He leans in, a playful glint in his eyes. In return, I'll let you know how you can get it from me. The scene shifts to a staircase. She pleads, help me find out how I can sell this. Yumin's frustration mounts. The sheer volume of paperwork needed to sell her crystal moss is overwhelming. But then, a glimmer of hope. The male protagonist effortlessly crushes the crystal moss into smaller pieces. Done, he says, with a casual air. Suddenly, Yumin's eyes widen in disbelief. More crystal moss? Even bigger ones? The sheer volume of the discovery sends her into a fit of joyous panic. Tears well up in Yu Min's eyes. The weight of her situation, the near impossible task ahead, threatens to crush her. But the male protagonist's words offer a lifeline. He proposes a solution. He'll help her sell the crystal moss, under certain conditions. The male protagonist lays down the law: secrecy is paramount. No one can know where the crystal moss came from, and certainly not that he's involved in the sale. His serious expression leaves no room for argument. Yu Min's relief is palpable. At least this is better than splitting the crystal moss and wasting half of it. But the male protagonist's next words leave her speechless. He explains the incredible value of the crystal moss, highlighting its rarity and potential worth. "Blank shacks," he exclaims. The irony is not lost on Yu Min. She's holding something incredibly valuable, yet the pictures she has look almost identical. "They all look the same though," she laments. The deal is sealed. The male protagonist will assess the situation after Yu Min attempts to sell the crystal moss. The future remains uncertain, but for now, a glimmer of hope shines through. "Oh? You're leaving?" A casual question, but the undercurrent of concern is palpable. The biohazard bag speaks volumes. "Yeah." The short reply hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties. A simple sleepover here invitation, but the weight of the situation is clear. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The word "what" escapes his lips, a silent question hanging in the air. The city lights twinkle, a stark contrast to the quiet tension inside. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. 1 week later. He's heading to the meeting place, a determined set to his jaw. Business as usual, or is it? Her concern is evident. He's hugging a pillow protectively, a silent testament to his unease. What a scary woman, he thinks, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. "Appa, you didn't have to tag along," her words are laced with worry, but he stands firm. "It's just in case something happens," he replies, his tone unwavering. A cat observes from the sidelines, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. "Ugh, seriously. It's really not as dangerous of a trade as you think it is," she insists, her frustration clear. "Although I'm the one who's asking her to do this," he admits, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his voice. The risks are real, even if he tries to downplay them. A bustling city street, whispers of a lucrative deal involving rare crystal mosses, a premium price offered by shadowy buyers. Yu Min's companion, his brow furrowed in suspicion, voices his concerns. "It's definitely dubious." The air crackles with tension. A quiet cafe, the scene is set. A large man sits alone, nursing a strawberry dessert. A figure in a trench coat observes from a distance. Recognition dawns. "That's him. I'm glad I tagged along." Approaching the cafe cautiously, a polite greeting breaks the silence. "Hello. I came with my partner today." The tension ratchets up, a silent exchange of glances, a question hangs heavy in the air. A sudden movement. A photographer snaps a picture, a flash of surprise crosses the protagonist's face. It isn't him?" A calm, reassuring voice cuts through the uncertainty. "Is that so? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Wizio." A firm handshake seals the encounter, a deal is struck, but the true nature of the agreement remains shrouded in mystery. "I'm Kong Hyun Moo." The name itself carries weight, a tremor in the air. His grip, it's like a vice. The male protagonist struggles, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Park Wizio, ever the picture of composure, observes from the shadows. His eyes, though, betray a flicker of concern. The threat is palpable. A warning flashes across the screen: your stats contrasting your level have increased due to the effect of the Hell's Strongest title. The stakes are higher than ever. A desperate plea. "Go away. I'm not going to fight." But can he truly refuse this battle? A mysterious burlap sack sits on a table, its contents unknown, a silent promise of something more. A glimmer of purple light. A precious gem, radiating power, held aloft. What secrets does it hold? A transaction concludes. I just need to deposit the money to the same account as always, right? The words are casual, but the weight of the exchange hangs heavy in the air. I hope we meet again then. Kang Hyun-moo departs, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. A sudden surge of fear. The male protagonist's eyes widen, a cold sweat breaking out anew. Yoo-min, ever observant, notices something amiss. That's strange, he's never greeted me like that before. A subtle shift in her demeanor hints at growing unease. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure, Kang Hyun-moo, clutches a bag of glowing crystals. His thoughts are a whirlwind of suspicion. Could he have figured out that I'm the one who dug these crystal mosses up? Yoo-min's apprehension deepens. She voices her concerns, a playful tone masking her worry. So, Appa? Her words paint a picture of a tense encounter. She thought he'd pull a knife and demand everything. The male protagonist, however, is visibly shaken. His shoulders slump, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Yoo-min's attempts to reassure him are met with a nervous laugh. Come on. Why do you look like this? Don't be so downcast. A moment of quiet contemplation. Yoo-min's gaze drops to her phone. Her eyes widen as she sees the transaction complete. $1 million. How do you feel after seeing $1 million going into your account? The question hangs in the air, a silent testament to the successful trade. Back in his car, Kang Hyun-moo confirms the deal's success. Yes, we've already obtained all the goods that are on the market as well. But a lingering question remains. How did these rare crystals end up so readily available on the market? Park Wizio examines a striking purple crystal, its surface marred by crimson streaks. Park Wizio SSI, what do you think? The question hangs in the air. A powerful hunter stands silhouetted against a backdrop of crumbling ruins. The words echo the crystal's significance, on top of having crystal moss with the kind of purity that can only be found in 5-star dungeons. He's a pretty strong hunter. The conversation continues, focusing on the hunter's capabilities. And it's only him. I see. He can keep himself hidden if he can explore the 5-star dungeons. Speculation swirls around the hunter's origins. He might be from a foreign country's clan, but there's no reason for them to be interested in Korea. The scene shifts. Yoo-min is questioned about her recent trade. How was the person who did the trade with you? There was someone who came along as her partner, but I need to observe a little more. The assessment of the hunter's prowess continues. I see. In any case, with this level of goods, I'm sure he can overcome difficult trials. You've accomplished a great feat. A humble response follows. Not at all. The focus returns to the crystal moss. To collect this kind of crystal moss that regrows in a dungeon, all alone. Just how strong would one have to be? The answer is revealed. He'd have to be at least captain's level. A decision is made. Come on. Well then, please help to investigate both the university research assistant Yoo-min and her partner. The name is dropped, revealing the identity of Yoo-min's partner, Captain Lee Ji-tae. A figure of refined power, bathed in soft light, holds a glowing crystal. His expression is one of quiet confidence, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A few days later, in the heart of hell. The air hangs heavy with the scent of sulfur. He's doing pull-ups, muscles straining. 147. 148. 149. The final push. His face contorts with exertion. 150. He drops to the ground, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Flump. A holographic notification appears. Your strength level CAP has increased. A surge of satisfaction, quickly replaced by a frustrated sigh. Damn it. If I weren't in hell, I would have done another 1,000. He collapses, panting. Ha! Exhaustion washes over him. Lying on the ground, sweat dripping from his brow. Another notification appears, this time displaying his current stats. He stares at it, a question forming in his mind. How long has it been since he arrived in hell again? He picks up a jade pendant, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ha! After coming back and forth a few times, I kind of get it now. The time spent in hell will also pass in the real world. He stands amidst the ruins of a city, his reflection mirroring the devastation below. The weight of his realization hangs heavy in the air. The unnamed protagonist, muscles rippling, smirks. He's just finished a grueling training session in hell, and the results are in. A significant increase to his strength level cap. But there's a catch. A crude drawing in the dirt depicts his frustrating predicament. His location changes every time he returns from hell. The frustration is palpable, he clenches his jaw, a vein throbbing in his temple. A roar escapes him, raw and full of agony. Why in hell does my location change? He screams, the sheer pain evident in his contorted face. He collapses, defeated, muttering, I don't get it. The dust settles around him, a stark contrast to the fiery hellscape he just left. A futuristic interface appears, detailing a new skill, Battle Helper. It optimizes accuracy by recording and controlling the user's movements, even predicting enemy actions. The protagonist, his brow furrowed, considers the implications. In a game, a helper is like an illegal cheat or hack, right? He rips off a bandage, revealing a determined expression. Acquiring such a powerful, game-breaking skill, it has consequences. And he knows he'll need every advantage he can get. The chains hanging in the background hint at the harsh reality of his situation. The air crackles with anticipation. He stands before the heavy bag, a coiled spring ready to unleash its power. A controlled explosion of motion as he launches his attack. The system message blazes across the screen, skill, Battle Helper has been activated. His fist connects with the bag. A devastating impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. A crimson eruption explodes from the point of impact, raw power unleashed. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Something feels different. Something's weird, he mutters, a hint of unease in his voice. The impact intensifies, the force of his punch growing exponentially. It feels like I'm gradually locking in on a single spot. His focus sharpens, honing in on a single point. With a final, earth-shattering blow, he sends the heavy bag flying. The resulting shockwave rips through the air. A blinding flash. The air crackles with raw energy. His fist explodes forward, a blur of motion. He can feel it, a strange awareness of his own body, every muscle, every tendon. Did I just predict my own movements? The bandages on his hand tear, revealing the extent of his power. Is this what helper means? A look of awe washes over him. That's amazing. The sheer power is intoxicating. A new quest appears. A beginner's friend. Kill 5 beginner scarecrows. But the protagonist is confused. Beginner? What? He's already level 7. This quest is usually for level 1 players. His frustration boils over. Isn't this kinda quest usually given at level 1? He's sweating, overwhelmed. I don't remember seeing any around here. The unnamed protagonist, a steely glint in his eyes, declares, let's start moving out then. A confident smirk plays on his lips, the quest has begun. He steps forward, his sneakers crunching on the shattered remains of a once familiar street, glowing purple crystals litter the ground, remnants of a recent, destructive event. The air crackles with unseen energy as he walks through a devastated urban landscape. The path ahead is unclear, yet he presses on. A sudden gust of wind whips past, carrying with it the whispers of something unseen and ominous. He pauses, a slight tremor in his stance, a hint of unease crossing his face, then, a chuckle escapes his lips. Descending a crumbling staircase, the protagonist finds himself in a dimly lit basement. A chilling realization dawns on him as he speaks, feels like I'm in a horror movie. The scene explodes into action. Several robotic figures, labeled Beginner Scarecrow, rise to meet him. The battle begins. One of the scarecrows, its face a blank skull, asks, "Just what are these?" Another scarecrow, equally unsettling, adds, "Don't tell me these are the beginner scarecrows." A tremor of unease runs through him as he faces the beginner scarecrows, their skeletal forms unsettlingly still. His eyes widen, noticing something peculiar: the scarecrows lack a level indicator. A sudden, chilling realization dawns on him: those lifeless husks are about to spring to life. The ground trembles beneath his feet as the scarecrows begin to move. A horrifying chorus of metallic clanks and bone-grinding shrieks fills the air. Panic grips him, his body reacting instinctively. He stumbles backward, his hand hitting the cold, hard floor. But fear gives way to determination. A surge of energy erupts from within, and he slams his hand against the wall, shattering the wood with a blinding flash. From the wreckage, a strange, pulsating object emerges. A crimson jewel, humming with power, now rests in his palm. He doesn't hesitate. With a swift motion, he hurls the jewel at one of the approaching scarecrows. "Wouldn't hurt," he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. The impact is explosive. A crimson energy wave obliterates the scarecrow, leaving behind only scattered fragments. He leans against the wall, catching his breath, exhaustion evident in his posture, but a spark of triumph in his eyes. The corridor stretches before him, dark and ominous. More scarecrows are visible in the distance, their movements relentless. A cocky grin spreads across the protagonist's face. "Hey! They didn't move. Are they really just scarecrows?" he exclaims, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He confidently strides into a dimly lit corridor. A group of robotic figures stands motionless before him. The protagonist unleashes a powerful punch. Thwack! The impact reverberates through the corridor. A crimson energy surges from his fist as he connects with his target, sending the robot sprawling. His triumphant expression falters. A look of confusion and concern washes over his features. "Heck!" He takes a few steps back, his breath catching in his throat. "I'm sure I hit it with all my might. But the impact felt strangely hollow. But it didn't feel like I'd hit anything at all." He glances down at his feet, then back at the robots. They begin to stir, their movements jerky and unnatural. One of the robots stumbles, another falls with a metallic clang. The protagonist watches, stunned. The remaining robots turn their glowing red eyes towards him. Recognition complete. The chilling announcement echoes in the silent corridor. A beginner scarecrow, LV7, is revealed. The unnamed protagonist, mid-battle, stares in disbelief. His voice, laced with a mix of frustration and dawning horror, echoes in the desolate arena. "Shit, do these things adjust to match my level?" A furious swipe of his arm, a blur of motion, and in the next instant, a crimson arc cleaves the air, sending a metallic scarecrow crashing to the ground. He shouts, "At least tell me about this kinda stuff beforehand." More scarecrows fall, their movements stiff and predictable. A sigh of relief escapes him. Thank God they're slower than the goblins I met previously, at least. He dodges a clumsy strike, narrowly avoiding a collision. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. Another scarecrow falls, its metallic limbs clattering against the stone floor. A group of sharply dressed individuals observe from the shadows, their faces grim. One speaks, their voice cold and calculating. "If you're level 7 in the real world, you'd be treated like a bodyguard or soldier of at least 5 years of experience." The protagonist, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. The observer continues, their words dripping with disdain, "But here, you're just a beginner." He slams his fist into the ground, a surge of raw power coursing through his veins. A fierce grin spreads across his face. Dust and debris fly as he rises, his body trembling with barely contained fury. The scene shifts to a close-up of his determined expression. A roar of defiance erupts from his lips. "You're all fucked." The screen flashes, revealing a new skill activated, Battle Helper. He grits his teeth, knuckles white, a desperate struggle against impossible odds. The fury in his eyes ignites, a burning ember against the encroaching darkness. A thunderous blow. The robotic foe is sent flying. A shockwave rips through the air. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, a crimson arc of energy erupts. The impact is devastating. The robot is shattered. But the fight is far from over. Ugh, he groans, already bracing for the next attack. Another metallic fist connects, sending him sprawling. But even as he falls, his eyes burn with defiance. Damn it! He unleashes a ferocious blow, a whirlwind of motion. Let go! The impact sends him sprawling, a brutal counterattack. The robot's metallic shell cracks under the force of the blow. A deafening crack echoes through the arena. He gasps, sweat beading on his brow. Did that work? The robot's red eye glows menacingly. Asterisk battle target data updated. Sparring level 2, begin star. The machine is far from defeated. Surrounded. Two metallic arms reach for him from the shadows. Another crushing blow. UGH, he cries out in pain. A brutal grapple ensues, a desperate struggle for dominance. The metallic grip tightens, unrelenting. The fight is far from over. Overwhelmed, he's cornered by a relentless onslaught. King. The unnamed protagonist, battered but unbowed, weaves through a relentless tide of robotic foes. A flurry of blows, a desperate dance of survival. Each impact a thunderclap. The air crackles with the force of his strikes. A metallic fist connects, sending the protagonist reeling. The robot's attack is brutal, relentless. But even as he's thrown back, a defiant roar escapes his lips. He's not broken. A surge of power. His body's solidity increases, pain resistance surges, and even his hemorrhage resistance is boosted. The system upgrades are instantaneous. A wave of revitalization washes over him, pushing back the crushing weight of exhaustion. But the respite is short-lived. The robots close in again, their metallic limbs a blur. He's overwhelmed, his stamina plummeting below 10%. Yet, a grim smile spreads across his battered face. A flicker of defiance in his eyes. He's hell's strongest, and even death can't stop him. A guttural laugh rips through the silence, a defiant snarl in the face of overwhelming odds. He's surrounded. 3 imposing robots, their skeletal forms glowing ominously, encircle the protagonist, who kneels amidst the rubble of a shattered building. His voice, strained but resolute, cuts through the tension. No, I didn't get a single good hit on them. But even as he struggles, a grim smile spreads across his face, a spark of determination ignites within him. His hand crackles with energy, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The power intensifies, forming a blinding column of light. A weapon is being forged. And from that light, a crude but powerful club materializes, crackling with raw energy. The club glows, radiating power, a weapon born from desperation and resolve. He grips the club, a feral grin splitting his face. Here IGO. The unnamed protagonist, battered but unbowed, swings his newly crafted energy club with all his might. A blur of motion, a furious assault against the towering robotic foe. The impact sends shockwaves through the metallic frame of the Eve unit. It staggers, its legs buckling under the unexpected force. A guttural roar escapes the protagonist's lips, adrenaline surging through his veins as he unleashes a brutal barrage of blows. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. The Eve unit, designated 01 Foot, is clearly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Its red eyes glow with a malevolent intensity. The energy club connects, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact. A deafening crash echoes through the chamber. The robot's arm is shattered, sending metallic debris raining down. The protagonist's ragged breathing is a testament to the ferocity of the exchange. With a final, desperate heave, he sends the Eve unit sprawling. The robot's metallic body crashes against the wall with a resounding thud. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face, a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. He's won this round, but the fight is far from over. The Eve unit, damaged but not destroyed, begins to recalibrate. A faint blue energy crackles around its damaged hand. A chilling message appears: battle target data updated. The next attack will be even more devastating. The Eve unit, a chilling metallic skeleton with glowing red eyes, stands defiant. Its arm, severed by a brutal blow, lies discarded on the ground. But the unnamed protagonist, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and pain, is far from finished. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to the battle's toll. With a roar, he swings his newly crafted energy club, a blur of motion, connecting with the Eve unit's chassis with a deafening crash. Sparks fly as metal screams in protest. The impact sends tremors through the ground. And the Eve unit staggers, its movements becoming sluggish and erratic. Victory is within reach. But the fight isn't over yet. Surrounded by the wreckage of battle, the protagonist's breath comes in ragged gasps. His eyes widen in terror as more weapons appear, seemingly out of nowhere. Fuck, you died. The screen flashes, displaying his survival time: 5 days, 8 hours, 04 minutes, 16 seconds. Despite the crushing defeat, a flicker of defiance remains. His fists clench, knuckles white with renewed determination. The final blow from the Eve unit is swift and merciless. The unnamed protagonist, battered but unbowed, throws a powerful punch. The force is immense. A bone-jarring impact that sends shockwaves through the Eve unit's metallic frame. The sound of shattering metal echoes. 2 Eve units, their movements restricted, are trapped against a pillar. Their metallic bodies gleam under the dim light of this desolate place. But even in defeat, their cold, unyielding gaze speaks volumes. Even if it's cheap, there's nothing I can do, one of them declares, its voice a chilling monotone. Our hero grits his teeth, a surge of determination in his eyes. Battle Helper is working. I can finish it off in a one-on-one, he growls, his resolve unshaken. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating attack. A wave of raw power explodes outwards. A blinding flash of energy that obliterates everything in its path. The sound of crackling energy fills the air, quang. The Eve unit is struck by a powerful energy blast, its metallic shell cracking and sparking. Zap, the impact is immediate and catastrophic. The protagonist focuses, his eyes narrowed. I just have to break this, he shouts, his voice filled with grim determination. He lunges forward, his movements a blur of motion. The final blow is delivered with brutal efficiency. Battle target data updated. The system confirms. Level 3. The fight begins. A powerful fist connects, the impact echoing with a resounding BAM. He unleashes a flurry of blows, a brutal display of strength against his mechanical opponent. Yeah, you do that, the opponent taunts, a chilling laugh echoing in the arena. Sweat beads on his brow, a grim determination etched on his face. The fight is taking its toll. But even as he falters, a surge of power courses through him. I get stronger too, he growls, a newfound strength igniting within. A crimson explosion erupts, a wave of raw power unleashed. He pants, exhaustion evident in his labored breaths. Ugh, how many times does this make it, he mutters, his resolve wavering only slightly. The robotic foe falls, a digital "you died" message flashing across the screen, another victory secured. A powerful kick sends the machine sprawling, crash. Again, the robotic opponent is defeated, the words "you died" appearing once more. The relentless assault continues. With a final, devastating blow, the last Eve unit is destroyed. Wham! The screen flashes "you died." Victory is his. The unnamed protagonist lies defeated, the words "you died" flashing before his eyes, a mocking reminder of his latest failure. But even in defeat, his spirit remains unbroken. He grits his teeth, a defiant glint in his eyes. A surge of anger fueling his resolve. You bastards, just how many martial arts do you know? He growls, his voice barely a whisper. A robotic Eve unit prepares to deliver the final blow, its metallic foot descending with deadly precision. But the protagonist's eyes widen, a newfound understanding dawning on his face, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. He's found something, a hidden strength, a new technique. I think I'd die in a fist fight, he exclaims, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. With renewed determination, he leaps into action. All right. Here I go again. The unnamed protagonist, a whirlwind of motion, launches himself at an Eve unit. His foot connects with a bone-jarring thwack, sending the robotic foe sprawling with a powerful impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow. Another Eve unit approaches, but it's met with a brutal uppercut. Crunch, the sound of metal shearing echoes through the air. With a blur of motion, a devastating kick follows. The Eve unit is sent flying. Data updated. The Eve unit's eye glows menacingly red as its systems overload. Sparring level 4, begin. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face. He's ready. Is it finally level 4? A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The challenge is here. The Eve unit's metallic claws lash out, narrowly missing his face. Sweat beads on his brow, but his eyes burn with determination. A final, desperate lunge, the protagonist collapses, exhausted but victorious. The Eve unit's crimson eyes glow menacingly, its mechanical jaws snapping shut with a terrifying clang. Why? What is happening? A brutal impact. The protagonist is sent flying. The Eve unit's metallic skull cracks under the force of the blow and crashes to the ground, a pained scream escaping his lips. The impact reverberates through the floor. His face contorted in agony, the protagonist clutches his head, the sheer force of the attack leaves him reeling. Another bone-jarring impact. His leg buckles under the relentless assault, crack. The pain is unbearable. He collapses, his body trembling. Tears stream down his face as he stares blankly ahead. Is this the end? A cold, metallic voice echoes through the arena, you died. Ninth time, the battle rages on, a brutal dance of blows. Hyunmoo, battered but unbowed, is pushed to his limits. A fierce strike connects. The impact reverberates. Hyunmoo's eyes narrow, a grim realization dawning. His fist becomes a blur, crash, the robotic opponent stumbles, a critical blow landed. The pattern is broken. The scarecrow's predictable movements cease. A chilling scream echoes as Hyunmoo unleashes a devastating counterattack. With a roar, he cleaves through the air, a brutal, swift strike. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. Sweat beads on his brow, but his eyes burn with determination. The scarecrows surge forward, their movements now erratic and unpredictable. A new challenge emerges. He's trapped. A metallic claw grips his arm, the fight is far from over. With a grunt of exertion, Hyunmoo rips free. He's battered, but his resolve is unshaken. Hyunmoo lunges forward, a desperate roar escaping his lips. His enhanced leg slams into a scarecrow, the impact echoing through the training grounds. But the scarecrow barely flinches. Its movements are precise, mechanical. If there are any differences, then it would stop to correct its movement, Hyunmoo realizes, his mind racing. A flurry of blows. Hyunmoo unleashes a brutal combo, each strike calculated to exploit the scarecrow's rigid movements. The impact sends shockwaves. But even as the scarecrow stumbles, it continues to function. Third. There's no need to destroy them, Hyunmoo deduces, a new strategy forming in his mind. He shifts his tactics. Instead of aiming for destruction, he focuses on precision strikes, targeting specific joints. Wham! A perfectly placed kick sends a scarecrow sprawling. Another, and another. The scarecrows fall like dominoes, their movements grinding to a halt as Hyunmoo systematically disables them. With a final, powerful blow, Hyunmoo sends the last scarecrow tumbling. He stands victorious, sweat dripping from his brow, but his expression is one of grim determination. The results that Hyunmoo has achieved after realizing these three facts. The voice echoes in his mind, a testament to his strategic brilliance. A final, decisive kick. You've completed your sparring. The system announces, the echoes of battle fading into silence. The final scarecrow falls. Hyunmoo collapses, panting, a victorious grin spreading across his face. "You've completed your sparring," the system announces. He groans, pushing himself up. Whatever," he mutters, his voice raw with exhaustion. His fists clench. A new determination hardens his features. "If I just keep destroying them all," he thinks, a grim resolve settling in his eyes. "It'll eventually end, right?" With renewed vigor, he launches himself at another wave of scarecrows. A flurry of blows. Metal shrieks as Hyunwoo's relentless assault tears through the mechanical foes. One by one, they shatter into pieces, leaving behind only scattered debris and the faint scent of ozone. The air crackles with residual energy. He stands amidst the wreckage, sweat dripping from his brow, his breath ragged but his spirit unbroken. Another wave of exhaustion hits him hard. The system chimes again, "You've completed your sparring." He lets out a weary sigh, relief washing over him. The screen glows, displaying a triumphant message, "Quest cleared." "You've cleared the quest, friend of a beginner." Hyunmoo slumps to the ground, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh of relief. The tension finally breaks, leaving him utterly spent but satisfied. Victory! Hyunmoo stands triumphant, muscles screaming in protest, but a grin stretching across his face. He breathes heavily, sweat dripping down his brow, a weary but satisfied smile playing on his lips. The aftermath of battle, a training room strewn with the broken remains of robotic scarecrows. A wave of exhaustion washes over him, but the satisfaction is palpable. "It feels so good to see that," he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. He collapses to the floor, the weight of his exertion finally catching up, a sigh escaping his lips. His self-deprecating chuckle echoes in the quiet room. "Ha, darn scarecrows. I wanted to fight things that are the same level as me." His face falls, a mixture of exhaustion and self-doubt clouding his features. "Damn it." He wipes his brow, his frustration evident. The final blow lands. How is that a friend of a beginner? That's almost on a teacher's level. Sweat beads on Hyunwoo's brow, a testament to the brutal fight. It wasn't just learning, it was like they forced their fighting techniques into him. The sheer force of it leaves him utterly drained. A heavy sigh escapes his lips. Exhausted, but determined, Hyunmoo decides to check his rewards before heading back. He needs a moment. And a flash of light. The SSS rank Good Luck title boosts the quality of his rewards. A radiant card materializes in his hands, the cradle of heaven. His eyes, though weary, gleam with a newfound hope. As he collapses onto the dusty floor, completely spent. A simple wrapping cloth lies beside him, a silent testament to his grueling journey. The system message blazes across the screen, "Celestial Cradle, Legendary, obtained." A wave of blue energy washes over Hyunmoo, leaving him utterly bewildered. Accelerates growth? What's that supposed to mean? He mutters, staring at the strange yellow cloth. He understands the damage restoration, but this growth acceleration is a complete mystery. "I'm happy it's a legendary item, but I don't know how to use it." A mischievous glint sparks in his eyes. "Would I become smarter if I wrapped it around my head?" He chuckles, a playful smile spreading across his face, and carefully places the celestial cradle upon his head. A whimsical musical note floats in the air. A blush creeps onto his cheeks as he quickly removes the cloth. "I'm glad no one's around. How embarrassing." He reflects on the item's properties. Even if he wanted to use it to restore damage, he's already in perfect condition after his resurrection. "This damn cloth, it's not going to be useful for me." With a sigh of resignation, Hyunmoo makes a decision. "I'll just sell it when I go back. It should be quite expensive since it's a legendary item." A mysterious egg, pulsating with faint light, rests in the center of the panel. It's an artifact obtained from a previous encounter. Hyunmoo examines it closely, a thoughtful expression on his face. Since it mentioned growth, it might work on this egg, he muses, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Doubt clouds his features. Does it not work on the egg too, he wonders, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice? His shoulders slump. I guess I should sell it away after all, he sighs, resignation settling upon him. Suddenly, a blinding flash. The egg cracks open with a crack. Golden shards scatter as Hyunmoo recoils in surprise. His hand shoots out instinctively. As the egg continues to break apart, revealing something incredible within. Wait a moment, he exclaims, his voice laced with astonishment. A monstrous creature? Hold on. What if a strange cannibal monster comes out of it? Hyunmoo worries, fear mixing with his surprise. If that happens, I don't think I'm confident of winning against it though. But instead of a monster, crack, a magnificent, winged creature emerges from the shattered shell. Eek! Hyunmoo screams, his eyes wide with shock. Hyunmoo stares, dumbfounded, a question mark hovering above his head. A blinding flash erupts. The ground trembles, shattering into 1,000 pieces. A delicate figure rests within a radiant cocoon. Hyunmoo's eyes widen, his breath catching in his throat. From the shattered remains, a mystical aura emanates. As the creature stirs, a soft sigh escapes her lips. She slowly opens her eyes. Crimson. A look of pure, unadulterated wonder washes over Hyunmoo's face. As a tiny, winged creature emerges before him, its eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. With surprising speed, the creature lunges forward, snap, its tiny fangs sinking into Hyunmoo's finger. Hyunmoo recoils in shock, his face contorting in disgust as he screams, "It's a crazy cannibal monster." His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer terror of the situation. As the creature's hunger becomes horrifyingly clear, what kind of shitty reward is this? Are you fucking kidding me? The creature, satiated for the moment, collapses to the ground, exhausted. I'm hungry. Hyunmoo stares at his bleeding finger, a mixture of disbelief and revulsion etched on his features. The creature's hunger, a stark reminder of the bizarre reward he just received. Want to eat this instead? A chilling offer, presented with unsettling sweetness. Hyunmoo recoils. Disgust etched across his face. His refusal is met with a deceptively innocent question. The creature's patience wears thin. Her eyes, burning with predatory hunger. Hyunmoo's horrified realization, this isn't just a strange creature, it's a monster. A sharp sting, the creature's proboscis pierces his skin. A desperate plea, barely a whisper. But the creature's hunger is insatiable. A tiny fairy, wings shimmering, offers aid to a bleeding Hyunmoo. Ugh, seriously. I heard you. I'll help you stop bleeding, just wait for a moment. The fairy tends to Hyunmoo's wound, a strange, almost unsettling focus in her eyes. She casually mentions, come to think of it, I got this egg from dismantling mosquitoes. Hyunmoo, his arm now bandaged, watches the fairy flit away. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. So is she a mosquito fairy? My arm is itching. The fairy, seemingly pleased with herself, declares, well, it was somewhat satisfying. Slave, bring out my dessert. Hyunmoo's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Hey. Say that again. The fairy, with a mischievous grin, exclaims, it was an amazing meal, thank you, my servant. Hyunmoo's face contorts in pain as the fairy's words sink in. It hurts. A big thank you for such a precious meal, my butler. Hyunmoo, seething with rage, grabs the fairy. I'm Kong Hyunmoo. What are you? The fairy, tears welling in her crimson eyes, struggles against his grip. Her expression hardens, a chilling determination replacing the previous fear. A bead of sweat trickles down the fairy's temple, her eyes, wide with a primal fear, betray a desperate struggle to recall something vital. Hyanmu's voice cuts through the silence, laced with a chilling realization. The fairy's frantic state only confirms his suspicions. And the weight of that revelation settles heavily on his shoulders as he sits, defeated, amidst the debris of their struggle. But then, a flicker of memory ignites within the fairy's mind, a sudden gasp escapes her lips as the pieces fall into place. Her confession hangs in the air, a chilling declaration of intent, a promise to consume all life when the world ends. A sinister smile spreads across her face. A chilling display of unbridled malice. The fairy, seemingly unfazed by her confession, floats effortlessly, a sinister glint in her eyes. Leaving Hyunmu to grapple with the horrifying truth and a terrifying question, must he end her life now? The crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky above the city, a silent witness to the unfolding horror. A crimson twilight bleeds across a shattered cityscape, the skeletal remains of skyscrapers claw at the bruised sky. Nope. I promise to devour all living creatures when the world ends. A chilling declaration, delivered with a disturbingly cheerful smile. The tiny winged creature, radiating an aura of terrifying power, floats amidst a fiery inferno. A wave of dread washes over him. This small thing is going to eat everything? That's nonsense, ah. The man's disbelief quickly turns to dawning horror as the implications sink in. The goblin's hands, melted by the creature's potent aura, are a testament to its terrifying power. Ha! How's that? Isn't that scary? She cackles, completely unfazed by the destruction she's wrought. And she's fine, after drinking something like that. The man's mind reels, struggling to comprehend the situation. He can't even use battle helper as she's not hostile towards him, a strange, unsettling calm settles over him. He picks up the tiny creature, his expression a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. I don't know what her skills or level are. Alright, fine. Let's just say you're gonna eat the world or whatever. The world-ending creature, small but terrifying, perches on the protagonist's shoulder. A mischievous glint in its eyes. Then, can I name you Rinian? Oh. That's a great name, Butler. Oh ho, really? Thank God you like the name. It sounds similar to Agent of the Apocalypse in Pixie tongue. A sudden burst of energy. The protagonist looks startled as Rinian unleashes a powerful wave of energy, leading them to a desolate cityscape. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and despair. Putting that aside for now. If you're gonna follow me, promise me one thing. Not even you, Butler? Of course. I don't care about others, but never eat me. If you're really, really about to die from hunger, go eat someone else then, just not me. Got it? Rinian, the world-ending pixie, brandishes a tiny knife with a mischievous grin. But in exchange, I'll give you some blood, she declares, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling delight. Okay. Pixies have balanced diets. The protagonist, however, seems unconcerned. He points a finger, a thoughtful expression on his face. I think it would be fine for her diet to be a little unbalanced, though. A sudden shift in scene. The protagonist stands in a dimly lit room, his brow furrowed in confusion. Hey Butler, what's that? Those aren't humans, right? The camera sweeps across a horrifying sight. Several deactivated androids lie scattered across the floor, their bodies broken and lifeless. A chilling scene of destruction. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock. Ah! This, he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. This is something like the glorious battlefield of the victorious. His gaze falls upon a particularly gruesome sight. One android is split cleanly in two. Why is one of them ripped in two? A wave of intense energy erupts from the scene, a violent shockwave tearing through the room. There's no way that. The protagonist is thrown violently backward, the force of the blast sending him tumbling through the air. The sheer power is overwhelming. A final, devastating blow. The android is completely destroyed, reduced to mere scraps of metal. That was Rinian. A notification flashes across the screen. Valiant Energy has been added to the Battle Helper skill. An additional trait? The protagonist's brow furrows in thought. Does this new energy only activate when he uses the skill? He strokes his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. The protagonist approaches a deactivated android, his hand reaching out to activate it. The Battle Helper skill is activated. A surge of energy crackles around him. He clenches his fist, ready for action. It's always best to try things like this out personally. A blinding flash of light. The android is obliterated in a violent explosion, kaboom! The sheer force of the blast sends debris flying. The protagonist stares, awestruck. His mouth hangs open in shock. Whoa! Butler! What was that? That thing went whoosh. That was super cool. With a battle cry, Valiant Energy unleashes its fury. A blinding flash of light erupts. The android is ripped apart, its metallic body shattering into 1,000 pieces. The sheer power is breathtaking. The android's remains litter the floor, a grim testament to the protagonist's newfound strength. A metallic clang echoes. As more androids approach, their movements stiff and mechanical. The protagonist stands ready. The androids advance, their metallic limbs clicking ominously. But the protagonist isn't fazed, a smirk plays on his lips. A chilling declaration hangs in the air: you have been identified as a superhuman. The lock has been deactivated. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning realization. Superhuman? What is it talking about? Another android lunges, its metallic claws extended. But the protagonist is faster. The aftermath of battle. 3 deactivated androids lie scattered across the floor, their metallic bodies still and silent. A young man, the victor, leans heavily against a broken wooden structure, his breath ragged, a grimace twisting his features. Arg! He groans, the strain evident. A tiny, winged figure, a fairy-like creature, tumbles to the ground with a soft thump as a giant sneaker narrowly misses her. Jang, she cries out. The fairy, recovering quickly, sniffs the air with an inquisitive expression. SNFFF, hey, butler. Something smells really fragrant, she exclaims, pointing towards a shadowed corner. The young man, following the fairy's lead, enters a wrecked office. Debris litters the floor, the air hangs heavy with the scent of decay. And there, slumped over a desk, lies a skeleton in a business suit. The fairy, with a delighted squeak, darts towards it. It's this. The fairy's eyes gleam with unnatural hunger. Ugh, it's a skeleton. Smells yummy. She begins to gnaw on a bone. The young man watches in stunned silence as the fairy devours the skeleton's remains. She's eating it, he exclaims, a mixture of disgust and disbelief on his face. Don't eat dead people as well, he shouts, exasperated. The fairy, however, merely shrugs and licks her fingers. HNNNGH, it was yummy. Amidst the scattered bones, the young man spots something small and rectangular tucked beneath a skeletal hand. Ha! A letter? A young man, his face etched with guilt, clutches a letter. His tiny fairy companion, seemingly oblivious to his turmoil, floats nearby. 3 years have passed since the nightmare event escalated. The text reveals a world ravaged by a toxic atmosphere, claiming the lives of countless children. The grim reality unfolds: even those with special abilities couldn't withstand the toxic air, succumbing to despair and death. A family grieves, their faces reflecting the world's despair. Hope dwindles as humanity faces extinction. A news report shows a grim statistic: ability users are dying out. A lone figure sits in silence, his back to us, contemplating the bleak future. The scene shifts. Our protagonist sits at a desk in a dilapidated office. A chilling message on the screen confirms his worst fears: he's in level hell, the lowest level recorded. This place, he realizes, is the future of the world he once knew. The letter he holds offers a glimpse into this grim reality. almost all high-ranking ability users are dead. Only a few survivors remain, and even they are contemplating suicide. The letter doesn't reveal its author, leaving our protagonist with more questions than answers. Suddenly, aha, escapes the protagonist's lips as his fairy companion, seemingly unfazed, casually picks up a bone. Amidst a pile of bones, a curious object catches the eye, a return stone. The protagonist, his brow furrowed in thought, examines a small bone fragment. From mine, though? The fairy companion, ever vigilant, ponders the bone's origin. Did it belong to this skeleton? With a casual request, Renian, hand it over for a sec, the protagonist initiates an action that will soon spiral out of control. A sudden burst of energy. The return stone glows intensely. Ak? Kaya? The protagonist is thrown back by an unseen force. What's going on? Panic sets in as the situation escalates. Damn it! What's happening? His hand pulses with an otherworldly energy. My hand is. The stone cracks, releasing a surge of power. The protagonist is overwhelmed. A desperate struggle against the overwhelming force. The return stone shatters, sending fragments flying. A surge of energy. His body convulses, racked with an unknown power. A searing pain grips him, his face contorted in agony. He claws at his skin, desperate to escape the overwhelming force. And then, a symbol burns into his palm. A mark of immense power, radiating arcane energy. What is this? A chilling message appears before him, a digital echo in the void. The stars are watching you. The room around him shatters, reality itself tearing apart. A cosmic horror unfolds, swallowing him whole. The message repeats, mocking his fear. The stars are watching you. His fairy companion, Renian, watches in horror, her voice a desperate plea. Butler, survive and make it back on your own. You can do it, Butler. He's pulled through a vortex of starlight, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Renian, come back. A cosmic vortex engulfs him. Stars streak across the canvas of night as the protagonist is violently pulled into the unknown. A dizzying descent into an ethereal expanse. He reaches out, grasping at nothingness. Where am I? The question hangs heavy in the silent cosmos, a stark contrast to the breathtaking panorama of swirling nebulae. His eyes widen, reflecting the awe and terror of this alien landscape. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple. A cosmic downpour of starlight streaks across the inky black. A figure plummets through the celestial expanse. Whoa! He gasps, the vastness of space swallowing him whole. Panic sets in. A desperate hand reaches out, into the uncaring void. Where am I? The question hangs heavy in the silence of space, mirrored in his wide, terrified eyes. His fingers twitch, searching for purchase, for anything in this alien landscape. Run, Ian! A desperate cry echoes across the star-strewn void. Oi! Rini away at Aowen! A sudden, stark interruption. A digital display materializes before him, its message jarring and unexpected. Advancing star, Beryl, has recognized your absorption of the star fragment. What? A wave of confusion washes over him. What is happening? A blinding flash of energy erupts from within him, shards of crystalline power burst forth. A faint blue light fades as Beryl's voice echoes. Beryl has forfeited the fragment and I left. Renian lets out a weary sigh. A frustrated chuckle escaping his lips. I'm so frustrated I could die. But his frustration quickly boils over into indignant defiance. Who are you to be disappointed in me? A surge of power courses through him. His fist clenches, a wrought energy crackling in the air. Kwang! Suddenly, a new voice cuts through his rage. What the hell is that? Even if it's a star, it's the first time I'm hearing of it. The lock has been lifted. The voice continues, revealing a shocking truth. The owners of the stars are beings who have absolute rule over their own territory, somewhere in space. These beings place their absolute power into fragments and lend them out, hoping their kin will use this power to become rulers and expand their territories. A figure in a sharp suit, surrounded by others holding similar fragments, appears. And Renian's confusion deepens. Then why are these guys interested in me? Renian stares, dumbfounded, at the message unfolding before him, a cryptic invitation from beings beyond human comprehension. His eyes widen, recognition dawns as he recalls the stone he found. It wasn't just a stone, it was a star fragment, a celestial key to unimaginable power. The realization hits him with the force of a supernova. A sudden hum fills the air, a cosmic resonance that sends shivers down his spine. From the heavens, streaks of vibrant energy descend, a breathtaking celestial ballet unfolds before Renian's very eyes. Powerful star fragments, each pulsating with otherworldly energy, hurtle towards him, a cosmic storm brewing around the young man. One fragment, radiant and golden, embeds itself within Renian's very being, a surge of power unlike anything he's ever known. A voice echoes in his mind, a whisper from the cosmos, whispering star, Monstril, is searching for your charm that will deceive everyone. A chilling prophecy. Renian stares, awestruck, at the star fragment pulsing in his hand. A celestial glow illuminating his face as voices echo in his mind. Conquering star, Arden, offers command over an army of steel and fire. Starving star, Yogulm, seeks his aid in finding the serpent that devoured a world. Shattering star, Gaul, presents a world behind a screen for him to rule. More fragments appear, swirling around him, each a potential path, each a different power. Wailing star, Verde, foretells his domination over all that is past, but what do these celestial beings want? They're offering to invest in him? Renian's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. He needs to know more before making a choice. The fragments float before him, each a tempting offer, a choice that will shape his destiny. Choose wisely, Renian. Even with the weight of such a decision, Renian's resolve hardens. He needs information, a better understanding of these cosmic entities before committing to any one path. A dark, imposing figure emerges from the shadows. Shattering star, Gaul, an absolute ruler who laughs from behind a masterminded plot. He rules with daggers, poison, and conspiracies, a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. While Wailing Star, Verde, weeps, a mournful figure shrouded in sorrow and loss. The father of all grief and melancholy. He commands an army of the dead, reveling in despair, false hope, and the powerless struggles of mortals. Starving Star, Yogkulim. A colossal purple serpent, its scales glistening with an unnatural light, hangs countless victims from its coils. A snake of greed and desire. The citizens of its territory are plagued by constant starvation, and Yogkulim hungers to consume everything in existence. Whispering Star, Monoril. A being of deceptive grace, she shines brightest in the most radiant places. Capable of deceiving even the mightiest beings, bending them to her will. Conquering Star, Arden. A warrior consumed by hate and resentment, he advances with fire and steel. Yearning to burn the world to ashes and rule over the desolate remains. Renian stares at the swirling constellations, a question forming on his lips: why is it all like this? The stars, it seems, are drawn to those who share their nature. And Renian realizes the unsettling truth: he's become a target for these celestial entities. A swirling vortex of emerald energy crackles before Renian's wide eyes. He stares, mouth agape, at the bizarre celestial entity. His face contorts in a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. Honestly, you'd think I fell into hell. A guttural scream escapes his lips. Because I really was a bad guy. A figure, shrouded in shadow, kneels before a celestial light. There's a palpable sense of defeat. Renian's head throbs as two more celestial entities appear, their forms shimmering with pink and blue energy. He's overwhelmed. His confusion deepens. Ah! Did I already fail because I wasn't aware of it? He touches his temple, a look of dawning realization. The weight of his past actions pressing down. Two more celestial stars blaze into existence, their light illuminating the cosmos. A breathtaking spectacle unfolds. Rinian, kneeling amidst the celestial display, gestures towards the radiant stars. "Look here, I have something I'm curious about." His gaze is fixed on the vibrant cosmic entities. A question hangs heavy in the air: what changes if I choose? A swirling vortex of celestial energy erupts, shards of light piercing the darkness, revealing a monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent power. A figure stands defiant before it, a crimson blade held high. Meanwhile, on a distant screen, a news anchor's face is etched with disbelief. The scene shifts. A man grins, a sinister glint in his eyes, as he clutches a mysterious object. The crowd roars its approval, oblivious to the impending doom. A stark contrast to the solemn figure of a military officer, surrounded by his troops, a storm brewing in his gaze. Renian, his breath catching in his throat, stares in awe. Is this the power of the stars? The question hangs heavy in the air. He ponders the weight of his choices. Just thinking about what he's been through so far. A doubt creeps in. There's no way they just give him something this good. Is there a price to pay? A dazzling pink crystal descends, its light illuminating his path. The message is clear: serving and following that being, that is all. But Renian's face is a mask of conflict. Is it really just that? Renian stares into the cosmos, a question hanging heavy in the air: do I have to pick right now? Before him, celestial bodies shimmer, each a potential source of unimaginable power. Choosing a star is a rare opportunity. A brilliant blue star explodes with light, promising accelerated growth. As you receive their acknowledgement and continue to succeed in trials, your growth will become that much faster. Renian's brow furrows. So, you're saying there's nothing you can give me right now? The celestial entities seem displeased. The stars are feeling displeased with your arrogance. His expression shifts, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Two stars collide, a burst of energy signifying a change. Okay, power without a price is good. It's good, but... Renian smirks, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You guys came to me, not the other way around, right? He stands confidently, hands in his pockets, a master of his own destiny. Two celestial bodies, pulsating with otherworldly energy, hover before Renian. A voice echoes, I've seen you for the first time today and you're just asking me to choose? Renian, unfazed, smiles. There's nothing for me to trust, nor is there a contract. He gestures dismissively. Even a used car dealer wouldn't be so forceful to this extent. A radiant, crimson star, Arden, winks out of existence, leaving Renian momentarily stunned. But his shock quickly turns to amusement as another star, a golden one, appears, shimmering with potential. The celestial bodies speak again, their message a cryptic, backward sentence. The stars say that they will give you time to think. Renian, a grin spreading across his face, responds with a casual, oh? A blue star materializes, its light gentle and reassuring, a silent thank you from the cosmos. And finally, a vibrant pink star bursts into existence, completing the set. A surge of cosmic energy erupts, coursing through Renian's body, leaving a trail of shimmering stardust in its wake. He stands in a cluttered room, the source of the energy a mysterious, star-shaped object hovering nearby. Confusion etched on his face, Renian questions the strange phenomenon. What? Why are you being like this? The star pulses, a jolt of pain shooting through Renian. Ow, that stings. He recoils, the star-like object leaving a glowing trail as it flies across the room. That hurts. A voice booms, revealing the truth, whispering star, Monstrel, has awakened a portion of your abilities. The message repeats, emphasizing the significance of the event. Suddenly, a new interface appears, proclaiming, legendary skill, domination has been acquired. Renian's eyes widen in surprise. Huh, a legendary skill? A smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the implications. She's giving me a pretty big bribe. The screen glows, a digital inscription appearing, legendary skill, domination. Acquired. A desolate cityscape stretches beneath a crimson moon, the aftermath of unimaginable destruction. Renian's face is etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The weight of his new power settles heavily upon him. He clenches his fist, a silent question forming in his mind: if this power is unblockable, what else is out there? A cryptic symbol, a swirling star, now marks his palm, a brand of his newfound might. A chilling realization dawns: could these stars be the architects of hell itself? His gaze hardens, a steely resolve replacing the uncertainty. He'll uncover the truth, no matter the cost. A fist tightens, a silent vow echoing in the ruins: I will find out more about these stars. 3 days since returning from hell, the familiar world feels alien. Where am I? He runs, a desperate energy fueling his steps, a stark reminder of his struggles in hell. His return is far from triumphant. I thought getting stronger in hell would be enough, he reflects, his face etched with grim realization, but the real world presents new challenges. Disheveled and lost, he's mistaken for a beggar, a harsh reflection of his current state. The humiliation stings, a stark contrast to his power in hell. I need to buy a house, he declares, a sudden, unwavering resolve hardening his gaze. Back home, a conversation unfolds. That came out of nowhere. His sister's confusion is palpable. His outburst about a sturdy, hospital-clean house is met with disbelief. Appa, I don't think that's the problem right now. His sister's words hit home. Such houses don't exist, he questions, a dawning realization of his precarious situation. The harsh truth: he's penniless, unregistered, and powerless in the eyes of the law. You're mooching off me. His sister's concern is palpable, worry etched onto her face as she watches him, a mug of coffee forgotten in her hand. People might misunderstand you, she cautions gently, her words a soft counterpoint to his ragged appearance. The weight of his situation hangs heavy in the air. The practicalities of his new reality sink in: buying a house is harder than he thought. Finding a place that meets his needs, while avoiding suspicion, adds another layer of complexity to his already precarious situation. He's alone, and he's resourceful. The mundane task of cooking a simple meal becomes a symbol of his new, solitary existence. Each movement is deliberate, each action measured. A quiet contemplation, the need for a higher profile, a way to manage his newfound wealth without raising alarms. A single egg in his hand, a symbol of his fragile new beginning in this harsh world. A celestial vision, a star, left behind, shimmering with untold power. A lingering question: why only one? The implications of this choice hang heavy in the air, a mystery yet to be unraveled. Shadows writhe, monstrous figures loom, each possessed of unimaginable power. A chilling ambition takes hold. Why can't I control them all? The protagonist's resolve hardens. He wants it all, every last bit of power those rascals offer. A world-shattering decision. Let the world crumble, let humanity vanish. Survival is the only goal. Under a crimson moon, amidst the ruins of a fallen world, he sits, a lone figure amidst the devastation. His gaze is distant, his expression unreadable, a chilling calm in the face of utter destruction. A vision of ultimate power. To rule the world, to crush all beneath his feet. Back in the mundane world, a sister's gentle chiding cuts through his ambitious reverie. Appa, stop acting cool and eat your food. He picks up his chopsticks, a subtle shift in demeanor, the weight of his ambition momentarily forgotten. News of the Baekdu dungeon sealing operation, a monumental undertaking for peace and safety. The scene opens with a news report, the words "North Korea was ruined" hanging heavy in the air. A grim assessment of the situation, the speaker noting that the abandonment followed a catastrophic flood. The protagonist, still adjusting to his normal life, hears this news with a furrowed brow. His sister watches him, a silent concern in her eyes. The camera cuts to a dark, ominous place, a dungeon, where monstrous creatures stir. A chilling revelation: the flood unleashed these 5-star monsters from the Baekdu dungeon. A powerful warrior, silhouetted against the monstrous red dragon, stands defiant. Her weapon hums with energy, a testament to her strength. The battle is fierce, the clash of steel against scales echoes in the air. A fight for survival against impossible odds. Back in the mundane world, the conversation turns to Lee Jiti, the first person to successfully raid the Baekdu dungeon. The risks involved are highlighted, the sheer audacity of the feat emphasized. The protagonist eats ramen, his sister watching him with a mixture of relief and exasperation. He seems lost in thought. An announcement flashes on the screen: the ability user registration test will begin in 3 days. The protagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of determination in his eyes. News flashes across the screen: the Taesung clan is recruiting for the upcoming Baekdu dungeon expedition. The protagonist, mid-meal, absorbs this critical information. His eyes widen, a mix of apprehension and determination. He barely manages a mumbled response to his sister's gentle chiding. The ability user registration test. This is his chance. His sister sighs, a familiar exasperation in her expression, but also a hint of relief. He's finally taking action. The ability user registration test. A sea of faces, a wave of anticipation. The air crackles with nervous energy. He pushes through the dense crowd, muttering about the wait. A frustrated sigh escapes his lips. A gruff voice cuts through the noise. "Hey, move forward." The protagonist's annoyance flares. A brief, tense exchange. The older man's condescending tone grates on him. The man chuckles, revealing a knowing smile. "Looks like your first time here for evaluation, huh?" A young man, his face etched with a pensive expression, recalls a distant memory, a time when his abilities were first assessed, back when he was just a child in an orphanage. Now, standing amidst a bustling crowd, he exchanges words with a seasoned-looking man. The older man's words are blunt: "You look like a total newbie." The reason for the chaotic scene is revealed: the ability user registration is open, and the sheer volume of applicants creates a massive, disorganized queue. Even seasoned hunters are present, adding to the pandemonium. The sheer scale of the event is overwhelming. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the registration building, a stark, imposing structure that hints at the power held within. Our protagonist is questioned by another individual: "Are you here for the open recruitment, too?" He explains that he's only here to update his registered ability level, a process that holds significant personal value. The man explains the importance of registering abilities, emphasizing how it increases one's value and influence in this world of ability users. A thoughtful pause. The protagonist contemplates the implications of this system, where registering one's abilities directly impacts their perceived worth. The final panel shows the protagonist joining the queue, a subtle shift in his expression suggesting a newfound determination. The power of ability users is undeniable, even guns are no match for them. The ability user registration office, a sea of anxious faces, a palpable tension hanging in the air. A calculated risk. He needs to move quickly, rise through the ranks before anyone notices his irregularities. The queue inches forward. A hand on his back urges him along. "Please move forward." The ability user evaluation center. Sterile, clinical, 3 checks await. The examiner's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Identity check, a mere formality, he's told. A simple photo ID. And that's his picture? A nervous chuckle escapes him. Pfft, that face. Next, the stats check. A prick of a needle, a drop of blood. The sample is drawn, ready for analysis. The final hurdle, the skills check. The registration process continues, a final check remains. A sterile, clinical room. A machine hums quietly, ready for the next step. The final test, a skills check. This will determine his true potential. He's ready. A burst of energy, a triumphant yell, the results are in. 87. A score that speaks volumes, above average, but not exceptional. Yet, there's more to it than just numbers. The examiner explains, raw stats aren't everything. True skill lies beyond the numbers. The next test, a strange request. A marble? What could this mean? Intrigued, he hesitates for a moment, then, with a determined look, he reaches out. A tense moment, his hand closes around the cold, smooth surface. The machine whirs to life. A blue orb glows, the final assessment begins. The results are about to be revealed. A young man sits, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension etched on his face. He leans forward, whispering a question to himself, is this it? His eyes widen, reflecting a sudden surge of overwhelming power, a visceral shock that leaves him breathless. Two scientists observe, their expressions a blend of awe and concern as the results are displayed. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A young man, eyes wide with apprehension, leans over a device. Is this it? He wonders, a tremor in his voice. Suddenly, a violent gong erupts from the machine, a shockwave of energy rips through the air. His eyes bulge, reflecting the chaos unfolding before him. A doctor beside him looks equally stunned. The scene shifts to a lab, sterile and cold. Three scientists watch in disbelief as the young man sits, dazed, amidst the wreckage. His brow furrows, a wave of panic washing over him. Wait, why is the number like this? His voice cracks with disbelief. Does a number like this exist? Did it break? You're telling me it broke just from a test. In another room, a casual observer shrugs. Hey, it was fine even when Lee GD did it. I'm sure it's just because it's old. Back in the lab, the young man stammers, his face a mask of terror. Did I break the machine? The doctor reassures him, attempting to downplay the situation. That's not it. It's just a malfunctioning machine. It's quite common. We'll just get it ready to recalibrate. A young man sits nervously, fiddling his fingers, while two scientists observe him intently. The air crackles with anticipation. He grips the device, his brow furrowed in concentration. Moderately, he mutters, testing his strength. Suddenly, a violent bang echoes through the lab. The machine explodes in a shower of sparks, leaving the scientists speechless. Has the serve just completely lost it? One whispers, aghast. The young man's face crumples. Tears well up in his eyes as he pleads, please, just let it slide. Later, the young man stands before a crowd, a pending review stamp looming over him, a stark reminder of his mishap. He's being sorted into groups based on their skills, attacker, defender, and buff. The young man stands before a stern-faced receptionist, a cloud of awkwardness hanging in the air. His nervous energy palpable as he shifts his weight from foot to foot. A subtle sigh escapes the receptionist's lips. The question hangs heavy, is his application ambiguous? A flash of purple light. A noxious smell fills the air as the young man accidentally triggers a catastrophic reaction, *boom**. The testing equipment explodes in a fiery mess. He's taking the hunter ability test. A simple formality, or a life-altering decision? The receptionist hands him a leaflet, a stark reminder of the risks ahead. A warning whispered in the rustling paper, this test is different. This test is with Tae-sung. A grim image flashes before his eyes, bodies scattered across a ravaged landscape, the cost of glory laid bare. The price of being a hunter is a heavy one. Death is a real possibility. But the allure of wealth and power remains. A tempting siren song in a world where only a few truly prosper. A grimy bathroom, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant, a lone figure scrubs at a stubborn stain, their movements slow and deliberate. Across the city, in a sterile office, a young woman sits, her expression unreadable, the weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. She listens intently, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation, a sense of duty, a responsibility to protect the innocent. But the young man before her, brimming with confidence, speaks of challenges beyond human comprehension, a smirk plays on his lips, a hint of recklessness in his eyes. He gestures emphatically, his words painting a picture of thrilling danger, the allure of the unknown, a siren's call to the adventurous spirit. The woman hands him a package, her expression softening slightly. Inside, the tools of a hunter's trade, registration, a guide, and emergency contacts. A final piece of advice, a cryptic warning, the hunter's test, a dungeon awaits. He reads the documents, a grin spreading across his face, anticipation, excitement, the thrill of the unknown. The city sprawls before him, a concrete jungle teeming with hidden dangers. His adventure is about to begin. 3 sleek black cars wait, engines idling, a silent promise of power, of resources, of the vast network he's about to join. 2 figures stand tall, silhouettes of power against a pale sky. The air crackles with unspoken authority. A sleek, dark limousine awaits, a symbol of wealth and influence. The city sprawls behind it, a concrete jungle teeming with secrets. A gloved hand reaches for the door handle, click, the vehicle's silent power is unleashed. He steps out, a vision in white. The crowd murmurs, captivated by his presence. A star is born. But even amidst the fanfare, a shadow of concern crosses his face. A question hangs in the air, are the preparations going smoothly? A reassuring answer, yes, there are no issues. The weight on his shoulders seems to lift, ever so slightly. The Red Butterfly Group has arrived. Many clans will target them, a storm brewing on the horizon, but this is all part of the plan. A subtle smile plays on his lips. Their true goal is not Taesung, it's the northern expeditions. The game is afoot. These are the chosen ones, individuals with talent, sense, and skill, individuals who have been overlooked until now. The Red Butterflies, a force to be reckoned with. They've ignored every clan's entry recommendations, until now. The stage is set. Crimson butterflies dance amidst the swirling dust, a symbol of the Red Butterfly Group's arrival. The young man smiles, a glint in his eyes, a calculated risk is about to pay off. He strides confidently through the opulent halls, his bodyguards flanking him, a silent promise of protection. The newcomers are far below the Red Butterfly's caliber, a stark contrast that fuels his scheme. But one stands out, a profile reveals an unusual ability user. The young man's gaze sharpens, intrigue and anticipation. The test footage shows a disturbingly high toxicity level, a dangerous power. Impressive, yet risky, a poison blood skill with significant drawbacks. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a plan unfolds. He holds the tablet, a calculated gaze, the game is afoot. Gate B. The entrance to something big. 2 figures stand guard, their silence heavy with unspoken tension. A woman watches, her expression a mask of subtle amusement. And a man observes, his gaze sharp and calculating. Kim Hyunmoo, a young man with a plan, arrives on the scene. Confidence radiates from him. The Red Butterfly Group, a force to be reckoned with, is already assembled. The air crackles with anticipation. A subtle exchange, a card passed between hands. A silent agreement? Hyunmoo's eyes widen. Excuse me, what is this? He asks, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. A sudden, unsettling realization dawns on him. The weight of the situation hits him hard. Excuse me? What is this? A nervous chuckle escapes his lips as he processes the unexpected turn of events. A young man, sweat beading on his brow, clutches a small, mysterious object. His eyes dart nervously around him, the weight of an unexpected change heavy in his gaze. Participants are ushered forward. The air crackles with anticipation. This is it, the hunter ability test is about to begin. Welcome to the Yongsan Ability User Bureau 3rd Gymnasium Dungeon. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape, a stark contrast to the sterile hallway from before. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and the promise of danger. New hunters, prepare yourselves. This is no ordinary test. A figure in a pristine white suit walks confidently, his presence exuding authority. He approaches a mysterious, sealed container. This testing ground is modeled after a real 2-star dungeon in Ukraine. The details are chillingly accurate. His calm demeanor hints at a mind already several steps ahead. A subtle smile plays on his lips. The goal? Gather all the tiles you received upon entry within the next 3 hours. The young man's eyes widen, the gravity of the challenge settling upon him. The theme of this test? Dungeon. The camera pans out to reveal the full extent of the ravaged cityscape, a grim reminder of the stakes. The clock is ticking. The aftermath of a devastating explosion. Dust and debris fill the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A woman with fiery red hair, her locks whipping around her like crimson flames, stands amidst the chaos. Her back is to us, but her powerful stance speaks volumes. A calculating smile plays on the lips of a man observing the scene from afar. His eyes, though seemingly calm, hold a glint of something far more sinister. Meanwhile, the young man, a determined glint in his eyes, prepares himself. His hands move with practiced precision, a silent promise of the storm to come. The words "Please experience the DUNGON" appear, a stark challenge laid before him. The test begins. The rules of the game are laid out: each person gets 1 tile, while monsters can have 1 to 3. And the reward goes to whoever collects the most. But there's a twist. A chilling realization dawns on the players: they aren't just hunting monsters, they're prey, too. A tense moment, a suggestion is made. The proposal: work together, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. One player, however, is unconvinced. A smirk plays on his lips, defiance in his eyes. His response echoes the growing unease. What if I don't want to? The defiance explodes. I don't want to, he declares, a rebellious grin spreading across his face. The team faces a challenge: securing the reward requires a strategic advantage. And the reward goes only to the fastest team. A tense silence hangs in the air as the implications sink in. The defiant player's plan is clear: go it alone. He sees the flaw in their strategy. A risky gamble, considering they're outnumbered. The odds are stacked against them. His decision sparks immediate conflict. A heated argument erupts. And a furious shove sends the defiant player reeling. The tension is palpable. His teammates' anger boils over. They demand he cooperate. But the defiant player stands firm. He's willing to risk it all for the reward. Just hand it over to us, roars his opponent. A moment of hesitation, a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Then, a swift kick. The fight begins. The defiant player unleashes a furious blow. A blinding flash of energy erupts, sending his opponent reeling. A triumphant HAH escapes his lips as he follows up with a swift kick. His eyes gleam with a chilling intensity. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares, I forgot to take from you guys. He clenches his fists, the power barely contained. The air crackles with anticipation. As he surveys the scene, a new challenge presented. Who wants to hand their tile over next, he taunts. One opponent, defeated, raises his hand in surrender. I give up, he cries. But the defiant player's smirk deepens. Did you think I'd leave without taking anything just because you gave up? With a flick of his wrist, he sends a tile flying across the ground. Ha, someone exclaims. He turns to another opponent, his eyes burning with challenge. Are you going to do if you give that to me? The opponent explains, there were no instructions on what had happened to those who lost their tiles. That means people won't be disqualified just for losing their tiles. And the person you just beat up is the one with the shield skill. A cocky grin spreads across the defiant player's face. He's clearly enjoying himself, the master of his own game. His opponent sighs, defeated. The weight of his loss is palpable. The tiles, the prize, are all that matter now. In a dimly lit room, 2 figures discuss the defiant player, their words laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The red butterfly's unexpected strength is a game-changer. Their potential is staggering. A man's face crumples, overwhelmed by the implications of the red butterfly's power. A strategic assessment unfolds, a cold calculation of risk and reward. Survival of the fittest, they say. A determined young woman, her eyes blazing with focus, prepares for the challenges ahead. The hunt for talent continues, relentless and unforgiving. A hulking figure, clad in advanced armor, stands amidst the rubble, his imposing silhouette casting a long shadow. A closer look reveals a menacing android, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A palpable sense of danger emanates from its every movement. A powerful fist clenches, the metallic knuckles gleaming. That's when things will get interesting. In a dimly lit office, two figures discuss a new development. D&W Industries' newest creation, an independent android still in its early stages. The android's specifications are revealed: practice use attack gloves and an epidermis made from the spores of a monster mushroom found in the Chernobyl dungeon, a truly unique design. Its official name is Mushroom Droid, a name that belies its true power. Red Butterfly unleashes a devastating attack, a torrent of energy erupting from her hands. Even though its name doesn't sound like much, it's made from integrating only the best technologies. The Mushroom Droid's combat ability is exceptional, its endurance and mana reflection ability are outstanding as well, a formidable opponent indeed. The low repair costs due to the epidermis's regeneration qualities are highlighted, a strategic advantage in prolonged combat. With a resounding crash, Red Butterfly is sent flying. The Mushroom Droid's strength is undeniable. The Mushroom Droid unleashes a devastating energy blast. A blinding flash of light engulfs Red Butterfly, leaving the defiant player to assess the situation. Wouldn't that mean it'd be hard for most ability users to win against it? One observer questions. Another strategist counters, it's not quite to that extent. If the team going in works well together as a team, they should be able to take it on just fine. But there's a catch. The problem comes when we're talking about individuals like the Red Butterfly who prefer to go solo. The Red Butterfly, battered but unbowed, continues her relentless assault. A whirlwind of furious blows against the seemingly unstoppable machine. It'll take time for her to get used to its patterns and, the observers note, and it'd be difficult for solo players to retrieve it on their own since the tile is deeply embedded within the droid. The fight is brutal, a desperate struggle for survival. Elsewhere, a chilling revelation unfolds. The preparation that others were making this whole time to keep the Red Butterfly in check, a man in a white suit observes. Wait a minute. A sudden realization dawns on him. What's the matter? His colleague asks, concerned. The tension is palpable. The man points to a map, his voice urgent. There, you see it? K.HM8. Personnel inside 302. Internal personnel 281. The location is marked, a sinister red dot on the grid. An unforeseen situation, a ripple in the fabric of reality itself. The man in the white suit, ever vigilant, senses the shift. And a chilling presence looms large. The Mushroom Droid. Its metallic shell gleams under the desolate sky. The defiant player, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, watches from afar. As the Red Butterfly, battered but unbowed, faces the seemingly unstoppable machine. Ah! I was really looking forward to a real monster, he mutters, a grim smile playing on his lips. The clash. A thunderous impact rocks the very ground beneath their feet. A brutal blow sends the defiant player sprawling. But the Red Butterfly's defiance burns brighter than ever. You don't speak, he roars, his voice echoing through the ruined cityscape. With a burst of furious energy, he retaliates, a desperate counterattack against overwhelming odds. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows between Red Butterfly and the Mushroom Droid. Sparks fly, the air crackles with energy. And Red Butterfly is sent sprawling. The Mushroom Droid taunts, and you're so simple. A devastating kick sends Red Butterfly soaring through the air, a breathtaking display of power from the Mushroom Droid. The Mushroom Droid's voice booms, even your stats are low. The sheer force of the attack is palpable. Defiant player watches, a grim determination etched on his face, his eyes blazing with a cold fury. The battle is over. A field of fallen foes litters the ground. Defiant player stands amidst the carnage, a look of utter boredom washing over him. This is so boring. He approaches the deactivated mushroom droid, his movements deliberate and precise, a chilling calm in the face of overwhelming power. With a gesture, he begins to dismantle the machine. Dismantle. The droid's metallic body disintegrates into a shower of sparks, a purple energy surges from the core, leaving behind a single, glowing purple crystal. The ease of it all is unsettling. Amidst the scattered bones of a forgotten battlefield, a young man stands, a purple crystal clutched in his hand. Unease flickers in his eyes, the ease of victory feels unsettling. A stark digital notice appears, a countdown in progress, 34 minutes have passed. A chilling update follows, the tiles are changing hands, and those who possess them will soon be revealed. The camera pans to reveal the current standings. Third place, Hungarian, with 7 tiles. Hungarian, a formidable figure, flexes her impressive physique. Her confidence is palpable. While nearby, Red Butterfly, in second place with 9 tiles, bears the marks of a recent battle. Her expression is one of grim determination. And finally, the announcement of the victor, first place, Kang Hilmu, with a commanding 16 tiles. Kang Hilmu, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, displays his prize, a handful of shimmering purple crystals. Hungryong, a powerhouse of muscle and determination, secures third place with 7 tiles. Her gaze is sharp, focused. While Red Butterfly, a fiery competitor, takes second with 9. Butterflies flutter around her, mirroring the nervous energy radiating from her. A close-up on Red Butterfly's toned physique, the butterflies dance around her, a visual representation of her inner turmoil. And the victor is revealed. Kang Hilmu, a triumphant grin splitting his face, claims first place with 16 tiles. Gems shower from his hand, a dazzling display of victory. A sudden shift in mood. The celebratory glow fades, replaced by a more serious expression. Kang Hilmu sits, a small, almost thoughtful smile playing on his lips. He holds a strange device, a glint in his eye. I knew this would happen, he muses, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Yep. He examines his spoils, Sporerotor's flesh, common. A slight frown creases his brow. Disappointment etched on his features. I thought it would have been a better item, he mutters, a clear sign of his dissatisfaction. But the implications of his discovery hit him hard. A grim realization dawns on him as he stares at the item. To think that a monster item would appear. Kang Hilmu examines the durable leather straps, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders about their resilience. A sudden realization dawns on him as he notices something unusual. His eyes widen in surprise as he inspects the straps more closely. Could he actually make something useful out of this? With a burst of energy, he begins to work, his hands moving with surprising dexterity. The result is almost unbelievable. He proudly displays his handiwork, functional knee and arm guards, crafted from the very straps he found. Sporerotor's knee guards, common, and Sporerotor's arm guards, common, appear as text boxes. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. All right, now then, he declares, ready for the next challenge. With a confident flourish, he strides away, leaving the rest of the task for later. Why don't I take care of the rest, he declares. The results of the tile game are displayed on a screen. Kang Hyanu, in first place, is shown with a determined expression. How, a thought bubble above the screen indicates. Frustration boils over. Red Butterfly, her face contorted in a grimace, struggles against an unseen opponent. Why can't she surpass them? Suddenly, a new threat emerges. It's Red Butterfly's pursuers closing in. And they're not holding back. A masked man unleashes a burst of energy, his allies moving to intercept her. The attack connects. Red Butterfly is sent flying, a crimson streak against the gray landscape. The impact reverberates outwards. A powerful shockwave shattering the ground beneath her feet. But Red Butterfly is far from defeated. With a burst of speed, she rises again, a flurry of motion. A whirlwind of crimson and fury as she unleashes a devastating counterattack. A blur of motion. Red butterfly strikes are rapid, precise, each one a flash of power, leaving her pursuers reeling from the ferocity of her assault. Red butterfly, a whirlwind of motion, dodges a barrage of attacks. Her pursuers are relentless. But she's far from defeated. With a furious cry, she unleashes a counteroffensive. A crimson fury erupts as she cuts through the air, leaving trails of blazing energy in her wake. Each strike precise, each movement a blur of deadly grace. The impact. A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar as the force of her attack explodes outwards, leaving her momentarily stunned, but defiant. Her eyes burn with a fierce determination. A moment of quiet descends, the aftermath hangs heavy in the air. Her eyes, blazing with crimson fire, lock onto her next target. The hunt continues. And she stands, a warrior amidst the ruins, her power undeniable. Below, two figures lie broken and defeated, casualties of her furious assault. Surrounded. Red butterfly stands defiant, a lone warrior amidst a sea of enemies. The air crackles with tension, their taunts echoing across the desolate battlefield. Do they truly believe they can overwhelm her? With a roar, Red Butterfly unleashes a whirlwind of fury. Bodies are sent flying *wham, *bam, crash, Hungryong's voice cuts through the chaos, a warning barely audible above the din of battle. But Red Butterfly's resolve is unshaken. Points? She fights for something far greater. A brief respite. A moment of quiet assessment amongst the chaos. As allies regroup, their strategy solidifying. Their plan was to rendezvous with the northern expedition. And they've already secured enough tiles. 88, to be exact. The numbers don't matter. The mission continues. Hungryong's concern is palpable, her grip tightens on Red Butterfly's arm as she asks, "Where are you going?" Red Butterfly's response is a quiet determination, barely audible above the rising tension. "Make sure you stay close." A close-up on Red Butterfly's face reveals a steely resolve, her fiery hair a stark contrast to the seriousness in her eyes. A fiery trail explodes behind her as she launches herself into the air. "Oh, wait, Uni." Below, Hungryong and her companions watch in stunned silence as Red Butterfly's ascent leaves them speechless. Nay. In a dimly lit office, two figures discuss Red Butterfly's sudden appearance. Kong Hilmu, who is that person? One of the men, calmly assessing the situation, explains, it seems that his affinities and skill appraisal has been put on hold. Oh, the one with the poison blood skill? Yes. The scene shifts to a young man, seemingly meditating, surrounded by a faint purple aura. Don't you think he's had experience with dungeons? The other man confirms, yes. His every action shows that he's used to being in dungeons. Then, he might be one of those people that entered dungeons without permission. A hushed discussion unfolds in a dimly lit office. The air is thick with suspicion, as doubts about Kong Hilmu's true nature are raised. Is he a rogue element? But a deeper investigation reveals a clean record, leading to a startling hypothesis: could he be from another country, where regulations are less stringent? A knowing smirk plays on the lips of the man in the suit. The game is afoot. Elsewhere, a different kind of anticipation simmers. A young man, eyes gleaming with mischief, speaks. His words laced with a thrilling eagerness for conflict. It'd be great for them to hurry up and fight each other. The anticipation is palpable, a clash is imminent. His mouth waters at the prospect, a delicious anticipation. He holds a vial labeled Spore Eroder's Flesh, common. A young man clutches his stomach, a pained expression etched on his face. I can barely eat it, even when I'm almost starving. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he realizes something's wrong. His eyes widen with dawning comprehension. Suddenly, he's a blur of motion. A crimson streak explodes across the panel as he sprints at impossible speed. And a powerful woman with fiery red hair and butterfly-shaped energy bursts into view. An ability user. The young man is caught completely off guard. A searing energy slams into him, sending him reeling backward with a cry of woe. The woman, the red butterfly, lands gracefully, her crimson energy swirling around her. The red butterfly. She eyes him with suspicion. Are you alone? The young man smirks, a confident glint in his eyes. He points a finger, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. I have 150 lackeys waiting on my order, why? Red butterfly's eyes pierce the young man, assessing him with cold precision. Her lips curl into a smirk, a predator sizing up its prey. The young man, Kang Hyunmoo, stands defiant, a hint of nervousness barely concealed beneath his bravado. He's vastly outmatched, but he's not backing down. His level is a mere 7, dwarfed by Red Butterfly's 14. The odds are stacked against him, but he has a plan. With a blur of motion, Red Butterfly launches her attack. A crimson streak cuts through the air, a devastating blow aimed at Hyunmoo's heart. The impact. Hyunmoo is sent sprawling, the force of the strike echoing in the dust and debris, but he's still alive. Hyunmoo's eyes widen in disbelief. He's shocked by her raw power, but his resolve only deepens. Another lightning-fast strike from Red Butterfly. Her leg whips out, a blur of motion, a devastating kick aimed at Hyunmoo's head. Hyunmoo braces himself, his face contorted in grim determination. He knows this might be his last stand, but he's not going down without a fight. Red Butterfly unleashes a ferocious kick, a whirlwind of motion and crimson energy. The force of the blow is devastating. Kang Hyunmoo is sent flying. He's barely able to react as she continues her assault, a blur of motion and deadly grace. Another devastating blow. The ground cracks beneath the impact. Kang Hyunmoo grits his teeth, his breath ragged. If I didn't have the battle helper, I would be in trouble. He dodges another attack, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Since the battle helper can adapt mid-battle, I don't have much trouble dodging. But even with the battle helper's assistance, he's struggling to find an opening. The pressure is relentless. Red Butterfly's attack is relentless, a crimson storm of motion and power. A final, powerful kick aimed at ending the fight. Kang Hyunmoo, battered and bruised, sinks to his knees. Doubt gnaws at him. I might lose like this? The question hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, Red Butterfly observes him with a calculating gaze. Her thoughts are clear, saving her power for later would be dangerous for humans. But a wicked glint enters her eyes. Wouldn't it be worth trying on someone like her? The target is clear. The ground trembles. Red Butterfly unleashes a devastating attack. A crimson shockwave erupts. But Hyunmoo, gritting his teeth, is ready. I don't think I can last any longer. His resolve is unshaken. With a surge of adrenaline, he activates his battle helper. Valiant energy empowers his defense, a brilliant blue aura surrounds him. And with a powerful counterattack, he meets the force of Red Butterfly's assault head-on. The clash is earth-shattering. Red Butterfly is sent flying. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a fierce expression contorts her face. As she plummets towards the ground, a whirlwind of crimson energy trailing behind her. Hyunmoo stands ready, a determined glint in his eyes. The battle is far from over. A crimson blur streaks across the sky, a figure plummets from a great height. Below, a young man prepares for impact, a surge of energy at his fingertips. A collision of power. A shockwave erupts as the two forces clash. The ground cracks under the strain, a devastating impact. A blinding flash of light, then, silence. His eyes blaze with furious intensity, a chilling grin spreads across his face as he watches his opponent struggle. A final blow. A devastating strike sends her reeling. Her eyes widen in terror, a look of pure, unadulterated fear. A crimson shockwave erupts as a devastating blow connects. The unnamed female character is sent flying, a pained scream tearing from her lips. The raw power of the impact visible in the lingering red energy that stains the air. Her body slams into the ground. Gasping for breath, the unnamed male character struggles to stand, his face etched with exertion. His opponent lies defeated before him. "Give me your tiles," she rasps, defeated but defiant. The unnamed female character's body crumples, a purple shard falling from her grasp, a symbol of her defeat. The unnamed male character watches, a question forming on his lips. Was that skill just now? His gaze lingers on the fallen tile, a mixture of confusion and dawning realization in his eyes. A sudden surge of energy, a new understanding of his own power. The fight explodes into motion. Bodies fly, a whirlwind of blows and desperate defenses, leaving one combatant sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. What happened? A spectator watches, recognizing the defeated fighter. He's seen him before. And his surprise is palpable as he witnesses the aftermath of the brutal encounter. The defeated woman, Red Snake, is approached by a concerned ally. "I never thought I'd see you again," she whispers, her voice strained, revealing a shared history and a common enemy. They are in the same group, united against a common foe. Une, the ally, cradles Red Snake, concern etched on her face. The weight of their shared struggle is heavy. As she expresses her rage at the victor's ruthlessness. "That bastard! To do this to you?" But Red Snake cuts her off, a grim acceptance in her eyes. "Forget it, Ryan. Even the two of you together can't beat him." The victor, defiant and unrepentant, appears. "Why are you pissing me off at this point?" he sneers. The tension is palpable, the rankings are about to be announced. One competitor's face is etched with a mixture of anxiety and suppressed fury. And the results are in. Third place goes to Ha Yuntik with 21 tiles. A respectable score, but far from the top. Second place, Kang Hyunmoo, a formidable opponent, secures 69 tiles. The crowd murmurs, the tension ratchets up. But the anticipation explodes as the announcer reveals the winner, Red Butterfly, with a staggering 88 tiles. A gasp ripples through the crowd. Red Butterfly, however, is far from triumphant. Her face is a mask of disbelief and exhaustion. The victory feels hollow. As Une, her expression a mixture of anger and concern, approaches. What will she say? Une's powerful silhouette looms large, her words cutting through the stunned silence. But how? What do you think? Une's fierce gaze locks onto Red Butterfly. She reveals the truth, how he did it. The camera focuses on a pile of shimmering purple crystals, a clear indication of foul play. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air. As Red Butterfly's shocked reaction confirms Une's words. The betrayal stings, the victory is tainted. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. The unnamed male character protests, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of desperation. But his plea falls on deaf ears. He turns to leave, a storm brewing within him. Only to be stopped by a sharp voice. Red Butterfly, her face etched with shock and betrayal, confronts him. "And you dare leave without giving her an apology. You did this to Une's arm," she accuses, her voice tight with fury. The impact of the accusation is palpable, the scene crackles with tension. The unnamed male character sighs, his shoulders slumping. "Stop. I can't afford to be noticed by others. Let's think about it first." He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. He explains, his voice low and strained, "Yeah, of course she would be surprised. Since she ran after her teammate only to find that her arm is broken." His frustration mounts. "I get where she's coming from, although she should have asked what happened at least. She makes it seem like I tried to rob her or something." His voice rises, tinged with anger. "I just fought fair and square and won. But you steal first place from me and make me look like the bad guy?" A dark shadow falls over his face. His jaw clenches. A chilling determination hardens his gaze. I think I need to teach them a lesson. Domination. The unnamed male character unleashes a wave of dark energy, a surge of power that cracks the very ground beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Red Butterfly's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory. I know you can hear me. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. The weight of his actions begins to sink in. A desperate plea for help. Ryan? Hungrian? What's wrong? The unnamed male character emerges from the shadows, a chilling aura surrounding him. The very air crackles with anticipation. A monstrous serpent rises, its scales shimmering, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. He stands defiant, a storm brewing within him. Red Butterfly collapses, clutching her side in pain. Ryan rushes to her aid, concern etched on her face. A masked figure appears, spiders crawling across its grotesque visage. A chilling presence descends. The unnamed male character unleashes a devastating blow. The impact echoes, a violent crash as Red Butterfly is sent sprawling. Ryan rushes to her side, her face etched with worry. I just tried to teach her a lesson, but... The attacker explains, a hint of regret in his voice, as a green energy pulses from Red Butterfly's chest. Medics arrive, their faces grim as they carefully tend to Red Butterfly. The unnamed male character watches them, his expression unreadable. A shadow of doubt crosses his features. This is a lot worse than I thought it would be, he mutters, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. He turns and flees, a single thought echoing in his mind, I better run away. The city crumbles behind him, a desolate landscape of destruction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two figures discuss the events. Do you think Red Butterfly let her guard down? One asks, his voice laced with suspicion. The other responds, his tone serious, for it to be a mistake, it was too precise and accurate of a move. The implication hangs heavy in the air. The unnamed male character continues his escape, his steps heavy with guilt and fear. Although I would understand if they were the same level, he thinks, his breath ragged. But the reality is stark, for an ability user that isn't even level 10 yet, the hunters might be surpassed soon. A chilling premonition. Elsewhere, a tense discussion unfolds. Captain, what should we do? Should we meet up with Red Butterfly first? One of the hunters asks, concern evident in their voice. A tense standoff. The air crackles with unspoken threats as a powerful figure in a sharp suit rejects a request. Leaving the other man, weary and drained, clutching a crumpled can. His exhaustion is palpable, the weight of recent battles etched onto his face. Even victory leaves its mark. The cost of his valiant energy battle helper is clear, his mana reserves are critically low. In a dimly lit locker room, the young man sits alone, his exhaustion a stark contrast to the energy of his recent fight. A heavy silence hangs in the air. The taste of defeat, even in victory, bitter on his tongue. He regrets the mana he spent. A sudden interruption. A figure appears, and the young man's weary expression shifts to one of cautious surprise. Kang hai unmo ssi? The newcomer, Taemin Soo, secretary and team leader of the Taesung clan, extends a hand, offering congratulations on a job well done. A business card is presented, a symbol of an incredible opportunity. The Taesung clan, impressed by his skills, offers their support. Their offer is substantial, unparalleled resources to help him reach his full potential as a hunter. An offer that surpasses anything other clans can provide. The offer hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Taemin Soo's eyes, sharp and assessing, bore into the unnamed man. A question forming in his mind, a silent challenge echoing in the stark white room. Can you help me reach even the stars? The words, bold and audacious, are a testament to the ambition burning within him. He sits, a picture of quiet contemplation, the weight of the proposal settling upon him. The offer is not just a job, it's a chance to rewrite his destiny, to reach for something beyond his wildest dreams. A powerful executive reclines in the back of a luxury limousine, reviewing documents, a picture of calm confidence. His expression shifts subtly, a hint of calculation in his eyes, a silent storm brewing beneath the surface. Suddenly, a fiery blur streaks across the sky, a powerful energy signature detected. A young man, his body crackling with blue energy, lands hard on the ground. The impact sends tremors through the earth. The executive's face contorts in a grimace, a wave of intense frustration washes over him. A smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleam with a chilling amusement. Back in the limousine, he taps his tablet, a satisfied glint in his eyes. The plan is unfolding perfectly. A bodyguard approaches, delivering a terse report. It seems that you got rejected. The executive remains unfazed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. I had a feeling that would happen. People with as strong a sense of pride as him are particular about themselves. The executive sits, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He ponders the cryptic words, the stars. Stars, he repeats, a hint of confusion in his voice. The weight of the word hangs heavy in the air. His subordinate explains, his tone cautious, I thought it might be some kind of new term that younger people use, but I wasn't sure what it meant. The executive nods slowly, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Well, it's my first time hearing about it too. The scene shifts. A powerful woman, the red butterfly, stands amidst a desolate landscape. Oh, yes. Just as planned, she confirms, her voice calm and assured. Since their only goal was to meet up with the Northern Expedition, it seems that it doesn't pose any issues, she adds, her gaze unwavering. Back in the office, the executive offers a curt nod. All right, good work. Then, I'll be going home for now. I'll see you tomorrow. His subordinate bows respectfully. Yes. Please be careful on the way back. Alone in his car, the executive muses, a star. Since I can't tell what intentions he had when he brought it up, I can't determine what he meant by it. His eyes narrow. A decision is made. I'll need to keep an eye on him. Back home, the young man examines a mysterious package. What's that, he wonders, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. His companion explains, oh, it's a headhunter recruitment company or something like that. When the test was over, they came to me as soon as they got the chance. But she's not talking about the small card. I'm talking about the big box there, she clarifies, her gaze fixed on the larger package. The young man opens the box, revealing its contents. A gasp escapes his lips as he sees what's inside. The sound of the box opening echoes in the quiet room, thump. He carefully takes out the contents. Suddenly, an upside-down red butterfly appears, her voice filled with remorse, I'm sorry. It was just Hungrian's pure intention to do her best. Please, forgive us. The young man recognizes her. Hong Ryan, he asks, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing a muscular woman, Hong Ryan, struggling against another opponent. I was just trying to scare her up, and then a sudden, unexpected attack leaves her vulnerable. A green energy pulses from her chest. Back in the present, the young man sighs, forget it. It's all in the past anyways. And this? The prize for first place in the test is presented, a mysterious package. The woman's face is etched with remorse as she urges the young man to accept the package, despite the circumstances. The young man's internal monologue reveals his reluctant acceptance of the situation. The package is opened, revealing a pair of high-tech gloves, tenacious grip gloves, rare. Their stats are displayed, increased strength and hand defense. The scene shifts. A conversation unfolds about a recent crystal sale. The young man's companion reveals they sold a valuable crystal to Park Wizio. Concern clouds her features as she explains that Park Wizio relentlessly seeks out these crystals, no matter the cost. The young man's eyebrows furrow. He questions the motives behind Park Wizio's obsessive pursuit of the crystals. A shadowy figure holds a large, glowing purple crystal. The young man speculates that someone is manipulating events, explaining Park Wizio's need for so much crystal moss. The young man concludes that dealing directly with the source would be more beneficial than using a middleman like Park Wizio. Park Wizio is shown reviewing documents in a cafe, his expression unreadable. The tension ratchets up. The young man, arms crossed, sits in the back of a car, a subtle air of suspicion clouding his features. "So, is that all there was as a prize?" he asks, his tone questioning. He rummages through a box, a flicker of surprise crosses his face as he finds something unexpected. With a thump, an envelope falls from the box. "What just fell out?" he mutters, his curiosity piqued. The driver, a woman with blonde hair and glasses, looks on with a mixture of concern and confusion. "What, and why are you talking like that?" she begins, her voice laced with worry. The young man, holding up a card, smirks. "Do you want to eat some meat?" he asks, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The card reveals a staggering sum, 50 million Korean wons. A look of dawning realization spreads across his face. A subtle chuckle escapes his lips as he leans back in his seat. "Ha! The Hunters Association isn't just another organization, they even offer a prize for passing their tests. That's how much respect they have for hunters, but that's also why ordinary people think we have it easy. Shouldn't you be more careful with yourself, too? Why worry when it's my own money?" A sudden chill runs down his spine, something feels wrong. "You Min, get in the car and lock it. Don't get out until I come back." His eyes narrow, a sense of urgency radiating from him. Something is terribly wrong. The young man, his back to us, walks away from the scene. A sense of unease hangs in the air. His footfalls echo in the desolate alleyway. A single, worn sneaker touches the ground, a stark contrast to the grim events that have just unfolded. Suddenly, a chilling discovery. Two figures lie sprawled on the ground behind a house, victims of a brutal attack. "What are you doing behind someone's house like this?" a voice demands, sharp with suspicion. A weathered fedora rests on the ground, a silent testament to the presence of someone powerful and mysterious. Park Wizio SSI. The camera focuses on a stern, older man, his eyes sharp and calculating. "It's been a while, Kang Hyanmo SSI," he states, his voice dripping with unspoken meaning. The fallen man groans, revealing a critical piece of information. "They're after that mysterious crystal moss of yours. It's a prized possession that even overseas markets are interested in. The stakes are higher than ever. They're not the only ones. Even the top-ranked hunters are looking for the origin of the crystal moss." The old man's words paint a picture of a desperate hunt, a race against time. A race that could cost Hyunmoo his life. "If I hadn't intervened before you, it's possible that you Min could have been hurt." The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the air. Hyunmoo, his face etched with concern, asks, "So, what is it that you want?" The young man, Park Wisu, stands alone, a shadow of doubt creeping into his mind. Taesun's name echoes in his thoughts, a chilling revelation. The executive, eyes narrowed, speaks with chilling calm. "I've looked into you, and surprisingly, there was nothing that I could find." A bombshell. His past, erased. As if someone deliberately wiped his existence from the records. Wisu's eyes widen in shock. "Pardon?" But there's more. The executive reveals a hidden truth. Wisu displayed movements only dungeon-experienced individuals can perform, yet he's just a sewage cleaner? Despite the revelation, the executive presses his offer. "It doesn't matter what organization you have ties with. I'd suggest you work with us." Wisu hesitates, gratitude warring with suspicion. "Park Wisu SSI, I really appreciate the help," he says, but adds, "but an organization. I think you're misunderstanding." The executive chuckles, a dismissive ha. "I guess." The executive's eyes glow with a menacing red light. His tone shifts, a palpable threat hanging in the air. "I hope you understand if I'm a little rough." Eyes wide, the young man stares in disbelief as a digital readout appears before him, as strongest. Due to the tidal effect, his abilities are drastically increased. A surge of power courses through him, a raw, untamed energy. The executive lunges, his cane whistling through the air. Crash. But the young man is faster, stronger. He sends the executive flying with a single, devastating blow. The executive, enraged, roars, "Listen to what I'm saying." He tries to retaliate, but the young man is relentless, a blur of motion. The executive's attack is weak, ineffective. No matter, he sneers, it shouldn't have much of an effect. A final, brutal strike connects. Thud. The executive is sent sprawling, defeated. A blur of motion. The young man explodes into action, a crimson streak across the panel. The executive, his face a mask of disbelief, barely registers the attack before. Asterisk crash, asterisk the impact throws the executive back, a thunderous sound echoing in the aftermath. This is self-defense, you got it, the young man sneers, a chilling grin spreading across his face. A dark alleyway, slick with a recent snowfall. Two figures lie prone, their forms still. A third approaches, a wizened old man with a cane, his eyes sharp and calculating. He surveys the scene with a chilling calm. A young man, his face etched with confusion, watches the old man. "I guess you like making the more difficult decisions," he mutters. The old man's gaze hardens. His expression speaks volumes, a lifetime of making such choices. A subtle shift in his posture, a barely perceptible movement of his hand towards his inner coat pocket. "If you don't want to listen to what I say." The old man's cane taps the ground, a sharp click echoing in the silence. His patience is wearing thin. With a sudden burst of motion, the young man is thrown back. Asterisk wham, asterisk the old man's words follow the impact. "I have no choice but to be rough." The young man is sent flying. A brutal blow connects, sending him sprawling across the ground. He retaliates with a furious counterattack. His fist explodes forward, a blur of motion. His eyes burn with rage, a fierce determination etched on his face. He won't go down without a fight. The old man, unfazed, draws his sword with a flourish. The glint of steel reflects the city lights. A sword? The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. This is getting out of hand. The old man's expression hardens. He's not playing games anymore. "Hey!" The young man unleashes his fury. "That's cheating." His new skill activates, Battle Helper is online. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. The old man is caught completely off guard. The impact sends the old man flying. A devastating blow, a whirlwind of power. The young man's counterattack continues relentlessly. He's not letting up. The young man unleashes a furious counterattack. His power surges, a blue tempest erupting around him. A wave of energy blasting outwards. The force of the blow shatters the very ground beneath his feet. The shockwave tears through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Sending the old man sprawling, defeated and utterly surprised. He moves like a phantom, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. A predatory grin spreading across his face as he anticipates his next move. The old man, weakened and reeling, tries a desperate lunge. But the young man is too fast. With a swift, precise movement, he counters, sending his opponent flying. Domination. The word echoes in the young man's mind, a fierce glint in his eyes. As he anticipates his next move, the old man, his face contorted in a mask of fury, is clearly outmatched. A final, desperate lunge. The old man attacks with everything he has left. But the young man's speed is unmatched. A blur of motion, and in the next instant, he counters with brutal efficiency. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The old man's desperate plea, "Just stop," lost in the whirlwind of the fight. With a swift, decisive movement, the young man seizes control. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he tightens his grip. Victory is his. The old man's body is thrown aside like a rag doll. His final, desperate struggle ending in defeat. Was it an illusionary spell? The young man, eyes blazing with defiance, parries the old man's attack. His blade meets the cane with a clang, sparks flying. A whirlwind of motion erupts. A crimson spray explodes across the panel as the clash of steel echoes through the alleyway. The sheer force of the impact is almost palpable. The old man is sent sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. He stares up at his opponent, his eyes wide with disbelief. The young man stands over him, his sword dripping with blood. "I didn't cut your neck on purpose," he says, his voice calm but firm, "since I have no intention to kill you." The old man's face is a mask of pain and confusion. A single, crimson trickle stains his immaculate shirt. His eyes narrow as he asks, "Who's giving you orders?" The young man kneels, his breathing ragged. A moment of quiet contemplation. Then, a smirk plays on his lips. "What's so funny?" the old man demands, his voice laced with suspicion. A chilling smile spreads across the young man's face, a predator toying with its prey. The old man, eyes narrowed, stares back with simmering suspicion. His expression hardens, a silent storm brewing within. Suddenly, the cane transforms. A hidden blade gleams, extending with deadly grace. The air crackles with anticipation, a flash of light, a blur of motion. Poisoned blood? The old man's eyes widen in horror as the young man attacks. A blinding explosion erupts. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the city. The young man's attack connects, sending the old man flying, a brutal display of power. He follows up with a devastating blow, the clash of steel echoing through the air. The old man is left reeling, defeated but still alive. The clash of steel echoes through the alleyway, a blur of motion as the young man unleashes a devastating attack. A poisoned blade finds its mark. The old man stumbles, his body racked with pain. His pained gasp a testament to the potency of the venom. "I guess you still don't have poison resistance despite your experience?" The young man taunts, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. A chilling grin spreads across the young man's face, a predator savoring its kill. The old man's strength fails him, his body collapsing to the ground. The fight continues, brutal and relentless, a whirlwind of blows exchanged between the two combatants. The young man's attack lands with bone-jarring impact, a muffled cry escaping the old man's lips. A final, decisive blow. The ground trembles as the young man delivers the finishing strike, sending the old man crashing into the grimy alley floor. The fight is over. The old man clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony, a look of betrayal etched deep into his features. He desperately fumbles for a vial of medicine, a last-ditch attempt to counter the poison coursing through his veins. But the young man is faster. A swift movement, a glint of steel, and the vial shatters on the ground. The old man's eyes widen in disbelief as the young man casually remarks, "Hey, that looks like good medicine? Let me use some if you have leftover." A chilling smile spreads across the young man's face, a stark contrast to the old man's growing despair. The weight of his actions settling upon him as he stumbles away, muttering, "I can't believe it." The old man, barely able to stand, confronts the young man, his voice laced with disbelief, "I'm sure I made contact with your arm and ribs. How are you standing up as if nothing happened? Do you have a healing skill or something?" A digital readout appears, "Your health has dropped below 10%. The last has activated and regeneration has begun." The young man smirks, a hint of arrogance in his eyes, "I wonder? So, are you ready for more?" The old man sits defeated, his cane lying discarded beside him, a symbol of his fallen power. The young man, his breath ragged, stares in disbelief. His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and defiance. The old man, his body trembling, struggles to his feet, cane clutched in his hand. He's clearly weakened, but his voice is firm as he speaks, "To offer you a deal, not to fight you." The young man remains unconvinced. His expression hardens as he counters, "You were the one that attacked me first. I thought you would understand if I tried to convince you with force. It seems I've been met with more resistance than anticipated." The old man's gaze sharpens, a flicker of cunning in his eyes. "I wonder who is behind your actions though." The young man scoffs, "I don't have anything like that, you hear? It's just me, alone." Then where did you get all that crystal moss from? The old man smirks. Ha, that is a business secret. If you join Taesung, you'll have everything you can imagine and more. The young man clenches his jaw, a conflict raging within him. He mutters, I told myself that I would never work under anyone. But the old man's steely gaze intensifies, his words cutting through the young man's resolve. That could change if you decided to work under me. I told myself that I would never work under anyone. But a proposition arrives, hanging in the air like a tempting whisper. A seasoned figure, his face etched with years of experience, extends an offer, a chance to work together. His words carry a weight of unspoken power, a subtle thread lurking beneath the surface. And the young man's response is sharp, a dismissal laced with defiance. Park Wisu, a name whispered with intrigue, is revealed. He was sought after for his connections. But now, his true value is clear, a master manipulator of information, a force to be reckoned with. A predatory grin spreads across his face. The hunger for power is palpable. And with a steely resolve, he makes his decision. This opportunity is too good to pass up. The question hangs in the air, a challenge. What makes these top-tier fighters so special? Park Wisu scoffs, undeterred. He's heard the whispers, the doubts, but he's not backing down. His words cut through the air like a blade. If Taesung and Lee Ji-tae are just media stars, then why not invest in someone young, hungry, and ready to prove himself? The older man turns, his back a silent testament to his contemplation. A chilling assessment of ambition and reality. Either a fool, unaware of the harsh truth, or a loser drowning in their own desires. Wisu's grin widens, a spark of defiance in his eyes. He's not afraid to play the long game. And the thought of surpassing Lee Ji-tae fuels his ambition. The older man's words sting, a harsh judgment on his past defeat, but Wisu remains unyielding. The air crackles with anticipation. A figure is thrown back, a blur of motion. A flash of steel, a crimson streak across the sky. The clash is brutal, swift, and decisive. The impact reverberates outwards, a shockwave of energy tearing through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A triumphant grin spreads across the attacker's face, he's clearly relishing this. If I came at you with the intention to kill you from the start, you wouldn't have been able to do anything. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. A close-up on the victim's eye, a single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple. The ground cracks beneath him, a fissure spreading like a spiderweb. He's thrown back again, the force of the blow sending him crashing into the earth. The very ground seems to recoil from the impact. More cracked spiderweb across the ground, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The scene is one of utter devastation. On top of that, there are plenty more members in Taesung that are stronger than me. And on top of all of them stands Lee Ji-tae. Do you understand now? The words are a chilling declaration of power. The old man, a figure of authority, stands poised, his cane a weapon in his hand. His opponent, younger and more agile, is within striking distance. And the air crackles with unspoken tension. His words, sharp as a blade, cut through the silence, and for someone that has barely reached level 10 to say something like that. The younger man's question hangs heavy in the air. What's so impressive about Lee Ji-tae? The old man's eyes narrow, a flicker of something akin to annoyance crossing his face. What? But the young man's response is a declaration of intent, a burning intensity in his gaze. I'll show you. A surge of power erupts around him, a crimson aura blazing, as he unleashes his inner strength. Lee Ji-tae. A name whispered with a newfound respect. The raw power is palpable. The old man's curiosity is piqued. He presses for an answer, but, just tell me, how much stronger do I have to be in comparison to Lee Ji-tae? The old man contemplates this question, his expression unreadable. A moment of quiet reflection, shattered by a swift, decisive movement. The younger man's victory is complete. Ha! Lee Ji-tae reached Hunter level 20 in less than half a year. An unheard of feat. But that's because he had the backing of a powerful group like Taesung. For an ordinary person, it would have taken at least a year or more to achieve the same level. Our protagonist, however, has a different plan. He'll prove himself superior to Lee Jitdi in just 2 weeks. A bold declaration. He'll make them believe he's better than Lee Jitdi, and if he succeeds, they'll have to work with him. The stakes are high. But his determination is unwavering. The old man's response? That's not even an offer. He doesn't know where his training will take place. But he hopes it's better than where Lee Jitdi trained. The old man leaves, his cane tapping a steady rhythm on the pavement, leaving our ambitious protagonist with a confident smirk. He's ready. Don't underestimate him. The camera pans across a desolate cityscape, a graveyard of shattered skyscrapers piercing the bruised twilight sky, a testament to the apocalypse. He's ready. A primal roar erupts from the protagonist's throat, a raw display of defiance against the ruins of the world. His fist is a blur, a whirlwind of motion, and connects with the grotesque face of a monstrous goblin, a creature of nightmare. The impact sends a shockwave, a crimson arc of energy slicing through the air. The goblin is sent sprawling, its body convulsing from the force of the blow. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Another devastating blow, a crimson comet of pure power, obliterates the creature. The goblin explodes in a shower of purple energy, its final shriek echoing through the desolate landscape. The protagonist lunges, a blur of motion. His fist connects with the goblin's jaw, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch. Blood sprays as the force of the blow sends the goblin reeling. His eyes blaze with primal fury, a terrifying sight. Sweat stings his eyes, but his expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. He unleashes a devastating uppercut, sending the goblin flying. The goblin crashes into the ground, the impact shattering the stone beneath him. Dust and debris erupt in a violent explosion, leaving only fragments of its once formidable body. The protagonist stands triumphant, breathing heavily, a victorious grin spreading across his face. "Come on," he roars, his voice echoing with barely contained power. He delivers a final, brutal blow, crushing the goblin's remains. "Yeah, make sure you chew thoroughly," he sneers, his words dripping with contempt. With a final, earth-shattering crack, the goblin is utterly destroyed. Every single bit. The goblin's final, desperate gasp echoes, a guttural sound swallowed by the encroaching silence. Level up. The hero's strength surges, reaching level 15. The conquering star, Arden, is looking after you. A chilling message appears, a stark warning. His breath hitches, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, the cost of victory is clear. He stands amidst the ruins, a silhouette against the crimson sky, a lone warrior, victorious but weary. A crimson stain blossoms on his hand, a grim reminder of the brutal fight. Pain lances through him, a sharp, agonizing reminder, the battle's toll etched onto his flesh. He sits alone, lost in thought, a quiet contemplation in the aftermath of chaos. A quiet admission, a whisper of self-doubt. I shouldn't be pushing my body this hard. A hand, bandaged and bloodied, clutches a wad of crumpled cloth. The protagonist winces, his face a mask of pained frustration. "I told you," he shouts, his voice strained. Arden, the fairy butler, floats nearby, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Fairies are scared of fighting in the first place, and you dare, as my butler, decide to keep fighting like this?" Arden gently pokes the protagonist's injured hand. "Oh my. Butler, what's wrong with your hand? Should I try to apply pressure?" With delicate precision, Arden uses a small, glowing tool to mend the wound. ZZIP, ZZIP, the sounds of healing magic fill the air. The protagonist sighs in relief. "Well, I guess it's fine since I can be revived if I die here while fighting. I'm still not sure if I can be revived in reality though." His gaze hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. At least things are getting better. Compared to flying around to find a couple of monsters to fight, this is a big improvement. the scene shifts to a dark, desolate landscape. A lone figure stands amidst the ruins, his back to the viewer. The only problem is the one with the black hand from before. The goblin from his first encounter. A flashback shows a brutal clash, a whirlwind of blades and desperate struggle. The goblin that I first met, of all the goblins I fought, I still haven't been able to find that one. A chilling close-up. Crimson eyes gleam, reflecting a sinister light. The protagonist, hands still bandaged, stares intently at the image of a powerful goblin. That one is probably stronger than most I've met. He thinks, a grim determination hardening his gaze. His eyes widen, a sudden wave of fear washing over him. The memory of the goblin's power is palpable. The camera angle shifts, revealing the goblin's menacing mechanical arm. A whirring sound is implied. A blur of motion. The goblin's arm swings down with terrifying speed. Wham! The ground cracks under the force of the blow. Dust settles, revealing a crater where the protagonist should be, but he's gone. Panic. When did he appear? The protagonist's voice echoes with disbelief and terror. He shouts a warning, his voice strained, "Hey, Rinian, go somewhere and hide." But his words are cut short. "And where did you go? I wasn't done talking." The protagonist's frustration boils over. The goblin's voice cuts through the air, cold and menacing. "It doesn't hurt to listen to what I have to say before you run." The goblin's snarl echoes, a chilling prelude to the violence to come. A blur of motion as the monstrous arm swings down. The ground trembles with the impact. The goblin roars, "What are you looking at?" A moment of quiet reflection. The protagonist's inner thoughts surface. "I never thought monsters would get sad if their own kind is killed." But that moment of empathy is shattered. His voice rings out, sharp and defiant, "Stop trying to waste my time, and come at me." The goblin's eye glows with a malevolent red light. A terrifying power unleashed. The attack is imminent. "You have died." A stark message flashes across the screen. 12 days, 6 hours, 58 minutes, and 4 seconds. Your time has run out, but the game isn't over. Quest alert. Enemies on a wooden bridge. The star of apocalypse rages on, a city in ruins. Hell difficulty. Prepare for battle. He hits the ground hard. Damn. The impact echoes through the desolate landscape. I guess I really pissed him off. A goblin, enraged, descends from the shadows. A blur of motion, the goblin attacks. A ferocious roar shakes the air. A crimson explosion erupts, a brutal blow lands. The hero is sent flying. Silence. He lies there, defeated, but his eyes remain open, unyielding. Well, it's just a goblin in the end anyway. A dismissive thought, barely a whisper against the backdrop of his defeat. But the fight is far from over. He rises, his resolve hardened, ready to face whatever comes next. A cunning plan forms in the protagonist's mind. He'll use a simple trap. A pitfall lined with poison-tipped thumbtacks. A classic. The trap is set, the bait is laid, and the goblin falls right into it. Thud. But something's wrong. The goblin is stronger than expected. A swift, brutal attack leaves the protagonist reeling. A searing pain explodes across his body. He's down, but not out. A flicker of defiance in his eyes. The quest continues. He's back on his feet, ready for another attempt. Enemies on a wooden bridge, 6th try. He runs, determined, towards the bridge. The sounds of his determined footsteps echo. He's spent, battered, but not broken. The protagonist staggers back, gasping, "At least give me some time to take a break." The goblin lunges. A crimson blur streaks across the panel. A brutal, close-range attack. Fangs bared, the goblin unleashes a savage strike. But the protagonist is far from finished. His eyes blaze with defiance. "Honestly though, you were the ones that started it first. A furious counterattack begins. A whirlwind of motion. A crimson and purple energy erupts as he unleashes a devastating blow. Krashhh, the impact sends a shockwave. And the goblin is sent flying. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face. Alright, I just need to counter and. He prepares for the final strike, a deadly counterattack taking shape. A flash of steel. The goblin's desperate attack is met with a precise, deadly riposte. The clash of blades echoes through the air. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. A crimson torrent erupts as the goblin's blade connects. Kah, the impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving the protagonist reeling, blood spraying from a deep wound. Fuck, I'm no match for him, he gasps, the words a testament to his desperate situation. Doubt flickers in his eyes. Should I just hide once I revive? The question hangs heavy in the ravaged cityscape. But then, a flicker of defiance. An ancient wisdom surfaces. There's an old saying that revenge only leads to more revenge, and that forgiveness is the only way to obtain true victory. He considers this. And a grim determination sets in. If that's true, then it might be better that I forget about this goblin and spend my time trying to level up. He rises, his resolve hardened. The goblin sneers, that's funny. I'd rather die than run away like that. The battle resumes, more ferocious than before. The protagonist's voice rings out, unwavering, I'm not letting anyone get away with anything, nor am I regretting the actions I take. His eyes burn with righteous fury. He lunges, a blur of motion, a desperate, final assault. The clash of steel echoes through the ruined streets. As the protagonist unleashes his full power. If anyone tries to stab my back, I'll make sure they pay for it, he roars, his voice filled with raw emotion. His resolve is absolute. If I can't do that, and keep running away from them, the unspoken threat hangs in the air. Through the ravaged cityscape, a lone figure runs. Purple energy crackles in his wake, a trail of defiance against the ruins. The air itself seems to vibrate with the intensity of his desperate flight. That human. I haven't seen him for days. The red-capped goblin, eyes narrowed in suspicion, scans the horizon. Is this the end of the chase? Krisen LV.20. Has he finally run away? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent prayer for respite. Not yet. It's too early to relax. A monstrous eye opens, glowing ominously. The threat is far from over. Not only can he revive, but he's a sly one to deal with. I can't relax since I don't know what he's planning. I can't let him reach them, at all costs. A determined stride. The weight of the world on his shoulders, Krisen pushes onward. The faint purple glow around his feet hints at the immense power he wields. Krisen! The cry cuts through the silence, a desperate plea. The red-capped goblin's face is contorted in anguish, a single tear tracing a path down his weathered cheek. It's terrible, the others. The goblin's voice is barely a whisper, choked with despair. The weight of tragedy settles upon the scene. What? I thought I told you to not come out. Another goblin appears, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. The situation is far worse than anyone could have imagined. They're all dying. Someone's put poison in our drinking water. The revelation hits like a physical blow, the sheer terror etched onto the goblin's face. You need to return now, Krisen. The desperate plea echoes through the desolate landscape, a final, desperate attempt to avert disaster. A chilling scene unfolds, goblin bodies litter the ground, racked with coughs and gasps for air. A fire crackles weakly in a metal drum, offering little comfort against the encroaching despair. Their suffering is palpable, each shallow breath a testament to the poison that courses through their veins. A desperate attempt at care is evident, but hope seems to dwindle with each passing moment. The grim truth is revealed, it looks like someone has mixed poison in our water supply. We can't eat the animals that we've been raising. The camera pans to a canal, where lifeless fish float belly up, a grim reflection of the poisoned water, a silent testament to the insidious nature of the attack. The red-capped goblin's fury boils over. Who would do something this cruel? The others would have no reason to do something like this since they can take care of us easily. A sinister grin spreads across the face of a goblin, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The red-capped goblin's gaze hardens, recognition dawning in his eyes. It's him. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling certainty. The only one capable of something like this is that human. The red-capped goblin's voice is laced with regret and a hint of fear, but how did he find out about this place? Did he follow me back or? A desperate thought crosses his mind, damn. I should have captured him instead of killing him. An elder goblin, his face etched with worry, holds out a shimmering crystal. But can you take a look at this, he pleads, his voice barely a whisper. The image shifts, revealing a younger goblin, his features contorted with grief. The child has been looking for you for a while now, the elder explains, his voice heavy with sorrow. A tiny goblin baby, eyes wide with tears, is cradled in the elder's arms. A silent sob escapes the elder's lips as he clutches the child closer. KHKHH. The baby whimpers. The camera focuses on the elder goblin's face, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Despair washes over him, a wave of crushing grief threatening to consume him. A desperate cry pierces the silence, Krisen. The camera pulls back to reveal a devastated landscape, the aftermath of a brutal battle. The red-capped goblin, his face a mask of terror, frantically calls out again, Krisen. He's surrounded by fallen comrades, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. He turns to another goblin, his voice strained with fear and anger. What are you trying to do against a foe that can revive himself? The elder goblin's voice is filled with resignation. All we have to do is give up on taking our revenge. The red-capped goblin, his face etched with desperation, speaks a desperate plea. Then, the human would have no reason to bother us again. His words hang heavy in the air, a desperate gamble to buy time. But escape is their only option. Let's run away. We need to find a new place before things get worse. A glint of steel, a desperate lunge. The goblin's blade flashes, a desperate attempt to cut a path through the chaos. The ground trembles, a powerful force erupts from the earth, sending the goblins sprawling. Amidst the dust and debris, three figures emerge, their eyes filled with suspicion. Are you? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, until a chilling whisper cuts through the tension. Are they whispering to you? A single word, barely audible, yet heavy with dread, yeah. The weight of their grim reality settles upon them, a desperate acceptance. Damn, then I guess we have no choice. In the shadows, a fallen comrade lies still, a victim of the unseen foe. He's one of the scouts that just left. That's cruel. This might be a trap, though. The red-capped goblin's warning echoes across the ravaged landscape, a desperate plea lost amidst the crumbling ruins and the lingering scent of magic. Everyone, retreat. His piercing gaze reveals a shrewd mind at work. The fact that he's leaving clues, it's a calculated move. He's luring them away from the others. A tense exchange unfolds. Return and prepare yourselves for a surprise attack. Then you should come back too, Kurson. What would we do without you? I'll stay here and chase him down. A shadowy figure emerges from the dust and debris, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Although his growth rate is greater than I expected, he's not stronger than me yet. The villain's confidence is chilling. He knows his prey intimately. His way of breathing, walking, and his habits. I memorized all of it while fighting him. I can kill him with my eyes closed. So, just leave it to me. The goblins exchange worried glances, a silent acknowledgement of the danger they face. A somber understanding passes between the goblins. I understand. But be careful, although he can come back to life, don't worry. A final word of reassurance, a promise to return. Their faith is unwavering. All right, we believe in you. A desolate cityscape, shattered buildings clawing at the bruised sky. Purple crystals, like fallen stars, litter the rubble-strewn ground. The red-capped goblin, his face etched with worry, navigates the treacherous terrain. Each step is cautious, his gaze scanning for hidden dangers. His eyes, gleaming with fierce determination, narrow. A predator's focus, honed by years of survival in this ravaged world. A blinding flash of light. A shockwave rips through the air. The goblin is thrown back, a crimson streak painting the dust. He slams against a crumbling wall, the impact echoing through the ruins. Pain contorts his features, but his spirit remains unbroken. From the shadows, a malevolent eye opens. A chilling gaze, promising only suffering and despair. A guttural growl, a promise of violence. The enemy is close, and the goblin knows his time is short. Don't hope that you get to die a painless death. The words hang in the air, heavy with menace. The goblin, defiant despite his injuries, clutches a strange device. A desperate gamble, a last stand against overwhelming odds. Curson arrives, a silhouette against the dying light. The human, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Curson's lips curl into a chilling smile. He offers the injured goblin a choice, a twisted invitation. A chance to face his wrath. The air crackles with anticipation. Curson's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. His power surges, a palpable wave of dark energy. The goblin's fate hangs in the balance, a chance to die at the hands of this merciless warrior. The final confrontation begins. A chilling declaration hangs in the air. I'll. Right here, a chance to die at my hands. The stage is set for a deadly showdown in a desolate, ravaged city. Dust and debris litter the ground, the remnants of a brutal conflict. Confusion etched on his face. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to buy some time? A cunning question, laced with suspicion. Think carefully. A sinister smile plays on the lips of the attacker, a chilling display of confidence. If I really wanted to use poison to kill everyone, do you think they'd still be alive? The goblin's eyes burn with a fiery intensity, his words dripping with sarcasm. Although only a couple of your people died this time. I'm not sure what'll happen next time. A chilling threat hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken consequences heavy with dread. Just like you said, I can come back to life no matter how many times you kill me, you right? The final words hang in the air, a declaration of defiance and an ominous foreshadowing of the battles to come. A chilling smirk spreads across the attacker's face. His eyes gleam with a terrifying confidence as he utters a chilling threat, but I wonder if you'll be able to stop me from killing you. The attacker lunges, a glint of steel flashing in the dim light, a brutal strike aimed at the goblin's side. I just need to take you back alive. I'll cut off your limbs and make sure you regret. Even with such a devastating blow imminent, the attacker's confidence is unshakable. His words drip with a chilling certainty, even then, I'll just kill myself and come back to life. The attacker's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of malice. His grin widens, revealing sharp teeth as he reveals his terrifying advantage, I'll tell you right now. He leans in, his voice a venomous whisper. I can threaten your family, but you can't do anything to stop me. The goblin's eyes widen in horror as the attacker reveals his ultimate motive, a cold, hard truth, all I want is to have my revenge. The goblin, his face contorted in fear and desperation, pleads for mercy, I don't want to hurt your innocent family. Coming at me like this, nobody knows what I might do next. The goblin's desperate plea is cut short by a roar of pure rage. Stoop! A guttural laugh echoes through the desolate landscape. The goblin's terror is palpable, a chilling contrast to his forced smile. His attacker stands over him, a figure of brutal efficiency, the glint of a wicked blade reflecting the dying light. The blade whistles through the air, a deadly arc of steel. The goblin's desperate plea hangs in the air, is my life really the only thing you want? His eyes widen, fear giving way to a desperate hope, a flicker of defiance in the face of certain death. The blade falls, the goblin's fate sealed. But even in defeat, a glimmer of something precious remains. The attacker's cold words cut through the silence, I told you already. There's no need to waste time. All I want is your life. The goblin's eyes burn with a fierce intensity, a final, defiant glare. Then keep your side of the deal, human. A goblin, his face a mask of grim defiance, utters a final, desperate plea: if you kill me, leave this place. His words are met with a cold smirk. Don't lay a hand on any of my people. The attacker's tone is a chilling promise. A glimmer of light catches the eye, a magical crystal, nestled within the folds of the attacker's cloak. The attacker's hand moves with lethal precision. A sudden burst of purple energy erupts as he speaks. Now we're talking. The goblin lunges, a desperate gamble. If we did this from the start, it would have been so much. A blur of motion. The attacker's counterattack is swift and brutal. Crash. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving the goblin broken and defeated. The attacker stands over his fallen foe, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The attacker lunges, a blur of motion. A crimson streak cleaving the air above the city. The goblin's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack connects with devastating force. A final, defiant roar echoes through the night before silence descends. The goblin's enraged defiance is palpable. A final, desperate expression etched onto his face. You damned human. You thought I would just believe your bullshit like that? The attacker unleashes a devastating blow. Did you think I would just go along with what I promised? I'll be sure to make it as painful as possible. The impact sends a shockwave. A sickening crunch echoes through the air. The goblin's eyes widen in disbelief. Fool. His final defiant words hang in the air, a testament to his stubborn spirit. The attacker's fist connects, a brutal end to the goblin's resistance. He should have killed me instantly. A triumphant grin spreads across the attacker's face. Your health has dropped below 10%. But there's no time to celebrate. Regeneration will now begin as a perk of the title The Last. The attacker's body begins to heal, the wounds closing rapidly. Another brutal blow lands. The goblin's desperate counterattack is met with overwhelming force. Luck. With a final, enraged roar, the goblin meets his end. The fight is over. The goblin lunges, its hooked weapon a blur of deadly intent. But the attacker is ready. A counterattack, swift and brutal. The goblin roars in defiance, its eyes burning with hatred. A final, desperate stand. The attacker's blow lands with bone-jarring impact. The goblin's weapon clatters to the ground. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet. The fight is far from over. With a sickening crack, the goblin is sent flying. The end is near. A final, desperate gasp escapes the goblin's lips. KGH. And then, silence. The attacker stands victorious, a faint glow emanating from their hand. Regeneration activated. A powerful blow sends the attacker reeling, but they quickly recover. Their resolve unshaken. The fight continues. A smug grin spreads across the attacker's face. He admits, to be honest, I was really holding back quite a bit. The confession hangs in the air, a chilling implication of the attacker's overwhelming power. The goblin, eyes blazing, roars defiance, you dare. A blur of motion. The attacker unleashes a devastating blow. Crash, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. The force of the strike sends the goblin crashing into the ground. The goblin, wounded but defiant, grits his teeth. I thought I hurt him enough. The attacker watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. So, how is he healing this quickly? His eyes narrow in suspicion. Was the goblin hiding a secret skill? A sinister smile spreads across the attacker's face, his eyes glowing with dark intensity. How? The final blow. The goblin is defeated. The attacker unleashes a furious assault. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet. Crushing the goblin with brutal efficiency. The impact echoes, a deafening crashhh as the ground trembles beneath their feet. How did he get this strong? The goblin, sent sprawling, is barely able to react as the attacker continues his relentless onslaught. A dizzying ballet of destruction. Each blow lands with bone-jarring force, a brutal symphony of violence. With a final, earth-shattering wham, the goblin is hurled into the rubble. Dust and debris fill the air, leaving only silence in its wake. A heavy silence, broken only by ragged breaths. Did you sense that something was weird? The ground continues to shake from the force of the impact. Cracks spiderweb across the stone floor. How can someone that close to death do this? Thoughts that cloud the mind, making sense of the impossible seem nearly impossible. Thoughts like that make it hard to understand, right? It's nothing special. The goblin, battered but not broken, begins to stir. A low groan escapes its lips. Its body slowly knitting itself back together. Regeneration. You were just careless. Goblin. The aftermath of battle. A desolate cityscape, scarred by conflict, the air thick with the scent of ozone and destruction. The goblin lies defeated, a dark stain blooming across its chest, a testament to the attacker's brutal efficiency. A guttural roar rips through the silence, rage and disbelief etched onto the goblin's face. The attacker stands over his fallen foe, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. That was your fault, goblin. The goblin, defiant even in defeat, hisses a single word, stop. His voice dripping with venom, the goblin vows revenge, stop being cocky, human. I can take care of trash like you as long as I stand. The goblin's threat hangs heavy in the air, a promise of a future clash. A crimson spray explodes across the panel, the sound of a sickening crunch echoing in the silence. The attacker's silhouette, a chilling smile playing on his lips, a predator reveling in his kill. The goblin lies broken and bleeding, defeated once more, but the glint in the attacker's eyes suggests this is far from over. The goblin, battered but defiant, rasps, "Isn't it a little too late for that?" The attacker, a smirk playing on his lips, calmly replies, "Now, just wait a moment. I don't have the intention to be careless, unlike a certain someone here." He casually tosses the goblin's hook aside, a chilling glint in his eyes. As the goblin, in a desperate plea, cries out, "Sorry for killing you all this time, human. So, just please stop and listen." The attacker's expression hardens. His words cut like a blade, "Goblins that weren't able to be blessed cannot live here." The weight of his words crashes down. His voice is a low growl, "If I die, all of my people will die too." The goblin's eyes widen in horror as the attacker's threat sinks in. A desperate question hangs in the air, "You said that you didn't want to cause harm to my family." The attacker's cold response echoes the harsh reality, "Oh. If I kill you, will all of your people die too?" A chilling smile spreads across his face. His words are a death sentence, "Yeah. They won't be able to survive, and will eventually die." A chilling smile spreads across the attacker's face, a glint of madness in his eyes. His words hang heavy in the air, a threat echoing with genocidal intent, "I wonder if I will get their experience if I kill you?" The goblin, eyes wide with terror, can only cower before his impending doom. With a swift, brutal movement, the arrow finds its mark. The goblin's eyes, once filled with fear, now reflect the cold light of death. A sickening thwack as the arrow pierces flesh. The goblin's lifeblood erupts in a crimson geyser. A crimson sunset bleeds across the Seoul skyline, casting long shadows over the city below. A figure exhales, a plume of smoke disappearing into the dusky air, a silent testament to a day's end. He stands on a rooftop, arms outstretched, gazing at the sprawling metropolis, a sense of quiet contemplation washing over him. It's clear, clear indeed. A quiet affirmation, a sense of resolution settling in his heart. A wave of blue light engulfs him. System messages flash before his eyes, each one a testament to his victory. The red-cap goblin falls. The quest is complete. A silver box appears, but then, it upgrades. Level up. Level up. Level up. 3 times over. The reward is upgraded to a gold box, reflecting the increased difficulty. A chilling question hangs in the air. Does revenge grant extra experience points? Butler. The enigmatic assistant appears, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is the fight over? She asks, but her tone suggests otherwise. The protagonist, still catching his breath, is about to find out. He examines the fallen foe, a red-cap goblin, far stronger than any he'd faced before. His physical capabilities were too great to be just a weapon. There had to be something more. A sudden realization dawns on him. His eyes widen in shock. Is this writing? Strange symbols cover the goblin's hand, a cryptic message left behind in death. The shattering star, Gaul, is guiding his hand. A surge of power courses through him, and otherworldly energy taking hold. A wave of dark energy erupts from his body. His eyes glow with arcane power, his body trembling with the influx of new strength. A surge of dark energy erupts from the ground, tendrils of power lashing out wildly. The protagonist, caught in its grasp, cries out in surprise. Damn, wasn't it over? Above, a shadowy celestial body looms, its presence ominous and powerful. What unseen force is at play? The energy intensifies, coalescing into a blinding white light. A powerful force is channeled through the protagonist's body. The raw power explodes outward in a devastating shockwave. The ground trembles beneath the force of this cataclysmic event. His face contorted in pain and confusion, the protagonist reels from the impact. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to comprehend what's happening. A holographic message appears before him, revealing a cryptic truth: you have absorbed a piece of the shattering star, Gaul. A piece of Gaul absorbed. The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the air. And then, another message: you have learned the skill family, legendary. A legendary skill family? The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief. He sits amidst the rubble, overwhelmed but also strangely empowered. A new chapter begins. A quiet bedroom, bathed in the soft glow of morning sunlight. Yumin sleeps soundly, her blonde hair a cascade across the pillow. A gentle whisper breaks the silence. Yumin, a voice calls out. Her eyes flutter open, a look of confusion clouding her features. Yumin? Slowly, she sits up, her gaze drifting upwards. And her eyes widen in surprise as she sees him standing there. Appa? Why are you so surprised? Did you not hear the door? He asks, concern etched on his face. She adjusts her glasses, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. He looks at her, worry evident in his eyes. Did you eat yet? She shakes her head, a soft ah escaping her lips. Nothing much to eat here. A gentle hand reaches out, a desperate plea in the eyes of the brother. Yumin, startled awake, is caught off guard. He hesitates, his words trailing off as he grapples with the weight of unspoken truths. Their hands clasped, a silent promise exchanged between siblings, a bond tested by secrets. His brow furrows, a silent question hanging in the air. Should he reveal the truth, shattering the fragile peace? The brother's face is etched with worry, a flashback of a recent visit. 2 days ago, Park Wizio came looking for Yumin. He explains the encounter, the lie he told to protect her, a lie that now threatens to unravel everything. The brother's concern deepens, his intuition telling him something more is amiss. It wasn't about the crystal moss incident, was it? Yumin's eyes widen, a wave of realization washing over her. She's been hiding something, and the truth is starting to surface. The brother's voice rises, his frustration boiling over. What was she doing while she was gone? What secrets is she keeping? A tense moment, a hand raised, thwack, the brother tries to calm down. The brother's frustration boils over. I don't care what it is, if you got me involved, you should take responsibility. Yumin, her face a mask of defiance, stands her ground. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. But the weight of her brother's concern is undeniable. His worry is palpable, a stark contrast to her outward anger. A tense standoff. Brother and sister, locked in a silent battle of wills. The brother's voice rises, sharp and accusatory. "Yumin, what's going on? Why do you keep disappearing and reappearing?" Yumin's carefully constructed facade crumbles. Tears well in her eyes as she confesses, "You never explain what's going on, and that makes me feel so uneasy." A crack in the dam. The brother's anger softens, replaced by a dawning understanding. A moment of shared vulnerability. "I'll explain everything to you." Hope flickers. But the brother's concern remains. A lingering question hangs in the air. He couldn't understand her reaction before. Yumin displays a phone screen, the number 130,700,091 stark against the background. A chilling realization dawns on her, the sheer impossibility of life without her sister. The image shifts, a crimson cityscape looms, buildings crumble into the abyss, a stark vision of a future where keeping her secret could lead to devastating consequences. A figure stands amidst the ruins, his reflection mirroring the desolation, the crushing weight of loneliness in a world turned to ash. The scene cuts back to Yumin, her eyes welling up. The fear of losing her sister is palpable. Her brother's face fills the frame, a mixture of concern and apprehension. The weight of her confession hangs heavy in the air. He speaks, his voice barely a whisper, "I might go insane." The raw terror of the situation is laid bare. Yumin explains her situation, her voice trembling slightly. The uncertainty of her disappearances weighs heavily on her. The brother listens intently, his expression shifting from concern to understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the burden she carries. They sit together, a silent understanding passing between them, a bond forged in the face of unimaginable circumstances. Yumin's anxiety is palpable as she poses a question that echoes her deepest fear. Will she ever truly return? That's why I wanted to tell you ahead of time. A weight of unspoken worry hangs heavy in the air. His brow furrows. No matter how long it takes, I will come back. A resolute promise, etched in his determined gaze. I want you to be the lighthouse I come back to, Yumin. A beacon of hope, a promise of homecoming. A silent question hangs in the air, reflected in her wide, questioning eyes. But I don't think I like being just a lighthouse? A flicker of doubt crosses his features, a subtle shift in his unwavering resolve. Tell me if you need help. A gentle hand rests on her shoulder, a silent offer of support. And I'll be sure to save you myself if you need it. A reassuring smile, a promise whispered between siblings. Oh, that. A small, almost shy smile plays on her lips, a subtle shift from anxious vulnerability to quiet acceptance. Let me go for now, I smell 'cause I haven't showered. A light-hearted comment breaks the tension, a touch of normalcy in an extraordinary situation. A concerned brother leans in, his brow furrowed. Oh, really? He asks, his voice laced with worry. His gaze drops to his sister, concern etched onto his face, a silent understanding passes between them. Yumin rests peacefully, exhaustion finally claiming her. Her brother's hand rests gently on her back, a silent promise of protection. She stirs slightly, a soft murmur escaping her lips. I haven't showered myself either, she mumbles, her voice barely a whisper. A bold proposition hangs in the air, unspoken yet palpable, the tension thickens. The brother's face is a mask of conflicted emotions, a blush creeps onto his cheeks as he considers the unexpected suggestion. Time skips forward. A new day dawns, the city awakening around them. A quiet determination in his step as he heads out, the sounds of the city fading into the background. His thoughts are focused, a plan forming in his mind. Since I passed the promised day with Park Wisu, I needed to act quickly. A satisfying stretch. Yumin wakes up feeling refreshed, the exhaustion from his ordeal finally gone. His mind turns to the task ahead. He needs to contact someone important. The worst-case scenario is about to unfold. A sleek black car pulls up, and from the back seat emerges an unexpected ally. I'll give you a ride, the elderly man offers, his eyes sharp and assessing. The car ride is tense. The man's words are a stark reminder of Yumin's incredible growth. I was told you were level 7 2 weeks ago, and you're telling me you leveled up 13 times? Yumin's grin is a mixture of smugness and slight guilt. Sorry for breaking the promise, he admits, I had certain issues. The old man sighs, his expression unreadable. I'm sorry, but there's no way for us to check it. Yumin presses his advantage. Wait, then, what about our deal? A flashback reveals the original agreement. Did Yumin even give a proper answer back then? The old man's decision is final. However, given that you caused all that trouble and came back, I will stop trying to force you to join us. The tension hangs heavy in the air inside the luxury car. Yumin sits rigidly, his hands clasped tightly around his cane, as his young associate boldly demands double the agreed-upon price. The old man's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. Yumin's associate presses his advantage, his words sharp and insistent. If you're going to break our deal, I'll need more than that. He leans forward, his expression a mixture of defiance and calculation. The stakes are high, and he's playing to win. Crayak, a vein throbs in Yumin's temple as his anger explodes. The car's interior seems to crackle with the raw power of his fury. His face is a mask of barely controlled rage. The young man's bravado falters for the first time. A sly smirk spreading across his lips as he anticipates the next move. He knows he's pushed the old man to the brink. Yumin's voice is low, a dangerous rumble. Did you think getting angry would solve all your problems? But then, a sudden shift. A surge of energy emanates from Yumin's associate. A brilliant light erupting from his hands as he unleashes a hidden power. The car speeds away, leaving a trail of light in its wake. The old man's face, a mask of simmering fury, speaks volumes. His eyes, narrowed slits of incandescent rage, burn with a fire that could melt steel. While his younger opponent, a picture of smug satisfaction, holds aloft a dazzling cluster of purple crystals. A predatory grin stretches across his lips as he asks, do you know what a monopoly is? A luxurious car interior. Our protagonist, a young man with a confident smirk, holds a glowing purple crystal. You should know how special this crystal moss is, the older man beside him states, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. He casually replies, it's just as I said, I basically have a monopoly on it, old man. The young man's grin widens, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and calculation. The tension ratchets up. If you keep giving me the cold shoulder, what do you think will happen if I change my mind? The older man's face hardens. You're forcing it. I'm already matching the price of the highest quality crystal moss you find in 5-star dungeons. On top of that, I'm offering 15% extra on the price. Even if it's rare, anything beyond that. The young man's eyes light up. Oh, then I guess I have no choice. A mischievous glint dances in his eyes as he prepares to make a deal. The old man's expression shifts from annoyance to something far more sinister. A cold fury begins to simmer beneath his surface. A sudden, sharp crack. The old man's hand shoots out with surprising speed and connects with the young man's face with brutal force. The impact sends a shockwave through the car. Pong! The old man's eyes are wide with a chilling intensity. What are you? The negotiation intensifies. Open your hand and see for yourself, the elderly man commands, a glint in his eye. The young protagonist, ever cautious, hesitates. But curiosity wins. A small, unassuming ring appears in the old man's palm. The suspense is palpable. As the old man's eyes widen in a sudden, shocking display of fear. What could it be? The ring is revealed. Let's just call it a deposit, the elderly man stammers, his voice betraying his true feelings. His hand trembles, revealing a deep cut. A mark of a desperate gamble. The text box reveals the ring's power. Trust of Erhast doubles the owner's senses temporarily. A legendary item. The old man's shock is undeniable. Is this a legendary item? He gasps, his voice barely a whisper. The young protagonist's smirk speaks volumes, as he confirms the ring's authenticity. Correct. I knew that someone like you would be able to recognize it immediately. A game of wits, played with deadly stakes. And the old man's desperation grows. It has the effect of temporarily doubling the holder's senses. He knows the true value of this gift. A power beyond measure. I don't think even Lee Jidi has given a present like this to you. The tension ratchets up as the young protagonist casually displays his prize. Are you finally? The elderly man leans in, a sly glint in his eye. Well, let's just say you can keep it until you admit that I'm better than him. He produces a ring, its surface gleaming faintly. This is real. The elderly man's eyes widen, a mixture of awe and desperation. A legendary item, beyond any doubt, far surpassing the gloves he'd seen before. His gaze sharpens, a question forming. Could there be another ring, a matching pair? With a trembling hand, the elderly man offers the ring. Do you happen to have the other? The young protagonist stares, wide-eyed, at the offered ring. His hands instinctively raise in a gesture of disbelief. The elderly man's expression shifts to one of weary resignation. I guess we'll eventually find the other pair. If you're satisfied, shall we continue talking? A smirk plays on the young protagonist's lips. I'll send you the money as I always have, at double the price that you offered. He subtly adjusts his shirt, a hint of smugness in his posture. The elderly man sighs, defeated. Because of the sheer amount, it will be difficult for you men to handle. Just let me know you want it and I'll make sure to take care of things so the National Tax Services won't notice it. He's skilled. He does everything to ensure. That's why I'm trying to get him on my side. The young protagonist, a shrewd negotiator, examines the Trust of Urhast ring. Its power hums beneath his fingertips. Obedience of Yukelhart can track the owner of Trust of Urhast and can temporarily lower the owner's experience earned by 50%. A significant price to pay for such power. Is there anything else that you want? The elderly man asks, defeated but resigned to the young protagonist's terms. A beat of silence. The protagonist weighs his options, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. This. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he makes his final request. What's this car's name? He asks, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Thank you. A young woman bows respectfully in a school hallway. What? Now? A busy woman's workday is interrupted. Why would he bother her now? Yumin, a familiar face appears, a wave of greeting cutting through the air. A luxurious car pulls up, surrounded by admirers. Is that his girlfriend? Wait, where did you get this? A question arises, a mystery unfolds. I got it from Park Wizio. You want to go on a date on the way back? A casual offer, a hint of something more. Then, did you drive by yourself all the way here? The question hangs in the air, a subtle tension building. Yeah, it wasn't that hard? Maybe I should just make up my mind and take a class. A nonchalant response, masking a deeper truth. A hand reaches out, grabbing a piece of fabric. A sudden movement, a hint of urgency. Appa, you don't have a license. The truth is revealed, a gasp of shock. The black car speeds away, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes in its wake. A flurry of motion in a dimly lit gym. Two figures clash, fists flying. Bang, crack, the sounds of impact echo through the room. A blinding flash of energy erupts as one fighter unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the strike sends shockwaves rippling across the floor. The older man, his face etched with grim determination, explains, the clan isn't just an organization of ability users. It's a training ground for hunters, preparing their bodies for the brutal battlefields known as dungeons. His young opponent grits his teeth, a feral grin spreading across his face. He's ready. The clan provides everything a hunter could need: housing, training, benefits, even legal affairs. It's a life of privilege, but one earned through relentless combat. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the young hunter sends his opponent flying. The fight is over. The clan elder's words hang in the air: every hunter is like a small company. His fist connects with a resounding wham, a shockwave rippling outwards. And Taesung recoils, the impact leaving him breathless. The elder continues, his voice low and gravelly: among them, Taesung has the best benefits in the entire world. But even the elder's face is etched with concern. The weight of his words is heavy, the choice before Taesung is clear, but difficult. Taesung's defiance explodes: I'm not joining them. His eyes blaze with rebellious fire, his fists clenched tight. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. Crack, the sound of bone meeting bone echoes through the room. A brutal uppercut sends the elder sprawling. The room is silent, save for the elder's ragged breathing. The impact of his blow reverberates, a powerful thud shaking the very foundations of the room. Taesung's face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his brow. He's pushed himself to the limit. A blinding flash of energy erupts from Taesung, a whirlwind of motion as he unleashes a devastating counterattack. The elder, caught off guard, is sent flying backwards. Oh, your reaction time is fast, he gasps, surprised by Taesung's speed and power. The clan elder, his face a mask of grim determination, grabs Taesung. He's testing Taesung's limits, probing for weaknesses. But Taesung endures the elder's relentless assault. His muscles strain, but he refuses to yield. A defiant smirk plays on his lips. The elder's eyes narrow. He's impressed, but not yet convinced. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. And with a sudden burst of speed, the elder unleashes a devastating counterattack. His fist connects with a bone-jarring wham. The force of the blow sends Taesung sprawling. Dust and debris fly as the elder's raw power is unleashed. The air crackles with tension. But even as he's thrown back, Taesung's eyes burn with a fierce resolve. He's not broken. He's just getting started. A blur of motion. A whirlwind of fists and feet. The two combatants clash in a brutal exchange of blows. A furious ballet of destruction. Each strike carries the weight of years of training, of countless battles fought and won. The elder, surprised by Taesung's resilience, is forced to acknowledge his opponent's strength. He's facing a true warrior. Taesung, seizing an opening, delivers a final, devastating blow. The elder crumples to the ground, defeated but not broken. The elder attacks. His fists blur, a whirlwind of motion. But the young protagonist is ready. He counters with speed and precision. A thunderous impact. The ground trembles beneath their clash. The elder's words echo, a chilling revelation: people say it's too much for them. The young protagonist's eyes blaze with determination. This is it, his chance. A brutal exchange. Blows land with bone-jarring force. The elder, visibly strained, is pushed back. And the young protagonist seizes his opportunity, unleashing a devastating counterattack. A sickening crunch. The elder cries out in pain. His health plummets. Your health has dropped below 10%. Regeneration will begin. The young protagonist grits his teeth, a grim smile playing on his lips. Fuck. The young protagonist's hands blur, a whirlwind of motion, a blur of controlled power. His injured arm begins to mend itself, bone and muscle knitting back together. Interesting, the elder observes, is it healing by moving back into place? The young man sits, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed on his arm. That must have been what happened last time. A flicker of anticipation in the elder's eyes. To be honest, he says, I am excited to see what may happen based on your growth within these last 2 weeks. Finally. Now that we're done testing each other out. Now, tell me why you called me here. The young man shrugs, tossing a water bottle aside. I only called you so I can return the car. The elder simply replies, as you should. A beat of silence hangs in the air before the elder asks, by any chance, have you heard of stars before? The elder stands, his powerful physique on full display. The young man's eyes widen slightly at the sight of his mentor's strength. Yeah, have you ever heard about them? The young man's expression hardens. Are you talking about the class system of ability users? The elder's weathered chest, a roadmap of past battles, speaks volumes. His gaze is intense, unwavering. Rumors swirl among the elite. Even Lee Jitak has heard whispers of something extraordinary. A secret known only to a select few. A mystery shrouded in enigma. Could it be true? But the whispers thicken. Top ranker Xiao Aji speaks of a 5-star association, architects of a formidable dungeon. And the Bethlehem Crusade, a powerful group, uses the same star symbol. The elder's eyes widen. A revelation dawns. There's more to this than meets the eye. 5 stars? Bethlehem? What are they? A knowing smile plays on the elder's lips. He's about to reveal the truth. The young protagonist's curiosity is piqued. The adventure begins. A challenge is presented. Will he dare to enter the dungeon? A dungeon. The question hangs in the air, a silent echo of confusion. Why all of a sudden? The weight of the unexpected presses down on him. A new path, unclear and daunting, is presented. But to rise to the top, like Lee Jit-di? The old man's words are a challenge, a spark igniting ambition. His imposing figure looms large, a testament to years of hard-won strength, the scars a map of battles fought and won. You'll need to socialize with others. The advice hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the solitary path he's known. Really? Doubt clouds his features, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I don't know what dungeon you've been training in. But there hasn't been any official record of you entering and exiting a dungeon. The revelation hits hard, a cold splash of reality. In this scene, the fact you have no record means that getting information is going to be hard. The finality of the statement settles like a shroud, heavy with implications. The elder's gaze, sharp as a honed blade, pierces the very air. A warning etched into every line of his weathered face. If you keep going on like this, you'll just be seen as a hunter with no experience, he cautions, his voice a low rumble. The protagonist, his brow furrowed in thought, absorbs the weight of those words. A challenge echoing in the silence. So, what do you want me to do? He asks, a hint of defiance in his tone. Suddenly, the elder's aura crackles with power, a stark contrast to his previous calm demeanor. That's why you need to go to a dungeon, he booms, his voice filled with urgency. The protagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. Even a genius needs to learn the basics, the elder adds, his words carrying the weight of experience. A plan forms. The elder's hand rests on the protagonist's shoulder, a silent promise of guidance. I'll help prepare everything, so just get ready and go where I tell you to, he instructs. The elder turns, his back to the protagonist, a shadow of concern darkening his features. Wait for my call, he mutters, his voice barely audible. A quiet, almost deserted training ground. The air is thick with anticipation. As the protagonist stands alone, lost in thought. The weight of his new mission settles upon him, a mixture of determination and apprehension. Chongai Mountain. A colossal peak dominates the horizon, its rugged silhouette hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. A permanent 1-star dungeon, also known as the Chongai Dungeon. A testing ground for newly minted hunters. The protagonist stands amidst the bustling crowd, a picture of quiet determination. This is where he'll prove his worth. He observes a young woman, seemingly ordinary, casually carrying a tambourine. But the subtle energy emanating from the instrument speaks of hidden power. A question forms in his mind, why is she here? Her casual demeanor belies a potent ability. A subtle shift in the air, almost imperceptible. Then, a sudden burst of energy. The tambourine vibrates, a shockwave rippling outwards. Kwang, she's revealed herself as an ability user. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. What is going on here? Panic erupts as the woman's power causes a commotion. People scatter, fear etched on their faces. A clear call for others to gather. The chaos intensifies. The rhythmic count echoes through the dungeon, a countdown building to something significant. A smirk plays on her lips, absolute confidence radiating from her posture. A voice cuts through the air, a declaration of authority. Hello. I'm an overseer from the great unknown. No Howl, the overseer, introduces herself with a casual wave, a hint of mischief in her eyes. A sudden burst of energy, a wave of nausea washes over the onlookers. Alcohol, someone gasps. Her voice sharpens, explaining the reason for her presence, the new recruit's volatile nature. A scene shifts, introducing a new character, his expression a mixture of weariness and resignation. The overseer's explanation continues, highlighting the preventative measures taken, a necessary precaution. The new recruit's eyes dart nervously, a silent question hanging in the air. As the overseer, No Howl, casually stretches, her words painting a picture of the system's structure. A mid-rank hunter from each clan will be following, a simple enough concept, she implies. Her tone shifts, a subtle warning lacing her words, if you don't like it, don't fight with each other, and I won't do anything. The message is clear, cooperate or face the consequences. The new recruits stand before her, a mix of apprehension and grim determination etched on their faces. The weight of the overseer's words settles heavily upon them. As No Howl continues her explanation, outlining the basics of dungeon knowledge. The more stars a dungeon has, the harder it is, and the higher the class assigned. She points out the difference between permanent and mobile dungeons. A mobile dungeon, she explains, is one where the terrain constantly changes, making it significantly harder to complete. The image of a map, divided into shifting puzzle pieces, flashes across the recruit's mind, a stark visual representation of the unpredictable nature of mobile dungeons. In contrast to the static, predictable nature of permanent dungeons. The implication is clear, permanent dungeons are far easier. No Howl smirks, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Should be easy as shit, she says, her confidence unwavering. Even in the face of the unknown, a helping hand is offered. A reassuring voice cuts through the tension. A wave of apprehension washes over the new recruits. Their faces, etched with worry, speak volumes. Gaha, the sound of collective unease fills the air. A nervous chuckle escapes the young woman with the tambourine. Her confidence, however, remains unshaken. Doubt clouds the protagonist's mind. What, really? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. The overseer's command cuts through the uncertainty, introduce yourself. The pressure is on. Park Seo-moon, a 2-star recruit, steps forward, his nervousness evident. A 2-star? The others react with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Han Na-kyung, a 1-star, and Kim Seo-young, also a 1-star, confidently state their ranks. The team is taking shape. Kim Soo-won, another 1-star, joins the introductions, his hand raised in a gesture of camaraderie. The final count, 5 recruits, 2 women and 3 men, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A party of 5. The overseer's gaze is sharp, assessing the team's potential. The weight of their mission settles upon them. The overseer's gaze sweeps across the assembled recruits, a silent assessment of their potential. Next up, a young woman with a tambourine, her expression unreadable, a quiet intensity in her eyes. She moves with a practiced grace, her feet barely making a sound, a predator stalking its prey. A new recruit, Kung Hyunmoo, stands before them, his shoulders tense, the weight of expectation heavy upon him. The other recruits, a mix of apprehension and determination on their faces, watch him closely, a silent judgment forming in their eyes. The young woman with the tambourine, No Howl, studies Hyunmoo with keen interest, her gaze lingering on his nervous posture. A glint of something sharp catches the light on Hyunmoo's belt, a hidden weapon, perhaps? Across the street, No Howl watches Hyunmoo, a thoughtful expression on her face, a silent question in her eyes. Hyunmoo's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. He's not easily intimidated. A casual encounter unfolds on a city street. No Howl, tambourine in hand, quizzes a new recruit. Are you from Sanghi Elementary? Then Shinhyun Middle School? Jeonghwa High? Or Seoul City University? The recruit, clearly hungover, can't recall. I can't remember because of the hangover. Howl shrugs it off. Well, it's probably not important. Did you bring your equipment? The recruit waves a hand, a nonchalant gesture, revealing an unexpected ability. Energy crackles around his hands, forming a glowing staff. A gasp escapes Howl's lips. The energy flows, taking shape, solidifying into a tangible weapon. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. Howl's eyes widen in disbelief. A stick? The overseer arrives, his gaze sharp and assessing. That's a pretty interesting talent you have? The recruit smiles, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Despite how it looks, it's a pretty special stick. A goblin's bat, it forces a defeated monster to drop its belongings. The new recruits stare, disbelief etched on their faces. Are you joking? One recruit scoffs, you've been acting funny for a while now. A stick? You think this is funny? How are you going to kill monsters with that? He reaches into his bag, a flurry of motion, and pulls out a veritable arsenal. A sword, spears, and more. Wham! He throws a sword, nearly hitting a recruit. Should have brought at least this much. Look, see. The recruit stares, speechless. The weight of the situation settles in. Another recruit shouts, you buy weapons for their value, not that cheap stuff. The recruit prepares to strike, a blur of motion. Even a 2-star like me carries this much gear, just imagine what the others have. A sudden, brutal attack. The recruit barely has time to react. As a gleaming blade flashes, a whirlwind of steel, sending the attacker sprawling. The recruit's weapon of choice, a heavy, imposing mace. Its dark surface hints at untold power. A weapon now firmly in their grasp. The impact. A thunderous blow that sends shockwaves through the air and leaves the attacker reeling, defeated. The recruit stands victorious, sword raised high, a symbol of their unexpected strength. Are you crazy? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. A flash of steel. The new recruit, Park Seo-moon, takes down her attacker with brutal efficiency. The blade finds its mark with a sickening thwack. Eyes widen in disbelief. The overseer's expression is one of utter shock. The overseer's voice is sharp, cutting through the stunned silence. Showing your weapons outside of dungeons is prohibited. It can cause discourse and anxiety for normal citizens. Even if you are a newbie, do I need to teach you everything from the bottom up? Park Seo-moon lowers her sword, shame evident in her posture, a defeated warrior, humbled. And with a careful hand, she sheathes her weapon. I am sorry. The scene shifts. A new location, a bustling city street. The air is thick with the energy of everyday life, a stark contrast to the tension of moments before. The protagonist observes from a distance. The protagonist's thoughts are revealed, so this is a middle-class hunter from a large clan. Although she's not as strong as Park Wizio, she's still pretty strong. A thoughtful expression crosses the protagonist's face. It'd be good to test her abilities. He walks through a shadowy forest, the air thick with anticipation. His steps measured and confident. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. A predator stalking its prey. From the shadows, a grotesque creature stirs. A dark, viscous mass taking shape. The creature emerges, its form horrifying. A nightmarish visage revealed in the dim light. The Ice-Star Dungeon. A chilling name, etched onto a sign hanging from a chain-link fence. A stark reminder of the harsh reality awaiting those within. A group of apprehensive individuals stand before the gates, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resignation. Through the imposing gates, they pass, into the unknown. A lone figure walks, escorted by heavily armed guards. The weight of their presence is palpable. A silent tension hangs in the air, broken only by the rhythmic clang of their boots on the metal walkway. Then, a flash. A blinding light erupts from a pipe above. A symbol of power, a crown of light, briefly illuminates the scene before vanishing. His eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination, reflect the uncertainty of their situation. Worried faces surround him, each reflecting their own anxieties. A wave of excitement washes over the group, pure, unadulterated joy. Why don't we start heading in? The question hangs in the air, a spark igniting the adventure. The gnarled, shadowy branches of the dungeon loom overhead, a chilling sight. What was once a hopeful trek now feels like a descent into the unknown, a palpable shift in mood. Although, it doesn't look like a jungle right now. A voice cuts through the growing unease. A grim warning: the deeper you go in, the more goblins you're going to see. The thrill of adventure is tempered by the harsh reality of danger. The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge echoing through the trees: is there anyone among you lot that knows how to clear this dungeon? The mission briefing begins. A seasoned adventurer points a finger, his voice firm: you need to obtain the return crystal. A tattered cloth map hangs from weathered branches, marked with unsettling symbols and bloody handprints, a chilling clue to the quest ahead. The adventurers peer into the darkness of a cave, where glowing eyes gleam ominously from within. The return crystal awaits, but at what cost? One adventurer, his expression grim, contemplates the challenge ahead. In that sense, it's the same as hell, he mutters, his voice heavy with foreboding. Each successful stage brings greater rewards, but for now, only the first objective matters. A watchful figure, shrouded in shadow, speaks: as long as the situation isn't too dangerous, don't expect help from me. But a silent promise hangs in the air: she'll be watching from afar. The order is given: you can go ahead and start it now. The team assembles, ready for action. A leader calls out: now, gather around. Let's start with assigning roles. A final warning before they venture into the unknown: oh, before that, since goblins have a sensitive sense of smell. The seasoned adventurer's voice cuts through the air, calm yet firm: let's start with getting some grass to hide our scent. And, in order to prepare for any sneak attacks, be mindful of your head. His words are met with confusion. Grass? Head, murmurs one team member, their skepticism clear. Another team member's eyes widen in disbelief. A wave of doubt washes over the group. But the adventurer presses on, undeterred. This is something that I learned from the famous hunter streamer Wild Breath from his channel. A gruff voice challenges him. You don't even have the right gear and you dare. A female team member intervenes, her voice sharp with concern: wait. She presses for clarification, her anxiety palpable: can you please try to tell me what you thought was weird? The adventurer explains, his tone serious: why do we need to use the grass? His explanation unfolds, revealing a keen understanding of goblin behavior. Goblins have a sensitive sense of smell. Do you think they wouldn't be able to differentiate between fresh grass and old, ripped grass? And what we have to worry about isn't our head, but our ankles. He points out the obvious, his logic undeniable: when the forest is this dense, why would short goblins try to attack us from above? A furious scowl contorts the seasoned adventurer's face. You think you're so smart? He sneers, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Team member 1 lunges forward, a fist cocked, ready to strike. KHH, the sound of impact echoes as the blow lands. Team member 1 doubles over, clutching his stomach. His skepticism melts into dawning realization as he gasps: what Park Seo-moon suggested would be true. His face is etched with the weight of this new understanding. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he mutters: if it were 10 years ago. The scene shifts to show the team, their faces a mix of concern and dawning comprehension. The adventurer explains, it's been a while since he's cleared a 1-star dungeon himself. Tips like that change with time. The more we encounter these monsters, the more we understand them. Team member 2's foot is shown, clad in a stylish sneaker, standing on a rocky path. The contrast between the modern footwear and the rugged terrain underscores the unexpected nature of their current situation. On the other hand, what Kang Hyunmoo just mentioned is met with a quiet nod of understanding from team member 3. You're pretty detailed about that, she observes, her tone laced with a hint of awe. Team member 2, her expression thoughtful, poses a question. I wonder if knowledge like that can be learned without experience. The focus shifts to the adventurer, his eyes narrowed in thought. It's as if, he muses, you've hunted down plenty of goblins in the past before. A serene smile plays on his lips, a stark contrast to the grim forest surrounding him. A calculating glint in her eye, betraying a hidden intensity. Team member 1 voices his concerns. This is my first dungeon. How would I have experience with them? Wouldn't that be illegal? Team member 2's retort is sharp, so, I can see that you've searched up stuff online too. A moment of shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of their shared reliance on outside knowledge. The adventurers ventured deeper into the ominous forest, ancient trees looming like skeletal guardians. A sudden, violent eruption of energy. The ground trembles as a powerful force rips through the undergrowth. The attack continues, a whirlwind of destruction as branches and earth are torn apart. A monstrous goblin bursts forth, its eyes burning with malevolent light. The seasoned adventurer's eyes widen, but his expression remains calm as he assesses the situation. A goblin lunges, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. The air crackles with anticipation. Team member 1's eyes widen, fear etched across her face. The sheer ferocity of the attack is undeniable. The ground trembles as the monstrous creature slams into the team, sending rocks and debris flying. A chaotic maelstrom of limbs and snarls erupts. But with a swift, brutal move, the seasoned adventurer sends the goblin flying. The impact echoes through the forest. The goblin crashes to the earth, its life force extinguished in a burst of energy. Silence descends. As the team catches its breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. The forest seems to hold its breath, too. Team member 2 stares, wide-eyed, a mixture of shock and awe on his face. He's seen it all before, in his online guides, but experiencing it firsthand is a whole different story. Team member 3's mouth hangs open, a silent gasp escaping his lips. The reality of the situation sinks in. And the weight of their inexperience becomes painfully clear. Fear, raw and palpable, hangs heavy in the air. The seasoned adventurer's gaze sweeps across the team, his expression unreadable. He knows what they're thinking. So, the aftermath of the goblin encounter. A tense silence hangs in the air as accusations fly. Team member 1's frustration is palpable, his gaze sharp, his jaw clenched tight. He questions the seasoned adventurer's actions. The seasoned adventurer sighs, a weary expression crossing his face. He tries to reason with the group, urging them to focus on the task at hand. Reminding them of the ever-present threat of more goblins. The team, still shaken, reluctantly agrees to move on. They approach the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a terrifying roar shatters the uneasy calm. A goblin, larger and more ferocious than the last, leaps from the shadows. A blur of motion as the seasoned adventurer's weapon arcs through the air. A devastating blow connects. The goblin is sent flying, its body crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The fight continues, a whirlwind of blows and desperate defense. Team member 2, despite her fear, fights bravely. Her weapon a blur as she delivers a powerful strike. Teamwork makes the dream work. The adventurers, a blur of motion, coordinate their attack. One swings a blade, the other uses a whip-like weapon, a deadly dance of precision. A goblin lunges, its crude weapon aimed at the seasoned adventurer. But the seasoned warrior is ready. A brutal clash. The goblin's attack is met with a force that sends it sprawling. The seasoned adventurer's skill is undeniable. Meanwhile, another team member, nimble and quick, uses the element of surprise to their advantage. A swift strike, precise and deadly. A heavy thud echoes through the forest as the goblin's weapon clatters to the ground. The fight is far from over, but the tide is turning. A fierce counterattack. The seasoned adventurer unleashes a devastating blow, a crimson arc of energy slicing through the air, sending the goblin flying backwards, its body impacting the ground with a sickening crunch. The fight is brutal, but the team is holding their own. With a final, powerful kick, the last goblin falls. Exhaustion hangs heavy in the air, but victory is theirs. One of the team members collapses, their body trembling with the exertion of battle. The fight has taken its toll. But their determination remains unbroken. The seasoned adventurer helps their fallen comrade, a silent promise of support. A guttural roar tears through the air. The seasoned adventurer, eyes wide with exertion, faces a monstrous goblin and unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. A crimson streak flashes as the goblin is sent sprawling. Team member 1 seizes the opportunity. A swift kick connects, sending the creature crashing to the ground. The earth trembles as the battle rages on. Team member 2 and team member 3 fight bravely, their fear giving way to determination. The goblins are relentless, but the adventurers stand firm. A final, desperate strike. Team member 1's face contorted in a grimace of effort, muscles straining as he delivers a blow that echoes through the trees. The final goblin collapses, defeated. The forest falls silent, save for the ragged breathing of the victorious team. Team member 2 watches, a mix of exhaustion and pride in her eyes. The battle is over. A hard-fought victory, but the team stands victorious, exhausted but alive. Let's take a short break, the seasoned adventurer calls out, his voice raspy with exertion. Team member 2 observes them, a thoughtful expression on her face. Nobody's scared and they're doing pretty good, she muses, but there's a subtle undercurrent to her words. A feeling that something isn't quite right. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying an unspoken tension. That feeling intensifies. Something feels off, she thinks, a shiver running down her spine. Even before the fight began, the goblins seemed unusually fearful. Too fearful for a group of inexperienced hunters. A chilling realization dawns on her, there's more to this than meets the eye. Is there something else, she questions, her eyes narrowing. The answer comes swiftly. Once they're done, I'll send them back and take a look myself. With a surge of determination, she springs into action. A blur of motion as she dashes through the undergrowth, leaving the others behind, her instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong. Wrong, she shouts, the word echoing through the silent forest. A sense of impending danger fills the air. Terror grips her. O.V. Overseer. She whispers, eyes wide with fear. Beside her, a man's face contorts in a silent scream. A grotesque figure hangs from a rough-hewn post, its dark, viscous blood staining the wood. A horrifying close-up reveals the creature's monstrous features, a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, its body bound tightly. The question hangs heavy in the air, is this normal? More victims. Dozens of them, strung up like grotesque ornaments in a macabre forest. A chilling tableau. The adventurers stand before the horrifying spectacle, their faces grim. The weight of the discovery settles upon them. He points, his voice tight with urgency, here, this is the exact opposite direction of where we came from. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, laced with suspicion, then, why is? His jaw clenches, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The gravity of the situation is palpable. A desperate plea echoes through the trees, this is an emergency. We'll return as soon as we see the return stone, so stay close to me. A scream rips through the silence, raw and filled with terror. Team member 1's face is contorted in a mask of pure fear. A desperate, almost animalistic sound that speaks volumes of the horror she's witnessed. The camera focuses on her legs, ready for action. The gruesome scene unfolds: goblin corpses, mutilated and scattered, a macabre tableau of violence. Not only did they massacre the goblins, they played with the bodies, the caption reads, chillingly confirming the team's worst fears. Team member 2's voice cuts through the grim discovery: this isn't something that would happen in a one-star dungeon. The implication hangs heavy in the air: something far more sinister is at play. A question mark hangs in the air, a shadow of doubt creeping into their minds. Human? Or something else? The text asks, hinting at a terrifying possibility. Two glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a chilling presence lurking just beyond the foliage. Whatever it is, it's dangerous, the caption warns, underscoring the immediate threat. Team member 1's voice, laced with urgency, cuts through the fear: not just the goblins, but we need to leave before anyone gets hurt. The team stands frozen, a palpable sense of dread hanging over them. Their faces reflect a mixture of terror and determination as they brace themselves for the unknown. The seasoned adventurer scans the surroundings, her eyes searching for any sign of danger. "Where is Kang Hyunmoo?" she asks, her voice a low growl of concern. The camera angle shifts, offering a bird's-eye view of the group, their vulnerability stark against the desolate landscape. The tension is palpable, the silence is heavy with unspoken fear. A desperate cry echoes through the shadowed forest. Kang Hyunmoo. The source? A grotesque goblin, its features twisted in a mask of frantic worry. Its red scarf, a stark contrast against its green skin, whips in the wind. Its eyes, burning with an unnatural light. KHHH. A chilling chuckle escapes its lips, a sound that speaks of something far more sinister than simple concern. A tranquil forest scene unfolds under a soft, blue sky. The air is still, save for the gentle rustling of leaves. An hour earlier, a figure carefully pours a dark liquid into the earth. A chaotic brawl erupts. Two figures wield whips, cracking through the air with a whap sound, as they charge into a group of goblins. The battle rages, goblins clash with swords and axes against the two human fighters. A young man watches from the sidelines, a wooden staff resting casually in his hands. His eyes, narrowed in assessment, betray a hint of surprise. What on earth? The scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of the fight. Goblins lie scattered, defeated, their crude weapons discarded. The young man speaks, his voice calm despite the carnage: this isn't even close to hell. They have poor quality weapons, and no real sense of strategy. He continues, his gaze drifting to a companion watching from afar: I can understand why the overseer is calm in this situation. A chaotic clash unfolds before her eyes. Goblins swarm, their crude weapons clashing against the steel of more skilled warriors. A whirlwind of blades and desperate cries. She watches, her expression unreadable, a question forming in her mind. Then, why don't I head out myself? A frustrated sigh escapes her lips, tears welling in her eyes. The weight of inaction pressing down. A young man emerges from the shadows of the forest, his presence a stark contrast to the brutal scene she just witnessed. He walks with purpose. His hand reaches out, a subtle movement, almost imperceptible against the backdrop of the trees. And a surge of energy erupts, a mystical aura enveloping him. The power is undeniable. A surge of energy, raw and untamed, erupts from the young man's hand. The air crackles with power. A blinding light explodes outwards, pushing back the very darkness itself. The ground trembles, a shockwave rips through the battlefield, leaving behind only devastation in its wake. A goblin's arm, broken and bloodied, lies discarded amidst the chaos. A silent testament to the young man's awesome power. Kurson, a goblin leader, watches from the shadows, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. A grim expression etched upon his face. The young man's breath catches in his throat, a smirk playing on his lips. "All right, this is your first job," he whispers, a newfound confidence radiating from him. A close-up on the worn leather boots of a goblin, the rough texture of the ground beneath them a stark contrast to the intricate lacing. A mystical symbol, etched onto the young man's palm, glows with an eerie light. The text speaks of a skill called family, a power born from his victory over Kurson in the infernal depths. A power to resurrect, to bring back those lost to death, as long as their bodies remain relatively intact. But the true might of this skill lies not just in its necromantic potential, but in its ability to revive the fallen outside the confines of hell itself. A chilling revelation, whispered on the wind. A lone goblin stands amidst the tall grass, his gaze fixed on the approaching young man. "All right, this is your first job," the young man states, his voice calm yet resolute. "A simple command, a chilling task: go kill all the monsters that are here." A cruel smile plays on the young man's lips, a stark contrast to the goblin's horrified expression. "It's because I can revive them outside of hell," the young man explains, his tone devoid of remorse. The goblin's eyes widen in disbelief. "Monsters," he stammers, his voice laced with fear. "I'm talking about the goblins," the young man clarifies, his voice cold and unwavering. "Damn you, you want me to kill my own kind?" the goblin cries out in desperation, his words swallowed by the approaching storm. The young man's eyes gleam with cold determination. His words hang heavy in the air. "If you don't, I'll destroy your tribe right now." A cruel smile spreads across his lips, a chilling prelude to the violence to come. A goblin's guttural cry of terror echoes through the forest, a primal scream of fear and betrayal. The young man casually points towards the forest's edge. "Oh, speak of the devil, and they will appear." A goblin emerges from the shadows, his eyes wide with apprehension. Another goblin lurks in the undergrowth, a hulking figure, barely visible in the gloom. "There." The young man's command is chillingly simple: you just need to defeat all of them. The goblin's face contorts in a mask of fear and desperation, his fate sealed by the young man's callous decree. The young man watches, his expression unreadable, but a flicker of something akin to anticipation crosses his eyes. The goblin, his eyes wide with terror, is sent to his death, a pawn in a game far beyond his comprehension. Is it because of Curson? A chilling question hangs in the air. The young man stands silhouetted against a cosmic backdrop, his expression unreadable. A storm brews within. A goblin, seemingly out of place, descends from the heavens. Its gaze is fixed, haunted. "This emotion that I'm feeling." The young man, amidst a desolate landscape, senses something amiss. A hook hangs ominously in the background. Uncomfortable and disgusting. He's trying to deny something. The weight of his secret is almost palpable. A goblin, crude and menacing, emerges from the shadows. Is this a goblin? Helpless, weaponless, and utterly vulnerable. The young man's gaze hardens. The fate of this creature is sealed. The clash. A crimson shockwave erupts as the young man unleashes a devastating blow against the goblin. Raw power explodes from his fist. "This creature, wearing only rags? You're saying we're the same species?" The young man's voice is laced with disbelief and disgust. The goblin snarls, a guttural sound of defiance. Their faces are inches apart, a silent, furious exchange. "Don't make me laugh." The young man's eyes blaze with barely contained rage. His teeth are bared, a predatory grin spreading across his face. A blur of motion. A crimson streak cuts through the air, the goblin is sent flying backwards, a brutal display of strength. "This isn't a goblin." The young man's voice is sharp, filled with dawning realization. His eyes, narrowed in thought, reveal a chilling truth. A flicker of understanding crosses his face. "I knew it." It's hatred for his own kind. The young man's voice is quiet, a stark contrast to the violence moments before. He doesn't want to believe that something as weak as that is the same species as him. A quiet desperation hangs in the air. The goblin screams, a guttural cry of agony echoing across the battlefield, a desperate plea lost in the storm of violence. His eyes, wide with terror, reflect the brutal reality of his situation, a desperate fight for survival against overwhelming odds. A final, defiant "no" escapes his lips, a testament to his unwavering spirit in the face of certain defeat. He staggers back, wounded and broken, his escape route cut off by the relentless advance of his attacker. Two more goblins watch in horrified silence, their fear palpable, their fate sealed by the young man's merciless actions. A crimson blur streaks across the field. The young man's attack is swift and brutal, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The goblin is sent flying, a ragdoll tossed aside, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. He lands hard, the air knocked from his lungs, his body crumpled, his spirit crushed under the weight of the young man's fury. The young man stands over his fallen foe, his face a mask of cold disdain. "You disgusting creatures," he spits, his voice dripping with venom. The goblin's eyes burn with furious rage, his guttural roar echoing through the desolate landscape. "I'll end your existence." Two more goblins emerge from the shadows, their snarls mirroring the first's ferocious intent, a terrifying trio closing in. A sickening splash, one goblin falls, lifeless. The young man's casual comment, "R.I.P. They looked kinda cute," sad face, hangs heavy in the air. He stands amidst the carnage, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips, blood splatters on his cheek, a stark contrast to his otherwise calm demeanor. His eyes, however, betray a flicker of something darker, a chilling emptiness that hints at a troubled soul. A chilling emptiness that reflects the brutal act he just committed. Another goblin lunges, desperate, but the young man is ready. "Die! Die!" he shouts, his voice devoid of emotion. The fight is over. "All right, perfect," he mutters, a chillingly calm assessment of the scene. He leaves the bodies behind, his words echoing the unsettling calm within him. "I'll join back in a little." Walking away, a subtle smirk plays on his lips, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. Footfalls crunch on the frozen ground, a lone figure moves through the desolate landscape. A desperate cry cuts through the chilling silence of the winter woods. "Kong Hyun Moo." Fear etched on her face, a young woman searches frantically. "Damn it, he might be dead already. I can't keep making this much noise." Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows. "Oh. Found you. Hyun Moo. Are you crazy? Who allowed you to act on your own?" Hyun Moo's nonchalant reply, "What? Ah, I just needed to take a leak." The young woman's fury explodes. "What did you just say?" He shrugs, unfazed by her outburst. "Ha, whatever. You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" A moment of stunned silence. "Oh, no." A chilling mist hangs heavy in the air, obscuring the ancient stones. The ground is littered with the fallen, their lifeless forms a grim testament to a recent battle. Twisted roots snake across the scene, adding to the desolate atmosphere. The air crackles with residual energy. Relief washes over them. Finally, a chance to escape this nightmare. The return stone, their ticket home, is within reach. But their reunion is short-lived. A sudden movement breaks the tense silence. A figure bursts from the trees, his face a mask of desperate urgency. Park Seo-moon. He's back, but his frantic dash speaks volumes. Fear etched onto his face, he pushes past his friends. His companions call out to him, their voices filled with alarm. The weight of his desperate flight is palpable. Seo-moon's breath comes in ragged gasps, his words a desperate plea. He needs to leave, now. The young woman's sharp eyes assess the situation. The overseer's reaction and the body speak volumes. Danger is imminent. Terror grips her. There's no way she's staying here. Not after what she's seen. Seo-moon's desperate flight continues, his every step fueled by primal fear. He must escape, and he must escape now. The young man sprints, his breath ragged, leaping over fallen rocks, a desperate flight through the gnarled, shadowy woods. Suddenly, a hook, tipped with wicked barbs, whips out from the darkness. Whiz! He's caught! The young man's eyes widen in terror as he's yanked into the air. Crash! The impact sends a shockwave through the undergrowth. He slams into the earth. A grotesque goblin-like creature, its red cap askew, grins, its hook still firmly attached to its victim. The young man's face contorts in agony, his silent scream echoing in the desolate forest. He's dragged further into the shadows. Meanwhile, the young woman watches in horror from a distance, as the creature drags the young man away, a chilling scene unfolding before her very eyes. She hesitates for only a moment before making a desperate decision. She'll follow. The young woman's eyes blaze with defiance, a silent vow etched onto her face. As the goblin-like creature unleashes a brutal strike. A blur of motion, a sickening thwack as it connects with the young man. The young man's weapon clatters to the ground, a metallic clink echoing the finality of his defeat. A blinding flash of light erupts as the creature prepares its next attack. With a furious roar, the young woman charges, a whirlwind of motion defying the creature's power, sending the creature sprawling across the rocky terrain. The impact shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Terror grips the onlookers, their faces a mask of pure, unadulterated fear. His eyes wide with disbelief and terror, a silent scream frozen on his lips. But from the shadows, a new presence emerges, a figure cloaked in darkness, their eyes burning with an unknown intensity. A ragged breath escapes the young man's lips, the taste of blood thick on his tongue. His pursuer's footfalls echo on the rocky ground, each step a hammer blow against his dwindling hope. But the young woman, a whirlwind of fury, intercepts the creature. Twin staffs blur as she unleashes a flurry of blows. The goblin-like creature staggers back, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of her attack. A wicked blade flashes, the creature lunges, aiming for a killing blow. The impact. A searing flash of light and heat erupts as the creature's arm is met with a counterattack. The young woman's counterattack is relentless, a furious dance of skill and determination. A desperate struggle for survival, each blow a testament to their will. The young woman's breath comes in ragged gasps, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion. From the shadows, a voice cuts through the chaos. "I wonder what you can do against a goblin from hell." The goblin-like creature lunges, blade flashing. A desperate leap from the young woman, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. A sinister smile plays on the lips of a hidden observer. The thrill of the hunt, reflected in their eyes. "This'll be interesting." But the young woman is ready. Her eyes blaze with fierce determination, a counterattack forming in her mind. The glint of steel, a deadly dance begins. A lone figure navigates a treacherous, snow-swept mountain pass. His eyes narrowed, focused on the path ahead. A goblin, crudely fashioned goggles perched atop its head, lurks nearby, its wicked hook gleaming menacingly. The tension ratchets up as the creature prepares to strike. A blur of motion. The goblin lunges. But he's ready. With a swift, precise movement, the young man counters the attack. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he dodges the goblin's blow and retaliates with deadly efficiency. Shing, the sound of steel slicing through flesh echoes through the icy peaks. The impact explodes in a flash of light and energy. A confident smirk spreads across his face. The young man, victorious from his recent battle, is clearly pleased with himself. The skill family is revealed. It allows the user to command those bound by the skill, but there's a catch. A blinding flash of light. The force of the attack is immense. And the goblin is sent flying. The young man easily overcomes the skill's limitation. The power of Kursan's family is revealed, a horde of goblins, their fate intertwined with Kursan's. A chilling revelation: Kursan's death would mean the annihilation of his entire tribe. The stakes are impossibly high. And the young man's expression shifts. Frustration? Or something more? The fallen goblin's body lies broken and lifeless, a testament to the brutal battle, a silent scream of pain. A moment of quiet reflection. The young man's actions have far-reaching consequences. While elsewhere, a group of new recruits watches from a distance, seemingly unaware of the unfolding drama. What matters is the overseer. A steely glint in her eye, No Howl, a mid-class member of the Great Unknown clan, grips her weapon. A blinding flash of steel. She cuts through the air with deadly precision, a whirlwind of motion against her foes. Can you fight against a level 26 Kursan and win? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge whispered on the wind. And the young man's jaw clenches, eyes blazing with defiance. He will not back down. A goblin lunges, its crude weapon aimed at the young man's head. Wham! The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A brutal counterattack. With a swift, powerful kick, he sends the creature sprawling. Three figures stand poised, ready for battle, as a monstrous shadow looms overhead. The ground trembles, a monstrous figure crashes from the sky. A young man, eyes wide with disbelief, screams, "Why you fucking?" But his voice is cut short. Stop! The monstrous creature looms over them, a terrifying presence in the shattered forest. The goblin's desperate lunge is met with a flash of ice. A chilling blast freezes the creature's feet. The young man, eyes narrowed in focus, leaps back. A brutal strike sends the goblin sprawling. Crash! Another goblin lunges, claws extended, but no howl is ready. She meets the attack with a swift counter. If you can't, I'd be disappointed. A brutal clash. Blood sprays as the young man is sent flying by a goblin's mighty blow. The force of the impact leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Another goblin, swift and deadly, leaps into action. How the hell is something that powerful in a one-star dungeon like this? The young man thinks, stunned by the goblin's superior equipment and skill. The goblin's sly movements and superior gear are a shock to the young man. Despite his surprise, the young man's fury ignites. Damn, to think a mere goblin hurt me, he growls, disbelief and rage twisting his features. He can't believe it. The young man's face is a mask of furious disbelief, blood streaming down his cheeks. A surge of energy, a hidden power awakens. A young woman stands amidst the chaos, blood staining her face, a grim determination etched into her features. Two daggers, strapped to her back, glint ominously in the dim light. A battlefield of jagged rocks, a lone goblin warrior stands defiant, sword raised high. The young man's eyes widen in alarm, a monstrous goblin looms before him, its jagged teeth bared in a feral snarl. She dash. His voice cracks with urgency, a desperate plea cutting through the din of battle. Hurry and get away from there, Curson. With a bone-jarring crash, the goblin is sent flying, its body impacting the ground with earth-shattering force. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of fists and blades, the young woman unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike precise and deadly. The goblin's eyes widen in disbelief as it's sent sprawling, its reign of terror abruptly ended. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts as she delivers a final, devastating blow. A goblin, eyes blazing with feral intent, lunges. Its crude weapon whistles through the air. A blur of motion as the attack connects. The impact sends a shockwave. Curson grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of pain and fury. He's taking a beating, but he refuses to fall. The goblin, its features now clearly visible, snarls, sweat beading on its brow. It's stronger than it looks. And Curson's body is a testament to that brutal strength. Crimson stains bloom across his torso. Despite the grievous wounds, the goblin is also wounded. It staggers back, breathing heavily. A swirling vortex of energy erupts from the ground, a desperate counterattack. The goblin's eyes widen in terror as the force slams into it. Accelerate, a skill activates. For a short period of time, every movement is doubled in speed. The goblin's already desperate situation becomes critical. The goblin knows it's outmatched. That's why I'll take care of this as soon as possible. It makes a final, desperate lunge. A blur of motion. A figure, cloaked in shadow, descends from above. The glint of steel flashes as a blade finds its mark. The goblin's eyes widen in surprise. A crimson stain blossoms across its hide. The fight is far from over. I'll end this here. The young woman's voice rings out, sharp and determined. With a ferocious cry, she unleashes a devastating blow. The goblin staggers, its grip weakening. The end is near. A blinding flash. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and debris. The battle is over. From a distance, the young man, along with No Howl, watches the aftermath with a mixture of awe and relief. She lands gracefully, her blade still dripping, a warrior amidst the chaos. A young woman's sneakers pound the rocky ground, a blur of motion. Her breath catching in her throat as she witnesses the aftermath, a scene of chaos and smoke. The smoke clears, revealing a figure amidst the debris, a goblin, unlike any she's encountered before. Her eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across her features. This is no ordinary goblin. For this one holds a young man hostage, a cruel glint in its eye. The goblin's chilling words hang heavy in the air, "You move, and I'll kill this human." A desperate cry escapes the young man's lips as the goblin tightens its grip. And the young woman's resolve hardens. A hostage? No, there's something more to this. The goblin's grotesque face is inches from hers, its words a low growl, "Drop the weapon." Impossible. This is beyond anything she's ever faced before. Terror grips Curson as he stares into the eyes of his captor, a goblin, not just any monster, but one that speaks. The young woman, his rescuer, is left reeling, a whirlwind of thoughts races through her mind. First, assess the situation. What to do? Her eyes dart around, calculating the risks. Prioritize their safety? Or risk a bolder move? A grim determination sets in. If they stay, something worse might happen. The stakes are too high to hesitate. She clenches her knives, a silent promise forming. If that happens, she'll face whatever comes. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. Broken stones litter the ground beneath a gnarled tree, where the young woman and Curson stand, facing an uncertain future. Her jaw tightens, a fierce glint in her eyes, the weight of the decision bears down on her. With a swift, silent movement, she draws a blade, clang, the sound echoes in the stillness. Mr. Park Seaman's terrified face is revealed, held captive, his fate hangs precariously in the balance. A predatory grin spreads across the young woman's face, she's ready. The fight is on. The young woman grips her blade, a question hanging heavy in the air. What does that mean, Overseer? A rock hurtles through the air, whack, the sound echoing the growing tension. He won't let them die. You can't just let one of your juniors that might have potential to die just like that. A flash of blue energy erupts as he unleashes a devastating blow. The ground cracks under the force. The goblin's eye, glowing ominously, is the only thing visible amidst the chaos. The young man's attack connects, sending the goblin sprawling, whoosh, a powerful energy blast. The impact sends the goblin crashing into a tree, whack, the force of the blow echoing through the forest. The young man lies unconscious, the battle's toll evident. A group observes from a distance, their expressions a mix of shock and concern. Did the stick raise my attack stat? I can make a hole through trees with just rocks. The young woman's voice cuts through the air, sharp and urgent. Kang Hyunmoo, are you crazy? This isn't a situation where you can just do whatever you want. The goblin lunges, knife flashing. Don't get involved, shouts the young man, his voice tight with urgency. A chilling smile spreads across his face, a predator's grin revealing sharp teeth. The young woman hesitates, fear battling with determination, but the hostage's terror fuels her resolve. She charges forward. Why should he help? The young man's eyes gleam with a cold amusement. He watches, unmoved, as the battle unfolds. A young woman's desperate cry echoes through the air. What? Her face, streaked with dirt and sweat, reflects the brutal reality of the fight. The weight of the situation bears down on her. What? What do you mean? She's a lot more disappointing than I thought. Is everyone around her as skilled as her? I didn't think they would be this weak. If No Howl fought against Curson when he was alive, she would have died in an instant. A swift, brutal strike, the goblin's blade finds its mark. The girl lies still, defeated. I thought I told you to not kill any humans? Hostage. Is he still not fully under my control? A close-up on the overseer's face. His brow is furrowed, a grim determination etched into his features. He stands before a young woman, her expression a mixture of defiance and apprehension. She holds two short staffs, ready for action. KHH. No ha. No, overseer, she says, her voice tight with tension. The woman's gaze hardens. The overseer's words clearly weigh heavily on her. If Park Seo-moon were to die, it would have been a hassle for you to take care of. The overseer continues, his tone softening slightly. I'm not trying to judge you for the decision you made. However, if you did lose sight of the goblin, things might have gotten even worse. The woman's face is etched with worry. A silent question hangs in the air. What if she had failed? She speaks again, her voice barely a whisper. On top of that, I haven't done anything in this exploration either. The scene shifts to a rocky shoreline. The overseer and the woman stand amidst the gray stones. If we leave like this, we would have left without accomplishing anything, right? I didn't come here to waste my time doing nothing. The overseer's resolve hardens. The overseer smiles, a glint in his eye. He casually tosses a small stone into the air. Then, with a powerful swing, he brings his staff down with earth-shattering force. Well, that's the reason why. He explodes into motion, a whirlwind of fury. Move out of the way. A blue streak cuts through the air, a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield, leaving a stunned goblin warrior in its wake. Its face contorted in a silent scream of pain and disbelief. The overseer's attack sends a shockwave through the forest. The trees themselves shuddering from the force. Another impact. The ground cracks under the force of the blow. And the overseer's relentless assault continues. With a battle cry, the unnamed woman unleashes a flurry of attacks. A single mistake, almost costing a new hunter's life. The weight of that near miss bears down. But the unnamed woman's resolve is unshaken. I'll take care of myself, she declares, a steely glint in her eyes. The overseer unleashes a furious assault. A blizzard of blows, each one a potential death sentence. The air crackles with energy as the overseer's attack connects. Kia. A scream pierces the chaos. But the unnamed woman isn't going down without a fight. Her counterattack is swift, brutal, a whirlwind of motion. A blur of motion, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. The clash of steel echoes through the battlefield. The overseer's rage is palpable, a guttural roar, KHH, shakes the very ground beneath their feet. With a ferocious grin, the unnamed woman meets the overseer's onslaught head-on. A desperate, brutal exchange. A dance of death where every strike could be the last. The fight intensifies, a maelstrom of steel and fury. The clash of blades is deafening. A whirlwind of motion, a desperate struggle for survival. The overseer's grip tightens on his blade, a chilling glint in his reptilian eyes. A brutal blow aimed at the unnamed woman. The air crackles with the force of the impact. A whirlwind of motion. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. The unnamed woman counters with a swift, precise strike, her movements a blur. A fierce exchange of blows. Energy crackles as their weapons collide, a storm of power unleashed. The ground trembles beneath the sheer force of their combat. The overseer, momentarily staggered, lands heavily, sending a shockwave through the frozen landscape. His eyes burn with fury, his rage a palpable thing. The unnamed woman seizes the opportunity, a cunning glint in her eyes. Behind. A calculated strike aimed at the overseer's vulnerable flank. The unnamed woman, a blur of motion, launches herself at the overseer. Twin blades glint in the air. A whirlwind of perfectly timed strikes. Each movement is a calculated risk, a dance of death. The air crackles with energy as she unleashes a devastating blow. KRASHHH. The overseer staggers, his defenses shattered. His enraged roar echoes through the battlefield. But it's too late. The unnamed woman's attack is relentless. He crashes to the ground, his body impacting with a sickening thud. The overseer is wounded, his power waning. With a powerful kick, she sends him sprawling. Wham! The impact sends tremors through the earth. The overseer, dazed and reeling, struggles to regain his footing. But the unnamed woman is already upon him, her next attack poised to strike. A final, brutal blow. The overseer's reign of terror is over. Crack! The overseer lunges, a blur of motion. His attack is a whirlwind of raw power. But the unnamed woman anticipates his every move. A crimson flash explodes as she counters. A goblin, wounded and gasping, spits out a defiant remark, "It's better than getting stabbed from the back." The unnamed woman, a whirlwind of motion, dances through the fray. Her blade sings a deadly song. A clash of steel against steel, silhouettes locked in a desperate struggle under a bruised sky. The fight is far from over. Her eyes blazing with fury, the unnamed woman unleashes a devastating attack. The air crackles with energy. A flurry of blades, a symphony of destruction as she cuts through her enemies. Goblins scatter, their screams echoing across the battlefield. A desperate defense, a desperate counterattack. The unnamed woman's blade finds its mark again and again. The impact shattering bone and steel. A final, brutal blow cleaves through the air. The goblin's eyes widen in terror as the blade slices through its defenses. Its lifeblood spills onto the frozen ground. A chilling grin spreads across the unnamed woman's face, her eyes gleaming with cold determination. The blade in her hand sings a deadly song. A clash of steel echoes through the frozen wasteland. The goblin lunges, its rusty blade meeting her superior skill. The goblin's attack is deflected with a swift, precise movement. It stumbles, its momentum broken. The overseer watches, his one good eye narrowed in barely concealed fury. He senses the tide turning against him. With a roar that shakes the very ground, the overseer charges. His attack is a whirlwind of brutal force. But the unnamed woman anticipates his every move. Her blade dances, a blur of motion. A brutal counterattack. The overseer is sent flying, his body crashing into the snow with a thud. The impact sends a shockwave through the frozen landscape. The overseer lies broken, defeated. The unnamed woman stands triumphant, her breath misting in the frigid air. Victory is hers. The overseer lies defeated, a ragged breath escaping his lips. A triumphant smirk plays on the unnamed woman's face as she stands over him, her knife dripping with the spoils of victory. But the battle isn't over. From the swirling dust and smoke, a monstrous figure emerges. A goblin warrior, eyes burning with malevolent fury. The unnamed woman's expression hardens, she's not done fighting. Curson, watching from afar, his face etched with worry, urges his companion to escape. Again, him. No, let's find the time to run away. But there's no escape. Another goblin, a hulking brute, blocks their path. Curson, stop, get lost now. The goblin's snarl is a promise of violence, a chilling prelude to the next attack. With a roar, the goblin lunges, a blur of motion and steel. But the unnamed woman is ready. Her eyes flash with determination as she meets the oncoming assault head-on. A clash of steel. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a violent explosion of energy. The unnamed woman, battered but unbroken, rises to her feet, victorious once more. The ground trembles beneath her. The unnamed woman, a whirlwind of motion, drives her blade into a goblin, the impact a sickening thwack, sending him sprawling. Curson, eyes wide with terror, watches helplessly as she dispatches another with brutal efficiency. A cloud of dust and snow erupts as the final goblin falls. Silence descends upon the desolate landscape. Only broken by Curson's ragged breath and the unnamed woman's muttered curse, "Fuck this." Rage boils within her, a potent cocktail of exhaustion and righteous fury. She clenches her fists. A stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of the family watching from afar. Their eyes are wide with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Kurson lies defeated, his face a mask of defeat. The text above him reads, "And with that, my first dungeon exploration had to come to an end." He stares out at the unnamed woman, a strange mixture of awe and resentment in his eyes. A chilling cry echoes across the desolate landscape. Kang Hyun-moo. The name hangs heavy in the frigid air. He shields his eyes, a grim expression etched on his face. The wind whips around him, carrying the scent of blood. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. "I found a trail of blood. I'll try to track him down, so go get everyone else and get out of here." His breath hitches in his throat, a desperate plea forms on his lips. He pushes himself to his feet, determination hardening his gaze. "No, Overseer. I'll be depending on you." The ground trembles beneath her feet as she leaps into action. A powerful hand slams into the ground, KRSH. The impact sends tremors through the earth. The dungeon hasn't met any hidden conditions? Yes. The sterile environment of the Hunters Guild office is stark against the backdrop of Hyunmu's harrowing escape. A sense of quiet urgency hangs in the air. As the Overseer's aide delivers a report, her words precise and measured. The dungeon remains unchanged, a frustrating dead end in the search for answers. The weight of Hyunmu's tale settles heavily on the Overseer's shoulders. His face, etched with concern, speaks volumes of his helplessness. A beat of silence, then, a barely audible chuckle escapes the aide's lips. A flicker of doubt crosses her face. She removes her cap, revealing a cascade of dark hair, a subtle shift in demeanor. The weight of the situation is clearly affecting her. Alone on a park bench, the aide wrestles with her conscience. The lack of casualties offers little solace, the unsettling truth remains. Her eyes close, a sigh escaping her lips. The burden of uncertainty weighs heavily on her. Suddenly, a hand touches her shoulder. She jolts, startled. Hyunmu. His unexpected appearance sends a shockwave through her. The reunion is fraught with tension and surprise. Concern etches itself onto the woman's face as she approaches Hyunmu. "Are you okay? You don't seem so well." Hyunmu's response is hesitant, a cloud of uncertainty hanging over him. It's nothing like, "Do I have something you need?" The woman's gaze intensifies, her question sharp and direct. "I was wondering if you took care of it." The word hangs heavy in the air, unspoken tension building. The goblin. A beat of silence, then, a nervous chuckle escapes Hyunmu as he stands before the woman. The scene unfolds in a quiet park setting. A sudden, sharp movement. Hyunmu's sleeve is ripped, revealing a hidden injury. Hyunmu's voice is strained, his words laced with a hint of unease. "Yes, well, I did find it. But I couldn't recognize it at all." He produces a tattered, unrecognizable piece of clothing. The goblin's remains are revealed, a grim testament to the battle. The weight of the situation crashes down. "It looked like it was dismembered by someone by the time I was there." "Damn." The unnamed woman, holding a piece of the goblin's hat, speaks with a thoughtful expression. It seems the other goblins noticed their fallen comrade and attacked while they had the chance. She explains, keeping the hat as evidence, but needing more time to investigate. Hyunmu, slightly relieved, remembers his manners. "Now that I think about it, I forgot to give you my thanks." The woman's response is simple, yet meaningful: "You did a good job." Despite the near-death experience, a sense of gratitude fills the air. "Although we almost lost someone's life because of my decision, we didn't thanks to you." A heartfelt thank you is exchanged, a moment of quiet understanding between two strangers who have shared a harrowing ordeal. Hyunmu, however, has another question burning in his mind. He decides to push forward, ignoring the lingering gratitude. Forgetting the pleasantries, he asks the crucial question: could he handle 2-star dungeons with his current skills? The woman's eyes widen. The goblin they faced was surprisingly strong. If it came from a 3-star dungeon, she wouldn't be surprised. Her assessment is clear and direct: Hyunwoo's skills far exceeded expectations. Hyunwoo, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, offers a non-committal, yes, well. He extends his hand, a gesture both open and slightly guarded. A subtle movement as he retrieves something from his pocket. Is that a coin? Hyunwoo's brow furrows. Wait, are you trying to get dirt on me? The woman's voice softens, a touch of apology in her tone. Of course not, sorry if it sounded that way. She continues, her words emphasizing a key point. The important fact is that this skilled person decided to enter a one-star dungeon with an overseer, and it seemed like he wasn't used to working with others. A beat. The weight of her next words hangs heavy in the air. Then, a confident smile spreads across her face as she reveals her intentions. I was hoping that you would visit me at my clan, the Great Unknown. She holds up a card, the clan's insignia clearly visible. This is no ordinary invitation. It's a recruitment drive. That would mean he's looking for a clan to join. A thoughtful smile plays on Hyunwoo's lips as he weighs the recruiter's offer. I think it'd be best for me to think a little bit before I decide, he muses, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. The woman presses her point, what? But, in order to clear the harder dungeons, you'll need help. Hyunwoo counters, I was doing fine by myself until now. Also, I find the process of dividing loot with other people a hassle. On top of that, weren't we able to take care of things with just the two of us anyway? His tone is firm, his resolve evident. The woman's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Oh, but, she begins, her confidence momentarily shaken. Anyways, about the rank up, she continues, regaining her composure, her gaze unwavering. Hyunwoo smiles, a decision seemingly made. I'll be expecting a positive report from you soon, she says, her voice carrying an air of quiet authority. A figure in a suit rushes down a hallway, papers clutched in his hand. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes. A sense of urgency hanging heavy in the air. Hyunwoo hesitates outside the leader's office, a knot of uncertainty tightening in his gut. Inside, a woman furiously types, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of her fingers a counterpoint to the rising tension. Her frustration boils over. Miss, she shouts, slamming her fist on the desk. The sound echoes in the otherwise silent office. Hyunwoo bursts in, a harried look on his face. Oh, miss, he exclaims, clearly flustered. The woman's anger momentarily subsides. Oh, what? Just leave if I don't respond. What's so important, she demands, her voice still sharp. Hyunwoo explains, we just received something odd just now. Her eyes narrow, suspicion etched on her face. Yes? He continues, oh, we're still determining the rank. The woman explodes. What? I told you to not bother me with anything stupid like the rank determinations. Hyunwoo shrinks back, well, unless a 5-star just came. A wave of uncertainty washes over the unnamed woman's face. Her brow furrows, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a modern office, sterile and bright. Kang Hyunwoo stands before his superior, a palpable tension simmering between them. Her eyes widen, disbelief etched onto her features. Are you sure it's not a machine error, she demands, her voice sharp. Hyunwoo's shoulders slump slightly. We checked everything. It was all in working order. His voice is strained, exhaustion lacing his tone. The woman's frustration mounts. She slams the report down, the sound echoing in the quiet office. We checked for drug usage and investigated the overseer. We've checked everything. Her gaze drops, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. A sigh escapes her lips, barely audible. She speaks, her voice low and thoughtful. If it was a 5-star, I would say, oh, that's interesting. If it was a 6-star, I would have screamed. If it was a 7-star, I would tell you to shut up and re-inspect the results. But this? A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. Her confusion is palpable. How am I supposed to respond to this? Suddenly, Hyunwoo's voice cuts through the silence. Ma'am. We just got this from the Gangnam Ability User Management Center, take a look. Hyunwoo's face is etched with urgency, his eyes wide with a mixture of alarm and determination. The report in his hand seems to throb with unseen energy. A file sits open, revealing the stats of an individual, Kang Hyunwoo. Level 7 to 8. His attributes are listed, a standard profile, nothing out of the ordinary. But the name sparks immediate recognition. Kang Hyunwoo, it's the same person? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The scene shifts to a bustling office. A subordinate rushes in, his face etched with urgency, Chief Wang Young. We just got a call from the Great Unknown. The Great Unknown's message is revealed, $1 million bribe to suppress information before the official report is released. A hush falls over the room. The weight of the decision pressing down on them. The chief's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. The woman's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief. A silent scream trapped behind her lips. The pressure is immense. The name is demanded, name. The name is uttered, a single, stark word that cuts through the tension, Kang Hyunwoo. The impact of that name reverberates through the room. A wave of shock washes over the chief and the woman. The silence is deafening. A decision must be made. The woman's face contorts, her eyes welling up with tears. The pressure is too much. And in a moment of stark clarity, a decision is made. Ignore it, she declares, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. A file is presented, the name Poison Bloodstark against the page, a skill level of 7 to 8 is noted. The details are highlighted, a closer look at the stats. HP, MP, Strength, Dexterity, Intelligence, and Luck, all rated S. A sharp command rings out, go and investigate this Kang Hyunwoo person. His blood type, where he lived, his past life, everything. The urgency is palpable, a stern warning follows, and make sure everything stays confidential. A question cuts through the air, and what about the official report? The decision is swift, decisive, until we find him, postpone it. The order is given, a sense of purpose fills the room. Everyone, start moving. A flurry of motion, a coordinated response, the team springs into action, yes. A lingering thought, a name echoing in the silence. Kang Hyunwoo, Kang Hyunwoo. The scene settles, a determined figure stands resolute, the investigation is underway. A piercing gaze, narrowed eyes behind crimson-rimmed glasses, the unnamed woman's expression speaks volumes. Who is this enigmatic figure, and what secrets does she hold? Kang Hyunwoo. The name echoes in the silence, a figure lies sprawled in a steamy bath, vulnerable and unaware. A single eye, half-closed, opens slowly, a flicker of consciousness, a stirring in the depths. The sterile white of a hazmat suit fills the frame, a figure approaches, their intentions unclear. The air crackles with anticipation. Hyunwoo rises, his powerful physique revealed, water droplets cling to his sculpted muscles. He's clearly not an ordinary man. A gasp escapes his lips, the sudden chill of the air hits him, a stark contrast to the warmth of the bath. The scene ends on a cliffhanger. For ability users, a ranking system exists, separate from their level. Each rank has specific levels, and once a user reaches the maximum level within their rank, it becomes impossible to increase their level further. For stars, 50 levels, 3 stars, 40 levels, 2 stars, 30 levels, 1 star, 20 levels. The system is rigid, unforgiving. But there's a glimmer of hope. Exposure to mana can awaken normal humans, granting them a 1-star rank. A new beginning. Recently, I reached level 20, the highest possible level in my current rank. A plateau. A wall. A question gnawed at me, could I break through? Could I transcend my limitations? The thought lingered, a seed of ambition. Then, a sudden interruption. Yumin's unexpected news arrived, shattering my contemplation. A sterile room, the scent of antiseptic sharp in the air. A gloved hand, precise and swift, plunges a needle into my abdomen. Asterisk thwack asterisk. Blood is drawn. The procedure is complete. What will this mean? Is this all it takes to unlock the secrets of his abilities? The unnamed protagonist lies on a cold, sterile table, his expression a mixture of apprehension and hope. But the scientist, clad in full hazmat gear, remains confident. Of course, she declares, her voice muffled by the mask, yet her certainty rings clear. With practiced precision, the scientist begins her examination. Every touch, every movement, speaks of years spent mastering this delicate procedure, revealing a glimpse into the world of mana research. A young, ambitious researcher, still a graduate student, yet already making significant contributions to the field. The scientist explains, ability awakening was a related topic, so obviously they were studying the possibility to increase the ranks of ability users. The implications hang heavy in the air. As she holds up 2 vials of blood, a chilling detail revealed. But that blood. She murmurs, her eyes widening slightly. The protagonist, still recovering, raises an eyebrow. Poison blood activates? Why are those tubes just fine? He questions, his voice laced with suspicion. The scientist smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. That will be enough. We can figure that out later, she says, her confidence unwavering. With a final, decisive movement, the blood samples are disposed of. The biohazard bag is sealed, ready for disposal, leaving only unanswered questions and a lingering sense of unease. All right, Appa, you can take this, the scientist says, her tone light, yet the weight of the situation remains. What's this? A stack of documents, casually tossed onto a kitchen counter. A woman watches with a knowing smile as the protagonist examines them. They're documents regarding rank increases, but there's a catch. It's all about exposure to high-density mana. Long-time exposure to mana, that's the key. The protagonist ponders this revelation, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. There's only one way, a grim determination sets in. The time for contemplation is over. 9 days, 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds until the next quest. The difficulty? Hell. He's entering the star of apocalypse. He just has to figure things out in hell, a steely glint in his eyes, a challenge accepted. His hands settle deep in his pockets, the weight of the impending challenge palpable. A storm of purple lightning cracks across the sky above a ruined cityscape. The protagonist stands alone on a rooftop, silhouetted against the apocalyptic glow. The countdown begins. Only 9 days, 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 21 seconds until the next quest. And the protagonist realizes something crucial: the time is based on his time spent in this hellish realm. A grim understanding dawns on his face. The timer ticks down relentlessly, seconds melt away. A surge of energy erupts. Crimson tendrils of power crackle around him. A wave of intense energy washes over him. He laughs, a sound of pure exhilaration. The raw power coursing through his veins is almost overwhelming. His face contorts in a mixture of pain and ecstatic joy. He throws his hands out, embracing the surge. Amazing, he gasps, his eyes wide with wonder. The revelation hits him like a lightning bolt. He can create legendary items simply by synthesizing things. A new world of possibilities opens before him. A surge of energy crackles as the blade takes shape, forged in the crucible of creation. A legendary weapon is born. The unnamed protagonist beams, holding his new blade aloft. Isn't this stuff amazing? He marvels, a crystal stone clutched in his other hand. A highly efficient item, perfect for crafting legendary gear. Its power is revealed: when synthesizing with other rare items, it creates legendary items. It's a material created when refining crystal moss. A mysterious figure appears, a goblin-like creature in a red hood. He speaks of the crystal stone's other properties: if you put it near you when sleeping, it helps with blood circulation and gets rid of bad spirits. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washes over the protagonist, a feeling of intense weakness. He collapses, gasping for breath. More. I need more, he groans, his body racked with pain. The hooded figure approaches, his eyes glinting with malevolent intent. Krisen? KRR, yes. Give me half of the rare equipment that you have right now. The protagonist, eyes wide with shock, can only stammer, what? A sinister smile spreads across the protagonist's face, a chilling calm descends as he accepts his fate. Don't worry, the hooded figure assures him, I'll make sure you're rewarded for it. A desolate cityscape, scarred by conflict, the air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and the lingering echoes of battle. A radiant, star-shaped object materializes, pulsing with otherworldly energy. It's breathtaking. A celestial beacon in the heart of urban ruin. Its light seems to defy the darkness. A stark, digital message appears, Starving Star, Yogilim is observing. The stakes have just been raised. 9 days later. He emerges, a triumphant grin splitting his face. The spoils of victory are evident. His gaze falls upon his arm, a newly acquired piece of equipment. This is the arm of Osket. He murmurs, a hint of awe in his voice. The arm of Osket, legendary glove. Physical defense, mid, magic defense, mid, agility, low. A powerful addition to his arsenal. And beside it, a wickedly curved blade. Short blade flowing with blood, legendary short sword. Low physical damage, mid-low magic damage, mid-penetration. A deadly complement. He surveys his new acquisitions, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. As a shelter, it should be good enough, he declares, a quiet confidence in his tone. But a flicker of defiance ignites in his eyes. Then, he growls, his grip tightening on the blade. The calm before the storm? A brutal clash. The impact reverberates. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel. The protagonist is on the offensive. His movements are a deadly dance, a symphony of destruction. Each strike precise, each blow devastating. The air crackles with energy. The force of the impact shatters the very ground beneath their feet. He stands amidst the wreckage, the arm of Osket gleaming, the short blade flowing with blood dripping crimson. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. I was worried since I only had the glove for my left arm, but I'm already getting used to it. He muses, a hint of self-assuredness in his tone. His gaze drops to his new weapons, a silent testament to his recent efforts. The muscles ripple beneath his sweat-slicked skin. The past 9 days have been a whirlwind of activity. He explains, since I couldn't increase my levels, I created items. Enhanced my skills. The searing pain fades, leaving behind a chilling revelation, his blood, now acidic. Yogilim, the Starving Star, watches from the shadows. He sketches his surroundings, a desperate attempt to understand his predicament, but is it enough? No. The ever-watchful eye of Yogilim remains. A grim determination sets in. His face, a mask of quiet resolve. A new quest emerges from the digital ether, descend into the depths of the pyramid. The weight of the task settles upon him, a pyramid? The very word echoes in his mind. His gaze hardens. He's being hunted, a 24-hour race against time begins. The weight of the challenge settles on him. 24 hours to survive, or die trying. A chilling message appears on his screen, Starving Star, Yogilim is observing you. The stakes are raised. Accept the challenge, and the difficulty increases, but so do the rewards. A gamble for power. Doubt flickers in his eyes. Is it even possible to make this trial any harder? And what reward awaits? He's been searching for a way to grow stronger, beyond the usual methods, a path to true power. But this challenge, this insane risk, it might be the answer he's been looking for. Under the crimson glow of the moon, a single word echoes in the night, I accept. The city is alive with strange, ethereal lights, a prelude to the coming storm. The same ominous glow, more intense now. A new message flashes, Wailing Star, Verde is observing you. 5 names flash across the screen, each a chilling declaration, Shattering Star, Gaul is observing you. Whispering star, Monstril is observing you. Conquering star, Arden is observing you. Monsters star, Augustro is observing you. Struggling star, Aragunin is observing you. The unnamed protagonist stares upward, a mixture of fear and confusion etched onto his face. Sweat beads on his brow. His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He mutters, what's this? What's wrong with you all? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as a new threat materializes. A new quest is announced. The quest will now begin. A swirling vortex of cosmic energy erupts, a breathtaking spectacle of purple and white. Revealing a colossal serpent, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It rises from the depths of space, a terrifying leviathan. Its immense form dwarfing the landscape below, a vast army of shadowy figures scattered across the ground like ants. The text appears, members of Yogalim's family will now chase you. Survive for 48 hours. The weight of the challenge crushes down on him. His jaw clenches, his eyes blazing with defiance. He will not yield. The words "you are cursed" appear, a chilling revelation. A curse? His face contorts in a grimace of disbelief and fury. The final word hangs in the air, tasty. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he savors the moment. Tasty, he exclaims, the words echoing the sheer delight in his eyes. But the euphoria is short-lived, a sudden, sharp pain grips him. His eyes widen in shock, his face contorting in agony, a look of pure terror replaces the previous glee. He stumbles back, his body racked with pain, bracing himself against the unseen force. A violent impact shatters the silence, the force of the blow sends tremors through the air. Dust and debris fly as a heavy object crashes against a barred gate. The scene is one of utter destruction. A fist slams forward, a blur of motion. Tasty echoes as the impact reverberates. He reels back, a triumphant grin twisting his lips, the sheer force of the blow sends him flying. A moment of disorientation. What? Terror etched onto his face, eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembles, a silent scream. A winged figure darts across the scene, leaving a trail of sparkling dust. Tasty. His stomach clenches, a wave of unease washing over him. Don't tell me, is it talking about my body? He turns, a prickling sensation on his skin, a chilling premonition. A grotesque face looms, saliva dripping from its monstrous maw, followed by a close-up of a pair of fangs, mirroring the first creature's hunger. A shadowy figure lurks in the background, its presence unsettling. The main character's face is etched with apprehension, a silent scream trapped behind his lips. Suddenly, a grotesque creature lunges, its claws extended, a horrifying shriek pierces the air as the attack unfolds. Terror grips him. You're crazy, get away from me. Stay away, he cries out, his voice strained with fear. But the creature's laughter echoes, chillingly amused. You've become so tasty and you won't let us get a little taste of you? His eyes widen in disbelief. Tasty? Do you know what kind of curse has been put on me? A chilling response, yeah. It's like a spice. The horrifying truth is revealed, they're spices that you can taste at Yogalim's banquet hall. The implications sink in, if you get caught under this curse, it'll agitate the hunger of everyone around you, and even make you smell and taste delightful. A chilling warning, if you eat anything cursed by it, you'll be addicted to it. And in the pursuit of finding that particular taste, you can't do anything but find something similar. A chilling revelation unfolds. The fairy, her eyes burning like embers, speaks of a promised end. A fate seemingly sealed for Rinian. But this is just the beginning of a terrifying truth. The fairy's words paint a grim picture, the starving star, a world consumed by hunger. A brutal landscape where survival means devouring others. A predatory gaze locks onto our protagonist. A guttural laugh echoes, a monstrous figure emerging from the shadows. Crack, the sound of breaking glass shatters the silence. Panic grips him. He's been attacked, the reality of the curse sinking in. A horrifying truth dawning, any living being will attack him on sight. He's trapped, alone, and hunted. The question hangs heavy in the air: where will he go? A desperate flight begins. The sounds of pursuit echo behind him, whoosh, a blur of motion. A monstrous figure closes in, the fairy's sinister laughter ringing in his ears. The monster lunges, a blur of claws and teeth. But our hero isn't backing down. A defiant snarl twists his lips as he raises his weapon. A crimson blade flashes, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air. The impact. A deafening crash as the monster's attack is met with brutal force, shattering stone and bone alike. The ground trembles under the sheer power of the blow. He's fighting back with everything he's got, a desperate struggle for survival. But the monster's relentless assault continues, pushing him to his limits. Sent flying by a devastating blow, he crashes to the earth. A wave of nausea washes over him as a swarm of insects erupts from his wounds. The curse takes hold, a horrifying transformation begins. A relentless tide of parasitic insects consuming him from within. A monstrous mosquito, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent, descends. Its proboscis poised to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. But it's not alone. A swarm of these nightmarish insects engulfs the ground. They're buzzing a prelude to a gruesome feast. The hero, battered and bruised, stands defiant. He tries to fight back, but the sheer number of insects overwhelms him. Crunch. His foot crushes several, but more take their place. The fairy, her face a mask of concern, cries out, "Mosquitoes! That's weird. Mosquitoes should not be active around this time?" The hero, gritting his teeth, mutters, "They're being annoying out of nowhere." The fairy reveals a chilling truth: mosquitoes are at the lowest position within the chain of power of Chaegulim. They're the youngest of the spies among Yogalim. The hero, his eyes widening in realization, asks, "What, so that's what was going on?" The fairy's smile turns sinister. Mosquitoes are one of the fastest monsters too. The others should start arriving soon. What that means is that the mosquitoes found you. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He stands before a dilapidated building, the air thick with the scent of decay and something else, something sinister. A single feather drifts down, a silent omen. Then another, and another, swirling around him like a macabre dance. He looks down, a growing sense of dread washing over him, the feathers, imbued with an unnatural glow. Soon, everyone under the control of Yogalim. A crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an ominous glow upon the city below, a chilling premonition. He grips his blade tighter, his shadow stretching long and menacing. The enemy is near. A flock of pigeons, their eyes gleaming with unnatural intelligence. These are his people? A chilling smirk spreads across the spy's face. Interesting preference, he sneers, his words dripping with menace. Suddenly, a cacophony of squawks erupts. A monstrous, mutated bird descends from the sky. Its claws extended, ready to strike. A swarm of these grotesque creatures engulfs the area, a terrifying wave of feathered fury. Our hero, already surrounded, is forced to flee. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he sprints for his life. But escape is not so easy. A relentless tide of insects follows close behind. He pushes himself harder, muscles screaming in protest, every breath a desperate gasp for air. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, the sheer terror etched onto his features. A devastating impact. The ground explodes beneath him, sending him tumbling into the abyss. He's overwhelmed, a sea of monstrous birds closing in for the kill. The monstrous swarm closes in. A flurry of wings and buzzing fills the air. A deafening roar as the creatures attack. The ground trembles under their weight. He's surrounded, overwhelmed. "How am I going to handle all these by myself?" he cries out, desperation etched on his face. Across the ravaged cityscape, a desperate flight for survival. He runs, the fairy close behind. A monstrous figure lunges, claws extended. A desperate struggle ensues. He confronts the creature, his voice strained, "Is there space in your village?" The monster hesitates, a flicker of something uncertain in its eyes. About that. Recently, the birth rate has increased. He sighs in disbelief. Forget it, I wasn't expecting much anyways. His face contorts in frustration. Damn it, I was prepared for everything, but who would have thought it would be some odd curse with mosquitoes and pigeons? The chase continues. Our hero, breathless and battered, sprints through the ravaged cityscape. A chilling message cuts through the air. Starving star, Yogalim is observing you. The threat is palpable. He grits his teeth, a defiant snarl twisting his lips. It seems that Yogalim is taking his sweet time keeping an eye on me. And here he comes with an obscure quest to mess with me. A desperate plea escapes his lips, just let me. The ground explodes beneath him. A shockwave rips through the earth, sending him hurtling through the air, a crimson moon looming large in the apocalyptic sky. A monstrous figure rises to meet him. He crashes into the ruins, the impact jarring him to his core. One thought dominates his mind: have someone I can fight against seriously. He looks up, a mixture of defiance and desperation etched on his face. As monstrous hordes rise from the depths, a terrifying army closing in. His eyes widen, a primal scream building in his throat. The ground trembles, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the earth. From the crater, a monstrous horde rises, their forms barely visible in the dust and shadow. Their sheer size is terrifying. A legion of horrors, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, advance relentlessly. He stumbles, coughing, the acrid smell of destruction filling his nostrils. But his eyes burn with defiance. He will not yield. He rises, his resolve hardening into steel. A grim smile spreading across his face as he draws his blade. Perfect. He unleashes a furious counterattack, his words echoing through the battlefield: you should have sent these in the first place. The clash of steel against monstrous flesh, a whirlwind of violence erupts. The battle begins. A monstrous horde descends, but our hero stands defiant, a grin splitting his face as he greets his foes. All right. Nice to meet you too. A grotesque creature, its flesh pallid and scarred, its maw a terrifying chasm of teeth, looms before him. And the hero's response? A blur of motion as he draws a wickedly sharp blade. The clash. A brutal exchange of blows, the hero's strength meeting the monster's raw power. The ground trembles under the force of their impact. A triumphant grin spreads across the hero's face as he lands a devastating blow. The monster's eyes roll back, its body slumping. But even in victory, a shadow of doubt crosses his features. He clutches his injured arm, a grimace twisting his lips. This isn't. Another monster lunges, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening snap. He roars in defiance, a primal scream echoing through the ravaged battlefield. Don't. A desperate struggle for survival. The hero is overwhelmed, thrown back by sheer force. Crushing to his knees, the fight far from over. A monstrous figure looms, its gaping maw a terrifying testament to the horrors unleashed. You have died. The stark message blazes across the screen, a grim punctuation marked to the carnage. Crushing weight, the hero's body, broken and battered, lies beneath the monstrous foot. A final, desperate struggle ends. Silence. The finality of defeat hangs heavy in the air. A digital timer appears: total survival time, 2 days 1 hour 16 minutes 15 seconds. Ha! 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 A terrifying roar echoes through the darkness, the ground trembles beneath the weight of monstrous claws. A chilling message appears: starving star, Yogalim is observing you. The hero's eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. How, these members of Yogalim? The message reappears, a constant reminder of the unseen threat. Starving star, Yogalim is observing you. How many times, no matter how many times I come back to life? The monstrous creatures close in, their snapping jaws a horrifying spectacle. A desperate struggle begins. The hero fights back, his movements a blur against the relentless assault. Starving star, Yogalim is observing you. The message flashes again, a cruel taunt. The same thing happens, if that's the case. Above the city, a lone figure runs for his life. A terrifying swarm of creatures rises from the depths, pursuing relentlessly. A digital timer flashes ominously, 47 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, survival time is ticking down. A chilling message appears, starving star, Yogalim is observing you. A wave of dread washes over him, he's not alone. He's cornered, surrounded by the monstrous horde, but a defiant grin spreads across his face. Sure, this should be entertaining, he sneers, since this was your plan from the start. The creatures close in, their grotesque forms a terrifying spectacle. I have no choice but to play hide-and-seek with those monsters, he shouts, his voice filled with grim determination. A desperate question hangs in the air, why didn't you just ask if you could cook me? Cook me, steam me, and bake me. That way it'd be easier for them to eat me. His mind races, searching for an escape. Where'd that bastard Kirisan go in a situation like this? He's alone, facing insurmountable odds. Even if Kirisan were here, it wouldn't matter. No, even if he was here, he'd bother me anyways. A cold resolve hardens his gaze. He's alone, facing a seemingly impossible task. If that's the case, what am I supposed to do alone? The weight of his situation crushes him. The horde closes in, a terrifying wave of flesh and teeth. He's trapped, desperate, but not broken. What is he supposed to do in this damned situation? Surrounded by Yogalim's grotesque creations, the unnamed protagonist fights back, his cybernetic arm a blur of motion. He grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. A desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. His eyes widen, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind, a cryptic command, turn right. He glances around, disoriented. Then, propelled by an unknown force, he sprints through the city streets, a whirlwind of motion. The creatures pursue, their guttural roars filling the air. He questions his sanity, the words the right, escaping his lips in a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding. A chilling revelation dawns, it wasn't me that thought it, it was you. Panic gives way to a chilling certainty. He's not just fighting for survival, he's a pawn in a game far larger than himself. A sinister smile spreads across his face. As he follows the instructions, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The alley beckons. Doubt gnaws at him. Did I finally go crazy after dying so many times? He wonders, a hint of despair in his voice. A voice, cold and detached, cuts through his turmoil, you're going insane. Some people do think that, however. A city reduced to rubble. Purple crystals litter the ground like fallen stars, amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands defiant. He clenches his fist, a surge of energy crackling around his hand. Let's just say a ghost started possessing me, he mutters, a grim smile playing on his lips. A blinding flash. A shockwave rips through the air, the force of the impact throws him back, sending him crashing into a wall. A wave of destruction. Dozens of shadowy figures are swept away like leaves in a hurricane, the sheer power is breathtaking. He runs, a whirlwind of motion through the shattered cityscape, purple crystals still raining down around him. A defiant laugh escapes his lips. Yeah, let's just go with that. He continues his desperate flight, the city's ruins a maze of destruction, but something is lurking in the shadows. The ground trembles, a monstrous shadow rises from the depths, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A horrifying presence looms before him. What the hell is this now? He gasps, terror etched across his face. A colossal shadow falls over the city, a monstrous spider, its eyes burning with malevolent crimson light, descends from the heavens. Below, a lone figure stands defiant amidst the rubble, the unnamed protagonist, facing the impossible. Duck! The spider unleashes a blinding beam of energy, but he barely escapes. The impact sends a shockwave through the city, a tremor that shakes the very foundations of reality. From the depths of his being, a terrifying power erupts, a swirling vortex of spectral figures, their screams echoing in the silent city. These are not mere shadows, they are the tormented souls, bound to his will. He's overwhelmed, the sheer power of the spectral horde is almost too much to bear. His eyes widen in terror, but his grip tightens on the knife. With a guttural cry, he unleashes the spectral horde, a wave of ghostly energy washes over the spider, binding it in ethereal chains. The spider struggles, but the spectral chains hold fast, tightening their grip with each desperate thrash. His breath hitches, eyes wide with disbelief, a monstrous shadow looms overhead. A colossal widow spider, level 87, its leg a grotesque scythe against the ruined cityscape. The creature's chitinous carapace gleams menacingly, a chilling display of power. Level 87. A whisper of fear snakes through him, but resolve hardens his gaze. Alright, you should be safe for now until Yogolim starts getting annoyed. Who dares interfere? The question echoes in his mind, a blinding light erupts from the darkness. A source of power, both terrifying and strangely familiar. Who do you think it is? A celestial vision unfolds, a burning planet, a revelation of cosmic proportions. And can't live unless they're tied down to the rules of this world. A hero's arm glows, a star-like energy pulsating within. I'm the only one that can whisper to you. A moment of stunned silence, then, recognition dawns. Again, it's you. The whispering star. Behold! A celestial being of unimaginable beauty, wings spread wide against a backdrop of swirling stardust. A name whispered on the winds of the cosmos, Monstrel. Her gaze, soft yet intense, holds a power that could shatter worlds. A silent message, etched in starlight, whispering star, Monstrel is observing you. A chill runs down your spine. The city crumbles around you, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Everything you do now will be seen by Yogolim. Keep your thoughts to yourself, lest you incur his wrath. He'll assume you're planning something. A monstrous shadow looms overhead, its many eyes fixated on your every move. A silent warning hangs heavy in the air. Speak only when you truly need to. His patience is wearing thin. What will you ask of this powerful entity? A city in ruins, consumed by a tide of grotesque, monstrous figures. The air itself seems to crackle with a malevolent energy. A chilling voice echoes across the desolate landscape. Yogolim is planning on feeding you to as many members of his family as possible in order to grow his rank. Suddenly, a celestial glow pierces the darkness. Before the unnamed protagonist stands Monstrel, the whispering star, radiating power and mystery. What do you want? The protagonist asks, his voice tight with apprehension. Monstrel's ethereal form shimmers, her voice a silken whisper, I want to make you a member of my family. The protagonist, lying on the ground, wounded but defiant, mutters, I knew it. Why are you so interested in me? Aren't I only marginally better than goblins anyway? Two ethereal figures, their faces obscured by shadow, exchange a knowing glance. One speaks, her voice carrying the weight of centuries, we need a new player. Since everything is at a stalemate, everyone is trying to come up with a plan in order to solve things. The protagonist, clearly bewildered, stares at Monstrel. Player? Plans. What is all this? He demands, his confusion evident in his posture. Monstrel smiles enigmatically. For shimmering stars, each a different color, hang suspended in the inky blackness of space. If you become a part of my family, then you'll know. If you knew what the others wanted to do with you, I'm sure that you'd want to join me. So, you're saying that you're better than everyone else? The protagonist's gaze hardens. His response is simple, yet laced with an unshakable confidence, of course. Monstrel's hand gently touches his face. Her voice is soft, almost seductive, compared to the other stars, serving me should be simple. A close-up on the protagonist's face, a mixture of apprehension and determination etched onto his features. The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable. A vision unfolds before him, a goddess of impossible beauty, surrounded by ethereal figures. Her voice, a siren's call, echoes in his mind. The protagonist stands, dwarfed by her magnificence, a captive audience to her seductive power. Her eyes, pools of molten gold, pierce through him, a chilling gaze that speaks volumes. The goddess's words are a command, a demand for adoration. Praise me, worship me, and obey me. But there's a twist. She offers a twisted bargain. If you want me to, I can return the same praise that you give to me. He falls into an abyss of swirling water, a descent into the unknown. A chilling sweetness pervades the depths. Surrounded by the goddess's ethereal forms, he's trapped in a watery embrace. As if he's fallen into a deep swamp. The chilling words echo in his mind, as long as I act as a lover, I can gain more power. He plummets, surrounded by ethereal figures, their forms shimmering in the underwater gloom. A stark contrast to the fiery determination burning in Monstril's eyes. Being approved by everyone, isn't this what I really want in the end? She thinks, a cruel smile playing on her lips. The protagonist's armored form, a symbol of his past struggles, stands amidst the ruins of a shattered city. His voice, a low whisper, cuts through the silence. Surviving alone in this hell is just too painful. A monstrous form looms, its red scales gleaming ominously. The crowd watches in horrified fascination, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. And then, a terrifying grip tightens around him. Panic flares in his eyes as the ethereal beings close in, their expressions shifting from alluring to menacing. He sinks deeper into the abyss, the light above fading into darkness, embraced by Monstril, their descent a slow, inevitable fall. A chilling message appears, shattering star, Gaul is observing you. The weight of this revelation settles upon him, a cold dread creeping into his heart. A stark reminder of his isolation, even in the midst of this strange, watery embrace. He collapses, defeated, onto the rubble-strewn ground. The harsh reality of his situation hits him with brutal force. A chilling presence fills the air, a celestial star, pulsating with arcane energy, hangs above. Below, a figure, cloaked in shadow, utters a name, barely a whisper, Monstril. The words hang heavy, a cruel twist of fate. It's too bad, but he already has a girlfriend. A cruel smirk spreads across his face, a chilling display of power and indifference. It's too bad, but I already have a girlfriend. A casual rejection, delivered amidst the rubble of a shattered city. A glowing crystal, pulsating with raw power, lies before him. A prize worthy of a hero? But even this incredible discovery can't fully mask the unease in his heart. Doubt lingers. Is she angry? The thought weighs heavily on him. He knows her well enough to anticipate her reaction. It wouldn't be surprising if she were to get rid of the spider now. A celestial being, wings of pure light, descends. Her words cut deep. It's such a waste for a hero such as yourself to have only one woman. The goddess's judgment hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the radiant glow of her wings. And a shadow of fear darkens his eyes. He looks up, a sudden, sharp crack echoes through the ruined streets. A monstrous shadow looms, a harbinger of further chaos. The battle is far from over. The aftermath of a brutal encounter, a chilling voice echoes through the shattered cityscape. A colossal spider-like creature looms, its shadow engulfing the protagonist, purple crystals scatter like fallen stars. The monstrous form advances, its many eyes fixated on its prey, a chilling promise hangs in the air. Fear grips the protagonist as he's cornered, a desperate struggle for survival begins. Rejection, the goddess's words sting like a whip, a harsh judgment on his defiance. His jaw clenches, eyes narrowed, a surge of defiance, a refusal to yield. Amidst the ruins, a field of shimmering crystals, a glimmer of hope, a potential weapon. He lunges forward, desperation fueling his movements, but a new threat emerges from the shadows. A guttural scream rips through the air, the spider-like creature unleashes a torrent of chains. The chains lash out, a brutal assault, the protagonist is caught in their deadly embrace. The monstrous spider's chitinous legs crackle with dark energy, a terrifying display of raw power. A goddess, her voice like honeyed venom, offers a tempting deal, I will complete your incomplete toy for you. But our hero, defiant even in defeat, refuses. His body screams in pain, yet his spirit remains unbroken, a testament to his unwavering resolve. The crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky above a ruined cityscape, a silent witness to the epic struggle unfolding below. A labyrinth of glistening spider silk stretches before him, a treacherous path into the heart of the beast's lair. And he steps forward, into the unknown. Deep within the spider's lair, a labyrinth of decaying metal and glistening webs stretches before our hero. Each silken strand a potential snare, each shadow a lurking danger. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and unsettling. Kiruk, his face etched with worry, questions the tiny, winged guide, "Are you certain?" The fairy, her eyes gleaming with unnerving confidence, snaps back, "I already told you. Stop doubting me and just rip it already." With a sickening rip, a hook tears through fabric. And the hero finds himself ensnared, cocooned in the spider's sticky trap. Panic claws at his throat. The fairy, perched on his back, watches with unsettling calm as the hero struggles. While Kiruk, his face a mask of grim determination, prepares to act. The twang of a mechanism echoes through the cavern. A desperate struggle ensues, a silent battle against the spider's suffocating embrace. Leaving the hero gasping for air, his face contorted in agony. A whisper, barely audible above the frantic beating of his own heart. "It's master." The male protagonist, ensnared in a sticky, silken trap, his face pale and drawn, sweat beading on his brow. Kiruk's desperate cry cuts through the silence. "Wake up!" A burst of energy erupts as he attempts to free his master from the spider's snare. A blinding flash of light. A powerful blow shatters the web, but leaves the protagonist reeling, disoriented, and gasping for breath. Tears stream down his face, a silent testament to the pain and exhaustion that rack his body. Kiruk's voice, strained but resolute, "Kiruk. We need to start moving now." He's still trapped, surrounded by the remnants of the spider's lair, a chilling, claustrophobic space. The fairy guide, her eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity, suggests a drastic measure. "I think drawing some blood out of him will make him feel better." The male protagonist, regaining his senses, snaps back, "Don't even think about trying anything funny." The fairy guide, triumphant, declares, "You're awake thanks to me. I knew you were useless without me." Emerging from the labyrinthine tunnels, the trio continues their journey, a chilling premonition hangs in the air. Suddenly, a tremor. The ground shakes beneath their feet, a low growl echoes through the cavern. A monstrous face looms before them, its yellow eyes burning with rage, an orc, its massive form filling the narrow passage. The male protagonist barely has time to react, a brutal swipe sends him flying. He scrambles to his feet, adrenaline surging. "Oh, orc?" His mind races, trying to comprehend this impossible encounter. Why is an orc in this place? The orc's gaze shifts, revealing something unsettling. Countless spiders crawl across its armor. The male protagonist's eyes widen in horror. "Wait, are these?" The orc lunges, its massive form casting a shadow over the male protagonist. A deadly trap is sprung. Kiruk and the fairy guide watch in alarm. Is this some kind of bait? Don't ask any questions. The male protagonist's voice is tight, strained. He knows something terrifying, something he can barely articulate. A hulking orc stands before him, a menacing figure silhouetted against the gloom. The male protagonist's eyes dart to the creature's left hand. A question hangs heavy in the air. What is the orc holding? The fairy guide's apprehension is palpable, her gaze is fixed on the orc's hand, a silent question echoing in her eyes. The male protagonist's breath hitches. 6 fingers, a grotesque, unnatural sight. His eyes widen in dawning horror. A chilling realization dawns. It's Oshut's gauntlet. The implications are terrifying. A golden star-shaped object floats before him, radiating an otherworldly glow. A voice, cold and distant, echoes in his mind, "Complete your toy." The male protagonist stares, stunned, at the gauntlet in the orc's hand. A blue energy field appears before him, a digital interface shimmering into existence. The fairy guide's voice cuts through the silence, a plea for memory. Do you remember the place we found the skeleton last time? A flashback reveals a grim scene, a dark storage room, the remains of a corpse, a chilling reminder of a past encounter. The male protagonist grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He holds up a skull, a trophy from their previous visit. His companion, a small, energetic girl, giggles. He holds Admiral Len's monocle, a glint of determination in his eyes, a legendary artifact, ready to unlock the secrets of Oshit's gauntlet. The gauntlet's power is revealed, Oshit's six-finger hand, a legendary, real item. Its stats flash before his eyes, mid-physical defense, mid-high magic defense, and impressive evasion. His eyes widen. Real item? The implications hit him like a ton of bricks. A wave of disbelief washes over him as he examines the gauntlet. What's this? I've never seen an item with this title before. More legendary items appear, the bleeding dagger and the winter harvester's sickle. A chilling realization dawns. A single, terrifying question echoes in his mind. Does that mean all the other items I've made until now could be fakes? His brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of this revelation is immense. The question hangs heavy in the air. So does it make this item a higher grade than legendary? He grips the gauntlet, power surging through him. All right. A sinister grin spreads across his face, revealing sharp fangs. With a newly acquired power, he feels unstoppable. With a toy like this, I could totally do it, he boasts, flexing his powerful, mechanized arm. A surge of adrenaline. He clenches his fist, ready for action. He prepares for departure. Let's go. We need to go now, he mutters, a hint of urgency in his voice. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland, a city reduced to rubble. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay and despair. A monstrous figure emerges from the ruins. Its grotesque form is a horrifying testament to the devastation wrought upon this land. A terrifying close-up of its razor-sharp teeth. The sound of grinding bone echoes in the silence. KCHHHHRRR. More of these creatures rise from the dust, their numbers growing exponentially. The ground trembles under their collective weight. A horde of these nightmarish beings advances, a terrifying army of destruction. They are relentless, their hunger insatiable. A legion of grotesque creatures stirs in the darkness, their forms barely visible, yet their sheer number is terrifying. A sickening thud echoes through the cavern, something large and heavy has just fallen. The ground trembles, a tremor that speaks of something immense awakening beneath. A gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut, barely missing its target. Crimson ichor sprays across the scene, a horrifying display of raw power. A wave of monstrous figures rises from the abyss, their eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. The air crackles with anticipation, a storm of violence is about to break loose. One particularly monstrous figure emerges, its body bound by glowing white threads, a terrifying display of captured power. Three colossal beings rise, their forms a terrifying fusion of flesh and bone, a nightmarish trinity of destruction. A grotesque horde of monsters emerges from the shadows, their forms a terrifying fusion of flesh and bone. Their multiple heads, each a gaping maw of razor-sharp teeth, snap and snarl. A parasitic insect, small but menacing, lands on one of the creatures. Its tiny legs scrabble, burrowing into the monster's flesh. A silent invasion, a prelude to something far more sinister. The insect's presence triggers a horrifying transformation. The monster's skin begins to writhe, its flesh tearing open to reveal a horrifying, skeletal underbelly. The parasitic insect is not merely a parasite, it's a key to unlocking a new level of monstrous power. The creature's form shifts, becoming even more grotesque and terrifying. A terrifying roar erupts as the creature unleashes its full, horrifying power. The ground trembles. A wave of destruction washes over everything. The battle has truly begun. A wave of terror washes over the scene, the chilling cries of unseen creatures echoing in the darkness. He stands alone, cloaked in shadow, a new power humming in his enhanced arm, a faint glow emanating from the cybernetic limb. A mosquito, small yet menacing, rests on his finger, a label identifying it as a familiar at level 3. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a swarm of these tiny familiars, a flurry of iridescent wings filling the night. From above, a chilling perspective, the hero descends, a storm of miniature allies at his command. The new arm, a marvel of technology and dark power, is revealed in all its glory, intricate details gleaming under the dim light. His eyes blaze with cold determination, a smirk playing on his lips as he effortlessly subdues his foes. Too easy. The threads of power surge from his arm, binding the defeated creatures, a display of raw, untamed might. A chilling wind howls, the air thick with the stench of decay. From the shadows, they emerge, grotesque creatures with gaping maws and razor-sharp teeth. A brutal struggle ensues, flesh tears, bones crack. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face, a mastermind orchestrating this gruesome spectacle. The whirring of wings, 3 monstrous insects descend, their bodies pulsating with a sinister energy. KRSH. The creatures are impaled, a gruesome symphony of tearing flesh and bone. PSS. KKK. One by one, they fall, victims of an unseen predator. The final moments, a terrifying visage, filled with malice and hunger. The horde is decimated, a gruesome scene of carnage. A gruesome spectacle unfolds. A writhing mass of flesh and teeth, a horrifying ballet of carnage. The creatures tear and devour each other in a desperate, chaotic frenzy. The air is thick with the stench of blood and decay. A symphony of KRKK and KIIIK echoes through the abyss, each sound a testament to the brutal struggle. A cacophony of screams and crunching bone, a relentless maelstrom of violence. From the darkness above, more sounds of Kirik and KRRRK descend, adding to the infernal chorus. In the heart of this gruesome pit, a figure emerges. A smirk plays on his lips as he observes the carnage. Very nice. Keep fighting each other. Make sure you keep eating each other, he commands, a chilling amusement in his tone. He casually examines his arm, where several insects feast on his flesh, a disturbingly calm reaction to the gruesome scene. Before I received the quest. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. A young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, examines a jar teeming with strange, insectoid creatures. He's experimenting with his kin skill, pushing its limits. A shadowy figure lurks nearby, observing with unsettling calm. The young man's arm glows with arcane energy as a swarm of insects, countless in number, takes flight. His control is absolute, but limited. He discovers a surprising advantage: smaller creatures are far easier to command than larger ones. A gruesome scene unfolds. Mosquitoes, previously poisoned, now show signs of resilience. A chilling discovery. A potential breakthrough. These insects, affected by his kin skill, have developed a resistance to poison. A sinister grin spreads across the young man's face. He's found a way to overcome a significant obstacle. Well, that's good enough. A wave of carnage washes over the scene. A horde of monstrous creatures, overwhelmed by the sheer number of insects, are being systematically destroyed. A brutal, efficient slaughter. Witnessed with detached amusement by the young man. It's unfortunate to see strong beings that have no brains, he muses. His companion, the shadowy figure, agrees. This location provides the perfect cover for their operations. A strategic haven. The unnamed protagonist, a smirk playing on his lips, commands a swarm of insects with his kin skill. And survive for 48 hours. He muses, the words echoing the challenge before him. Suddenly, his eyes widen in alarm, a wave of dizziness washes over him. His body collapses, the insects scattering as a searing pain shoots through his arm. A metallic clang echoes as a new, powerful prosthetic arm is revealed. A concerned voice cuts through the silence. Kiri, what's the problem? He groans, his face pale. Maybe they took too much of my blood? I just got lightheaded. His eyes narrow in suspicion, a chilling realization dawns. They're taking more blood than I expected? What should I do? I won't be able to hold out at this rate. A desperate glint appears in his eyes, a new plan forms. He rises, his new prosthetic arm gleaming ominously. Maybe I should look for another method. He thinks, his resolve hardening. His eyes widen, a jolt of alarm shooting through him. What is happening? A blinding flash of light. Two razor-sharp blades of energy materialize before him, crackling with raw power. His breath hitches. Confusion etched across his face. What are these? The chilling realization dawns, it's cutting the webs and approaching us? They know it's a trap. Kiri steps forward, concern etched on his face. Curson. Stay out of this for now. Curson's defiance flares. What do you mean, boss? A surge of crimson energy erupts from Curson's hand, unlike anything seen before. These are different from the ghast. He grins, a spark of determination in his eyes. It's a little cramped, so stay out of the way. The new prosthetic arm, a weapon of terrifying power, is revealed. He's ready. And the hunter becomes the hunted. Two emerald eyes gleam in the darkness. A wave of dread washes over him, the protagonist stares into the abyss, his breath catching in his throat. A chilling tunnel, the air thick with anticipation, and in the distance, a multitude of ominous green lights. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoes through the darkness. His new prosthetic arm, a weapon of terrifying power, is revealed. A feral grin spreads across his face. How many are there? He growls, a primal hunger in his eyes. The entrance to a subterranean chamber looms before him, a dark maw promising untold dangers. And from the shadows, a figure emerges. A clack of boots on stone. A soldier? His eyes widen in disbelief. A person. The weight of the situation crashes down on him. A single, heavy step, and the protagonist braces himself, readying for battle. He grips his makeshift weapons, his resolve hardening into steel. The fight is on. Step. A single footstep echoes in the oppressive silence, a prelude to the storm. From the darkness, they rise, an army of the undead, their eyes glowing with malevolent green fire. At their head, a horrifying figure emerges, a skeletal soldier, his uniform stained with the grime of the grave. His chilling gaze sweeps across the battlefield. The protagonist, his face etched with grim determination, lets out a short, sharp laugh. Zombies? The skeletal soldier reveals his name and level, the hungry, LV-22. The battle lines are drawn. The hungry stands before his horde, a grim reaper leading his spectral legions. The ground trembles beneath their collective weight. A chilling laughter erupts from the undead ranks, a symphony of death. The hungry points a bony finger, his gaze locking onto the protagonist. The attack begins. A blur of motion, a storm of violence, the clash of steel against decaying flesh. A wave of undead soldiers, led by the monstrous hungry, crashes down upon our protagonist. The air crackles with anticipation. But he stands defiant. A glint of steel in his eyes, he prepares to meet the onslaught. His movements are a blur. I knew it would be too easy if it was just the ghast, he thinks, a grim smile playing on his lips. The battle begins. A crimson energy explodes from his hand. Wham! The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the ranks of the undead. One soldier is sent flying, his skull cracked open by the sheer power. The protagonist's blade, imbued with a terrifying energy, is a deadly dance of destruction. The text box reveals the weapon's name, short blade flowing with blood, legendary. Its special effect, the user can inject their blood into their opponent. A chilling revelation. Seeing how dry and skinny you are right now, he taunts, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. The hungry's form is indeed withered. I figured you must be starving. The protagonist's words are a prelude to a brutal display of power. It's time to eat, he declares, his eyes burning with a predatory gleam. The final confrontation is upon us. A horde of undead soldiers emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. The battle intensifies. A relentless tide of undead soldiers, their eyes glowing with malevolent green light, surges forward. The air crackles with anticipation. But the protagonist, battered but unbowed, finds himself cornered. He's on the ground, his new weapon, a marvel of brutal efficiency, lying just out of reach. A grotesque, rotting face looms before him, a chilling snarl twisting its skeletal jaw. He's running away, the undead soldier screeches. With a burst of adrenaline, he scrambles for his weapon and sends the undead soldier sprawling with a swift, brutal strike. The impact sends a shockwave through the ranks of the enemy. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion and frustration, a guttural cry escapes his lips, "Damn it!" He climbs, his movements a blur of desperate action, the sounds of battle fading behind him as he ascends, leaving behind a trail of fallen foes. The relentless assault continues, but he's bought himself some precious time. "Yo, you fools!" The undead soldier bellows, his glowing green eyes burning with rage. What do you think you're doing? He's getting away." A desperate cry echoes through the crumbling structure. The pursuit intensifies. "Hurry up, and get him!" The order is barked, as the undead horde closes in. "Damn it!" A frustrated growl escapes his lips as he struggles against the weight of his pursuers. His escape route is closing fast. The ground trembles, krash, a manhole cover explodes outwards, sending debris flying. Another krash, this time, a section of the street collapses, revealing a chasm below. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the depths, shaking the very foundations of the city. He claws his way through the rubble, a desperate scramble for survival amidst the ruins, finding a momentary respite in a shattered section of the street. But the ground trembles. As buildings around him groan under unseen pressures, a symphony of cracking concrete and shattering glass. He sprints across a devastated cityscape, purple crystals scattered like fallen stars in the dust. His eyes fixed on a dark opening in the earth, a potential escape from the encroaching chaos. He considers his options. We're at the same level, but they have military training. I wonder if I can reason with them. A grim determination sets in. I mean, they were human. But a chilling realization dawns: no, it won't work because they used to be humans. Two grotesque figures, barely human, are dragged down into the abyss. KHH. 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 They've already seen what Yogel can offer and are under his control. The ground gives way. They won't listen, a chilling realization as a horde of undead soldiers closes in. One of them clutches glowing purple crystals, a strange, unnatural energy pulses from within. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupts, a chaotic ballet of bullets and fire. But he's ready, a defiant glare, a surge of adrenaline. A desperate lunge, a crimson stain blossoms on his leg. A cruel smile spreads across his face, a chilling display of grim determination. He collapses, the weight of the world pressing down. More undead soldiers advance, but he speaks, his voice cutting through the chaos. Then, don't shoot, it's a waste of bullets. A desperate plea, a calculated risk. Relief washes over him, a sliver of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. A wave of dizziness washes over him, the world tilts, blurring into a chaotic mess of colors. He collapses onto the cold, hard ground, a question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the protagonist's own confusion. The surroundings, a landscape of devastation. Crumbling buildings claw at a blood-red sky, a chilling testament to a world shattered. He pushes himself up, a grimace twisting his features, pain lances through his body with every strained movement. Wait! The chilling realization dawns, a crimson stain spreads across his hand. Blood! A guttural growl echoes through the ruins, a monstrous shadow looms, its presence filling the desolate alleyway. The air crackles with anticipation. He stumbles back, a strangled gasp escaping his lips, the creature's shadow consumes him. A horrifying screech pierces the silence, the sounds of a desperate struggle fill the air. The fight for survival begins. A desolate urban wasteland stretches before us, twisted metal and shattered concrete monuments to a forgotten civilization. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay, a grim symphony of ruin. From the shadows, monstrous forms begin to stir, their grotesque bodies a testament to the horrors that lurk in this forsaken place. A guttural roar rips through the silence, a chilling prelude to the carnage about to unfold. The creature's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He glances back, a desperate look etched on his face. Although I had a chance while I was still in the sewers. I won't be able to survive in an open place like this, he mutters, his voice laced with despair. A digital timer appears, stark against the grim backdrop, 46 minutes left until quest completion. The weight of time presses down on him, a crushing burden. The creatures close in, their numbers overwhelming. It's more than enough time to kill me 100 times over, he thinks grimly, bracing for the inevitable. A skeletal figure emerges from the darkness, his eyes glowing an eerie green. Everyone has climbed out, sir, a voice reports, breaking the tense silence. A jarring sound effect, shot echoes as his health plummets below 10%. But then, a message appears, regeneration will begin as per the perk of the title, the last one. His gaze falls upon his arm, a newly formed gauntlet of dark metal and crimson gem. At least this isn't the worst scenario, he thinks, a flicker of grim determination in his eyes. The horde advances, a terrifying wave of skeletal soldiers. The sound of their approach is a chilling symphony of death. A guttural roar escapes his lips, a primal scream of defiance. He hits the ground hard, the impact jarring his already battered body. But even as pain racks his frame, a monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its gaping maw a terrifying promise of violence. Then, a wave of undead soldiers, their eyes burning with malevolent green fire, charge towards him, a tide of death. Surrounded, outnumbered, he stands defiant, a lone warrior against a legion of the damned. The ground trembles with each thunderous footstep, and in the next instant, he unleashes a torrent of power. The air crackles with energy, a violent eruption of raw power shatters the silence. He crushes a shard of purple crystal between his teeth, a grim determination etched on his face. A chilling roar echoes across the battlefield, the sound of a predator unleashed. Soldiers stand frozen in fear, a wave of purple energy surges from him, pushing back the horde. He stands amidst the chaos, a storm of purple energy swirling around him, facing down an army of the undead. The last fragments of the crystal dissolve, leaving behind a trail of shimmering dust, a sinister grin spreads across his face. Mana surges. The power crystal's energy floods the protagonist's veins, transforming him. A metallic claw erupts from his arm. His mana is fully restored. The moment of reckoning is here. He stands amidst a horde of grotesque creatures, their guttural cries echoing in the ruined city. A storm brewing in his eyes. Rage. Domination. That's all he feels now. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating wave of energy. The impact sends a shockwave through the city, pulverizing his foes, leaving only dust and the echoes of their screams. The remaining monsters, their faces contorted in agony, are swept away by the force of the blast. The unnamed protagonist stands defiant amidst a horde of grotesque, undead soldiers. Their guttural cries of khhhhha echo through the desolate cityscape. A terrifying maelstrom of claws and teeth closing in. But his expression? Pure, unadulterated glee. A blur of motion, a brutal dance of death. The protagonist's strikes are swift, precise, and utterly merciless. One by one, the undead fall, their bodies crumpling under the protagonist's overwhelming power. A sickening crunch, a spray of ichor. The air thick with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. He's a whirlwind of destruction, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. More undead swarm in, yet another wave of the relentless assault, but the protagonist shows no sign of slowing down. A purple crystal glows faintly in the chaos. And with a guttural cry of khhhhhh, the final wave is consumed by a devastating energy blast. A chilling smile spreads across the protagonist's face. "I'm not exactly controlling the monsters," he sneers, his words dripping with chilling amusement. "All I did was take all the ghasts that were bit by my mosquitoes and amplify the smell that they give off. That way, the undead are more attracted to the ghasts since they're bigger targets to deal with." "Happiness you can achieve yourself?" A chilling chuckle echoes as the undead horde revels in their macabre game. Their vacant eyes, however, betray a horrifying truth. The protagonist surveys the scene, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. The battlefield is a gruesome testament to his cunning strategy. A dark glint in his eyes hints at the calculations still churning within. His gaze drifts to the carnage, a silent question forming in his mind. The weight of the past, the horrors witnessed. A flicker of something akin to regret crosses his features. A wave of undead soldiers crashes against the protagonist's position. The air crackles with the energy of desperate struggle. A crimson tide engulfs the battlefield. The sheer scale of the conflict is breathtaking. Witnessing such scenes daily? The thought sends a shiver down his spine. His eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying reality. This is hell, he realizes, a living nightmare made manifest. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the chaos. Wham! The impact throws him back, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He stumbles, his breath ragged. A shot? But why? The question hangs heavy in the air, a discordant note in the symphony of death. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, takes aim. The scene is set against a backdrop of rubble and glowing purple crystals. His mind races, trying to reconcile the impossible. Domination should still be in effect. The puzzle pieces don't fit. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, stand guard amidst the rubble of a war-torn landscape. A wave of unease washes over the protagonist as he assesses the situation. Activation range, he mutters, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. His eyes dart to the distant soldiers, a question forming in his mind: are they too far for his ability to affect them? Suddenly, the soldiers raise their weapons, aiming with deadly precision. Aim, the word echoes in the silence. A soldier flips a switch, the word auto-flashing on the weapon's control panel. Automatic fire, he growls, a chilling anticipation hanging in the air. A horrifying visage fills the panel, a soldier, his eyes glowing an eerie green, his face a mask of death. Fire, he screams, his voice a guttural roar. A blinding beam of energy erupts, slicing through the night sky like a celestial comet. The beam hurtles towards its target with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The soldiers are caught in the blast, their bodies dissolving into dust. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, leaving only a trail of devastation and a single, horrifying figure standing amidst the carnage. The ground trembles, a monstrous figure emerges from the dust and shadow. "Boss," a desperate plea cuts through the air, but it's too late. Terror grips the unnamed protagonist's face, wide eyes reflecting the unfolding horror. The monstrous figure raises its weapon, a chilling aura of ice and death. With a terrifying whoosh, the weapon slices through the air, shattering the very ground itself. The fragments of ice glisten, a deadly scythe, imbued with ancient power. "You'll thank me a lot anyways," the monstrous figure sneers, a cruel smile twisting its lips. His arm tenses, preparing for another strike. The massacre continues. The scythe of the Winter Gatherer, a legendary weapon, capable of freezing its victims. A blizzard rages, snowflakes swirling in the frigid air, as icy blades of energy slash through the darkness. The hero, Kurson, stands defiant, facing down spectral horrors. With a mighty roar, he shatters the ghostly skulls, sending them flying. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling across the desolate landscape. Kurson breathes heavily, his eyes scanning his surroundings, a look of grim determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure wielding a wicked scythe cuts a swathe through the battlefield, effortlessly dispatching the undead. A gruff voice cuts through the chaos: "Boss." The shadowy figure, his face now visible, sneers. "You can save the thanks for later," he growls, "since you'll be thanking me a lot anyways." Curson, still catching his breath, stares at the figure. Crizin, you think you're so cool with what you just did? A skeletal soldier, eyes glowing in eerie green, emerges from the shadows. His uniform, tattered but still bearing military insignia, speaks of a grim battle already fought. Damn, these bastards! Curson snarls, his voice raw with exhaustion. The sheer audacity of these undead creatures, daring to challenge him. A desperate struggle for survival. The soldier's rifle clatters to the ground, a metallic clang echoing in the grim silence. But the undead soldier's icy grip tightens on a strange, crystalline weapon. A chilling blue light emanates from the crystals, a prelude to something far more dangerous. Scythe of the Winter Gatherer, legendary. Special ability: every time an enemy is defeated, the area around it will be frozen. The power of this legendary weapon is revealed. A whirlwind of icy destruction. The skeletal soldier unleashes a devastating attack, a blizzard of frozen shards tearing through the air. The force of the blow is immense, a brutal, icy scythe cutting through the air with terrifying speed. And with a flash of blue light, the enemy is encased in ice, shattered into a million frozen fragments. The area around the fallen foe freezes instantly. A chilling silence descends, broken only by the soft crunch of ice underfoot. The skeletal soldier's gaze is unwavering, his expression one of cold, calculating determination. The scythe bites deep. A gruesome blow connects, sending the undead soldier sprawling. The impact echoing through the ravaged battlefield. Dust and debris fly as the creature crumples. Curson, his breath ragged, surveys the scene. The icy power of the scythe of the Winter Gatherer still thrums in his hand. A chilling reminder of the battle's brutal cost. His thoughts drift to a past regret. But the weight of that past is overshadowed by the present. The power surges within him, a new strength. A wave of monstrous figures rises before Curson, their grotesque forms a terrifying testament to the horrors unleashed. But Curson stands defiant. He will not yield. The ground trembles beneath the force of his next strike. A shockwave rips through the earth. And another monstrous foe is sent crashing into oblivion. Curson moves with newfound speed and power. He's unleashed a torrent of raw power, a whirlwind of motion that leaves his enemies shattered and broken. A grotesque, gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, dominates the panel. Its owner is unseen, but the sheer horror of the creature is palpable. A wave of undead soldiers surges forward, their decaying bodies a testament to the horrors of this war-torn landscape. Curson stands defiant amidst the chaos, a lone warrior against a tide of death. His breath comes in ragged gasps, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. The strain of battle is etched onto his face, exhaustion threatens to overwhelm him. Curson's eyes dart around, assessing the situation. Is it just me, or have their numbers multiplied? He mutters, a grim realization dawning on him. The scythe of the Winter Gatherer flashes, a brilliant blue arc slicing through the air. Undead soldiers are cleaved in two, their bodies dissolving into dust with each precise strike. Another foe falls, its lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. The sheer brutality of the battle is breathtaking. But even Curson's power has limits. I'm running out of mana, he gasps, his voice strained. And I won't be able to maintain domination for much longer either. A desperate grin spreads across his face. He's cornered, but not broken. This is it, a final, all-out assault. With a roar, Curson launches himself into the heart of the undead horde. The impact of his attack sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls as he cuts a swathe through the enemy ranks. His movements are a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. A vortex of crimson energy, swirling with chaotic power. A swarm of blood-red mosquitoes descends, their buzzing a prelude to the coming storm. Mosquitoes are usually nocturnal, but the scent of blood has awakened them. As the sun dips below the horizon, a wave of darkness washes over the city, and the mosquitoes become hyperactive. Curson, his breath ragged, surveys the scene. He's exhausted, but his eyes burn with grim determination. He activates a device, a blue screen glowing with arcane energy. This took me a while to make, he mutters, a hint of pride in his voice. A surge of power courses through his veins? Now then, he says, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Why don't we see how effective these spider webs are? With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a torrent of energy, weaving a net of crackling lightning. The impact is devastating. A blinding flash, a deafening crack, the mosquitoes are obliterated in a spectacular display of power. A gruesome horde of undead soldiers, their flesh rotting and eyes glowing with malevolent green light, surges forward. Their guttural cries echo through the battlefield. A desperate plea for survival barely audible above the cacophony of war. Hope flickers in their eyes, a fragile ember against the encroaching darkness. The shadowy figure observes, cloaked in mystery, their motives as inscrutable as the darkness that surrounds them. A silent architect of chaos, their gaze fixed on the unfolding carnage. Curson grins, a flash of defiance in his eyes. Get along with each other, he whispers, a mischievous glint in his eyes. A crimson torrent erupts. A wave of pure, destructive energy explodes from Curson's hand. A lightning-forged attack obliterating the undead horde in a blinding flash. Krashhhh. The ground trembles as the destructive power dissipates, leaving behind only ash and silence. A chilling testament to Curson's raw power. The undead horde surges forward, a tide of rotting flesh and broken bone. Their snarls echo through the battlefield. Each blow a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. The air crackles with dark energy. A guttural scream rips through the night as a crimson wave erupts from the heart of the conflict. HCCCCKKK, the sound of bone shattering. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, ensnaring the undead soldiers in a deadly embrace. The ground trembles under the sheer force. In the chaos of battle, a chilling realization dawns: in this close-quarters fight, friend and foe become indistinguishable. The relentless assault continues, a terrifying ballet of death and destruction. More undead soldiers emerge from the shadows. A desperate voice cuts through the din, huh? Where's Curson? I'm sure he's somewhere around here. A plan forms. This should give me the upper hand. A grim determination hardens his features. If this keeps up, I'm sure I can survive until time is up. But caution is key. Although I'm getting a little trigger happy, I need to play it safe and calm down. A moment of reflection. Curson, cloaked in white, kneels amidst the desolate battlefield. The remnants of a brutal fight litter the ground. A fallen undead soldier lies at his feet, a testament to his recent victory. The air crackles with residual energy. But Curson's triumph is short-lived. A grimace twists his face, something is wrong. A searing pain explodes through him. He stumbles back, his white cloak billowing around him like a shroud. Another undead soldier lunges, its claws outstretched. Get off me! Curson shouts, his voice strained. The impact. A thunderous crash as Curson is thrown back again. He hits the ground hard. He groans, clutching his side. Damn it! I let my guard down. His breath comes in ragged gasps. I'm already running low on blood. A crimson wave erupts from Curson, pushing back the undead soldier. Krrrrhhh, the sounds of strained power. The undead soldier is obliterated. Oh, damn. Curson whispers, collapsing to the ground, exhausted but alive. A crimson tide engulfs Curson, the ground a mangled battlefield. Damn it, he groans, the weight of battle pressing down. He collapses, his white cloak stained crimson. This is lethal, he gasps, the chilling reality setting in. Undead soldiers, their eyes burning with malevolent hunger, surround him. What should I do? Is there nothing I can do? The desperate question echoes in his mind. Curson, fueled by adrenaline and sheer will, claws his way through the carnage, a desperate scramble for survival. His breath hitches, his vision blurring. If only I could replenish the blood that I've lost. The desperate plea hangs in the air. The aftermath, another fallen foe, his body lifeless. A dark pool of blood spreads across the ravaged earth. A chilling grin spreads across Kursan's face, a desperate spark of defiance in his eyes. A primal instinct takes hold. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a brutal attack. The sound of tearing flesh echoes through the battlefield. The power of Mosquito, LV3, kin of Kong Hyunmu, is unleashed. A swarm of insects descends upon the undead. Another foe falls, its body consumed by the swarm. The relentless assault continues. A swarm of crimson mosquitoes descends, a terrifying wave of buzzing fury. Each one a tiny engine of destruction, their needle-like proboscises poised to strike. Kursan, his face grim, accepts his fate. Although this is kind of stupid, there's nothing else I can do but this. He unleashes the mosquito horde, a desperate gamble. A tide of buzzing death engulfing the remaining undead soldiers. A feral grin spreads across Kursan's face. He's embraced the madness, and it's empowering him. With a guttural cry, he charges into the fray, mosquitoes swirling around him like a crimson vortex. The impact of his attack sends a shockwave through the battlefield. A brutal force of his assault obliterating everything in its path. The ground trembles beneath the sheer power unleashed. A deafening roar echoes as Kursan unleashes his full might, leaving behind only a trail of destruction and the faint buzzing of countless defeated insects. Exhausted but victorious, Kursan collapses, his body drenched in sweat and the blood of his enemies. Kursan, his white cloak billowing behind him like a storm cloud, kneels, exhausted but triumphant. The battle has taken its toll. But the victory is his. His foe lies defeated, saliva dripping from his broken jaw as he struggles in the dust. The fight was brutal. A whirlwind of desperate attacks and desperate defenses. The ground is stained crimson, littered with the remnants of the undead horde. Kursan rises slowly. His movements stiff, his body screaming in protest. Even in victory, the cost is clear. Before him, a monstrous undead soldier remains, its grotesque features a testament to the battle's ferocity. Its claws extended, a silent threat. But Kursan is not finished. He will not falter. A red energy crackles to life in his hand. KRRK, the sound of power unleashed. He unleashes Mosquito, LV3. The attack rips through the air, a crimson streak of pure energy, a devastating blow, reducing the final undead soldier to dust. Silence. The battle is finally over. A crimson torrent erupts as Kursan unleashes Mosquito, LV3. The undead soldier's flesh tears apart. A wave of energy propelling him forward. He's a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. The shadowy figure watches from afar, a silent observer in the midst of the chaos. A monstrous arm, shattered and broken, crumbles to dust. The power of Mosquito is undeniable. Revealed at last, the shadowy figure's face is a mask of chilling malice. Those teeth. A guttural rasp echoes through the ravaged battlefield. The air itself seems to crackle with dark energy. Two more undead horrors emerge from the shadows, their eyes burning with unholy light. But their advance is cut short. The shadowy figure's gaze alone is enough to freeze them in place. A monstrous figure looms, its terrifying grin splitting its hooded face, a chilling presence that sends shivers down your spine. Claws like sharpened obsidian tear through the air, the beast unleashes a brutal assault. Muscles ripple with raw power, a devastating blow is about to land. The creature lunges, its massive arm a blur of motion, a crimson whip cracks across the scene. A blinding flash of white energy erupts, the monster reels from the impact. The ground trembles as a colossal fist slams down, shattering stone and earth. A desperate escape, a desperate leap for survival. A guttural roar echoes through the ravaged landscape, the monster's rage knows no bounds. KHH Hot AAA. The earth cracks under the sheer force, the monster's power is overwhelming. A monstrous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut with a sickening crunch. The victim's hand, a pale contrast to the crimson flesh, is swallowed whole. A guttural kefi escapes the victim's lips as he clutches at his ravaged face, agony etched onto every feature. Surrounded by the shadows, 3 more horrors emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The characteristic blood of the hungry has been added to your poison blood. The words echo in the silence, a chilling confirmation of a terrifying transformation. Poison blood, rare, added trait, virulence, mid, contagiousness, low, acidity, low, blood of the hungry. The data streams across the screen, detailing the newly acquired power. Blood of the hungry. Consuming this blood increases physical abilities by 30%. The effect will stop once all of the blood of the hungry has been used. During activation, the user will suffer from extreme hunger and absorb food within their system rapidly. However, if the user is in a state of fasting, the user may die as the skill consumes the body. His face contorted in pain, a grim realization dawns on him: it must be a skill that uses my physical body as a cost to strengthen it. Although it may sound good for dieting, due to the fact that the user also loses muscle, it doesn't have any merits. A single drop of sweat falls as he contemplates the brutal trade-off. So, the blood of the hungry, it feeds on my own life force to grow stronger? A chilling realization dawns. My body is already weak from blood loss. A sharp crack echoes as the power surges. Pain racks his body. His face contorts in agony. A guttural growl escapes his lips: I'm hungry. The hunger intensifies, a terrifying sensation. It feels like his own stomach is trying to devour him from the inside out. A soldier, caught in the crossfire, screams as crimson tendrils erupt from the ground, ensnaring him. And the monstrous transformation begins. The power of the blood of the hungry is unleashed. A brutal, crimson wave explodes outward. The unnamed protagonist is consumed by the power. He lashes out, a blur of motion. A devastating blow. The transformation is complete, a surge of raw power courses through his veins. I feel powerful. The words are a guttural growl, barely human. He collapses, blood staining the ground, but even in defeat, a chilling revelation. 3 ominous messages appear, each one a threat from a different entity. Starving Star, Yogalim is watching you. Conquering Star, Arden is watching you. Whispering Star, Monstril is watching you. Monstrous Star, Augusto is watching you. A city in ruins, a landscape of devastation. He stands amidst the chaos, a silhouette against the crimson sky. Yeah. This is it. A cold certainty in his voice, a chilling acceptance of his fate. A sinister voice echoes in his mind. Giving people a pain worse than death, making them slowly submit to you. I understand now. The weight of his new power settles upon him, a chilling understanding of its true cost. And finally, a horrifying panorama. A sea of suffering humanity, writhing in agony beneath a beam of celestial light. He raises a hand, dark energy crackling around him, a terrifying display of newfound power. The skulls of his victims grin up at him from the ground. A sneering challenge echoes across the battlefield: you think about me? His face, a grotesque mask of hunger, stained crimson with the blood of his victims. The blood of the hungry courses through his veins, a horrifying transformation complete. A guttural roar rips through the air: Haya! His cloak shreds as raw power erupts from within, a blinding flash of energy. The ground trembles. A whirlwind of cyan energy explodes outward, carving a path of destruction. The sheer force of the blast sends shockwaves through the earth, pulverizing everything in its path. The attack continues relentlessly, a furious maelstrom of energy. His monstrous assault leaves a trail of devastation, countless bodies litter the ground, crushed and broken. 2 horrifying figures emerge from the carnage, their eyes burning with malevolent glee. An army of grotesque creatures stands defiant. Their numbers seem endless. From above, a figure descends, a terrifying silhouette against the crimson sky. A monstrous glare, eyes burning with cold fury, the power within him, a tempest unleashed. Energy crackles, a blue torrent building, raw power, focused and deadly. The attack rips through the battlefield, a celestial blue blade cleaving through the ranks, leaving only devastation in its wake. The impact. A shockwave of raw energy explodes outwards, the earth trembles under the force. A blinding white explosion, a maelstrom of destruction engulfs everything. And in the aftermath, only silence remains. The dust settles, revealing a crater of unimaginable scale, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He stands amidst the ruins, a figure shrouded in shadow, his power, absolute. A surge of energy, a final, devastating blast, the last vestiges of resistance are obliterated. His breath comes ragged, a grim satisfaction etched on his face, the battle is won. A blinding flash. Energy crackles, a furious storm unleashed. Twin beams of searing light cut through the darkness. The monstrous horde, a tide of snarling teeth and claws, is caught in the crossfire. Each beam a scythe of annihilation, carving a path of destruction. The ground trembles with the force of the impact, bodies are thrown like ragdolls. A crimson tide washes over the battlefield, leaving only silence in its wake. He stands amidst the carnage, his weapon humming with residual energy. A grim satisfaction etched onto his exhausted face. Another falls, consumed by the relentless assault. The final enemy reduced to ash. A brutal close-up. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a devastating blow, his fist connecting with the enemy's jaw. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. A crimson energy erupts, engulfing the horde of grotesque creatures. The force of the blast is unimaginable, bodies are thrown like ragdolls. Asterisk the sound of bone-shattering echoes as the protagonist's attack reaches its peak intensity. A wave of blue energy obliterates everything in its path. The aftermath is a scene of utter destruction. Debris rains down from the sky, leaving behind only silence and the lingering scent of ozone. He collapses, spent but victorious. His breath comes in ragged gasps as he lies amidst the carnage, the weight of battle heavy on his shoulders. But a grim smile plays on his lips. He did it. One last foe remains, airborne and defiant. But its reign of terror is about to end. With a final surge of power. A crimson wave erupts as the protagonist unleashes a devastating energy blast. The force of the attack pulverizing his foes. Bodies are thrown like ragdolls, the ground itself cracking under the sheer power. A monstrous claw, dripping with an unnatural purple ichor, reaches out from the shadows. A guttural roar of rage echoing as one of the enemies, defiant to the end, unleashes a final, desperate curse, "Fucking bastards." The protagonist, battered but unbowed, clutches his bleeding head. His vision blurs, but his eyes burn with a fierce determination. A trickle of blood runs down his neck, a stark reminder of the brutal battle just fought. A horrifying vision of writhing, fanged mouths fills the panel, a grotesque testament to the carnage. The horde closes in, a suffocating wave of claws and teeth. A guttural roar echoes as they tear into their prey. Agony contorts his face. His eyes bulge, filled with a primal terror. The screams intensify, a desperate, animalistic cry. His body convulses, a grotesque parody of life. Muscles strain, tendons snap. The monstrous grip tightens, crushing bone and sinew. He fights back, a futile struggle against overwhelming odds. The darkness closes in. A hand, pale and veined, reaches out. A desperate grasp for salvation. The veins pulse with an unnatural light. A faint glimmer of hope in the encroaching darkness. But the darkness laughs. A chilling, triumphant cackle. A gruesome maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut inches from the camera. The sheer ferocity of the creature is palpable. Eyes blazing with unholy light, the creature lunges, its attack a blur of motion. A guttural roar, echoes through the desolate landscape as the creature unleashes its full power. A whirlwind of claws and teeth descends upon its prey. Amidst the chaos, a figure fights back, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. "You fucking corpse bastards. Every single one of you. I'll fucking tear you from limb to limb. His voice, raw with fury, cuts through the carnage. He stands defiant, muscles bulging, a bloody testament to his brutal fight. Come at me. The challenge rings out, echoing his unwavering resolve. Eyes blazing with crimson fury, a terrifying snarl twists his lips. He launches himself into the heart of the horde. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and feet. Each strike a thunderclap against the tide of flesh and bone. His augmented arm, a weapon of pure destruction, crushes skulls like rotten fruit. The creatures swarm, relentless, but he is a storm they cannot weather. A desperate grapple, a brutal exchange of blows, the hero's strength is tested to its limits. But his resolve remains unshaken. With a roar that shakes the very ground, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact explodes outwards in a crimson wave, a watermelon-like splatter of gore and bone, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. His eyes burn brighter than ever before. A terrifying display of raw power. He pushes onward, unstoppable, surmounting the monstrous wave of corpses. His rage, a burning inferno. A furious barrage of energy. Blades of light slash through the darkness. Each strike a thunderclap against the horde. The aftermath, a field of broken bodies, a testament to overwhelming power. The ground itself cracked under the weight of the battle. A soldier, barely alive, gasps, "We shouldn't have come here." Another soldier, equally battered, adds, "Although I've decided to bring the entire squadron along, since it's been a while since we've gotten an invitation. We managed to lose to that tasty bastard." A desperate plea, "I need to get out before." A monstrous shadow looms, crushing the last vestiges of hope. As a final, desperate question hangs in the air, are you a member of my squad? Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands, his back to us, a chilling question echoes in the air, "Who are you? What's your name and rank?" His eyes glow with an unnatural red light, a primal rage simmers beneath the surface. A terrifying visage is revealed, rows of razor-sharp teeth, stained crimson, the very image of a predator. Another soldier, his flesh rotting, eyes glowing an eerie green, a horrifying testament to the battle's brutality. A guttural growl, "Krrrr," escapes his lips, a sound that speaks of hunger and violence. A desperate plea, "Please, no." The sound of a life clinging to hope. He moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Another soldier, weapon raised, but his attack is futile. The crack of a rifle, followed by the shattering of bone. A final, desperate lunge, the soldier's lifeblood spills onto the ground. A blur of motion. Emerald energy lances explode from his fists. Each strike a devastating blow, pulverizing his foes. The ground runs red. He lunges, a feral snarl twisting his lips. "Get the fuck away!" The command echoes through the carnage. Another soldier, his eyes glowing with unnatural light, charges, only to be met with an unstoppable force. The impact is deafening. The soldier explodes in a shower of gore and bone, leaving only tattered remnants of his uniform. A final, desperate lunge, a desperate attempt to survive. The ground is littered with the corpses of his enemies. His ragged breathing is the only sound, for now. A guttural scream rips through the silence, a terrifying symphony of death. The quest is complete. A wave of data washes over the screen, detailing the rewards. A silver box upgraded to gold, then to a present box from Yogalim. The spoils of victory are substantial. The hero lies defeated, but not broken. His return stone remains active for 28 days. The hunger curse is deactivated. A moment of quiet respite, shattered by the impact of a devastating blow. A golden energy swirls around him as he absorbs a shard. He collapses, the city a wasteland under a crimson moon. The weight of battle is heavy, but a chilling laugh escapes his lips. He surveys the carnage, the bodies of his enemies scattered around him. Victory is his, brutal and complete. His eyes, though weary, hold a spark of something else, a primal hunger. I'm hungry, he whispers, the words a low growl. Despite his hunger, a flicker of resolve remains. He still has time. A blue data box appears, a new objective. Even in the face of starvation, a chilling question echoes in his mind. What have I done? His body, ravaged by hunger, lies still. The weight of his actions settles upon him. A crushing despair threatening to consume him. I'm hungry. I'm going to die. The words claw their way out, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. A faint sound pierces the silence, whoosh, a metallic clang, a glimmer of hope in the desolate landscape. His eyes snap open, a flicker of primal instinct igniting within him, gulp, 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 the sound of something being consumed. A wave of confusion washes over him. What? The world around him seems distorted, reality itself bending to an unknown force. A lingering question hangs in the air. Was this truly the end? He leaps, muscles rippling with barely contained power, a desperate, almost frantic escape. A chilling landscape unfolds before us, the air thick with dread, the ground stained crimson. Snake banners flutter ominously in the wind. A cacophony of drums and chanting rises, a terrifying symphony of impending doom. Bound figures writhe in the foreground, their agony palpable. A silent army stands ready, their swords gleaming under the hellish sky. Each warrior a grim reaper, their presence radiating cold determination. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its face obscured by bandages, a cruel metal bit clamped over its mouth. A chilling silence descends. But the silence is shattered by a terrifying roar. Another horrifying creature rises, its form grotesque, wielding a glowing blue weapon. A gaping moth filled with razor-sharp teeth, a predator's hunger in its eyes. The creature's massive jaws snap shut with a sickening crunch, a wooden beam splinters under its immense strength. And finally, a palanquin is pulled into view, carried by a legion of hulking figures. A dark presence within. A monstrous fish-like creature pulls the palanquin, its glowing blue appendage pulsing with power. The scene is one of pure, terrifying might. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped behind his lips, terror grips him, cold and absolute. Every fiber of his being screams danger, these aren't mere zombies, they're something far more powerful. But why are these behemoths guarding that carriage? What secrets does it hold? The question burns in his mind, a desperate need for answers. The sheer strength on display is terrifying, these creatures are lifting weights that would crush a normal man. A heavy thud echoes, the ground trembles as something immense shifts. A glimpse of opulence, hidden behind heavy curtains, what treasures lie within? Panic claws at him, a desperate struggle for breath, his heart pounds like a war drum. The aftermath is brutal, 3 corpses lie scattered, blood staining the earth. A chilling message is left behind. Silhouetted against the crimson sky, a figure emerges, his presence alone speaks of immense power. A terrifying visage fills the panel. Kawaro of Satiety and Sloth, level 118, a name that whispers of immense power and chilling indifference. And before her stands a lone figure, sweat beading on his brow, a mixture of fear and grim determination etched onto his face. He's clearly outmatched, yet his eyes burn with defiance. From the looks of your expression, I guess there's no need for any introduction. The air crackles with unspoken threats, a silent battle of wills. A close-up on Kawaro's piercing, a detail that speaks volumes about her predatory nature. This bastard's trying to test me. A defiant grin spreads across the lone figure's face. He's not backing down. How did you survive with such a low level? No wonder the starving star's interested in you. The words hang heavy in the air, revealing a hidden truth about our protagonist's past. A grim landscape of carnage unfolds. However, I thought humans had become extinct. The sheer scale of death is breathtaking, a testament to the power at play. Are there other survivors? The question hangs in the air, a spark of hope amidst the desolation. A new mystery emerges from the shadows. A tense silence descends as the two figures lock gazes. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy between them. Then, a sudden, violent movement. A flash of teeth, a blur of motion. Kawaro of satiety and sloth, a figure of imposing stature and otherworldly beauty, surveys the scene with a chilling amusement. His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. I guess not. His gaze falls upon the protagonist, still alive, miraculously unscathed amidst the devastation, a testament to an unexpected resilience. The sheer scale of the destruction is breathtaking. Corpses litter the ground, a grim reminder of the carnage that preceded the protagonist's arrival. The words, "I thought mankind was snuffed out like a candle after John and Maria Keller," echo the unspoken dread. Kawaro's voice, laced with a hint of surprise, cuts through the silence. "I never would have thought that there was a fresh human like you out here." He approaches the protagonist, his expression shifting subtly, a flicker of concern, perhaps? No, I can't have a precious child like you be cold and out in the open like this." The protagonist, eyes wide with fear and confusion, watches as Kawaro begins to gather the fallen soldiers, a horrifying act that chills him to the bone. Why is he picking up those corpses? A desperate plea escapes the protagonist's lips. Don't do it." Ignoring the desperate plea, Kawaro continues his grim task. A dark energy crackles around him as he gathers a corpse. "Don't do it." With a sudden burst of motion, a dark energy surges from the corpse, repairing the protagonist's broken leg. Thwack! The pain vanishes, replaced by a wave of relief. "There we go. Now you can walk again." A beat of silence hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken intentions heavy between them. Kawaro's offer hangs in the air, a chilling proposition. A predatory gleam in the protagonist's eyes as he considers the implications. His response is a defiant snarl, a refusal to be a mere pawn. Kawaro's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something unexpected crosses her face. A burst of laughter, echoing through the desolate landscape, a chilling sound that speaks of power and amusement. The amusement quickly fades, replaced by a chilling revelation. The protagonist's face hardens, his eyes narrowing as he grapples with the truth. The terrifying truth of Kawaro's insatiable hunger. Influence, discipline, sexual desire, capital, power. Kawaro's insatiable hunger consumes it all. He devours these elements and uses them as he pleases, a terrifying display of power in this desolate wasteland. Kawaro's rage boils over. His voice, a venomous hiss, "My morality and discipline." The unnamed protagonist grits his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance. He will not yield. Kawaro's gaze drops to his chest, a subtle shift in his demeanor. All of it should have been his. A monstrous visage erupts, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground. They were supposed to be the fruits of my effort. The raw, unbridled fury is palpable. This is the face of a god denied his due, an unbearable rage. Kawaro addresses the protagonist, his voice dripping with malice. "Young one, I know that you are filled with greed and anger as well." He continues, his words cutting like shards of glass. "You think that you deserve what is rightfully yours. However, he's not wrong. Don't you want to know what you're capable of obtaining?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge whispered on the wind. "Aren't you curious about how high you can climb?" Kawaro's voice booms, echoing with a terrifying power. His true form is revealed, a monstrous figure of immense strength. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The unnamed protagonist's resolve is tested. Doubt flickers, but only for a moment. "That's why. We'll become a being that will swallow the whole world. We'll swallow everything." Kawaro's words are a chilling prophecy, a declaration of his monstrous ambition. The city crumbles beneath a colossal, serpentine form. A monstrous serpent, scales shimmering with an unholy light, rises from the depths, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The serpent's coils constrict, crushing buildings like toys. A wave of destruction washes over the landscape, a testament to Kawaro's terrifying power. Just like a snake that looks down upon everything. The final blow of Kawaro's transformation is complete. His power is absolute. His eyes burn with defiance. The unnamed protagonist stands firm, unwavering in the face of unimaginable horror. Join me, and become part of me. Kawaro extends a hand, a grotesque invitation to join his reign of terror. Kawaro, a monstrous figure of immense power, looms over the defiant protagonist. His outstretched hand offers a chilling invitation, a final chance to surrender before the inevitable. A woman sleeps soundly amidst a towering stack of books, her peaceful slumber a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing elsewhere. A quiet moment of respite before the storm. A concerned gaze. A silent question hangs in the air. Is this a moment of weakness, or a calculated pause? A sprawling cityscape stretches out before us, bathed in the warm glow of sunset, the air thick with the promise of something momentous. A woman watches from a window, her expression a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. A crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky above a desolate wasteland, the remnants of a world shattered. A figure emerges from the shadows, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha! I guess I have no choice. The ground beneath him cracks, erupting in fiery energy. His eyes gleam with malevolent intent, a powerful presence looms. A powerful kick sends debris flying, the force of the blow is palpable. A voice cuts through the air, yes. You've made a wise choice. A legion of masked figures rises, their presence ominous and foreboding, an army of the underworld has arrived. A powerful hand reaches out, a lifeline offered in the heart of chaos. The unnamed man, desperate, grasps it, a desperate plea for aid. But who is this towering figure? Their eyes burn with an ancient power. A chilling smile twisting their lips as they accept the man's surrender. Their gaze is filled with a cruel satisfaction, a predator savoring its prey. With a sudden burst of energy, the unnamed man is thrown back, the ground cracks beneath the force of the impact. The mysterious woman watches from afar, her expression unreadable, a silent observer of this brutal display of power. The towering figure's ornate jewelry glints in the dim light, a symbol of their immense power. The unnamed man lies broken, bleeding, his defiance crushed beneath the weight of his new power. A chilling statement hangs in the air, I don't understand, but why do you taste worse? A sinister grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with newfound power. He tastes victory, even as the blood of his enemies stains the ground. The aftermath of his brutal triumph laid bare. His body, a testament to the power he now wields. His voice drips with cruel amusement as he savors the moment. Do all traitors taste like this, he asks, a chilling question hanging in the air. The mysterious woman watches, her expression unreadable. Traitors, she whispers, a hint of doubt in her tone. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts. You dare call me a traitor, roars the newly empowered figure, his rage a tangible force. A devastating blow. The ground cracks beneath the impact as the unnamed man is sent flying, a brutal display of power. His face contorted in agony as he struggles to rise. The fight is far from over. The victor stands tall, his power undeniable. The unnamed man lies defeated, his defiance crushed. A cold dismissal. I see no point in talking to you. The air crackles with unspoken threats. The victor turns, leaving the defeated man behind. The scene fades to black. The demon's chilling laughter echoes, a prelude to destruction. Die, she hisses, the word dripping with malice. But defiance flares in the unnamed man's eyes. No! I can't die, he roars, a primal scream of refusal. A council of shadowy figures observes, their faces obscured by darkness, a grand strategy unfolds before them. There needs to be a variable in the game they play. A solution is needed. What we need is a new player. The mysterious woman's voice cuts through the tension. Everything is at a stalemate, everyone is desperate for a way out. A glimmer of hope. A new player. A solution. The unnamed man's gaze hardens, a grim determination settling on his features. That's. A realization dawns. Me. The demon's eyes gleam with a chilling curiosity. Oh. A cruel smile stretches across the unnamed man's face, a defiant glint in his eyes. His neck is held in a powerful grip. The powerful figure toys with him, a question hanging heavy in the air: should I break it? The options are laid bare: break, crush, or smash. The fate of the unnamed man hangs precariously in the balance. And the mysterious woman's chillingly calm response: yeah, this seems appropriate. The powerful figure's amusement turns to a darker shade. That mouth of yours never seems to stop. Allow me to offer a little help. Why don't you try and scream? With a surge of dark energy, the unnamed man is lifted high, his body racked with pain. A violent explosion of purple energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The powerful figure recoils, disbelief etched onto their face. I can't believe this, me, a traitor? A sinister grin spreads across the powerful figure's face. Did you really fall from the sky or something? The final insult, a question that cuts deeper than any blade: do you really think we all sided with the monsters to exterminate all humans? A chilling smile spreads across the monstrous face, eyes burning with malevolent intent. The clash of titans. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts as the unnamed man throws a desperate punch, defying death itself. The monstrous star watches, from the shadows, its gaze piercing, unwavering. The mysterious woman's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. A crimson eye, burning with power, reflects the intensity of the battle. The unnamed man's body is thrown through the air, a pulverized landscape in his wake. Crash! The powerful figure is sent tumbling, the force of the blow echoing through the ruined city. Dust and debris rain down, the finality of the moment hangs heavy in the air. The unnamed man lies broken, his defiance a testament to his spirit. A defeated hero, his sacrifice echoing through the desolate streets. The unnamed man lies broken, his defiant gaze fixed on the heavens, a final, desperate act echoing in the silence. The powerful figure, his chest heaving, is left reeling from the impact, the ground trembles beneath him. A wave of destruction washes over the battlefield, his sacrifice, a cataclysmic ripple. The city crumbles, a testament to the sheer force unleashed, buildings topple like dominoes in a horrifying display of power. From above, the devastation is breathtaking, a landscape of ruin stretching as far as the eye can see. The powerful figure roars, his rage a tangible force. Calm down. His words, a desperate attempt to regain control. I have no intention of breaking the rules. But the chaos is too much, a torrent of fury unleashed. His voice cracks, defeat seeping into his tone. Damn it, retreat. The command echoes across the ravaged landscape, a desperate scramble for survival. His breath hitches, a ragged gasp escaping his lips, the taste of defeat heavy on his tongue. A single drop of sweat tracing a path down his temple, mirroring the slow trickle of blood. His body, a testament to the brutal battle, lies broken on the unforgiving ground. But even in defeat, his eyes burn with defiance. A cataclysmic surge of energy. The very air crackles with raw power. Kaboom! His final breath, a whisper lost in the echoing thunder. What's this? A city under a bruised, purple sky, the air itself crackles with unseen energy. Kawaro's escape, a desperate flight from something beyond those ominous clouds. Fear, a cold dread that grips his heart, a question unanswered, a mystery yet to unfold. Why did he run? But even as the fear threatens to consume him, a defiant roar erupts from deep within. He will face whatever comes, no matter the cost. Even if it means being torn apart. A raw, primal scream, a surge of adrenaline, the very ground trembles beneath his feet. A desperate defiance etched across his face, a silent vow to fight. His resolve, unwavering, despite the devastation around him. A weight of the world on his shoulders, a silent promise to endure. He kneels amidst the rubble, a lone figure in a desolate landscape, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. A storm rages within him, mirroring the tempestuous sky above. The city lies in ruins, shattered buildings, and wrecked vehicles, a testament to the devastation, a path of destruction stretching as far as the eye can see. On a tranquil beach, bathed in the golden light of sunset, a woman stands silhouetted against the horizon. A familiar voice calls out, "Yumin? Appa." Her voice, sweet as honey, carries across the waves. "Welcome back." A reunion, long awaited, filled with unspoken emotions. Elsewhere, a young woman with striking crimson eyes addresses a man, her tone urgent. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. "Butler, are you awake?" Glowing green eyes, razor teeth bared, a primal rage explodes from within. The aftermath, confusion clouds his mind. What happened? Yumin's cheerful voice cuts through the haze. A small comfort in the chaos. A mysterious blue energy slab materializes, rewards for a mission completed. His eyes widen, a look of pure astonishment. A dark, ornate box appears, emanating an aura of ancient power, a gift from Yogalim? A blinding flash of light. A powerful energy surges forth, revealing a platinum card. An unprecedented rarity. He stares, speechless, at the card, a treasure beyond compare. A blinding flash. Kawaro is thrown back, a powerful force slamming into him. He stumbles, barely keeping his balance as ethereal particles swirl around him. Crash. The impact echoes as he hits the ground hard. Pain contorts his face. But his eyes fix on something amidst the debris, a sword, gleaming faintly in the dim light. What is this? He rises slowly, a mixture of confusion and curiosity etched on his features. This blade looks so boring. This is pretty disappointing. A moment of reflection. Then, a flicker of understanding crosses his face. No, wait. I shouldn't be disappointed just yet. It came from a platinum card found in a present box given by Yogalim. I need to take a careful look. He examines the sword closely, using a magnifying glass. The stats appear: gluttony, common/authentic, type, sword. Ha! Common? The details unfold: physical damage, low; magic damage, low; penetration, low. Special effect: absorb sacrificed weapons, and gain the sacrificed weapons effects. Details: the weapon previously used by Aldama, the direct family member of the starving star, Yogalim. As the weapon manifests the physical appearance of the sacrificed weapons, nobody knows what gluttony truly looks like. Research on historical people in the past indicate that they had once used gluttony. A sword that was used by people of authority. It may be a common weapon, but it's authentic. He turns to his companion, Renian. What do you think, Renian? Kawaro, a thoughtful glint in his eyes, holds out his hand. A spectral image of a blade shimmers into existence, a short blade, ready to be sacrificed. He grips the gluttony sword, a determined set to his jaw. Let's try sacrificing the short blade, flowing with blood. He speaks with quiet resolve, his gaze fixed on the task ahead. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares the ritual, a moment of intense focus before the transformation. A beat of silence, then, a chuckle escapes Kawaro. Maybe I'm stupid. Besides, why does it feel like I got ignored? He offers the short blade to the gluttony sword again, a hint of frustration in his posture. Here, take a bite. A flash of light. The gluttony sword devours the smaller blade. Sparks erupt as the two weapons merge, a violent, transformative energy surges. The sword's form shifts dramatically. It elongates, twisting into a wicked, curved blade. Clang, the sound of metal reshaping itself echoes in the air. Kawaro recoils, eyes wide with surprise and a touch of fear. Ah! Renian's voice cuts through the air, sharp with concern. What's going on? The newly transformed gluttony sword glows ominously, its dark surface reflecting a malevolent light. The transformation is complete. A crimson gem pulses at the heart of a newly forged blade, radiating an ethereal glow. The gluttony sword, now a legendary weapon, hums with power. Kawaro grips it, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Ha!" he exclaims, the sound echoing with newfound confidence. Its stats flash before our eyes: physical and magical attacks are mid-low, penetration is low. But the special effect is where things get interesting: absorb and gain the sacrificed weapon's effects. The blade can expel body fluids, healing allies while damaging enemies. Renian watches, a mix of concern and fascination in her eyes. Kawaro, brimming with excitement, shouts, "Renian! I like this thing." Renian smiles, a hint of amusement in her expression. "Butler," she says, "you like everything that's high in rank." Kawaro's eyes gleam with determination. He knows this is just the beginning. Aside. "I can get stronger with this thing," he mutters, his voice filled with resolve. Renian's smile widens, her red eyes sparkling with delight. She's pleased with his progress. And her words are a testament to her unwavering support. "Seeing my butler happy makes me happy too. I hope you can continue becoming tastier." A wide grin stretches across Kawaro's face, eyes shining with unrestrained joy. He holds aloft his newly upgraded legendary rank sword, the power practically radiating from the weapon. So that's what he meant. A brief exchange with Renian, and Kawaro announces his departure. "Anyways, Renian, I need to go somewhere." Under a crimson moon, a city sleeps. "I've been meaning to go back." The words hang heavy in the air, a sense of somber purpose settling over the scene. A single candle flickers, casting long shadows in a dimly lit room. A symbol of remembrance, perhaps? A simple wooden box, carefully carried. Inside, a precious cargo awaits. Kawaro sits alone, the candlelight illuminating his pensive face. The weight of his unspoken thoughts is palpable. The scene shifts to a cluttered office. A skeleton in a suit sits at a desk, papers scattered everywhere. Kawaro's presence casts a long shadow over the room, and the words "and leaving them like this" has weighed heavily on my mind. Echo in the silence. He sits, lost in thought, the candle's gentle glow reflecting in his eyes. Beside him, the wooden box rests, a silent promise. A quiet determination settles on his features. "It'd be great if I had some way to identify him. That way, I'll be, at the very least, able to erect a headstone." Kawaro's eyes, narrowed in thought, reflect the weight of his memories, a past battle, etched into his mind. His gaze, intense and unwavering, reveals a steely determination. A horde of undead soldiers, their eyes glowing with malevolent green light, stand ready to attack, their hunger palpable. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, a being of immense power, their tongue dripping with malice. The human, Kawaro. A grotesque creature, cloaked in red, grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth, a chilling presence. And then, a voice, sharp and commanding, me, who orders Kurson and Renian around. A terrifying visage splits the screen, a horrifying contrast between the undead commander and the dark sorceress. Kawaro stands between them, a lone figure. Doubt flickers in his eyes, a question forming in his mind: am I really that different from them? But that doubt is quickly extinguished. His jaw tightens, his eyes blazing with defiance. "Of course I am." The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. A single candle casts long shadows, illuminating a determined Kawaro. "I haven't surrendered my sanity to greed yet." A mysterious wooden box rests on a dark surface, glowing faintly. Kawaro, his brow furrowed in thought, stands before a desk, the weight of his past pressing down on him. "Perhaps it's because you are the exact opposite of me," a voice echoes in his mind, a haunting reminder of his journey. He needs answers. "Hey, old man skeleton, do you have an ID or something?" he asks, a hint of desperation in his voice, searching for a way back to his world. His eyes widen, a desperate hope flickering within. Is there a clue? Anything to help him unravel the mystery of his existence? He pulls open a drawer, revealing a hidden treasure, a worn scrapbook. "A scrapbook," he whispers, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. With trembling hands, he opens the ancient book, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and faded images. A desperate search for a single hint to his identity. It'd be great if I could get a hint to your identity, he mutters, his voice barely a breath. He smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. Even a single piece of information can change the world. Even a single book with enough valuable information can become an item that can significantly change the world, he muses. A triumphant laugh escapes his lips as he turns a page. All of it, it's all in here, he exclaims, his voice filled with wonder and disbelief. From the first dungeon to the end of humanity, the scrapbook holds the key to everything. He stands, the book clutched tightly in his hands, ready to face whatever the future may hold. Dust motes dance in the dim light as a heavy tome falls open, revealing pages filled with terrifying illustrations of monstrous creatures clashing with soldiers. Every horrifying detail, meticulously documented. Kawaro's eyes widen, his breath catching in his throat as he reads of past catastrophes and the potential to prevent them. A chilling realization dawning on his face. If this is true. He stands amidst the ruins of a shattered city, the setting sun casting long shadows. A desolate landscape, a testament to past devastation. But in his eyes, a newfound resolve burns bright. A grim smile spreads across his lips. I now possess the key that can save all of humanity, he declares, his voice echoing in the silent city. A heartfelt whisper escapes him, a tribute to the fallen, a promise for the future. Old man skeleton, you're amazing. His gaze hardens, a steely determination settling in his eyes. I'll put your last regrets to good use. The scrapbook, clutched tightly in his hand, becomes a symbol of hope, a weapon against the coming darkness. Kawaro's eyes burn with a fierce resolve. It's a look that speaks of a man ready to face any odds. A steely glint reflecting the weight of his decision. To restore the world, or to change everything. The choice is his, and the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. A city shattered, a landscape of ruin, yet, in the heart of this desolation, a single figure stands defiant. The sun rises on a new day, a new hope. He walks towards the light, a lone figure against the backdrop of destruction. Each step is a testament to his unwavering determination. The sun rises over a tranquil park, a lone tree standing sentinel against the backdrop of a modern city. A faint clang echoes through the trees, a discordant note in the morning calm. Hey, Maru, where are you? A worried voice calls out, cutting through the stillness. The search begins. Rustling leaves and snapping twigs, the forest floor seems to whisper secrets. Hurry and come here. Let's go home, she urges, her voice laced with a growing sense of unease. But Maru is nowhere to be seen. Maru, this is scary, come out. A chilling premonition grips her heart. A sudden movement in the shadows. A dark figure emerges from the trees. Is that you, Maru? She whispers, fear etched onto her face. A gasp escapes her lips as a dark, cloaked figure steps into the clearing. The tension is palpable. A chilling gaze pierces the darkness, those eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, hint at a sinister power. Terror grips her. A scream rips through the night, raw and filled with pure panic. A zombie. A luxurious restaurant, bathed in the warm glow of city lights, laughter echoes through the opulent space. A man and woman share a meal, their conversation light and carefree. She giggles, a sound both charming and slightly unsettling. I'm sorry for laughing so much. The man raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Just what shape were you in to be called a zombie? He takes a bite of his meal, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Did she need to call the cops? Her smile falters, a moment of hesitation. But a question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Why did you ask me to teach you how to use money? He leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. These days, people like being extravagant. They buy luxury goods or cars. A luxurious restaurant, the clinking of glasses a subtle counterpoint to the woman's curious question, is it to experience the upper class? The wealthy man, his expression unreadable, observes her with a hint of amusement. Their wine glasses touch, a toast to, what, exactly? The air crackles with unspoken tension. As he counters her assumptions, his voice laced with a quiet intensity, I thought you'd think of those things as superficial. Her eyebrows raise, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Is he truly so different? He continues, his gaze unwavering, only those who've experienced it should criticize it. Not having experienced it yet and acting rude and frivolous is just for those who lack the ability to empathize. A thoughtful silence hangs between them, a moment of quiet reflection. Before she speaks, a soft smile playing on her lips, here I was, wondering if you yearned for the life of a conglomerate. He hesitates, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. He takes a bite of his food, then admits, in good conscience, I can't say I don't. But her response is unexpected, but I won't use not having parents as an excuse. I myself am like that. I thought you were a grad student. What kind of grad student meets so many people? The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge. A playful jab at the wealthy man's seemingly busy social life. He chuckles, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Don't you need to be at school until moss grows on your body? Her teasing continues, a light-hearted counterpoint to the earlier query. I'm usually pulling all-nighters in labs, and my professor is unique. Since he'll send students as collectors to the corporations. Maru's companion explains, a touch of exasperation in her voice. The conversation shifts. On the topic of school, I researched while you were gone about how much mana concentration remains until leveling up in rank. Ah, that. I also wanted to research about that, but the information was hard to find. The wealthy man replies, his brow furrowing slightly as he leans forward, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A close-up on the wealthy man's face reveals a sudden surge of surprise and confusion. His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning realization. It stopped at LV20 for a while, and now it's suddenly 26. This makes no sense. His voice is laced with disbelief, a stark contrast to his usual composure. So, about the results, the scene ends on a cliffhanger, leaving the audience hanging on the wealthy man's reaction. A luxurious restaurant, high above the city lights. Maru's companion and the wealthy man share a meal, the city sprawling beneath them. Her expression hardens, a subtle shift in her demeanor. The wealthy man's voice is laced with disbelief. It doesn't exist? Then. He looks to his companion, a question hanging in the air. Is that good or bad? What do you think? A hushed response. I don't think we should talk about that here. A flash of blue light, a blade of pure energy streaks across the darkness. The impact. A monstrous creature is cleaved in two, shards of ice rain down. Another blow, swift and precise, the creature crumbles to frozen dust. A surge of power courses through the creature's arm, the very muscles seem to writhe with energy. And with a sickening RIP, its flesh tears apart, revealing something monstrous beneath. A clawed foot smashes down, pulverizing the ground, the very earth recoils from its power. A wicked scythe, tipped with shards of ice, lies discarded, a weapon of immense power. A monstrous roar echoes through the ruined city, the very air trembles with its rage. Cursons, a hobgoblin, level 27, stands before them, a terrifying figure of raw power, his eyes burn with malevolent glee. A devastating blow. The ground cracks under the force of the impact. As Cursons unleashes his fury upon his foes. Night falls on a quiet residential street, snow softly dusting the ground. A stack of books sits on a table, hinting at late-night studies. A young man, Maru, pores over a thick tome, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sudden flash of light. A glimpse of something unseen. Maru's companion, intrigued, comments on the foreign language of the book. That looks like German, isn't that hard to read? Maru smiles, a hint of pride in his eyes. I can read it, he boasts, although I can't understand it. His companion, ever resourceful, presents a summary. I knew that, so I prepared a copy of the summary. Look here, what do you think? The summary reveals a microscopic image. Virus bacteria? Maru's eyes widen in surprise. They're red blood cells. His companion explains, "What you see down here is the blood in crystal that accumulated in your dantian. Mana accumulates in the dantian, and when blood is drawn, crystals emerge, revealing the cultivator's rank. 1-star crystals are needle-shaped, 3-star crystals form triangles, but what about Maru's?" Maru's companion stares, a mixture of surprise and dawning realization in her eyes. His crystals are unlike anything she's ever seen. They're perfectly circular. A completely unprecedented form. A subtle shift in her expression, a hint of unease now mixes with her surprise. Her eyes widen, reflecting a sudden, intense focus, a chilling realization dawning. A gasp escapes her lips. The implications are terrifying. Maru's gaze lifts, a defiant glint in his eyes. He's ready to face whatever comes next. "But the crystal you have is circular. A form never before discovered. The implications are staggering." His brow furrows, a knot of confusion tightening in his gut, the weight of this revelation pressing down. Her eyes widen, reflecting a dawning horror, a chilling realization taking hold. A surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct kicking in, he stares upward, a storm brewing within. A shadow looms, vast and menacing, and oppressive darkness descends. "I'm not saying you're a monster." The scientist explains, her voice calm but laced with wonder. "There are similarities, but the crystal is the most significant difference. The mana's impact on your body is far greater than usual." Her words hang in the air, a revelation dawns on the protagonist's face. The scientist continues, pointing out the implications. "This suggests you might be of a higher rank than any previously observed." A faint blush creeps onto the scientist's cheeks as she adds, almost shyly, "You might even be a 6-star rank." The protagonist smirks, a hint of self-assurance in his eyes. "Well, I'm definitely not a 1-star rank." A digital readout appears, confirming the scientist's assessment. The physical body has awakened the mana. The mana has started to descend through your body. He reflects on the information, a thoughtful expression replacing his smirk. "It never told me what rank I was." The scientist, her eyes sparkling with excitement, asks, "Appa, you said you were level 20 before, right?" His confident grin returns, broader than before. "Not anymore." The scientist's eyes widen in shock. "What? Then what is it now?" The scientist's eyes widen, her jaw dropping in disbelief. "What? You advanced 6 levels in 11 days?" She stares, lost in thought, a profound change is evident in her expression. The implications sink in. A triumphant grin spreads across her face. "HAAA. Now I can't keep you to myself anymore." The protagonist looks pensive, a hint of concern in his eyes. The scientist's words hang in the air, a new challenge is emerging. He considers her words carefully, a decision weighs heavily on his mind. The implications of his newfound power are vast. Her eyes dart around nervously, a sudden wave of anxiety washing over her. She whispers, "I think they found out something." His brow furrows, concern etched on his face. "Who?" The scientist's voice trembles slightly as she reveals the source of her worry. "Sejong Laboratory." The protagonist's eyes narrow, a sense of unease settling upon him. "Sejong Laboratory?" The scientist explains, her voice laced with urgency. "That's what they call the ability department. They've sent a lot of emails to you from there." The revelation drops like a bomb. All national ability users, their items, and dungeon-related matters are managed by Sejong Laboratory. And that's where they track ability user rankings. The scientist's words hang heavy in the air. The reason for the recent ranking shakeup? The protagonist's test results. A sinister laugh echoes in the scientist's mind. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. Those weren't spam calls. Sejong Laboratory has been actively trying to recruit him. A wave of unease washes over him. And now, a chilling question hangs in the air: why are they so interested? The protagonist's determination hardens. He needs answers. He needs to know what Sejong Laboratory discovered. The scientist's worried expression speaks volumes. The truth is out there, and he's determined to find it. He leans in, his gaze intense. The search for answers begins. And the scientist watches, a mixture of apprehension and resignation in her eyes. The emails are revealed. The gentle hum of a hairdryer fills the air, a mundane scene, yet the tension is palpable. We can find out about them slowly. For now, Yumin, you should keep researching. A casual suggestion, but the weight of the unspoken hangs heavy in the air. It'll be hard to find them from just the lab, right? Should I just buy you the needed equipment? Practical concerns clash with the looming threat. Equipment isn't cheap, you know? And we don't even have a place to put it. A simple truth, yet it underscores the growing desperation. Then I'll buy a house too. A huge place with not a lot of people around. And it has to be strong, like a bunker. A bold declaration, born from necessity and a growing sense of foreboding. The hairdryer's warmth turns to scorching heat, hot, a sudden, sharp pain shatters the tense calm. Night falls on a new home, a fortress against the unknown. Hing. Sorry, I can't just live off you forever. A quiet admission, heavy with unspoken emotions. A new chapter begins, within the walls of their new sanctuary, but the shadows still linger. A simple question, yet it carries the weight of uncertainty and the unspoken anxieties of the future. Her eyes, wide with apprehension, a silent plea for reassurance in the face of the unknown. You'll come with me, of course. A simple statement, yet it carries the weight of unspoken promises and shared destinies. He gently rests his hands on her shoulders, a tender gesture that speaks volumes, a quiet moment of intimacy amidst the chaos. Her eyes, wide and trusting, reflect the warmth of his touch. Now that I'm looking at it, you have more scars than usual this time. Her observation cuts through the peaceful atmosphere. He sighs, a hint of weariness in his voice. I didn't have enough potions, I guess. I can't tell her it's because I didn't revive. It doesn't hurt, she asks, concern etched on her face. He smiles, a reassuring gesture, they'll disappear soon. With a soft NOM, she gently licks his arm, a tender act of care, a silent promise of healing. What are you doing, she asks, a mixture of surprise and curiosity in her voice. He chuckles, his eyes twinkling, you smell good, the scent of her, a comforting balm to his weary soul. A sudden surge of emotion washes over him, a visceral reaction, the sound of his inner turmoil. She smiles, a gentle touch healing his wounds. To leave a mark on you too. A tender moment unfolds, a shared glance, a gentle touch, a connection deeper than words can express. Passion ignites, a kiss that speaks volumes, a silent promise exchanged in the heat of the moment. The city sleeps beneath a blanket of stars, a quiet night, a cat's soft meow echoes in the stillness. Peaceful slumber, the aftermath of intimacy, a serene scene. Alone, lost in thought, a figure shrouded in shadow, a heavy heart. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a glimpse of a terrifying power unleashed. A brutal onslaught, a whirlwind of blows, the ground trembles under the force of the attack. A crimson explosion, a devastating impact, the aftermath of a fierce battle. Gasping for air, sweat stinging his eyes, the weight of the battle bears down. He collapses onto the cold, hard floor, the echoes of the fight still ringing in his ears, a chilling reminder of the horrors he's faced. But this isn't about the past, this is about the future. He needs to analyze the fight, to understand his weaknesses, to make the recorded data his own. With steely determination, he focuses his mind, replaying the battle in his head, a process of intense self-reflection and strategic analysis. Suddenly, a notification flashes before his eyes, you have acquired fragment. A new power, a new potential, a new chapter begins. Fragment? His eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of awe and apprehension. What exactly has he unlocked? A strange symbol appears on his palm, a complex design unlike anything he's ever seen, a mark of his newfound power. He examines his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. The implications of this discovery are vast and unknown. The scientist observes, his monocle glinting in the dim light. A new power has emerged, and its potential is both intriguing and terrifying. The system interface reveals the details of the new power: kin, legendary, trait, absorption. The description is complex, hinting at immense potential, but also significant risks. He examines the curious trinket, a frown etching itself onto his face. What's this? His thoughts drift to classic games, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Could this be like Consume? A sudden realization dawns on him, a gasp escaping his lips. It's connected. With a burst of newfound energy, he springs into action. He's ready. The scientist, his face etched with curiosity, calls him to the gym. Another sparring session? The gym's lockers stand as silent witnesses to countless battles. A familiar setting. A smirk plays on his lips as he confidently replies, "If you want it, let's fight." His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Just stand still. The scientist's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He doesn't like the sound of that. In the brightly lit boxing ring, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The stage is set. A sinister grin spreads across his face, eyes blazing with crimson intensity. Just stand still, he commands, his voice dripping with menace. But the seasoned detective, Park Wizio, isn't easily intimidated. His expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his gaze. Stand still. I don't like the sound of that. The scene shifts to a boxing gym, the air thick with anticipation. What are you up to this time? Wizio asks, his tone sharp and suspicious. Park Wizio, LV40. A seasoned veteran, his level speaks volumes. His skills are revealed: double cut, stealth, no breathing. A master of deception and silent strikes. His eyes burn with cold fury. Do you think I have lots of time? The young man in the red hoodie, seemingly unfazed, simply replies, as expected. His confidence is unnerving. He continues, a hint of amusement in his voice, "For your skills, you're quite amazing." Wizio's fist clenches, a sudden surge of anger. What? The number 26 explodes from the page, a stark declaration in the twilight. An ominous sign. A seasoned investigator, his face etched with concern, peers intently at some documents. The weight of the evidence is heavy. The evidence is undeniable, yet doubt lingers. This item, these crystals, they speak of something extraordinary. A clandestine meeting unfolds in a dimly lit corridor. The air crackles with tension. The young man in the red hoodie sits opposite a stern figure, his words carrying a hidden weight. The mystery deepens. Sejong Laboratories' silence is deafening. This delay in announcing rankings is unprecedented. A young man reveals a shocking truth: complaints flood in from the clan and the intercrew. The whispers of discontent are growing louder. The weight of the situation presses down. The investigator's gaze drops to the documents, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. The stakes are higher than ever. The level of ability users is not a trivial matter. Someone will soon come calling. And with a subtle gesture, the investigator offers a small, ornate magnifying glass. A symbol of investigation, a promise of unveiling the truth. A small, ornate ring changes hands, a silent transaction in a world of shadows. The gym's sterile air crackles with tension. Kang Hyunmu, a name whispered in hushed tones, is introduced. The young man in the red hoodie speaks, his words carrying a weight far beyond his years. He knows more than he lets on. A subtle shift in power dynamics. The ring, a symbol of allegiance, is offered, a tempting proposition. The old man considers the offer, his expression a mixture of weariness and calculation. The weight of his past hangs heavy. But loyalty isn't easily bought or sold. The old man's resolve hardens, his eyes narrowing. The young man's smirk widens, a chilling confidence in his eyes. This is just the beginning. A veiled threat hangs in the air, a promise of future consequences. The young man's ambition is clear. His gaze hardens, a cold determination settling in his eyes. Lee Jiti, a name that echoes with significance. The old man's face, etched with years of experience, reflects a storm of emotions. The game is far from over. The veteran detective, Kang Hyun-moo, eyes his young adversary with a mixture of disdain and concern. There's a familiar arrogance in those eyes, a cocky swagger that hits a little too close to home. The young man in the red hoodie, radiating self-assuredness, lets out a chilling laugh. Cocky? Hey, old man, he sneers, Lee Jitan is just a stair that I will one day have to step on and climb over. Their standoff continues, the tension palpable in the crisp winter air. A silent battle of wills unfolds before a nondescript backdrop. A sinister smile spreads across the young man's face. He's about to reveal something big. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks open. A dark, viscous substance erupts from the fissure, a terrifying prelude to something far worse. The inky blackness spreads, consuming everything in its path, a horrifying, unstoppable tide of darkness. The detective's eyes widen in shock and fear. He's seen many things in his long career, but this is unlike anything he's ever encountered. The young man recoils, his face contorted in a mixture of surprise and terror. What is this? His voice is a raw cry of disbelief, a question hanging heavy in the air, a question that echoes the detective's own unspoken dread. The old man, a figure of mystery in a trench coat and fedora, brandishes a katana with deadly precision. Its blade hums with an unnatural energy. A desperate plea echoes through the shadowed alleyway. Old man, wait. The katana flashes, a blur of steel, the young man in the red hoodie barely escapes the deadly blow. From the darkness, a monstrous figure emerges. You called, boss? You didn't contact me for a while, so I thought you died. Karak. The old man's eyes narrow. Boss? The scene shifts to a brightly lit training facility. Enough with the jokes. What happened to your form? The young man grins, holding a wicked-looking scythe. It's thanks to this scythe you gave me. I like the feeling of it, so I sliced up a lot of Yogalim's pigs. The monstrous figure laughs, a guttural sound that chills the very air. Kakek. To think you have a monster as your subordinate, and you can even converse with it. How surprising. But if you want to ask a favor of me, it must be important, so why would you call a low-intellect goblin? The goblin grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Hey, old man. The goblin's eyes narrow, a snarl twisting his lips. Did you just call me a low-intellect goblin? A blinding flash. The old man's blade meets the goblin's in a furious clash of steel, a shockwave rips through the air. He's fast, impossibly strong. The old man struggles to keep up, his face etched with disbelief. The goblin's power is overwhelming. How can a goblin be this strong? The old man staggers back, his eyes wide with shock. From the shadows, a voice cuts through the chaos. Curson, stop. The goblin, Curson, lets out a chilling laugh. Jabber away one more time, old man. The young man in the red hoodie steps forward, his eyes burning with cold fury. Hey! I'm gonna kill you. The old man and the goblin turn, their attention now focused on the newcomer. Tension crackles in the air. The young man's challenge hangs heavy. Old man, what do you think? Different from a normal goblin, right? The old man sheathes his sword, a grim expression on his face. Okay, I'll put my sword away. Curson scoffs, a sound like ice cracking. A tale unfolds, whispered among adventurers, of a goblin, unusually strong, haunting a low-level dungeon. The young man in the red hoodie, a smirk playing on his lips, inquires about someone named Howl. The old man's response is grim, Howl is suffering. The scene shifts to a dimly lit arena. The old man, cane in hand, makes a request of the young man and the goblin, a favor, he calls it. The old man's request is met with hesitation, a subtle disagreement. But the young man's resolve hardens. He clarifies the terms, emphasizing the need for the goblin to be sent somewhere. A chilling smile spreads across the young man's face, a sinister plan taking shape. The camera pulls back, revealing a desolate, fiery landscape, a place of ruin and despair. Broken statues of winged figures litter the ground, remnants of a forgotten power, a testament to the goblin's might. A scrapbook, from hell itself. Its pages whisper of a terrifying future. A city consumed by fire, multiple explosions rock the urban landscape. Devastation on a scale unseen before. The prophecies within detail the coming apocalypse, who will rise, who will fall, and how the world will end. The countdown begins. A map pinpoints the location: Jeoldu Mountain, 20XX, X month, X day. A flood, 10,000 souls lost. Jeoldu Dungeon, the epicenter of the coming cataclysm. Within 10 minutes, the walls will crumble. A desperate battle rages. Explosions rock the earth as soldiers fight to contain the breach, but it's a losing fight. The truth is revealed: corruption within the weapon company, a conspiracy with the hunters. The fallout will be devastating. Confusion reigns. The ground trembles, a monstrous paw descends, they are unprepared. Chaos erupts. Werewolves surge from the depths, tearing through the city. Terror grips the populace. But it hasn't happened yet. A young man in a red hoodie, eyes burning with determination, vows to prevent the apocalypse. A young man in a red hoodie, his face obscured by shadow, utters a chilling vow: using my way, of course. The determination in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the casual posture. He will stop the impending cataclysm, but how? A seasoned detective, his face etched with worry, utters a grave statement: I don't know what monster I've gotten involved with. The camera focuses on a crimson fabric, hinting at something concealed beneath. A young man, his face partially hidden by a red hoodie, reveals a shimmering purple crystal. That monster is giving you such a sweet present, old man. The detective's response is laced with suspicion: and thank you for your constant efforts. Of course, I'm sure you have your own plan in mind. A sly grin spreads across the young man's face. My earnings are reasonable. The scene shifts, revealing a tense negotiation. It'll be difficult to raise it by 150% like before. I'm not trying to say something so thievish like that. The young man's demand is bold and unwavering, so 2 times. Pay me 2 times more. The detective's eyes narrow, a sudden burst of energy crackling around him. Yeah, this bastard isn't a thief. This is just a robbery. The detective's voice trails off, his gaze fixed on the young man, Kang Hyunmoo, as a question hangs heavy in the air: Kang Hyunmoo, if... The detective's face is grim. He knows he's dealing with someone dangerous. Kang Hyunmoo's words hang heavy in the air. But Hyunmoo remains unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. Let me finish, he says, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with steel. He makes a gesture, a subtle flick of his fingers, a promise of something more. A bold proposition: double the supply. The detective's eyes widen. He'd tried before, but Hyunmoo wouldn't budge. Now. The scene shifts. The detective stands in a luxurious gym, a stark contrast to the seedy back alleys of his usual haunts. He ponders the situation. High-rank hunters, overflowing with wealth. There's only one reason they'd want more crystal moss. The answer is chillingly clear. Hyunmoo's eyes blaze with ambition. A predatory grin stretches across his face. He clenches his fist. Stronger. The word hangs in the air, a declaration of intent. The game has changed. The meeting unfolds in a secluded forest, a sense of mystery hanging in the air. As Kang Hyunmoo, the detective, and his assistant approach a formidable structure. The imposing building looms before them, a silent testament to a troubled past. The detective explains: we usually don't show this part, but what you want is unique, so we have no choice but to show you. A gasp escapes the detective's assistant as the sheer scale of the facility is revealed. It's more than just a building, it's a fortress. The imposing structure stands as a testament to the past, a silent observer of history's tumultuous events. Wow, she breathes. Rather than a house, this place is more like a shelter, the guide explains, his voice tinged with a hint of unease. The narrative unfolds, revealing the origins of this mysterious location. Built during a time of paranoia and fear, a legacy of a military dictatorship and the anxieties of a potential war. The grandson, consumed by his own fears, continued the construction. Driven by a delusion that became terrifyingly real. The destruction of humanity, his fears manifested into a grim reality. The shelter, a testament to those dark times, is now prepared to withstand any threat, military attacks, bombings, and even monstrous incursions. Hyunwoo's eyes narrow as he weighs the implications. The more I listen, the more advantages there are. A subtle smile plays on his lips. A chilling revelation unfolds. He was murdered outside the bunker years ago. The details paint a grim picture. A man, terrified of the outside world, found his refuge in the bunker, only to meet his end while trying to escape. The mystery deepens. Despite the security measures, the culprit remains elusive. The case remains unsolved, a haunting reminder of the shelter's dark past. Adding to the unease, illegal alterations made by the deceased's grandson further destabilize the shelter. Concerns mount. The detective's assistant voices her apprehension about the shelter's stability and the potential for further issues. Hyunwoo's plan takes shape. He proposes installing advanced surveillance equipment to monitor the shelter. A touch of dark humor. The assistant's playful suggestion of ghosts adds a layer of levity to the tense situation. Hyunwoo's determination shines through. Despite the risks, he's ready to proceed, offering cash to expedite the purchase. A deal is struck. The assistant's delighted reaction seals the agreement, setting the stage for the next chapter. The intermediary fidgets, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. This is awkward. I'll make one call, then. He makes the call. Hyunwoo, ever stoic, stands beside his assistant, who seems surprisingly unfazed. You're not scared? Don't you know how much girls like murder and horror stories? The intermediary, clearly relieved, hands the phone to Hyunwoo. Excuse me, can you take the call? Hyunwoo answers, his expression hardening. Yes, hello? The voice on the other end sends a jolt through him. Kang Hyunwoo SSI. I've never told the intermediary my name. Who is this? A powerful voice cuts through the line. This is Chief Do Wonkyung of Sejong Laboratory. I'm happy you're interested in the property of the ability department. The chief's tone shifts, a subtle threat lacing her words. I just happen to have business with you, so let's meet up and talk. I'll arrive soon. The call ends. A palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Hyunwoo's assistant's eyes widen in shock. Chief Do Wonkyung? A sleek red car pulls up. Hyunwoo's jaw drops. Ha? She's here? That was fast. Chief Do Wonkyung emerges, her expression unreadable, but her presence commands attention. A striking figure emerges, clad in a deep crimson suit, exuding power and mystery. Her white shoes a stark contrast against the gritty ground, each step deliberate and confident. Kang Hyunwoo, caught off guard, finds himself face to face with Chief Do Wonkyung. Kang Hyunwoo SSI, it's nice to meet you, she greets, her tone both professional and subtly probing. Her words hang in the crisp winter air, a subtle tension building between them. Hyunwoo, taken aback by her observation, replies, yes. It's nice to meet you too. The chief's smile widens, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. And you Min SSI. A shift in her demeanor, a subtle change in her expression. Are you still in that lab? I told you that bastard was exploiting you. Don't abandon your talent on the ground and step on it. A fiery inferno erupts behind them, mirroring the intensity of her words, a stark contrast to the serene winter landscape. Every day is like heaven there compared to when I'm with you, Professor, she declares, her voice filled with unwavering loyalty. Chief Do Wonkyung, a woman of sharp intellect and even sharper eyes, addresses Hyunwoo directly. To my knowledge, you're not affiliated with any clan. The statement hangs in the air, a challenge and an assessment all at once. Hyunwoo's response is simple, a single word carrying the weight of unspoken implications: yes. The chief's expression shifts subtly. A flicker of calculation crosses her face, then, a bold offer. If so, I won't sell you this shelter. I'll give it to you for free. And the details of her offer are as shocking as they are unexpected. An annual income, a pension, preferential insurance, benefits usually reserved for high-ranking officials. And I'll even give you an annual income of 8,000, a public official's pension, and a preferential insurance card on the level of a vice minister. Her smile widens, revealing a glint of something sharp behind her eyes. What do you think about working at our laboratory? Hyunwoo's initial reaction is one of amusement. Ha ha. Work? There's nothing I can do for the laboratory. But the chief counters his skepticism with a disarmingly casual explanation. It's not difficult, just a few tests and questions and answers. We'll occasionally draw blood and do simple physical examinations. That should be enough. Hyunwoo's expression shifts. A hint of suspicion, perhaps, but also intrigue? You'll hire me as an experimental model? The chief's response is a subtle, knowing smile. How generous. But does it look like I lack money to you? Her words carry a weight beyond their surface meaning. A building like this, she implies, cannot be bought with money alone. A building like this can't be bought with money alone. Do you like puns or talking in riddles? Chief Do Won-kyung, a picture of calculated calm, offers Kang Hyunwoo a proposition. Okay then. I'll give you time to think about it. The deal is almost sealed, a handshake between Hyunwoo and Yumin, solidifying their agreement. Okay. We'll go with those conditions. Let me know if there's anything else you need. But Hyunwoo remains pensive, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. This was too easy. If she's the person in charge of a national research institute, it should be her obligation to report the results of her research. Chief Do Won-kyung's lips curl into a knowing smile, a glint of triumph in her eyes. He'll have to hide it well, since we know something about his constitution. Through Kang Hyunwoo, the success of that plan rests on a knife's edge. Hyunwoo's face is etched with worry, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. But Chief Do Won-kyung's chilling smile reveals her confidence, her eyes blazing with a cold fire. The game, it seems, is far from over. The rhythmic splash of boots echoes through the desolate landscape, a lone figure trudges through the rain-slicked stones. A heavy duffel bag, battered and soaked, is dragged along the ground, each step a struggle against the relentless downpour. He arrives at a place of broken statues, remnants of a forgotten grandeur. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth. The silence is broken only by the rhythmic drumming of rain. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the storm. Freeze. Who's there? Our protagonist, unfazed, calmly produces his hunter's license. I'm a hunter. I came to visit the Jeoldu dungeon. The tense standoff continues, a rifle is aimed, the hunter's fate hanging in the balance. He explains, if the expedition team doesn't return in 6 days, I'm to give them more supplies. A cunning plan forms in his eyes, a desperate gamble to survive. The Jeoldu dungeon looms, a dark maw against the stormy sky. Ha Sungjin's team, seasoned veterans, stand guard, their faces grim. A routine check, supplies are low, time is short. But a warning hangs heavy in the air, unusual energy fluctuations, a monster might be waiting. Hunter protagonist arrives, his eyes burning with a cold fire, the tension is palpable. A surge of power, a ripple in reality itself, he's activating his abilities. And vanishes in a flash of blue energy, leaving only the faintest whisper of his presence. He approaches the dungeon entrance, his supply bag in tow, a silent predator stalking its prey. A silent click, the bag's latch secures, his plan is in motion. He enters the darkness, his resolve unshaken, a low growl echoes from the depths. Karuk, a hulking brute, emerges from the shadows, the confrontation begins. The hunter protagonist stands firm, his reinforced boots crunching on the dungeon floor. A tense exchange with Karuk, the monstrous guardian. "That's all I have to do, right?" the hunter asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Karuk's chilling grin widens. "Yeah," he growls, his words dripping with menace. The hunter's eyes narrow. "A talking monster, and what is Park Wisu planning?" The weight of his debt to Park Wisu crushes him. "But with this, my debt to Park Wisu is cleared," he mutters, relief battling with a lingering unease. With a decisive rip, the hunter shreds the contract, the remnants falling like ashes, leaving only a trail of dust and the faint scent of impending danger. The supply drop, his only cover, lies discarded. Karuk's laughter echoes through the cavern. A hunter that runs away because he's afraid of monsters. A low growl rumbles from deep within his chest, the sound shaking the very stones of the dungeon. The threat is palpable. Karuk's eyes gleam with predatory intent, his gaze piercing the darkness. Growls echo around him, a chorus of malice. That old man, Park Wisu, had warned him. Normal hunters take around 1 week to clear a dungeon like this, his words ring in the hunter's ears. A monstrous figure, a grotesque parody of an elf, raises a wicked scythe, its blade shimmering with an unnatural, icy glow. "Pathetic human bastards," he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. His yellow eyes gleam with malicious intent. "I'll finish this in 3 days," he growls, the promise laced with chilling confidence. The contract, a symbol of the hunter protagonist's challenge, is tossed aside, a decisive rejection echoing in the silent space. The Hilton Hotel, a stark contrast to the dungeon's grim reality, looms in the background, a symbol of the hunter's return to the mundane world. Panic. Yumin's eyes widen in terror as a monstrous mosquito attacks, a desperate spray of insecticide is her only defense. The flames erupt, engulfing the creature, a brief moment of triumph against the bizarre threat. No! But the battle is far from over. Exhausted, Yumin collapses, her breath ragged. "I dealt with it." The monstrous mosquito lies defeated, its size a testament to the strange environment. The mosquitoes here are huge. Must be because we're in the mountains. A grim realization dawns. They don't die if you slap them, and the repellent doesn't work either, so I just ended up burning it. The scene opens in a modern apartment, sunlight streaming through the windows. A man and woman relax on a plush sofa, coffee cups resting on the table nearby. The woman, her blonde hair catching the light, looks up with a mixture of surprise and concern. A beat of silence hangs in the air, then, a subtle shift in her expression. The woman's voice, laced with worry, cuts through the quiet. "Appa, is a nuclear bomb falling in Seoul?" The man sighs, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He explains his actions, his tone a mix of exasperation and resignation. Her response is a mix of disbelief and a touch of playful teasing. She supports him, her words a subtle encouragement. A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the weight of his secret, the burden of his knowledge, is almost palpable. His thoughts turn inward, his gaze hardening with determination. He needs to build a foundation, a powerful one, before it's too late. A flash of a powerful, impeccably dressed man in a luxurious chair, a symbol of his ambition. Back to the apartment, the woman's innocent question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the man's monumental plans. A young man, hunter protagonist, holds a mysterious book. He smirks, a glint in his eye. "Don't get shocked," he says, his tone hinting at something extraordinary. He reveals the book's true nature, it's a doomsday diary. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air. It has the records of humanity's downfall, he explains, his voice low and serious. Yu Min's eyes widen in disbelief. Doomsday diary. Concern etched on her face, she questions him, her voice laced with worry. "Are you experiencing 8th grade syndrome like those ability users who are newly awakened?" Panic rises within her. The implications are terrifying. Adding names to their skills. Hunter protagonist's face is flushed, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. That scary illness. The return of the 8th grade syndrome. He hesitates, a flicker of self-doubt crossing his features. Why would I do something so childish? But a mischievous grin quickly replaces the doubt. The Doomsday Diary is cool. Yumin's eyes well up with tears as she frantically searches for answers. Is it the laboratory? Hunter protagonist's eyes narrow in thought. Wait. A smirk plays on Hunter protagonist's lips. He holds the Doomsday Diary, a glint of mischief in his eyes. While Yumin's eyes widen in disbelief. Debut, she stammers, clearly perplexed. The tension ratchets up. Yumin's concern is palpable. She leans in, whispering, "Is that something that comes out in your Doomsday Diary too?" Yumin bursts into laughter, the sound echoing in the room. Hunter protagonist, however, remains stoic, his expression unreadable. A wide shot reveals a modern building, bathed in sunlight. It's a prestigious academy, the scene of Hunter protagonist's upcoming debut. And he's already there, blending into the crowd, his gaze sharp and calculating. His boots hit the ground with a soft thud. He's ready. The anticipation is almost unbearable. The crowd murmurs, oblivious to the storm brewing within the seemingly ordinary student. A place that will soon become incredibly dangerous. The Hunter protagonist stands amidst a crowd of students, his gaze distant, a world away from the bustling academy grounds. A premonition hangs heavy in the air. Soon, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his features. The prophecy unfolds before his eyes. The downfall of humanity will begin at Jeoldu Dungeon here. A panoramic view reveals the Jeoldu Dungeon, a looming threat nestled beside a tranquil cityscape. The flooded Jeoldu Dungeon, the ignition point of the downfall. He stands at the precipice, overlooking a chasm, a symbol of the destruction he's sworn to prevent. And in the depths of his soul, a transformation begins. I, who used to live a poverty-stricken life, searching through the polluted water to find crystal moss, will be reborn. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a crimson fire burning within. I am now humanity's savior. A lone figure stands atop a desolate, rocky outcrop, the biting wind whipping through his hair. Cracks spiderweb across the earth below, a testament to some unseen cataclysm. He thinks back to a familiar scene, a city skyline, a man in a civil servant uniform taking a picture. The man's face is partially obscured, but his expression is one of intense focus. He's clearly documenting something important. That man is Kong Hachel, the first to witness the Jeoldu Dungeon's catastrophic flooding. Back in the present, a quiet greeting echoes across the icy expanse, a challenge issued. The question hangs in the frigid air. Who dares to approach this isolated place? A young man, his face open and friendly, shows his hunter's ID. Ah, don't worry. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a hunter interested in the Jeoldu Dungeon. But Kong Hachel, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses, remains unconvinced. His skepticism is palpable, a silent question hangs in the air. So why are you interested in the Jeoldu Dungeon compared to the countless other dungeons out there? That's quite suspicious. The young hunter shrugs, a hint of youthful defiance in his posture. I'm still a newbie, so there's a lot of things I'm curious about. If it isn't a bother, can I ask what you're taking a picture of? Hachel sighs, a weary expression settling on his face. If you're a newbie, you won't understand even if I explain. I'll try my best. He explains his research. I'm currently investigating whether it's possible to guess beforehand the likelihood of monsters' appearance through the flow-type dungeon entrance. Hachel's profile, a picture of intense concentration. His dedication to his research is clear. In order to do that, I've been observing the state of the dungeon every day and recording it through pictures. Ah, I've heard of that before. I heard that the inside of the dungeon changes often too. It's not that simple. The explanation continues, revealing the unpredictable nature of flow-type dungeons. Flow-type dungeons change their formation and shape during each investigation, so it's like they become new dungeons that are impossible to predict. A looming shadow, a monstrous silhouette against a stormy sky. The ominous presence fills the panel, a chilling foreshadowing. A colossal, jagged chasm splits the earth, a gaping wound in the urban landscape, the very ground seems to tremble with unseen power. From this fissure, a chilling possibility emerges: monsters could erupt at any moment, a nightmare scenario unfolding before our eyes. The conversation shifts to the very real threat of a monster incursion in the heart of Seoul. The stakes? Catastrophic. Kang Haechul explains the presence of hunters and soldiers, a constant, watchful presence against the unseen horrors that lurk beneath. His concern is palpable, a quiet worry etched onto his features. He's burdened by a lack of interest in his research, a frustration that adds to his apprehension. But the possibility of monsters breaking through is low, he assures, unlike the Baekdu dungeon incident 8 years prior. A harrowing event that saw a sudden surge in monster numbers from a flow-type dungeon. The sheer scale of the escape was overwhelming, a terrifying flood of creatures unleashed upon the world. The image of a mushroom cloud hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the Baekdu incident and the secrecy surrounding it, a closed-off country, shrouded in mystery. Gosh, all this talk about flow-type dungeons and the Baekdu incident, it's been pretty heavy, hasn't it? He admits, a slight self-deprecating chuckle escaping his lips, that he tends to worry excessively. But his worry is not unfounded. He explains that the protagonist's research will be crucial, a monumental undertaking spanning years. A contribution of immense value to all of humanity. His gaze sharpens, a hint of awe in his eyes. He's truly impressed. The protagonist smiles, a genuine, bright expression that cuts through the previous tension. What about today? They stand on a cliff overlooking a vast, icy landscape. The patterns in the distance, they're unusual. The researcher shows the protagonist a blurry picture on his phone, a hasty shot, he admits, but still. The image is passed between them. There's no meaningful comparison yet, but something is definitely amiss. The protagonist studies the image on his phone, his brow furrowing in concentration. A sudden realization dawns on his face. His eyes widen, a look of dawning comprehension and something else. Intrigue? Excitement? A silent exclamation hangs in the air. Kang Haechul, a confident grin spreading across his face, shares his assessment, if I do say so myself. His words carry a weight of genuine belief. I think that your research will one day become a big hope for humanity. So have some pride. A polite farewell, a brief exchange of pleasantries, the meeting concludes. But as Haechul walks away, a flicker of uncertainty crosses the researcher's face. A quiet moment of reflection. Someone who didn't mock me. A rare encounter, a seed of hope planted in the researcher's weary heart. His gaze drifts upwards, lost in thought, a single question hangs in the air. Did I tell him my name? The weight of that question settles heavily on his shoulders. A long staircase stretches before us, leading into a shadowed underpass. The scene shifts. And there, a familiar sight. It's the same as the picture I saw earlier. A lone figure stands in a desolate landscape, the wind whispering secrets through the sparse, dry grass. His face etched with a thoughtful expression, a quiet intensity in his eyes. He holds a worn book, its pages filled with cryptic symbols. A chilling vision flashes before him, a city under siege, monstrous creatures tearing through the streets, chaos reigning supreme. Within 10 minutes, the flood walls will fall down, and the Hapjeongdong area becomes like hell, the text warns. He closes the book, a grim acceptance settling on his features. Well, that's that, he mutters, a hint of resignation in his voice. But a flicker of defiance ignites within him. Honestly, what's supposed to happen in 2 months, he thinks, a steely glint in his eyes. He's not one to back down from a challenge. A wry smile plays on his lips. I've dragged forward, he chuckles, a hint of dark humor in his tone. The weight of his decision is palpable. His expression darkens, his eyes narrowing. I let Kurson do what he wanted inside of the dungeon because of this, he confesses, the gravity of his actions weighing heavily on him. Because he knows the opportunity is fleeting. Because it'll be difficult to find another opportunity if it's not now, he reasons, his resolve hardening. The darkness deepens, mirroring the ominous events to come. Once the dungeon opens and the ability users go in and start hunting monsters, he contemplates, the stakes rising. A grim realization dawns on him. Let's think about it. Up until now, it's just been the tutorial, he realizes, the true challenge yet to begin. A monstrous shadow looms over a ravaged landscape, the very air crackles with impending doom. He walks away from the base, his shoulders slumped, a grim determination etched on his face. I won't be able to survive as a hunter, he thinks, the weight of his words heavy in the silence. Then, as a clan leader, the question hangs in the air, unanswered, a doubt that gnaws at his resolve. No, that won't be enough, something more is needed. A cosmic vista explodes into view, a kaleidoscope of celestial energy. He stands before the breathtaking panorama, a silent vow forming in his heart. Higher. Further. Beyond. His fists clench, a surge of power coursing through him, the ground trembles beneath his feet. He stands defiant amidst the ruins of a city. So that I can touch the sky, he declares, his voice ringing with unwavering conviction. A powerful surge of energy erupts from him, a shockwave tearing through the debris-strewn streets. Whoosh! His gaze is fixed, unwavering, a burning intensity in his eyes. I need to be able to touch the stars. Dandelions, glowing with ethereal light, drift on the wind, a symbol of hope, of a new beginning. A close-up on the protagonist's intense gaze, dandelion seeds drifting around him, a storm brewing within those eyes. The seeds scatter, carried by the wind, a symbol of change, of a journey about to begin. A tranquil park scene unfolds, bathed in the warm glow of sunset, but for him, this piece feels wrong. Ordinary people go about their day, oblivious to the impending threat, a stark contrast to the protagonist's inner turmoil. He stands amidst the idyllic scene, his inner voice echoing his unease. Even if no one knows what's going to happen, it's too peaceful. To the point where it feels inharmonious. The protagonist walks away from the park, towards a looming, rocky structure. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. His expression softens, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, a quiet moment of reflection before the storm. A footsteps on the ground, a subtle thump, something is here. He senses it, a sudden jolt of adrenaline, it's here. The ground trembles, a violent crack, the world is about to change. A vortex of dark energy rips open the sky above, a swirling chaos of purple and black. The ground trembles, a torrential downpour of shadowy particles begins to fall. The landscape is consumed by the encroaching darkness, a terrifying prelude to something far greater. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, marches forward, unknowingly into the heart of the storm. A triumphant grin spreads across the protagonist's face. Finally, it's the flood, he exclaims, anticipating the chaos to come. He strides confidently forward, seemingly unfazed by the impending doom, his boots kicking up dust and debris. A sinister figure watches from afar, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Nice job, Curson, he whispers, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Searchlights cut through the night, illuminating a chaotic scene. A helicopter descends, its powerful rotors battling the wind. The Geoldu dungeon. Monsters have breached the walls, and relentless gunfire echoes across the battlefield. Despite the fierce defense, the sheer number of monsters is alarming. A reporter nervously delivers the news, her voice tight with concern. The situation is critical. Accusations fly between the government and the clans, each blaming the other for the dungeon's mismanagement. A commander barks orders, his voice echoing across the scene, report to me the situation. Troops advance, their boots pounding the ground, a relentless march into the heart of the chaos. From above, the desperate struggle is laid bare, more helicopters arrive, their lights piercing the darkness. But even from this vantage point, the scale of the disaster is overwhelming. Darn, damn it. The question hangs heavy in the air. Just how did something like this happen? A seasoned hunter ponders the possibilities. Was it the intervention of hunters? Or the distinctive characteristics of a flow-type dungeon? I hope it's the latter. The grim reality is revealed. The first line of defense has fallen, and now the second line is desperately holding the fort. The grim reality washes over the assembled hunters. The monster surge is escalating, far faster than anticipated. Their leader's voice cracks with urgency. The situation is critical, they must act now. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, reflect the sheer scale of the impending disaster. 200,000 lives hang in the balance in Hapjeongdong alone. But the weight of responsibility bears down on him. A rash announcement could trigger widespread panic, a catastrophe in itself. The question hangs heavy in the air. Is Commander Odaesun still at the Yuri Mountain dungeon? The fate of the isolated hunters rests on his shoulders. And the news is grim. He's unreachable. The Gangnam branch and other clans are also unavailable, their leaders preoccupied with other matters. CEO Lee Jidi is in Switzerland for a lavish launch event, leaving the troops stretched thin. Commander Park Do-ryung, as always, is impossible to contact. But hope flickers. The legendary No Howls team is on its way, along with reinforcements from other clans. For now, Seoul's hunters can hold the line. But the absence of the commanders is a dangerous gamble, a risk that could shatter everything. The weight of command crushes the leader. Failure means not only the loss of countless lives but also his own career, his very future. A chilling report cuts through the comms, branch leader. The second line of defense is about to be breached. Panic grips the hunters. A roar of command follows, damn it. Hunters, prepare. And then, they arrive. A wave of monstrous rat-like creatures, teeth bared, claws extended. And they're felines. This is more difficult than fighting orcs or goblins, but my skill works on them. The seasoned hunter, eyes blazing with grim determination, prepares for battle. His weapon gleams. A guttural howl erupts, a shockwave of sound ripping through the air. Asterisk howl. Asterisk. The hunters charge, blades flashing, a whirlwind of steel against the monstrous horde. The battle is brutal, a chaotic dance of death. The rats' claws slash, their teeth gnash. But the hunters fight with the ferocity of cornered wolves. A desperate struggle for survival. Despite their valiant efforts, the tide turns against them. The hunter's face is etched with grim realization, I can't stop them with my full power right now. My howl skill can only gain the hunters some time. The ground trembles. Cracks spider web across the concrete. A monstrous roar echoes, shaking the very foundations of the city. Debris explodes outwards in a chaotic spray. Hunters are thrown about like ragdolls. The sheer force of the blast is overwhelming. More chunks of the earth are ripped apart, revealing the true scale of the devastation. A colossal blow sends a hunter flying. The impact creates a shockwave. Another hunter coughs up blood, his body battered and broken. The fight is far from over. One hunter desperately calls out to his fallen comrade. Fear and desperation etched on his face. His eyes widen in terror. A chilling realization dawns. The dust settles. A hulking figure emerges from the wreckage. A boss monster. A monstrous snarl rips through the air. The eyes of a level 28 werewolf gleam with predatory hunger. Its massive form emerging from the shadows, muscles bulging with raw power. The very ground trembles under its weight. A rain of crimson streaks across the night sky, each a testament to the werewolf's brutal strength. The air crackles with energy. This is too much. The sheer scale of the attack leaves a commander speechless. We don't even have any commanders. A boss monster. A hand rests heavily on his shoulder, a chilling weight of dread. His eyes widen in terror as he looks up. A blinding flash of light erupts, obliterating the scene. I'm not the Commander Odaesun you wanted. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stands defiant amidst the chaos. His resolve is unshaken, even as the storm rages around him. A desperate question hangs in the air, a challenge thrown to the unknown, who are you? The walls crumble. A monstrous horde of ratmen pours forth, a tide of claws and teeth, a terrifying sight. But amidst the carnage, a single figure charges headfirst into the fray. Against impossible odds, he runs towards the heart of the beast. He's no ordinary hunter, his attire speaks of a different path, a different purpose. And as the ratmen close in, he prepares to unleash his power. Watch carefully. With a burst of blinding light, he launches himself into the heart of the enemy swarm. A breathtaking display of skill and power. This is the start of humanity's redemption. The impact is devastating. A shockwave of pure energy obliterates dozens of ratmen in an instant. A horde of ratmen, level 17, emerges from the shadows, their beady eyes gleaming with malice. Their battle cry echoes through the night. But Daesung only smiles, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. You don't even have a title, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. He casually notes the pathetic level of his opponents, even rats that usually eat trash in hell are level 15. The fight is already won in his mind. He cracks his knuckles. And with a casual flick of his wrist, unleashes a whirlwind of motion. The ratman's attacks are clumsy, predictable. Easily deflected by his superior speed and skill. A blur of motion, a symphony of bone-shattering impacts. The ratmen are sent flying, their bodies crumpling like paper dolls. Daesung moves with terrifying grace, a predator amongst its prey. A final ratman lunges, sword raised, but it's too late. PFFT, the sound of a blade piercing flesh, followed by a sickening thud. The battle is over. Daesung stands amidst the carnage, his expression calm, almost bored. He hears the faint sound of bones breaking in the distance. A chilling reminder of the brutal efficiency of his victory. He casually walks away, leaving behind a trail of defeated foes. The scene shifts to show the aftermath, a pile of broken bodies, a testament to Daesung's overwhelming power. The ratman's reign of terror is over. The final ratmen fall, their bodies slumping to the ground, a gruesome tableau of carnage. Witnessing the aftermath, a bystander's jaw drops. He killed those ratmen that easily? Just who is he? Another onlooker stares in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Why are they all dying in one blow? Daesung, a smirk playing on his lips, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Then, a chilling scene unfolds before him. A horde of ratmen, led by a hulking brute, stands ready for battle. What about the bastards with titles? Daesung's eyes blaze with power, a dark energy surging around him. Let's complete our plan first. He leaps into action, a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction unleashed upon the unsuspecting ratmen. The air crackles with energy as his power explodes, domination, the ratmen are cut down in a bloody massacre. The scene shifts back to the onlookers, their faces etched with horror. Again? It was only domination, though. A squad of soldiers, tense and ready, faces an unseen threat, the air crackles with anticipation. Their fear is palpable, a hulking ratman, far larger than the others, emerges from the shadows. A monstrous werewolf, its eyes burning with primal fury, stands ready to unleash its wrath. The beast's muscles ripple with power, a terrifying display of raw strength. The soldiers brace themselves, their leader shouting, "The boss is moving. Everyone, get it together." But Daesung, a smirk playing on his lips, watches from afar, a predator observing its prey. His confidence is absolute. If it's you, he muses, I'll be able to know. The werewolf lunges, claws extended, a blur of motion. But Daesung moves faster. The results? The results of hell. A desperate plea from a soldier, hey! Don't look down on them. You might die. The werewolf lunges. A blur of fangs and claws. But Daesung's eyes blaze with anticipation. He barely flinches as he sidesteps the attack. A chilling aura emanates from him, the air crackles with barely contained power. And then, he unleashes it. The werewolf is thrown back, defeated. A monstrous werewolf, muscles rippling, descends from the shadows. Its eyes gleam with primal hunger. And it lunges. Claws extended, ready to tear its prey apart. But our hero is ready. He dodges with impossible speed. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he counters. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The werewolf reels from the blow, its massive form staggering. Coughing up blood, its power clearly waning. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. With a final, decisive kick, the werewolf is sent crashing to the ground, defeated. Dust settles. And our hero, bruised but victorious, sits heavily, catching his breath. "Hey," he mutters, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A guttural whimper escapes the beast's maw, tears stream down its furry face, a stark contrast to its monstrous teeth. The hero stands, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes, a silent question hangs in the air. With a final, decisive stomp, the werewolf is subdued, its body lies broken and defeated. Just what on earth happened? The text echoes the disbelief of onlookers. The werewolf, once a fearsome foe, now whimpers pathetically. Two figures in uniform approach cautiously. "Do you know him?" one asks, concern etched on his face. "No, I don't." The reply is immediate, yet the uncertainty lingers, a mystery unfolds. "I've never seen a monster act like that before." The soldiers exchange glances, a shared bewilderment. Is that a skill? The question hangs heavy in the air, doubt and intrigue intertwine. It might be, but it's too strange. Even if monsters are weaker than humans. The werewolf lunges, its eyes burning with primal fury. Treating that man as a monster? The words echo as a crimson energy erupts from the hero's hand. The battle rages. Explosions rock the ground as the hero unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike precise, each impact echoing with the force of a thunderclap. He lands a devastating blow, sending the werewolf sprawling. "This won't do. You need a needle." A chilling smirk plays on the hero's lips. His eyes gleam with cold determination. "You mannerless mutt." The hero's voice is laced with icy contempt. He moves with lethal grace, a predator stalking its prey. The soldiers watch in stunned silence, their fear palpable. The hero's hand closes around a dart, its tip gleaming ominously. "Hell dart dipped in blood of the hungry." The words appear, a stark warning. With a flick of the wrist, the dart is launched. A blur of motion, a silent strike. The werewolf is sent crashing into a wall, its roar cut short. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The werewolf lies still, defeated. A blinding flash. The werewolf, mid-leap, is struck by an unseen force. A specialized dart finds its mark with deadly precision. The impact sends tremors through the beast's massive frame. The hero watches, a smirk playing on his lips. "On, you." The werewolf, claws outstretched, crashes to the ground. The earth trembles beneath its weight. A guttural roar of pain and fury echoes through the night. Its eyes burn with a desperate, primal rage. A soldier gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Will become stronger than you have ever been." Another soldier echoes his fear, his voice a strained whisper. The werewolf's form shifts, muscles bulging, fur bristling. A terrifying transformation begins. Its claws lengthen, sharper than any blade. The air crackles with raw power. But the hero remains unfazed. "You need to become fearsome." A figure stands silhouetted against a purple sky, a faint smile playing on their lips. The air crackles with residual energy. A soldier's eyes widen in disbelief. He even transformed. "Is this the end?" he gasps, the weight of the situation crushing him. A monstrous howl rips through the night. The werewolf's roar shakes the very ground. A soldier's fist clenches, his knuckles white. The sheer force of the beast is palpable. A heavy boot crushes the earth, leaving a deep crater. The impact reverberates outwards. Another soldier's face contorts in grim determination. Even his howls have this much force. His jaw tightens. "We need at least a vice captain level." Three figures stand before a colossal werewolf, its presence radiating power. A shadow falls. A soldier's voice cracks with fear. The werewolves are increasing in number. This is too much. It's impossible. His face is etched with despair. Flood. This is a calamity beyond their control. The lunacy-driven werewolf, level 38, a monstrous figure of rage and claws, unleashes a terrifying roar. But even its ferocious display cannot hide the smirk playing on the hero's lips. He holds a specialized dart, a glint of deadly intent in his eyes. If this was hell, he muses, I would have run the moment I saw your level. He continues, but the difference in difficulty between here and hell is crazy. It's not the same level 38, you see. A chilling smile spreads across his face. Then, shall we play? The dart flies, a blur of motion. Shing, the werewolf howls in agony as the specialized dart finds its mark. Activating the blood of the hungry absorption specialization. The hero's abilities surge, blood-sucking skill temporarily acquired. His power increases, but at a cost, a lingering curse of thirst. The werewolf, weakened and defeated, collapses. Its body begins to dissipate, leaving only a faint trace of its former power. The hero stands victorious, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. A soldier screams, eyes wide with terror. The werewolf's attack is relentless. But from the chaos, a blinding flash erupts. The air crackles with raw power. The werewolf is sent sprawling, its form convulsing as the force of the blow reverberates through the scene. The beast's teeth are bared in a silent snarl, a desperate attempt to regain its footing. But the hero is faster, his movements a blur as he closes the distance. The werewolf lunges, claws extended, a terrifying roar echoing through the battlefield. But the hero meets its attack head-on, a clash of power that sends shockwaves through the ground. Krashhhh. A triumphant grin spreads across the hero's face. You must have forgotten the beating you just got. He stands defiant, a new darkness gleaming in his eyes. Yeah. I'm thirsty too. The werewolf lunges, claws extended. But the hero is ready, a golden energy crackles as he unleashes a devastating counterattack. The impact. A shockwave rips through the air, the ground trembles beneath the force of the blow. Amidst the chaos, the hero stands defiant, a smirk playing on his lips. You're better than those guys lying there. He observes the fallen beasts, his new skill already pulsing with dark energy. A flurry of blows. The hero's movements are a blur, each strike precise and deadly. And with a final, bone-jarring crunch, the werewolf is defeated. One soldier cries out, "We need to get out of here quickly." But another soldier's face is etched with shame. The weight of their inaction hangs heavy in the air. How pathetic, he whispers, his voice thick with self-loathing. That man is putting his life on the line for us, and we can't move a muscle because of our fear. The soldier's face is a mask of shame and humiliation. This is so humiliating as a hunter, he spits, the words dripping with self-loathing. The battle rages. Two hulking werewolves advance, their claws extended, ready to tear their foes apart. A flurry of motion, a blur of claws and teeth. But the hero is faster. He moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion, dodging the werewolves' attacks with ease. The air crackles with energy. A smirk plays on the hero's lips. Ishun, but, he muses, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. The fight is far from over. His expression hardens. The amusement fades, replaced by grim determination. This is no mere sparring match, this is a fight for survival. The werewolf lunges, its claws extended. But the hero anticipates the move, his eyes burning with cold fury. This is disappointing, he growls, his voice laced with barely contained power. He counters with a swift, brutal strike. The werewolf stumbles back, its form momentarily disrupted. Try harder, the hero commands, his voice echoing with confidence. The werewolf, wounded and enraged, roars in defiance. Its attack is relentless, but the hero's skill is unmatched. The clash of bodies, the sounds of tearing flesh, culminates in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The werewolf is defeated, its body collapsing into a heap of broken bones and fur. A triumphant grin spreads across the hero's face. "For my splendid debut match, I mean," he exclaims, his voice ringing with self-satisfaction. The hero explodes into motion, a blur of controlled fury. His fist, a projectile of pure power, connects with a werewolf, sending it sprawling across the battlefield. Ice shards erupt from the impact, a testament to the raw force unleashed. The soldiers watch, mouths agape, as the hero continues his relentless assault. "HOI," a soldier shouts, a mixture of fear and awe in his voice. Another soldier rushes to the hero's side, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper above the sounds of battle. A soldier's face, contorted in a mixture of terror and disbelief. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the chaos unfolding around him. The hero's eyes glow with an unnatural intensity, a crimson fire burning within. The battle is far from over, but victory is within his grasp. A final, devastating blow. The dust settles, revealing the carnage. The battle begins. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunges, claws extended. Harder. The young man dodges with surprising agility, his expression grim. The beast roars, its attack relentless. A brutal clash of power. A wicked grin spreads across the young man's face. "For my splendid debut match, I mean." He counters with a blinding flash of energy. Kwang, the impact sends a shockwave, and the beast is sent flying. The young man's fist is a blur of motion. He's surrounded, but he doesn't flinch. More enemies emerge from the shadows, a full-scale assault. "Hey!" The young man leaps, a whirlwind of motion, kicking his way through the enemy ranks. A comrade rushes to his side, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" His ally's worried eyes speak volumes, the battle has taken its toll. His eyes blaze with a furious crimson light. A raw power barely contained. "You should have just stayed down." The words are a growl, a promise of violence. His fist connects with bone-jarring impact. "How dare you interfere?" Terror etched on his face, pure, unadulterated fear. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunges. A blur of motion, teeth bared. But his counterattack is a whirlwind of motion. A flash of light, a bone-shattering blow. He sends another soldier flying, a brutal display of strength and speed. The beast's jaws snap shut, aiming for his hand, but he anticipates the attack. With a sickening crunch, the beast's jaw is broken. The fight is over. A blur of motion. The young man launches himself forward, a whirlwind of controlled fury. His fist connects with bone-jarring impact. Blood splatters as the enemy is sent flying, a brutal display of power. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Above, a soldier looks down in disbelief as the beast lunges. But the young man is faster, stronger. He's already there, meeting the monstrous wolf-like creature head-on. The beast roars, its fangs bared, but the young man's resolve is unshaken. He grips the creature's throat, and with a mighty heave, throws it into the ground with earth-shattering force. Krashhhh. The ground trembles. Dust and debris fill the air as the battle rages on. "Is that your family, or something?" The young man's eyes blaze with barely contained fury, a snarl twisting his lips as he grips the monstrous wolf-like creature by the throat. A bone-jarring crunch. The beast's body explodes in a spray of gore and shattered bone. A whirlwind of carnage unleashed as the young man's raw power obliterates his foe. He stands amidst the wreckage, the air thick with the stench of blood and the lingering echo of violence. A grim testament to his brutal efficiency. The beast's lifeless form lies broken at his feet. His expression hardens, a chilling calm settling over his features. A question mark tattoo near his ear, a stark reminder of the battles yet to come. A looming shadow, the silhouette of another monstrous beast, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. The fight, it seems, is far from over. He casually holds the wolf's severed head, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. The battle is over, but the aftermath speaks volumes. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. A final, chilling detail catches the eye: the beast's ear, torn and bloody, lies near the young man's feet. He stands over his fallen foe, a monstrous wolf-like creature, its chest heaving with its last ragged breaths. The young man's expression is one of grim satisfaction, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. A silent victory, earned through sheer grit and skill. Around him, the ground is littered with broken weapons, a graveyard of fallen adversaries. The air crackles with anticipation. A low growl rumbles from the darkness beyond. *CHRG*, a wave of soldiers bursts from the shadows, their battle cries echoing across the desolate landscape. Reinforcements arrive, weapons raised high. The clash of steel against steel, a whirlwind of blades and desperate struggles. The soldiers, efficient and brutal, swiftly dispatch the remaining threats. Their coordinated assault leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Victory is theirs, but at what cost? Amidst the chaos, a triumphant roar erupts. The soldiers celebrate their hard-fought victory, their faces etched with exhaustion and exhilaration. But even in their jubilation, a shadow of unease lingers. The battle may be won, but the war is far from over. A tense silence descends as they scan the horizon, anticipating the next threat. The monstrous wolf-like creature lies defeated, a crimson stain blooming across the ravaged earth. Its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the bruised sky. The soldiers, battered and bruised, exchange shocked glances. A torrent of blood pools around the fallen beast, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. The air thick with the coppery tang of death. Amidst the wreckage, the young man stands, his silhouette stark against the twilight. A lone soldier watches him warily. Two figures retreat, their backs turned, their escape a silent testament to the young man's victory. But the young man's face is grim. "What are you doing? The flood's not even over yet," he is warned. "The ratmen are still coming out, so fix the front line." A weary soldier replies, "Yes, we will." A triumphant shout rings out, "We've defeated the boss." The young man stands silhouetted against a star-dusted sky, his back to us. A lone figure, victorious but weary. An hour and a half has passed since his last battle. He reflects, a hint of self-doubt in his eyes. Despite his victory, he downplays his success. It was, after all, just a debut match. Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupts his thoughts. A man approaches, his presence imposing. The newcomer tips his hat, revealing a bold tattoo on his scalp. He exudes an air of authority. He extends a hand, a gesture both friendly and assessing. A seasoned hunter, perhaps? The young man, still cautious, speaks of the low average skill level among hunters. Is he testing the waters? The man's response is immediate and revealing. To be a branch leader, one must be in the nation's top 10%. The stakes are high. A moment of shared understanding. The young man acknowledges the danger he faced, but also his survival. A silent acknowledgement of skill. The branch leader's brow furrows, a mixture of confusion and suspicion etched onto his face. "I don't understand." He eliminated the werewolf with terrifying efficiency. One swift move, and the threat was neutralized. But why the gratitude? Is this a test? The aftermath unfolds before a throng of reporters. The branch leader, Seo Taekyung, shakes the young man's hand, a public display of acknowledgement. The spotlight shines on the young man. "What clan do you belong to?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The cameras flash, capturing every detail. The young man's past actions are scrutinized. "You were aware of the werewolf's ability to transform? You ran into a horde of monsters by yourself. What were you thinking doing that?" The pressure mounts. A plea for calm amidst the chaos. "Please say a word to the citizens who were trembling in fear from the flood phenomenon." The young man steps forward, a confident smile playing on his lips. Hello, I'm Kong Hyun-moo. Despite his inexperience, he projects an aura of unwavering resolve. Although I am a brand new hunter. His voice rings with conviction. I will work harder for the people. The scene shifts. Kang Hyun-moo walks away, leaving behind the flashing lights and clamor. A new chapter begins, shrouded in mystery. A confident smirk spreads across the young man's face. This isn't bad, he muses, a glint in his eye. The scene shifts. His past life, marked by hardship and struggle in the orphanage, searching through sewage for sustenance, is now a distant memory. A weight lifted from his shoulders. A quiet determination hardens his gaze. Just watch, he vows, the promise hanging heavy in the air. The young man stands before a throng of reporters, microphones thrust in his face. His words carry weight, this is just the start. A genuine, unrestrained laugh bursts from him, a sound of pure joy and triumph. The city lights twinkle behind him, mirroring the sparkle in his eyes. On screen, a news anchor discusses the young man's abilities. Skills like howl are likely high-ranked skills. The internet explodes with comments, a mixture of awe, disbelief, and conspiracy theories. Wow, he's a crazy bastard, one comment exclaims. Another accuses him of fabricating a flood. A female analyst on the news program carefully analyzes the video footage. The Ratman's sudden collapse, the blood. Leading her to conclude, so I think the likelihood of it being a new type of mental skill is higher. But another expert disagrees, shaking his head. No. I think it's more than one skill. The news explodes. Can you have that many skills? The anchorwoman asks, her voice tight with disbelief. The screen shows the headline, Flood, Are We Safe? A panel discussion unfolds, dissecting the young man's abilities. Although skills are typically innate, rumors persist of obtaining them through life or death struggles in dungeons. Regardless of the skill's nature, this one is high-ranked, a power that coerces others for a set time. The analyst leans forward, his eyes gleaming. I think it might even be what the very rare case of hunters who have reached level 50 can obtain, the ultimate. He explains that after obtaining this power, the young man tried to end things quickly. The discussion shifts to the rarity of this power. Only 2 others in the nation possess it. The news anchor's faces reflect a mixture of awe and concern. To think that there's a third person, it feels like our national status is rising. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air. You're wrong, idiots. The hunter abilities analyst, her expression grim, stares intently at her computer screen. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape. The young man stands alone, a chilling aura emanating from him. Fallen ratmen litter the ground around him. The analyst's eyes widen. This means that it was his presence alone that coerced the ratmen. In a sterile office, bathed in the cool glow of computer screens, a researcher sits, her eyes scanning lines of code. I've seen it a few times in dungeons, she mutters, a hint of fascination in her voice. The scene shifts. A young man stands alone in a desolate landscape, the stark gray rocks a stark contrast to his dark clothing. The word monsters floats above him, a silent testament to the power he holds. The researcher's eyes narrow, a sudden realization dawning. Only monsters, she whispers, her voice laced with a growing unease. Monsters that can coerce with their presence alone. The weight of this revelation settles heavily on her, the implications vast and unsettling. I've seen it a few times in dungeons. The scientist's words hang in the air, a casual observation that belies the gravity of her research. But the young man's expression shifts. A shadow falls across his face as he recalls the chilling truth. It was only monsters. Only monsters that could coerce with their presence alone. The scientist's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. His blood crystals, so close to that of monsters. The young man's concern deepens. A knot of worry tightens in his stomach. Arg! What kind of dumbfounding line of thought is this? The scientist throws her hands up in exasperation. The sheer absurdity of the situation finally hitting her. But to say that he used his ultimate, there were no signs that he used a skill. a sharp knock-knock echoes through the room. A frantic call, the receiver's voice is barely audible, choked with urgency. The scientist, Lee Siwon, answers, her irritation evident in her sharp tone. Hey, Lee Siwon. The caller stammers, I do, but this. Siwon's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding her features. Is it urgent? The caller reveals a crucial detail, the call is from the Bravo Hotel. A place that holds dark significance. Siwon's expression shifts from annoyance to alarm. You came here to tell me to pick up a motel phone call? The caller's voice cracks, revealing the source. It's apparently from the Blue House. The weight of the revelation crashes down. What? Siwon's mind races, connecting the dots. The president? She tries to dismiss the call, but the urgency is palpable. Hello? I'm busy as hell, who is this? Chief Secretary, F*******Q. The words hang in the air, sharp and venomous. A steely gaze, narrowed eyes behind crimson-rimmed glasses. It's been a while, she seems to say. Those eyes, sharp as shards of ice, fix on something unseen. They're moving quicker than usual. A smooth, almost jovial voice cuts through the tension. I always say this, but be careful of your pronunciation. The man on the other end of the call, a glass of wine in hand, remains unfazed. Regardless of whether it's Park Q or F*******, what does it matter? As long as you remember that you're the chief secretary. What do you need? I'm busy right now. The chief secretary's lips curl into a knowing smile. Is the president suddenly interested in the ability department? Her voice is laced with amusement. It's about the newly emerging rookie. Ha ha ha, how dumbfounding. A chuckle escapes the man, a hint of intrigue in his tone. He takes a slow sip of his wine, lost in thought. Someone who had no interest in ability users. Why, all of a sudden? The chief secretary, a picture of relaxed amusement, sips his wine. He's on the phone, his tone laced with a subtle disdain. If so, that's not something you, but one of the low-ranking, pitiful heads of the house should be working hard to do. His words drip with condescension as he addresses his associate. As expected of you, Chief Won-kyung. The caller's voice, sharp and impatient, cuts through the air. What? What's with that kind of response? The chief secretary's smile widens, a glint of something sharp in his eyes. I'll get to the point. It's Tae-sung. He explains, his voice low and urgent. Since you weren't picking up the phone, they contacted me. The scene shifts. A woman, her blonde hair pulled back in a severe style, sits at her desk, a picture of professional composure. But how unfortunate, as I've said, we don't know much about Kang Hyun-moo. The rank assessor is broken right now. The chief secretary's voice is firm, cutting through her polite excuses. Enough with the jokes, let's act professional. You're postponing the rank announcement on purpose. What is it? He presses for answers, his impatience growing. The ability department is trying to obtain Kang Hyun-moo for that project you're doing. The woman sighs, a hint of frustration in her tone. Humph, he already knows everything. Yes, you're right. That's why I can't tell you. The chief secretary's voice is sharp. So she's coming out shamelessly, is that it? Regardless, it's information you will announce. We just want to know that information beforehand. The chief secretary leans in, his voice a low pressure cooker about to blow. What do you think? His associate, eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and calculation, responds with a single, loaded word. And? The chief secretary's plan begins to unfold. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he makes a call. Let's throw her some bait. The call is to the ability department. The price is steep, a staggering 10 billion won, twice the original offer. The stakes are higher than ever before. The associate's eyes dart back and forth, a whirlwind of calculations flashing across her face. The information is shocking. The great unknown's initial offer of 100 million, jumped 100 times after Taesung joined the fray. A few short weeks, and the landscape has been irrevocably altered. The weight of the decision crushes her. Refusal means facing Kang Hyunmoo, the government, and Taesung, a terrifying trifecta of power. She's backed into a corner. The chief secretary's voice is smooth, laced with a chilling confidence. So hurry and surrender. A single word, barely a whisper, escapes her lips. Okay. The deal is sealed. She'll send the file immediately. The game is afoot. The chief secretary, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, anticipates the next move. He's already seen this play before. There's nothing left to be surprised about. A chill runs down his spine, the unsettling feeling of being watched. The chief secretary's face hardens. His voice is low, dangerous. We need to lock their ankles up. A phone call, a hushed conversation. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air. A sly smile plays on the caller's lips. So that's what you thought of ability users. The deal is sealed. Files are sent, a transaction completed. The chief secretary, in his luxurious apartment, plans his next move, a subtle shift in his expression. The anticipation is palpable. The money, soon to arrive, will be the key. A text message arrives, shattering the calm. A question mark hangs in the air. The screen glows, revealing a betrayal. The promise hasn't been fulfilled. I'll end things here. A sudden jolt of adrenaline. Panic sets in. Breaking news. Breaking news flashes across the screen, rank assessment results are in. The chief secretary's face contorts in a mask of fury, his carefully laid plans are crumbling. The news anchor reveals the shocking truth: Hunter Kang Hyun-moo's assessment results are public knowledge. A roar of rage erupts. The chief secretary's composure shatters, he slams his fist on the table. In the dead of night, a desperate plea echoes through the city: Do Won-kyung. The sound of rushing water, Do Won-kyung cleanses himself under a steaming shower, the tension of the day washing away with the soap. His body, taut and powerful, reflects the storm within, but his expression is one of quiet contemplation. He steps onto the bath mat, the lingering warmth of the shower fading as quickly as the day's events. Chaos erupts. A woman's voice cuts through the air: It's chaos right now. Your rank is 5 stars. Doubt clouds the air. We don't know how credible the announcement is that he has 5 stars, one voice muses, but another counters, but the rank assessment has never been wrong so far. The implications sink in. And there have been times when the ranks would increase. Of course, there's no one who has increased above 3 stars. The rules of the game are laid bare. A news anchor explains, for each rank, there's a level cap. For 1 star, it's level 20, and after that, each time your rank increases, your level cap grows by 10 levels. The shocking truth dawns. Theoretically, for a 5 star, the level cap should be level 60, but a level difference of 10 is quite huge. That means he's stronger than the strongest in the country, Lee Ji-tae or Park Do-ryung. But there's more to it than just levels. It's not just the level cap, Kang Hyun-moo's skills are important. The higher the rank, the rarer the possessed skills, usually. Not to mention, if he's level 50, there are cases when they have ultimate skills. We don't know what kind of benefits level 60s may have either. Caution prevails. And it's not like it's been confirmed what his level is. Let's not make a hasty judgment. The mystery deepens. A news panel discusses, from his achievements alone, it seems he's equal to Lee Ji-tae, but where was such a person hiding? The rank assessment test was just a few months ago. The scope of the revelation expands. And that's only the nationwide assessment record in the world. Back in the bedroom, a quiet observation. They sure are having fun. We keep getting contacted. The aftermath of the 5-star ranking is a media frenzy. Interview requests flood in, along with advertisements and product placement offers. A lucrative new world opens up. You men, ever pragmatic, seize the financial opportunity. First, become famous, he muses, because then, people will give you money even if you shit. But his partner, Lee Jidi, remains focused on the bigger picture. That's not what's important, she counters, ignore them all. He shifts his focus. How are our stocks doing after the flood, he asks, a glint in his eye. Despite the national disaster, their investments are up 30%. A surprising victory amidst the chaos. The question hangs in the air, what's next? Lee Jidi's eyes widen in anticipation. As Yu Min's response is both bold and decisive, buy some Taesung stocks. All of them. Lee Jidi is taken aback. Pardon, she stammers, clearly surprised by his ambition. But Yu Min's confidence is unshakable. He knows the northern expedition has protected Taesung from the worst of the losses. In a dimly lit bedroom, a woman rests peacefully in bed, while a man sits beside her, his expression a mixture of concern and anticipation. He whispers, he'll definitely start moving. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man with sharp features and steely eyes stares into the distance. A single word escapes his lips, that's. A figure in a sharp white suit stands silhouetted against a dark background, exuding an aura of power and mystery. His hand rests casually in his pocket, a subtle display of confidence. And then, a close-up on a sinister smile. The words Hao Li appear, hinting at a plan unfolding. The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky above a dark, secluded forest. The only sound, the gentle rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Headlights cut through the darkness, a sleek black car emerges from the shadows and pulls up to a grand, imposing building, its architecture hinting at a power far beyond its humble exterior. An elderly man, impeccably dressed, steps out, his presence commanding respect. Flanked by two imposing figures, their faces grim and watchful. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Thank you for coming to such a humble place. His voice, though polite, carries an undercurrent of steel. Shall we go in? The elderly man asks, his politeness a thin veil over something far more sinister. The younger man hesitates, choosing instead to stroll through a dark, foreboding forest. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. The elderly man's past is revealed, a businessman who secretly supports hunters, using independently gathered resources. Years of experience abroad honed his skills, and his keen eye for talent led him to this young man. What do you think of your appraisal? He asks, a hint of a challenge in his tone. The young man's response is laced with gratitude, it's all thanks to you, for creating such a great fake identity. Relief washes over him. But that relief is shattered in an instant. Yes, he asks, a question hanging in the air before. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a blur of motion, a sudden, violent attack. The world spins for the young man as a powerful force slams into him. Birds scatter in the chaos. The impact reverberates, a surge of power coursing through his veins. His stats, boosted by the Hell's strongest title, are amplified. The elderly man's true nature is revealed, level 40 human. His eyes gleam with a chilling intensity. The elderly man's eyes, narrowed in suspicion, bore into the young man. Was it your doing? He demands, his voice a low growl. A chilling laugh echoes through the trees. I think you already know the answer to that. The young man's grin widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes. His power surges, palpable in the air. Suddenly, a blur of motion. The elderly man unleashes a devastating blow, a whirlwind of force aimed at the young man's chest. But the young man effortlessly deflects the attack. The impact sends shockwaves through the forest floor. His eyes blaze with amplified power. I don't cause things I can't handle. I didn't even use all of my powers. He stands defiant, a crimson aura surrounding him. The sheer force of his suppressed power is almost tangible. I stopped everything with no casualties. The elderly man's face hardens. You called monsters and even caused a flood? His voice is laced with icy fury. Just what is your goal? Are you trying to raise your value? The elderly man lunges, his cane a blur, aiming for the young man's heart. But the young man effortlessly deflects the blow. His movements are a symphony of controlled power, a dance of death. A surge of energy erupts from his arm, a blinding flash of light. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a shockwave of pure energy slicing through the air. The impact throws the elderly man back, a crater forming where he landed. The forest trembles. Debris flies, leaves scatter like a storm, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A predatory grin spreads across the young man's face. Feels good. The elderly man, enraged, rises again, his eyes burning with fury. He attacks once more. The clash of steel echoes through the woods. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of blades. The young man's enhanced strength is on full display. He parries, riposts, and counters with terrifying speed and precision. The young man walks away, leaving the defeated elderly man behind. A lingering tension hangs in the air. He examines his sword, a glint of steel catching the fading light. I heard that cane swords break easily. The thought crosses his mind. But this blade? It's held up against a powerful foe, a testament to its strength. But seeing how it's fine even after going against avarice, it must be an item of sorts. A subtle shift in focus. The young man's gaze sharpens. However, what's more important than the sword is the one who's holding it. The words echo his newfound confidence. The scene explodes into motion. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of steel. The elderly man attacks with surprising ferocity. But the young man meets each strike with amplified power, a dance of deadly grace. Clang, 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 the sounds of clashing steel fill the air. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power, the young man's enhanced arm a weapon of unmatched might. The elderly man is clearly outmatched. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the young man sends the elderly man sprawling. Bam! The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. The elderly man lies defeated, his body battered and bruised. He glares up at the young man, his eyes burning with a furious resentment. A finality hangs heavy in the air. The young man stands victorious, his power undeniable. The elderly man, his eyes narrowed, assesses the young man. You've gotten even better since I last saw you, he observes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. But his words quickly shift. Although it's surprising, that's why I need to subjugate you here, more than anything. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The young man, his expression hardening, counters, "Old man, what do you want to do?" The elderly man explains, the flood in the Geoldu dungeon was supposed to happen eventually. Rather than leave it alone, I just adjusted the time so that I could use it at the right time. His words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. And you weren't trying to stop the sacrifices that would happen due to the flood? The scene unfolds, revealing the full scope of the conflict. The elderly man stands firm, his gaze unwavering. The young man, armed with his blade, is ready to confront him. I was sure that no sacrifices would be made. The elderly man continues, and blocking it at the same time is a good thing, right? The tension ratchets up. The elderly man's tone shifts, a sinister glint in his eyes. Then let me change my question. If it wasn't a stage for you to receive attention, would you not have blocked it? The question hangs heavy, a challenge to the young man's morality. The young man smirks, a glint of defiance in his eyes. What the? This old man is too conscientious, isn't he? The young man stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. You're more stubborn than I thought, the elderly man admits, a hint of something dangerous in his tone. I don't think we can resolve this with words. The young man's response is immediate, a burst of defiance. That's not your role. So try your best to suppress me. His enhanced arm blows, a weapon at the ready. The elderly man's expression shifts. A beat. Then, a surprising declaration, then, let me apologize first. He draws his blade, the glint of steel reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. The text box reveals a power surge, the senses of the possessor of the trust of Urhast, legendary, are rising 2 times temporarily. The elderly man's aura crackles with amplified power. With a blur of motion, the young man launches a ferocious attack. A shockwave erupts from the impact, sending the elderly man sprawling. The force of the blow is breathtaking. The young man's face is a mask of raw power and disbelief. This is beyond my imagination. He presses his advantage, a whirlwind of motion as he closes in for another strike. The clash of steel echoes through the forest. The fight continues, a desperate struggle for dominance. A flurry of blows, a dance of death in the shadowed woods. As the elderly man is sent flying backward, crashing into the trees. The elderly man unleashes a devastating blow. A torrent of water erupts, a sudden deluge unleashed by his hidden machinery. But the young man anticipates the attack, a grim smile playing on his lips as he prepares to counter. He's caught in the downpour, yet his eyes remain focused, unwavering. The weight of the water seems to have no effect on his resolve. A storm of motion, a blur of fists and feet. The young man's counterattack is swift and brutal. The force of the blow sends the elderly man sprawling. Crash, the sound echoes through the flooded landscape. He tumbles through the air, his body a projectile launched by the young man's incredible strength. The young man advances, his blade gleaming, ready to strike the final blow. A vicious uppercut connects. The elderly man's eyes widen in surprise and pain. Frustration boils over. Damn it! Why she so fast? The elderly man, defeated but defiant, glares at his opponent one last time before. A blur of motion. Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying as the young warrior meets his opponent. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the forest. A blinding flash of energy erupts. The seasoned warrior, his face etched with surprise, utters a chilling truth: if getting my back was so simple. His eyes widen, fear creeping in as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Terror grips him as the young warrior's power becomes terrifyingly clear. A guttural roar escapes his lips, a desperate cry against the inevitable. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. The young warrior stands victorious, his cybernetic arm glowing menacingly. His opponent lies defeated, his hat rolling away in the dust. A final, cutting remark hangs in the air: if you saw that I got better, you should have guessed how much better I'd be in an actual fight. The seasoned warrior, defeated and broken, collapses to the earth. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the fading light of the forest. As tiny, blood-red insects swarm around him, a macabre dance of finality. His labored breaths are barely audible above the buzzing. Each tiny sting a final, agonizing reminder of his defeat. The young warrior stands above him, a silent victor in the deepening twilight. A figure lies prone on the ground, his back to us, a chilling statement hangs in the air: if you saw that I got better, you should have guessed how much better I'd be in an actual fight. The words are a prelude to action. His opponent, a grizzled old man, is clearly in distress. Beads of sweat trickle down his face, a desperate struggle is etched onto his features. Tiny, crimson droplets rain down, the chilling realization dawns: poison. The old man's eyes widen in horror, a deadly poison, he realizes, is coursing through his veins. His words are a gasp of despair: "An, it's a deadly poison, at that." With a swift, decisive move, his young adversary ends the fight, a thud echoes as the old man collapses. The sound of pursuing footsteps, a chase begins. But he's not alone. A hulking figure emerges from the shadows, a guttural voice booms: Curson. The chase intensifies. Curson, nimble and deadly, weaves through the pursuing horde of orcs, their crude weapons a blur. A poisoned blade finds its mark. One orc crumples, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as the poison takes hold. Asterisk ac. Asterisk. But the respite is short-lived. More orcs close in, their eyes burning with savage intent. Curson's breath hitches, he glances back, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. I thought we had built trust between one another. His voice is laced with bitter disappointment. What a shame things have come to this. A surge of crimson energy erupts from his hand, a terrifying power unleashed. The very air crackles with raw energy. A power that allows him to track and weaken his enemies. The text reveals the specifics. You can track and temporarily lower the abilities of the one who possesses the trust of Urhast of the obedience of Eukelhart, legendary, by 50%. The old man, his face etched with defeat, mutters, "He's right. I underestimated him." Kurson's resolve hardens. A cold smile plays on his lips as he raises his blade. "I'm sorry, but I've made a decision." The old man falls, his lifeblood staining the earth. It was his own doing, a consequence of his misjudgment. And Kurson, fueled by a grim determination, unleashes a devastating attack. A torrent of energy explodes forth, a breathtaking display of power. The blade plunges deep. A sickening thwack echoes through the air. And another foe falls, his body crumpling to the earth. Ka-choom! Kurson surveys the scene, the forest silent save for the distant caw of crows. His breath ragged, but his eyes burning with grim determination. He kneels beside his fallen opponent. A crimson stain blooms on the blade, a testament to his deadly skill. A chilling reminder of the price of defiance. A hand lies limp on the ground, lifeless. The same lifeless hand, a final, desperate grasp. As shadows lengthen, 3 hulking figures emerge from the trees. Goblins. Kurson's gaze drops, his jaw clenched tight. The weight of his victory, a chilling premonition of what's to come, settles heavily on his soul. The aftermath of battle. Bodies litter the forest floor, a chilling scene of carnage under the grim moonlight. A hulking Orcish warrior glares, his one good arm raised, a question hanging heavy in the air, "Kill them?" But Kurson, weary yet resolute, commands otherwise. "No," he orders, his voice firm despite the exhaustion, "you guys go back." The orcs obey instantly, their loyalty unquestioned, leaving Kurson alone with the fallen. He has unfinished business. "I have something to say to the old man," he mutters, his gaze fixed on the figure lying still. Kurson approaches the old man, his expression unreadable, a silent tension hangs between them in the heart of the dark forest. He kneels, his voice soft yet commanding, "Old man. Stop acting and get up now." The old man slowly rises, his face hidden, a palpable sense of dread fills the air. A chilling revelation unfolds as Kurson reveals his secret, a sinister smile plays on his lips. "I injected poison into you. It has a particular trait." The air crackles with unspoken tension. Kurson's words hang heavy, a chilling revelation, beneficial to allies. The question lingers, unanswered. And the old man's eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and dawning understanding, betray his apprehension. Truly surprised, he stammers, his voice barely a whisper. The old man's question cuts through the silence, sharp and accusatory, "Why did you save me?" Kurson's smirk deepens, a glint of amusement in his eyes. As he calmly counters, "Well, I'm sure you weren't planning on killing me either, old man." His words are a calculated jab, a subtle display of power. The old man's assessment is surprisingly insightful, Kang Hyunmu. "Although you appear arrogant and cruel, I know you have a good heart." But a shadow of concern clouds his words. As he continues, "On your own, you might make faulty judgments, which is why I was concerned." The weight of his concern is palpable. Kurson's response is a self-deprecating chuckle, or at the very least, "I'm trying not to be." He's not denying his flaws, but he's not fully embracing them either. The scene shifts. Kurson's explanation is direct and revealing. "I would have stopped the flood even if it wouldn't have benefited me. If I saw signs, I would have tried to stop it." His resolve is unwavering. His words carry a quiet weight, "Since I don't want others to perceive me as a monster." The sincerity in his tone is undeniable. The old man's surprise is evident. "Anyway, I'm surprised you're so righteous, old man. I always thought of you as a heartless gangster boss." His perception of Kurson is challenged. The old man's words hang heavy in the air, a love for humanity, The rule that if the world is collapsing, I will protect humanity and civilization. His face, etched with worry and determination, speaks volumes. Kursan's response is a quiet, almost wistful, love for humanity. A shift in tone. Kursan, now standing amidst the trees, declares, I only like two types of people, useful people on my side, and stupid enemies. He continues, his words sharp and cold, I'm honestly not interested in useless people on my side, and smart enemies are annoying with their sense of rivalry. The camera focuses on Kursan's face, his expression hardening. His statement cuts deep, and it goes the same for the unknown random majority. The old man's voice, laced with a hint of accusation, you should know your duty as someone with power. Kursan's thoughtful reply, duty, who knows? When I belonged to the random majority, I felt something. Kursan's gaze is intense, revealing a newfound understanding, how uninterested those with power are to the unknown random majority. The old man's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. His question hangs in the air, sharp and pointed, are you saying, you're different now? Kursan reflects on his past, a wistful look in his eyes, at one moment, I wanted to gain a position and live a luxurious life. Kursan, a shadow of doubt creeping into his eyes, questions his ambitions. Will mere fame satisfy him, given his immense power? He ponders. Is a life of quiet fame truly worthy of his potential? His gaze hardens, a new fire igniting within. Not just reaching for the stars, but becoming one. The old man observes, his expression one of deep concern. This man. Just how far is he willing to go? Despite Kursan's past aggression, the old man offers a proposition. Although you swung a blade at me, I can be generous. Because no matter how many times you try, I know you won't be able to kill me. His words carry a chilling confidence. The scene shifts to a secluded forest. Kursan stands tall, his silhouette stark against the twilight sky. That's why I told you in the gym. He recalls. He issues a final ultimatum, his voice laced with cold authority. If you make a pledge of allegiance right now, your words will be enough, but next time, you'll have to bow down and lick my feet. A colossal, armored beast descends from the heavens, its shadow engulfing the battlefield, and unleashes a furious barrage of crimson energy blasts. Uni, a whirlwind of motion, dodges the onslaught with impossible grace. Uni's ally cries out a warning as a hulking orc lunges from the shadows. The warning is barely audible above the roar of battle. Uni's eyes widen in alarm as a devastating blow connects. The force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. But Uni's resolve remains unshaken. With a mighty roar, she counters with a devastating blow of her own. The ground cracks under the force. The impact creates a blinding flash of light, a shockwave rips through the air, leaving behind only dust and debris. Uni's swift kick sends another orc sprawling. As the orc patriarch approaches, his massive warhammer held high. He is a terrifying sight. Uni stares down the orc patriarch, her expression hardening. So you're the boss, she states, her voice laced with grim determination. As her team mobilizes, preparing for the ultimate showdown. He's the orc patriarch, a voice commands. Everyone, step back and get into formation. Uni, a whirlwind of motion, stands poised and ready. Her stance speaks volumes, this is not a fight she intends to lose. The orc patriarch bellows, a guttural roar that shakes the very ground beneath their feet, his eyes, burning with primal fury, fixate on Uni. With a burst of speed that defies the eye, Uni launches herself forward, a blur of motion, pink butterflies trail in her wake as she closes the distance. A desperate cry rings out. Stop! Red butterfly! The orc patriarch's attack is imminent. Despite the danger, a young man steps forward, his voice ringing with defiance, even if it's you, facing him will. His team rallies around him, swords drawn, ready to face the orc patriarch's wrath, a desperate stand against overwhelming odds. Uni is thrown back, the force of the blow sending her sprawling, but her eyes burn with renewed determination. The orc patriarch unleashes a brutal attack, his weapon a blur of motion, wham, the impact reverberates through the scene. Stop! Red butterfly. The desperate cry echoes through the ravaged cityscape. Even facing him will be a challenge. A team of determined warriors stands ready, swords drawn. Their eyes are locked on a common enemy, a shared resolve hardening their faces. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of blows. The clash of steel against brutal force. Red butterfly is thrown back, a pained grimace twisting her features. Pink butterflies scatter in the wake of the impact. A thunderous KACCK. The brute force of the orc's attack sends shockwaves through the air. And red butterfly is sent flying, a graceful arc against the grim backdrop of the ruined city. The orc's massive blade cleaves the air, a blinding flash of light. The very ground trembles under the force of the blow. Another brutal strike, a chain weapon whips through the air with deadly precision. The orc's rage is a terrifying spectacle. With a powerful heave, she prepares for a counterattack. The ropes coil, ready to ensnare her monstrous foe. The orc's brutal weapon, a spiked chain, whips through the air. Its trajectory is a blur of deadly intent. And connects. The impact throws the orc off balance, a grunt of surprise escaping his lips. Red butterfly and her team stand ready in a warehouse, crates stacked high around them. The air crackles with anticipation. But the orc's attack continues. A swift, powerful strike aimed at the team. The orc's eyes gleam with savage fury, his snarl a terrifying promise of violence to come. A chilling close-up reveals the monstrous intensity of his gaze. He is relentless. A wave of dark energy erupts from the man in glasses, a powerful counterattack forming. The force of his power is overwhelming, a dark storm gathering around him. The orc is caught in a web of crimson energy, the lines of power slicing through the air with deadly precision. A blinding flash of crimson energy erupts. The air crackles with raw power. The orc, a hulking brute of muscle and rage, stands before Red Butterfly, a monstrous silhouette against the urban decay. Red Butterfly, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, prepares for the inevitable clash. Her stance is a coiled spring, ready to unleash hell. Then, the attack. A devastating blow connects, sending shockwaves through the very ground itself. KRA boom. The orc reels from the impact, his powerful frame momentarily staggered. He roars in pain and fury. But the assault continues. A relentless barrage of energy tears through the air, leaving trails of searing light. Dust and debris fill the air as the battle rages. Red Butterfly stands amidst the chaos, her resolve unwavering. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the din, "Hey! Red Butterfly!" The man in glasses appears, his expression a mixture of concern and annoyance. He approaches, his words sharp and commanding, "Why are you ignoring your commanding officer's instructions?" His finger points directly at Red Butterfly, his authority undeniable. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Red Butterfly and her team stand before their commanding officer, the man in glasses, his expression unreadable. Red Butterfly's gaze drops, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. The weight of her actions settles upon her. The man in glasses' face hardens. His jaw tightens, eyes narrowed. He's clearly not pleased. Red Butterfly's voice is barely a whisper, "I apologize, commanding officer." She hangs her head, accepting responsibility. "You're right. I ignored your command." Her voice cracks with emotion. The gravity of her actions hits her hard. "My actions could have endangered my comrades." The man in glasses remains stern, his gaze unwavering. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken judgment. Red Butterfly's voice trembles as she utters a sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry. I will accept any punishment." A slight smile plays on the man in glasses' lips. "Ha! No. You've apologized, so I don't want to create any further problem out of this." He offers a surprising leniency. "And your team members also acted to protect you, so I'll let them go." The man in glasses speaks, his tone a mix of reprimand and understanding. "I was taken aback since it was different from your usual cool-headed self." But a hint of respect colors his words as he continues, but it was an honor to see you suppress the orc patriarch in one go. Red Butterfly and the man in glasses stand face to face, a silent moment of acknowledgement passing between them, a shared understanding of the weight of their recent battle. Red Butterfly's face is etched with worry. A single thought echoes in her mind: why do I feel so anxious? The unspoken fear of failure hangs heavy in the air as she anticipates the consequences of her actions. The man in glasses speaks again, his voice firm but gentle. Okay then, let's finish things up and leave. A member of Red Butterfly's team whispers their concern, their voice barely audible above the lingering tension. Isn't she being too much, just because she's popular? A glimpse of a sophisticated timepiece, a detail hinting at the man in glasses' refined nature. The man in glasses stands tall, his immaculate white suit a stark contrast against the gritty backdrop of an under-construction cityscape. His presence commands attention. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a hint of something unsaid, something significant. Congratulations, Red Butterfly. I heard you're already at level 21. The words hang in the air, a testament to Red Butterfly's achievement. She stands with her team, a mix of pride and apprehension in their eyes. It's thanks to the support of my team members as well as Tae-sung. Red Butterfly's humility shines through, acknowledging the contributions of her allies. But the man in glasses' smile deepens, a knowing glint in his eyes. I feel so proud, however. I have something to talk to you about without the presence of your team members. Is that okay? A shift in tone, a hint of mystery. Red Butterfly's brow furrows, a flicker of concern crossing her features. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. A close-up on Red Butterfly's anxious face, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. The scene ends on this cliffhanger. A sprawling cityscape under construction. Steel beams pierce the sky, a testament to ambition and progress. And into this scene of controlled chaos, a sleek black limousine arrives. Red Butterfly. A voice calls out, the words hanging heavy with unspoken meaning. Inside, Red Butterfly's face is etched with worry. Your expression doesn't look good. Is something the problem? The man in glasses observes, his tone sharp yet concerned. I made a mistake in the dungeon. She confesses, her voice barely a whisper. A mistake, he questions, his eyebrows slightly raised. Red Butterfly explains her disobedience, the weight of her actions pressing down on her. I ignored the order of the commanding officer, she admits, her shoulders slumping. But the man in glasses' response is unexpected. If everything was done without any casualties, it's all good, he says, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. His gaze shifts, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Is she anxious about Kang Hyun-moo, he wonders, his thoughts a mystery. The man in glasses continues, his words revealing a deeper strategy. So that she won't get in a rut, she can test herself, he explains, his voice calm but firm. But a subtle shift in his expression hints at a hidden concern. But that can't be her only goal, he muses, the implication hanging in the air. The limousine glides through the city, the skyscrapers looming large. But what is it, all of a sudden? Red Butterfly asks, her confusion evident. Inside a sleek, black limousine, Red Butterfly reviews her tablet, a furrow in her brow. The man in glasses sits opposite, impeccably dressed in white, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. The weight of a sudden revelation settles upon her, a chilling wave of apprehension washing over her. The silence in the car stretches, thick with unspoken tension. Red Butterfly's grip tightens on her tablet, her knuckles white. A single, sharp question bursts from her, is it him? The name hits her like a punch to the gut, Kang Hyun-moo. The implications are devastating. The man in glasses confirms, his voice calm but laced with a grim undercurrent, yes, it's Hunter Kang Hyun-moo. We're trying to learn as much as we can about him, but there's no information about him. He leans forward, his gaze intense. The stakes are high, every piece of information is crucial. He continues, any sort of trivial hint would help right now. A glimmer of hope. he recalls a rival, a competitor who might hold the key. More than 30 minutes of intense competition. The details are scarce, but the implication is clear. Red Butterfly's face is etched with concern. She whispers a question, her voice barely audible. What do you think? Did he hide his ability, and go easy on you? Red Butterfly sits in a luxurious vehicle, her expression a mixture of suspicion and unease. The words echo in her mind, he was definitely hiding something. A close-up on Red Butterfly's face, eyes wide, a grimace twisting her lips. She's seen something shocking. The caption reads, "Seemed to be using his full strength." The man in glasses, his brow furrowed in thought, leans forward. His question hangs heavy in the air, was he hiding his abilities? His words paint a picture of a hidden power, a suppressed strength. When it came to martial arts or abilities, I was definitely superior. Red Butterfly's face is etched with pain and frustration. The unspoken truth, but eventually, the weight of his deception crushes her. And during that time, I was suppressed. The revelation hits hard. The man in glasses ponders the implications. That means he must have had an illusionary skill but didn't use it. A chilling realization dawns. He continues, his voice low and thoughtful, *HM, there must either be some limitations, or he was purposely hiding it. How strange star. The mystery deepens. The man in glasses points to a picture, his gaze sharp. Seeing this, he's only using his physical abilities to overwhelm others. Kang Hyun-moo, The werewolf lunges, claws extended, a terrifying predator unleashed. But Kang Hyun-moo anticipates the attack. And several blows later, the beast lies broken and subdued. The sheer power is breathtaking. Inside a luxurious limousine, the man in glasses observes Red Butterfly, a knowing glint in his eyes. I believe you're thinking the same thing as me, Red Butterfly, he states, his voice calm yet sharp. Red Butterfly's face is partially obscured, but her expression speaks volumes, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. The man in glasses' gaze hardens. This is the height of abnormality, he mutters, a chilling realization settling upon him. Inside a sleek, high-tech vehicle, two figures analyze a shocking image. How strange, one observes, he's only using his physical abilities to overwhelm others. The scene shifts to a brutal confrontation. A werewolf, muscles bulging, lunges at a young man. In a single moment, the young man is grappling with the beast. And the ground trembles with the impact. The sheer force of the struggle is evident in the shattered stone around them. Several werewolves fall at once. Back in the vehicle, a woman speaks, I believe you're thinking the same thing as me, Red Butterfly. A sense of dawning horror crosses her face. As the man beside her, Kang Hyun-moo, reveals a chilling gaze. His eyes gleam with a mixture of awe and something darker. His silent intensity speaks volumes. This is the height of abnormality, the woman whispers, her voice barely audible. Fear grips her. The weight of the situation is almost palpable. Back to the fight. The werewolf roars, its eyes burning with primal rage. Kang Hyun-moo, someone gasps, when did he grow this much? Just what have I been doing? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent confession of bewilderment. Red Butterfly, ever observant, offers a stark assessment, you've been growing fast enough. Her words carry weight, a testament to Kang Hyun-moo's meteoric rise. You've already left the category of a newbie. You're both extraordinary. The praise is tempered with a hint of concern, a recognition that Hyun-moo's power surpasses even her expectations. Hyun-moo seeks guidance, his voice laced with a quiet urgency. I just wanted advice on this unusual situation, since it seems you're the only one who knows him well. Red Butterfly's response is immediate, a single, stark admission, I don't know either. An apology follows, a subtle shift in the dynamic, a shared uncertainty in the face of the unknown. But then, a new piece of information surfaces, a chilling revelation. I heard that the next dungeon you were going to raid was the Jeoldu dungeon. The implications are clear, the stakes rising dramatically. Tae-sung, it seems, is preparing for a full-scale assault, a complete subjugation of the Jeoldu dungeon. A flood occurred, a seemingly unrelated event, yet its significance is immediately clear. It's all part of the preparation for next year's Baekdu dungeon. Red Butterfly, a seasoned veteran, delivers a blunt assessment: you've just reached level 20. That's barely scratching the surface. She continues, her voice laced with concern: high-level dungeons? Forget it. Flow-type dungeons are even more treacherous. The camera focuses on Red Butterfly's expression, a mix of caution and determination. The Jeolda dungeon, she explains, is a place that will test even the most seasoned adventurers. But then, a twist. A confident voice cuts through the tension. It's Tae-sung, and he's making an offer, a dangerous one. Tae-sung's words hang in the air: we believe in you. We want you to join our Jeoldu dungeon expedition. The scene shifts to a bustling city street. A group of people are gathered, their faces a mixture of excitement and apprehension. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. Whispers spread through the crowd: Uni, did you hear about the flood in the Jeoldu dungeon? Red Butterfly's face is etched with concern. This unexpected development adds another layer of complexity to the already perilous situation. The aftermath of the flood, a question hangs in the air. But the flood was stopped, wasn't it? A moment of uneasy calm before the storm. A young woman's face contorts in disbelief and anger. Uni, is it really that bastard? The camera focuses on a woman in tactical gear, her expression unreadable: a storm is brewing. The name drops like a bombshell. Kang Hyun-moo. A scene of stunned disbelief. How did this happen? The accusations fly. That bastard. There wasn't just one or two strange things about him back then either. The question cuts through the tension. Did Lee Jitan offer you a spot on the expedition team? A simple, yet loaded, answer. Yup. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. I received an offer to join their expedition, and I agreed. The Jeoldu expedition team assembles, a mix of apprehension and determination etched on their faces. Kang Hyun-moo stands among them, the weight of scrutiny heavy in the air. A subtle smirk plays on the lips of one of the team members as he observes Hyun-moo. Ha, nice, he chuckles, a hint of something else in his tone. Another team member, muscles rippling beneath her athletic wear, gives a thumbs up. Oh, yeah, she exclaims, her confidence unwavering. Hyun-moo offers a quiet, thanks, everyone, his gaze betraying none of his inner turmoil. But Red Butterfly's eyes, sharp and unwavering, are fixed on him. Gosh, you don't need to say thanks to us, she says, her voice laced with suspicion. Red Butterfly's gaze intensifies, her expression hardening. Kang Hyun-moo, she begins, her voice low and dangerous. A fiery backdrop ignites behind her as she declares, no matter how high you rise, her determination burning bright. I won't rest and keep rising as well, she vows, her resolve unshakable. The flames seem to mirror the intensity of her spirit. Her eyes blaze with a fierce determination. I will overcome you at all costs, she hisses, the words of promise etched in fire. A luxurious car interior. A man in a pristine white suit examines a glowing purple crystal, his expression one of intense curiosity. The question hangs in the air: where did they get such high-purity crystal moss? The camera focuses on Kang Hyun-moo's face, his features sharp and calculating. A voiceover whispers, Kang Hyun-moo, he's like an unknowable giant monster. The weight of his presence is palpable. His fingers trace the contours of the crystal, a subtle power emanating from the object, a power that mirrors the unsettling aura surrounding Hyun-moo himself. He sits back, a faint smile playing on his lips. The crystal glows brighter, reflecting in his sharp eyes. A phone call. His voice is calm, almost bored, as he speaks. Yes. Preparations for tomorrow are complete. The implication hangs heavy, something significant is about to happen. The call ends. A brief, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Understood. Good work. The satisfaction is evident. Close up on Hyunwoo's face. His eyes gleam with anticipation, a predatory glint in their depths. He holds the crystal aloft, a silent question forming on his lips. Will I be able to get it? The question is not one of doubt, but of eager expectation. A final shot, Hyunwoo's confident smirk. I can't wait. The anticipation is palpable. The highway stretches ahead, a path to his unknown goal. A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, a symbol of power and influence. Inside, a vast press conference hall buzzes with anticipation. Journalists huddle, laptops glowing, awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Flashbulbs explode as Captain Lee Ji of the Taesung clan makes his grand entrance. The air crackles with unspoken tension. He approaches the podium, a weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The silence amplifies the gravity of the moment. He begins to speak. Hello, everyone. I am Captain Lee Ji from the Taesung clan. His words hang in the air, a prelude to a revelation that will shake the foundations of the world. Last week, a tragic event occurred in Jeoldu Mountain's shrine. A powerful fist connects with its target, a violent eruption of energy. The impact sends a shockwave. A woman, eyes glued to her laptop, witnesses the aftermath of the event from afar. This incident has piqued her interest. Who? Sweat glistens on her powerful physique, a testament to her relentless training, a warrior forged in the fires of countless battles. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders, a seasoned leader navigating the treacherous waters of a world grappling with unprecedented threats. Her eyes narrow, suspicion clouding her features. Is he the key to unlocking the mysteries surrounding the Jeoldu Mountain incident? A calculated move, a strategic play for power. The Taesung clan's plan to fully control the Jeoldu dungeon's resources unfolds. Captain Lee Ji addresses the nation, his voice firm despite the gravity of the situation. The danger is far from over, but hope remains. A bold declaration, a promise of unwavering support. The Taesung clan pledges its full resources to the expedition, no expense spared. A shrewd observation, a glimpse into the political machinations at play. The almighty Lotus's responsibility is shifted, paving the way for a power grab. The path to control is laid bare. The Taesung clan aims to monopolize the Jeoldu dungeon's treasures, securing their dominance. The air crackles with anticipation. A shadowy figure, his face partially obscured by a fedora, speaks, his voice a low rumble. The winner takes it all, exactly like Lee Ji. And now, a dramatic pause hangs in the air before a confident voice booms across the room. I want to invite the greatest power of humanity, who was at the front lines, onto this stage. The camera focuses on Kang Hyunwoo, a man radiating power and confidence. His smile is both charming and unsettling. He gestures with an open hand, a silent invitation to the world. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman trains relentlessly, sweat dripping from her brow. Her breathing is ragged, but her determination is unwavering. She pushes herself to the absolute limit. The older man's eyes widen, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. What? The news sends a shockwave through the room. A woman's face is etched with disbelief and alarm. The implications are staggering. Elsewhere, a powerful kick shatters the silence. Dust and debris fly as Kang Hyunwoo unleashes a devastating blow. The force is raw, untamed power. A subtle smile plays on Kang Hyunwoo's lips. Kang Hyunwoo, you've definitely shown that you're strong. His eyes gleam with a calculating intensity. Lee Ji must have been unable to find the grounds and background behind my strength. And is unable to do anything right now. But use the crystal moss that I supply to rise in rank. A ripple of unease crosses Hyunwoo's face. He admits, I feel anxious, how unlike me. Hyunwoo's gaze sharpens, his voice a low growl. Lee Ji, he sneers, all you can do now is to witness the devastation he's wrought. The city stretches before Ji, a landscape of ruin. Is get rid of your pride, Hyunwoo's voice echoes in his mind. Jidi's eyes blaze with defiance, but a flicker of fear betrays his bravado. Hyunwoo's words cut deep, and covet me, who is in this hell, even more. A chilling smile spreads across Hyunwoo's face. That's all. The finality of his statement hangs heavy in the air. Hyunwoo's eyes gleam with cold calculation. His voice, a silken whisper, yes, I invite Kong Hyunwoo. The camera sweeps across a modern cityscape, focusing on a towering skyscraper, a beacon of wealth and power. Inside, a lavish banquet unfolds. Champagne flutes clink, and hushed conversations fill the air, a scene of opulence and subtle tension. But amidst the elegance, a young woman stands out. She's dressed casually, her phone clutched in her hand, a stark contrast to the formal attire around her. I was hoping to get a rake off, but everyone's dressed really fancy, she thinks, a hint of annoyance in her expression. Her ripped jeans and sneakers speak volumes, a deliberate choice against the refined atmosphere. Her eyes are glued to her phone, a baseball game unfolding before her, a world away from the high-stakes gathering. A dramatic strike. The batter is out. The tension is palpable, even through the screen. Her face crumples in frustration, then, a sudden burst of manic laughter. When are you going to win? A lavish banquet hall, the air thick with hushed conversations and the clinking of glasses, but in a corner, a young woman, utterly unfazed by the opulent surroundings, scrolls through her phone, a baseball game her focus. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her, her eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping her lips. A man, impeccably dressed, approaches, a charming smile playing on his lips. Ha, it's nice to meet you. She stammers a reply, clearly flustered by the sudden interaction. The contrast between her casual attire and his formal suit is stark. He comments on her appearance, noting the difference from when she was in the Chongai dungeon, a subtle hint of intrigue in his tone. He explains his attire, crediting his girlfriend's fashion sense, a seemingly innocuous statement, yet it reveals a glimpse into his personal life. But then, a chilling change, a sinister grin spreads across his face, a stark contrast to his previous charm. He reveals he used a battle helper to master etiquette. His words carry a chilling undertone, a reminder of his ruthless nature, even amidst this sophisticated setting. He asserts that etiquette is crucial for maintaining his image. He subtly criticizes her attire, suggesting she should have dressed more comfortably, a veiled insult, perhaps? She observes the unusual atmosphere of the gathering, noting its informality compared to typical hunter meetings, a subtle observation that hints at a deeper context. A luxurious banquet hall, the air thick with unspoken tension. The young woman, Lee Jidi, sips her champagne, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She's clearly unimpressed by the proceedings. Her sharp gaze sweeps across the room, searching for something or someone. The impeccably dressed man approaches, a subtle threat in his smile. He speaks of a meeting with a foreign organization, Chrome, and the dispatch of experienced hunters. Jidi's response is immediate and firm, a refusal to participate. Her expression hardens, her rejection absolute. He reminds her of their shared past, their time together as Lunatic Tiger. A nostalgic yet ominous undertone hangs in the air. The name itself, a legacy forged in the crucible of countless battles. The source of the name, a now defunct bar, is revealed. The conversation circles back to Lee Jidi's actions, the substance she obtained. Her expression darkens, a storm brewing within. They toast, a fragile truce in a room brimming with hidden agendas. Jidi's presence is a calculated risk, a necessary element in a larger game. The man's final words are laced with a chilling implication. The potential revival of Lunatic Tiger, a force to be reckoned with. A close-up on the man's face, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. A sinister thought crosses his mind, a chilling revelation. The opulent ballroom buzzes with hushed conversations, a sea of impeccably dressed figures, glasses clinking, as Lee Jidi concludes his address. It seems the meeting is over. The young woman sits at a table, her expression a mask of quiet observation, a subtle tension hangs in the air as the attendees begin to depart. A priest? The young woman's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. What is the impeccably dressed man planning? The impeccably dressed man sips his champagne, a faint smile playing on his lips. He seems pleased with himself. The impeccably dressed man addresses the assembled group, his voice smooth and confident. He introduces the team leaders for the Jeoldu Dungeon expedition, a carefully orchestrated presentation. And then, the bombshell. And, embarrassingly enough, I'm in charge of General Command. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The young woman's eyes flash with anger. He excluded us before we could even express our position? Her voice is tight with indignation. And he's taking on General Command? Her fury simmers, a storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. The young woman drains her champagne flute in one swift motion, a defiant glint in her eyes. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, she rises, her jacket billowing around her. The room falls silent. All eyes are on her. Her anger is palpable, a storm brewing behind those intense eyes. And she makes her feelings crystal clear. I came to let you know that the great unknown didn't plan on participating in this expedition anyway. I hope you all have a great useless time. The impeccably dressed man's face hardens. The young woman turns and walks away, leaving a stunned silence in her wake. The whispers and nervous glances of the assembled guests filling the void. The impeccably dressed man's smile is strained. His composure cracks. So that's how bad their relationship is. The impeccably dressed man regains his composure, a steely glint in his eyes. Then, I will introduce an important person. A figure of quiet power, impeccably dressed, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. The impeccably dressed man introduces a crucial figure, Father Johann Hessner, a name whispered with reverence and dread. But who is this Hessner? The question hangs heavy in the air. A chilling revelation unfolds. Camero, from the depths of hell, speaks of mankind snuffed out like a candle, except for Johann and Maria Keller. The name, Johann Hessner, echoes through the desolate landscape of the underworld. A grim truth is revealed: Johann Hessner, a man from Germany, took his own life. His suicide, a sacrifice that bought time for humanity. A priest, his face etched with sorrow and weariness, stands before us. A weight of the world in his eyes. The rosary beads, a silent prayer. The impeccably dressed man's face tightens, a grim understanding dawns. Hessner's sacrifice bought humanity a reprieve, a time-limited existence until the final moment. A sea of desperate faces, reaching, clawing, a horrifying wave of crimson engulfs them. The word wait screams from the page, a desperate plea against the tide of chaos. The impeccably dressed man recoils, his face etched with disbelief. A cleric, suicide? The very idea is shocking. Doubt clouds the faces of the two men in the room. One suggests it might not be the same person. But the other knows better. A chilling thought crosses his mind: if it is the same person, it's directly linked to the survival rate in the coming apocalypse. The man in the suit, his face partially obscured, a shadow of determination falls over him. A subtle shift in his posture. A silent resolve hardening his features. He needs Admiral Len's monocle. For what purpose? His eyes, narrowed, focused, betray a plan forming in his mind. A storm is brewing. A grand hall, filled with the hushed whispers of the elite. A speaker addresses the crowd, oblivious to the impending doom. A young man with sharp features and a calculating gaze observes from the shadows. His expression is one of quiet anticipation. The impeccably dressed man, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, watches from afar. The game is afoot. A sharp, calculating gaze pierces the frame. The impeccably dressed man, a picture of controlled power. The heart of the expedition is revealed: Priest Johann, a level 50 healer with 3 skills, a triple caster. Whispers of awe ripple through the room. The murmurs grow louder. He's a triple caster, someone exclaims, the implications of such power hanging heavy in the air. A subtle shift in focus. A nervous question hangs in the air: Kang Hyanmu SSI? A figure emerges from the shadows, a man of quiet intensity. The air crackles with anticipation. Across the room, eyes widen. Wow, look over there. That must be Kang Hyun-moo. He looks completely different. The man's transformation is striking. The camera pans to a lavish table, the scene buzzing with conversation. The suit looks so good on him that I couldn't recognize him. A voice cuts through the chatter. Thank you for coming here. A new player enters the scene. A formal apology precedes a request. I apologize, but there is someone who would like to meet you. The tension ratchets up. The invitation is extended. Will you come with me for a moment? A subtle shift in power dynamics. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the weight of expectation heavy in the air. Lee Jit-D. The name is uttered, a breath held in anticipation. A button, marked with the cryptic PH, awaits a touch. And with a decisive press, the door to power opens. A man, sharp and calculating, stands surrounded by his loyal enforcers. The hallway stretches before them, a silent testament to wealth and influence. A path leading deeper into the heart of this opulent estate. Two figures move with purpose, their footsteps echoing in the grand hall. Their shadows stretching long in the golden light. A sweeping view of the mansion reveals its lavish interior, a grand staircase, a gleaming piano, and countless signs of extravagant luxury. The air crackles with anticipation. As the tension thickens. From a balcony above, a voice cuts through the silence. Kang Hyun-moo SSI. Over here. A sweeping shot of a luxurious mansion. Sunlight streams through the grand windows, illuminating a sweeping staircase. And Hyun-moo ascends, his footsteps echoing softly on the marble. He's met by a host, impeccably dressed, offering a subtle, knowing smile. I hope this suits your tastes, the host says, gesturing to a lavish spread. Hyun-moo sips his champagne, his expression unreadable. A polite but pointed question follows. May I ask where you were trained, and who you are affiliated with? Hyun-moo's response is curt. I trained by myself. The host's eyebrows raise slightly. The host presses further, explaining the political ramifications of Hyun-moo's actions. Suggesting a cover story to avoid unwanted attention from the government. Hyun-moo's reply is unexpected. I'm thinking of buying a wheelchair. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The host's smile falters, replaced by a look of intense scrutiny. That's too prickly of you to say it's a joke, the host finally states, his voice low and dangerous. Hyun-moo's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The weight of the encounter hangs heavy in the air. A casual chuckle from the host, Lee Jit-D, cuts through the tension. What do you mean? He asks, a glint in his eye. The question hangs, a subtle challenge. Hyun-moo's expression hardens. I showed you enough during the flood situation, he grits out, but if you still want to sound me out. I'm getting your info first. His eyes dart around, a flicker of fear giving way to steely determination. The game has changed. A luxurious restaurant, the clinking of glasses a stark contrast to the rising tension. Lee Jit-D's level is revealed, 57. But there's more. A revelation, Hyun-moo's stats have increased due to the Hell's Strongest title. The implications are staggering. Hyun-moo's jaw clenches. This bastard, he's a 4-star, he explodes, fury blazing in his eyes. A sudden grab. The tension ratchets up, a physical confrontation is imminent. Hyun-moo struggles against the unexpected restraint, but Lee Jit-D remains calm. Hyun-moo's eyes are wide, a stark reflection of his inner turmoil. I didn't feel him move at all. The scene shifts. Jit-D, ever the picture of composure, offers a dismissive wave. My bad. Jit-D's expression turns thoughtful, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. To think he couldn't react at all. Did I overestimate him? Jit-D explains, his voice calm but laced with a newfound caution. I was just taken aback because you suddenly froze up. If you're as strong as the rumors say you are, then I can't be careless at all. Hyunwoo's gaze sharpens, a predatory glint in his eyes. Then for you, Lee Jitak. The conversation turns to a seemingly innocuous topic: age. Jitak estimates Hyunwoo's age, honestly, in your early to mid-30s. Hyunwoo's response is a tense smile, a mask barely concealing the simmering power beneath. Accurate. Jitak's eyes narrow, his gaze intense and probing. Kang Hyunwoo SSI, are you really? Hyunwoo counters with a smirk, turning the tables. I want to ask that question right back at you. Jitak's expression shifts, a subtle hint of unease replacing his earlier confidence. The tension crackles in the air as Hyunwoo and Jitak sit across from each other, a subtle challenge hanging between them. Jitak's mind races, processing Hyunwoo's unexpected resilience. He ponders the implications of Hyunwoo's abilities. Jitak's eyes narrow, a realization dawns. He senses something beyond the ordinary in Hyunwoo's demeanor. A potential far exceeding the typical 5-star ranking. Could Hyunwoo be a 6-star, even a 7-star ability user? Hyunwoo's humble denial only deepens Jitak's intrigue. He sees something more profound than mere power. An almost unsettling ease in Hyunwoo's actions, a mastery beyond his years. Jitak's gaze intensifies, his curiosity piqued. He's not just interested in Hyunwoo's raw strength, but in the underlying nature of his power, a quality that transcends conventional metrics. The conversation takes an unexpected turn. Jitak mentions Childhood's End, a novel by Arthur Clarke. A seemingly random reference that hints at a deeper, more complex understanding of power. A chilling image unfolds: a demonic figure, powerful and imposing, stands between two children, a stark visual metaphor for humanity's desperate plea for help. Lee Jitak's face, a mask of barely controlled fury. His words, sharp and venomous: I don't know, bastard. The conversation continues, the air thick with tension. Jitak's frustration is palpable as he argues about the limitations of human understanding compared to the overlords from Clarke's novel. But his anger boils over. If you call me to talk about an SF novel, I will kill you. Jitak's thoughts shift, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He considers the parallels between the novel's narrative and the current situation. A sudden shift in focus. Hyunwoo's eyes lock onto Jitak, a subtle yet unnerving intensity in his gaze. As soon as I saw you, I smelled the scent of those who are wicked and scared. Hyunwoo's words hang in the air, a chilling assessment. His voice is calm, yet his words carry the weight of a prophecy. Jitak's unease deepens. The weight of Hyunwoo's accusation is heavy, a subtle threat hanging over him. You have the particular arrogance of those who can predict the future. Jitak's inner turmoil is visible. A question forms in his mind, a silent query hanging in the air: does Hyunwoo know about hell? The air crackles with unspoken tension. Hyunwoo's words hang heavy, a subtle threat veiled in calm, the increase in dungeon difficulty, a future no one can predict. A dramatic shift is coming. Jitak's unease is palpable, he sips his champagne, the crystal glass trembling slightly in his hand. Hyunwoo's proposal hangs in the air, a calculated risk: don't you think we can cooperate? His smile is a predator's grin, promising both danger and opportunity, as comrades who have each other's backs in times of danger. Jitak's face hardens. Doubt warps his features, his eyes narrow, reflecting the weight of Hyunwoo's words. Hyunwoo's hand rests on Jitak's shoulder, a gesture both reassuring and controlling. If you do have that wickedness, he purrs, I would like to use it for the better. Jitak's jaw tightens. The unspoken tension ratchets up another notch. A silent battle of wills unfolds. A flicker of something akin to understanding crosses Jitak's face, a dangerous game is afoot. The elevator ascends, a silent, metallic climb. And Kang Hyunwoo, flanked by his impassive bodyguards, surveys the scene. Was his earlier proposition a bit too bold? The question hangs heavy in the air. Hyunwoo's sharp gaze pierces through the silence. Do you perhaps shout out spells or the names of skills when you use them? Lee Jitak's eyes flicker with a hint of apprehension. He hasn't done that since he was 20 years old, a lifetime ago. The clinking of champagne glasses punctuates the tense silence between the two powerful figures. A silent agreement hangs in the air. As Jitak finally speaks, "I understand what you mean, Kang Hyun-moo." The conversation concludes, a subtle shift in power palpable between them. Jitak rises, "I enjoyed this conversation. I must leave first, as I have something to deal with in the banquet hall." Hyun-moo smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. "The others will guide you down." A dismissive farewell echoes in the air. "Goodbye, then." But the departing figure is met only with thinly veiled contempt. How annoying. The words hang heavy with unspoken threats. Hyun-moo, surrounded by his stoic bodyguards, lets out a short, sharp laugh. Leaders and the awakened? Funny. The elevator doors slide open, revealing a sleek, modern interior. A single, polished shoe steps onto the gleaming floor, thump. The sound is sharp, precise. And then, a second thump, heavier this time, as Hyun-moo enters the elevator, his presence filling the space. The elevator descends. A surge of crimson energy erupts from Hyun-moo, his jacket billowing as if caught in a gale. His eyes burn with power. Above the city, a cataclysm unfolds. Buildings crumble, the sky bleeds crimson, a landscape of devastation. While far below, a lone figure watches the unfolding chaos, his back to the camera. The scale of destruction is breathtaking. In a stark contrast to the destruction outside, a luxurious interior is shown. A calm voice cuts through the silence, "Don't you think we can cooperate?" Hyun-moo, a picture of self-assured power, surveys his surroundings. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. He strides purposefully down a dimly lit corridor of an underground parking garage. The air crackles with anticipation. His inner monologue reveals his thoughts, if he really thinks that we, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. Hyun-moo's face contorts into a predatory grin. His eyes blaze with barely contained fury. "It just makes me want to stop him more." He continues his internal monologue, a chilling assessment, not to mention, if Lee Jitak is one of the most talented people in the world. Hyun-moo's expression shifts to one of ruthless determination as he steps into an elevator, descending to the lower levels. His tie is loosened, a sign of his readiness for action. With a burst of speed, he exits the elevator, his movements a blur. The sound of his footsteps echoes in the empty space. And a triumphant thought crosses his mind, "I think I'll be able to catch up to him faster than expected." A grotesque giant spore rat, level 21, emerges from the shadows, its body a horrifying mass of pulsating spores. He smirks, unimpressed. "Gosh, you sound disgusting." With a burst of speed, he leaps into action, a blur of motion as he descends into the sewer. His blade flashes, a swift, precise strike aimed at the rat's heart. "Hey, if you come at me in such a straight line." The attack is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel and fury. And he sends the creature sprawling with a devastating blow. "I can't help but slice you up." The rat's body lies still, a gruesome testament to the hero's skill, blood staining the grimy sewer floor. But the danger isn't over yet. A chilling warning appears: if you become covered in the spores that the spore rat pops, you will also parasitize and have to search the sewers for your entire life. A gleaming dagger, the Black Handle Dagger, a legendary weapon. Its stats flash before our eyes: medium physical attacks, low magic ability, and low penetration. A tool of both subtlety and deadly efficiency. The protagonist examines his new acquisition, a thoughtful expression on his face. "This is much more comfortable than avarice at times like this," he mutters, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. The dagger's special ability is revealed: perfect concealment and a slight speed boost upon equipping. A footnote reveals the dagger's grim history, a tool favored by the black cult, religious fanatics, and assassins. Many lives have been claimed by this blade, a testament to its deadly potential. The scene shifts. A hand, wielding the Black Handle Dagger, plunges it into a cluster of pulsating, fleshy growths. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoes, a sickening thwack. Those who have killed religious fanatics the most are usually people of the same cult who had an argument with them. The protagonist sits amidst the carnage, his face grim. This can be best used for a diversion, he observes, a chilling pragmatism in his voice. The text reveals a surprising fact: the dagger has apparently never been used to kill a particularly amazing person. A rustic forge glows warmly in the darkness. The air is thick with the smell of smoke and burning wood. A cauldron bubbles ominously over the fire. Water is poured into a wooden bucket, the sound a gentle splash. The liquid is clear, almost ethereal in its purity. A bustling goblin workshop. Goblins, their faces etched with concentration, work diligently at their tasks. A purple liquid is carefully poured into a large glass container. A large goblin, Curson, stands amidst the chaos, his back to us. Two smaller goblins present him with a purple gem, their expressions deferential. A desolate urban landscape, the air hangs heavy with the scent of decay. He gestures dramatically, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Wahahaha. The protagonist reveals a bizarre contraption, surrounded by a chaotic pile of debris, bones, broken bottles, and strange fungal growths. A group of goblins, their faces contorted in fury, exchange tense glances. The protagonist barks orders, his voice sharp and urgent. You need to hurry if you want to finish making all of them by tomorrow. A flurry of motion. The goblins scurry, carrying strange bottles, their feet kicking up dust as they race through the ruined subway station. A maniacal laughter echoes through the station. One goblin, his face a mask of frustration, clutches a hammer and a book, a silent scream of protest. A close-up on the protagonist's face, a grimace of pure, unadulterated stress. Another goblin flees, a cloud of dust billowing behind him. The unnamed protagonist, his hands clasped together, receives unwavering loyalty. They won't. We already decided to follow you. The goblin's words echo his own resolve. One goblin speaks, a hint of apprehension in its voice. If anything, boss, we're thankful as long as you don't eat or kill us. A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. His eyes gleam with a calculating glint. The sweat on his brow speaks of the pressure he's under, but his expression is one of controlled amusement. He reaches into his pocket, revealing a strange, teal orb. The goblin gasps, "Wait! Boss! Why do you have such a dangerous thing?" The protagonist laughs, a triumphant sound that cuts through the tension. "I finally caught that spore rat bastard." He holds out the orb. "So if you eat this, you parasitize?" "Why, yes." The goblin stammers, fear and uncertainty warring in its eyes. The protagonist's plan is taking shape. Can we add this feature to the poison blood? The protagonist's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. His grin widens, revealing sharp teeth. His reflection in the goblin's eyes shows a monstrous transformation. "Are you serious, boss? We already added the ability of the blood of the hungry." The scene shifts to a darker, more ominous location. The protagonist and the goblin stand amidst the shadows of a city at night. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A shadowed alleyway, the air thick with unspoken tension. The unnamed protagonist stands before his goblin companion, Curson. Curson's words hang heavy in the air. "Boss, although I trust and rely on you, don't push yourself too much. You're becoming weirder and weirder lately." Curson continues, his concern palpable. "No matter how many times you come back to life, saying you want to die on purpose is not sane. You need to be more conscious of how precious your life is." Curson's face, etched with worry, speaks volumes. His words carry a weight of experience, a grim understanding of mortality. Because to disregard one's own life is to disregard everything else. The weight of Curson's warning settles heavily. The protagonist walks away, leaving the station behind. A desolate cityscape unfolds before him, a canvas of urban decay. He pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Curson's words echo in his mind. What's up with Curson saying something so right? A moment of introspection. The protagonist's resolve wavers, a rare crack in his ruthless ambition. But the city's harsh reality snaps him back to focus. He stands tall, his gaze hardening. In the distance, a pair of figures emerge from the wreckage. Two rat-like creatures, armed and dangerous. A predatory glint in his eyes. Perfect. The hunt begins. The hunt begins. A relentless pursuit through the shattered remains of a city. A blur of motion as he leaps across the chasm, a streak of light trailing behind him. The impact. Crash. He clings to the crumbling building, muscles straining. A desperate scramble for purchase as gravity threatens to claim him. Thud, he hits the ground hard. Below, the battlefield unfolds, rat-like creatures clash amidst the rubble of civilization. And he's ready to join the fray. A flash of blue energy erupts as he unleashes his attack. The hell dart, small, finds its mark. Zap, one foe is down. But another lunges, claws extended. The fight continues. A vicious grin, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. This one's tougher than the rest. Kek kek kek, the battle rages on. A gruesome confrontation unfolds in the ruins of a shattered city. Rat-like creatures, their fangs bared, their eyes burning with feral hunger, surround our protagonist. The first blow lands with a sickening thwack. Blood sprays as the blade slices through flesh and bone. The fight is brutal, swift, and merciless. Another creature falls, its body crumpling to the ground, a flurry of motion, a dance of death in the desolate urban landscape. From a rooftop, a shadowy figure watches. The protagonist's blade finds its mark again and again, each strike precise and deadly. The stench of blood fills the air. Two more creatures fall, their bodies twitching in their final moments. The battle is far from over, though. More enemies are closing in. Amidst the carnage, a chilling smirk spreads across the protagonist's face. I'm already used to this scene. He seems almost bored by the violence. A spark of energy crackles in his fingertips, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The fight is about to change. With a guttural roar, a creature explodes in a shower of gore. The force of the blast sends a shockwave through the air, a new power unleashed. The final rat creature collapses, its lifeblood staining the ground. The protagonist stands amidst the carnage, his expression unreadable. A chilling smile plays on his lips. The battle is won, but the unsettling calm that follows is even more disturbing. The aftermath of battle, dust motes dance in the dim light, clinging to the air thick with the scent of ozone and something else, something primal. He surveys the scene from a rooftop, a lone figure silhouetted against the bruised twilight sky. A grim satisfaction plays on his lips, but beneath it, a flicker of doubt. The city sprawls beneath him, a broken tapestry of shattered concrete and twisted metal. The next mission in hell is in 3 days, he thinks, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Jeoldu Dungeon, he has to raid it in a single day. A leap of faith, a blur of motion as he launches himself from the precipice, a silent prayer for survival. He lands with a jarring thud, the impact sending tremors through his body. If I can't raid the Jeoldu Dungeon in 1 day. The thought hangs heavy in the air, a challenge he cannot refuse. He'll be here midway through. A determined set to his jaw, a steely glint in his eyes. A sudden, earth-shattering boom. The ground buckles beneath him, a shockwave rips through the city. He's thrown back, tumbling through the air. Oh, well, he mutters, a shrug in his voice that belies the pain. A plan forms in the protagonist's mind, a desperate need for escape during the impending raid. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Jeoldu Dungeon's entrance, a seemingly quiet place, deceptively calm before the storm. A colossal, imposing structure looms over the landscape, the entrance to the Jeoldu Dungeon, a place of untold power and mystery. A helicopter descends, its rotors a blur against the twilight sky. This is it, the moment of truth. The Jeoldu Dungeon awaits, and with it, an unprecedented expedition. A massive force assembles before the entrance, an army of soldiers, ready to face whatever lies within. Among them, figures of immense power stand ready, including Kang Hyun-woo, the hero of the flood, whose level remains unknown. And Father Johann Hessner, whose international reputation heightens the anticipation and excitement. The air crackles with energy. The Jeoldu dungeon expedition is a go. But there's a snag: not enough people for the job, apparently. Someone points out that the Jeoldu dungeon is a closed terrain, so having more people wouldn't help with potential flooding. 20 people max is the ideal number, they say. With Lee Jidi and Kong Hyunwoo already on board, plus the 4-star Father Johann Hessner, this expedition is shaping up to be an all-star team. Captain Lee Jidi stands tall, a figure of quiet authority amidst a sea of soldiers. And with a curt command, "Frontline, enter," the expedition begins its advance. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump of boots on the ground, a steady, determined march forward. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the air: "Captain! There's an emergency!" A soldier approaches, his face etched with worry. He stammers, barely able to speak, "Jigang Wando. CH Chuncheon area, a flood has occurred there." Lee Jidi's eyes narrow, concern clouding his features. The expedition faces an unexpected crisis. The team assembles, a silent army poised for action, a palpable tension hangs in the air, anticipation thick as the pre-dawn frost. Suddenly, a jarring alert shatters the quiet. An emergency broadcast blares across screens. A flood. The Chuncheon emergency. Hyunwoo's eyes widen, his face a mask of dawning dread. A chilling realization dawns on him. The Jeoldu dungeon flood, 10 days prior. Could there be a connection? A surge of blue energy pulses from deep within the earth, a visual echo of the Jeoldu catastrophe. Hyunwoo's gaze hardens. A grim determination sets in. He wonders if he started a chain reaction. But there's no time for self-doubt. The immediate crisis demands action. The decision is swift and decisive. The Jeoldu expedition is postponed. The flood takes priority. But a shadow of uncertainty lingers. The Chuncheon dungeon is a 2-star rank. What if the Jeoldu situation worsens while they're dealing with this? A critical question hangs in the air, unanswered, the fate of other flow-type dungeons unknown. A tense briefing unfolds. The commander's words hang heavy in the air: "If there are any other dungeons with danger signals, we need reinforcement hunters dispatched." The gravity of the situation sinks in, a national crisis demands a decisive response. We need to show the people that the nation knows how to effectively stop a calamity. Captain Odaesung, a beacon of calm amidst the storm, steps forward. Word from Jeju Island reaches the command center: he'll remain to quell the panic. Unexpected news arrives: contact from the great unknown. But there's a silver lining: the great morale team is already in Chuncheon, battling the monsters. The question hangs in the air, sharp and urgent: so what do you think of continuing the Jeoldu dungeon expedition as planned? A beat of silence, then, a decisive response. "Yes, let's do it like this." The commander's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering. "I will be going to Chuncheon." Worry etches itself onto the faces of his team, the weight of the decision pressing down on them. A silent exchange between two figures, concern etched on their faces, a shared understanding of the perilous situation. The urgency of the moment is palpable. As we don't know the situation in Chuncheon as of yet, we need to prepare for the worst. Even in the Jeoldu dungeon flood. The Obsidian team leader, a man of steely resolve, addresses his troops. His words are clipped, efficient, higher-ranked werewolves compared to some we encountered in the dungeon. He pauses, his gaze sweeping across their faces. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. "I'll leave the Obsidian team here." His voice is calm, yet firm. "Please proceed with the rest of the expedition as normal." A soldier speaks, his words a testament to the team's experience. "You've managed dungeons while going on countless expeditions." The leader offers a slight, almost imperceptible, smile. "So if anything, you might be better than me." His instructions continue, a clear plan forming. "If anything difficult comes up, please ask Father Johann for advice." He emphasizes the point, highlighting Johann's expertise. since he also has a lot of experience with dungeon floods. The scene shifts. A new figure emerges, his presence commanding attention. And we have Kang Hyunmoo SSI here. Kang Hyunmoo stands tall, arms crossed, a picture of quiet determination. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. The leader's gaze is unwavering as he addresses Hyunmoo directly. Can I leave it to you, Kang Hyunmoo SSI? Hyunwoo's face is etched with grim determination, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. A figure emerges from the shadows, a confident smile playing on his lips. It's someone who seems to be in charge, radiating power and authority. A sprawling complex looms against the setting sun, a place of advanced technology and hidden secrets, the heart of the operation. Panic grips the control room. The team is thrown into disarray, whispers of Lee Ji-dee's absence fill the air. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy. A young woman, her face a mask of worry, searches for answers, the pressure mounting with each passing second. A simple text message, a brief reassurance, I'll be back. A promise whispered into the digital ether. A silent prayer, a plea for safety, a fragile hope clinging to the edge of despair. The words hang heavy, a stark contrast to the scene that unfolds. Stay safe. A desperate wish against the backdrop of impending doom. Ancient stones rise from the earth, a forgotten temple shrouded in mystery, a place of power and peril. A sea of faces, a silent army gathering before the entrance, anticipation hangs thick in the air. A crack team of soldiers, their movements precise and silent, advances into the unknown. Their leader, Hyunwoo, activates a device, a faint blue glow illuminating his determined face. Crack, it goes. A blinding flash. Energy surges outwards, revealing a horde of monstrous rat-like creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly, weapons raised. Hyunwoo roars, to the front. His voice is a battle cry, a promise of defiance against overwhelming odds. A brutal melee erupts. Steel clashes against claws, a whirlwind of blood and fury. The soldiers fight with the ferocity of cornered wolves, each blow a testament to their unwavering resolve. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure watches from the shadows, Ji-dee, his expression unreadable. His silent observation a chilling counterpoint to the bloody battle raging before him. I was a bit doubtful of Almighty Lotus, he thinks. But they are pros, after all. Red Butterfly, a whirlwind of crimson fury, kicks and slices through a horde of monstrous beasts. Her movements are a blur of deadly grace. Meanwhile, Johan's team fights with equally brutal efficiency. The clash of steel echoes through the night. And the enemy falls before them like wheat before a scythe. 50 foes, nothing more than a training exercise. The battleground is littered with the fallen, a grim testament to their overwhelming power. But even amidst the carnage, a lone figure observes, his eyes narrowed in assessment. You looked relaxed, he notes, a hint of challenge in his tone. A sly grin spreads across his face. I was curious about your abilities, so I've been observing everyone, he explains, his voice smooth as silk. The observer turns his attention to the battle-hardened soldier. Show us your abilities too, he demands, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. I saw them on TV, and I'm curious what they'll look like in real life. The observer's gaze is intense, unwavering. A predatory gleam shines in his eyes. Then, a casual step. A subtle shift in weight. Shall I? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken power. A chilling smile spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with malicious intent, the air crackles with anticipation. A figure stands alone, shrouded in shadow. His name is Kang Hyunmoo, and a weight of expectation settles on his shoulders. But his expression betrays nothing but calm. Kang Hyunmoo SSI, a voice calls out, breaking the silence. You looked relaxed, the voice observes, a hint of suspicion lacing the words. A squad of soldiers stands behind him, their eyes narrowed. Eager to see what this mysterious figure can do. Show us your abilities too, one of them demands, his curiosity piqued by the rumors. Hyunwoo's lips curl into a smirk. a glint of mischief dances in his eyes. A silent challenge hanging in the air. I saw them on TV, and I'm curious what they'll look like in real life, the soldier adds, his voice barely a whisper. He takes a step forward, his white sneakers barely making a sound on the pavement. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Shall I? Hyunmoo asks, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Hyunmoo stands amidst the fallen ratmen, a grim testament to his power, the air heavy with the scent of blood and the silence of death. He examines a small whistle, a glint of understanding in his eyes, a key to the ratman's hierarchy. The soldiers' disbelief is palpable. Hyunmoo's revelation shatters their assumptions. A chilling premonition of a future where monsters evolve, their tactics growing more sophisticated. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A squad of soldiers is ambushed. A coordinated attack leaving them vulnerable, their fear echoing in the desperate cries. Hyunmoo watches calmly, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, the moment he's been waiting for. With a flick of his wrist, he signals the start of the counterattack. Here they come. The soldiers' panicked shouts are cut short by a flurry of motion, a brutal, swift counteroffensive. Hyunmoo's confident smirk widens, the battle is his to command. It's fine, Hyunmoo says, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. The casualness of his words belies the storm brewing within. Just rest for a bit, he adds, his gaze unwavering. He's playing a dangerous game, but he's in control. The soldiers advance, their weapons gleaming under the dim light. What do you mean? Their leader stammers, fear creeping into his voice. Hyunmoo turns his back, walking away from the squad. A lone figure against the encroaching darkness. A sudden, chilling silence descends, then, a chorus of pained cries erupts. Hyunmoo's movements are a blur, a whirlwind of motion as he decimates the squad. Kya, quack, the sounds of impact echo through the shadowed corridor. One soldier's eyes widen in terror, his face contorted in a mask of fear. As last vestiges of his strength fail him. The remaining soldiers are paralyzed by fear, their leader gulping in terror. The air crackles with unspoken dread. A squad of soldiers, tense and alert, scans the darkness. Their flashlights cutting through the gloom, searching for any sign of the enemy. A single figure emerges from the shadows. Kon Hyunmoo. His presence alone chills them to the bone. The air crackles with anticipation. A swift, brutal strike. The soldier falls, his weapon clattering to the ground. Silence descends. A chilling silence, broken only by the ragged breaths of the survivors. Fear grips their hearts. Hyunmoo's eyes are cold, unwavering. Keep your guard up. Let's go in, he commands, his voice a low growl. With a sharp snap, Hyunmoo activates a device, a surge of green energy illuminating the corridor. The energy coalesces into a blinding flash, revealing the full extent of the carnage. The soldiers are defeated, their bodies scattered across the floor. A wave of terror washes over the remaining soldier's face. His eyes widen in stark horror. The scene is a brutal testament to Hyunmoo's power. A mountain of bodies, a testament to his overwhelming victory. A gruesome close-up. Blood splatters across the frame, painting a horrifying picture of a brutal takedown. A soldier's head explodes in a crimson mist, propelled by an unseen force. The impact echoes in the silence. The scene shifts to a dimly lit corridor. Two soldiers advance, their weapons gleaming under the harsh light of a flashlight. But their attack is cut short. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, and two more soldiers fall. A desperate struggle unfolds. One soldier clutches his side, his face contorted in agony. Another tries to raise his weapon, but it's too late. A blinding flash of light erupts from the darkness, a figure emerges, silhouetted against the radiant glow. Another body hits the ground with a sickening thud. The blood spreads across the tiles like a macabre painting. The scene is a testament to the brutal efficiency of the unseen warrior. Emerging from the shadows, Hyunmoo stands amidst the carnage. Still, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. His eyes blaze with a fierce, crimson light. A chilling smile spreads across his blood-stained lips. The battle is over, but the war has just begun. A soldier's eyes widen in terror, a monstrous shadow looms over him. Hyunmoo appears, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. He's bloodied, but unbowed. The aftermath of a brutal confrontation. Blood stains the ground where Hyunmoo stands, a testament to his power. A defeated soldier, his cap in his hands, stammers an apology. His fear is palpable. Hyunmoo's response is curt, dismissive. He's already moving on. A close-up on Hyunmoo's blood-stained hands, a grim reminder of the violence he unleashed. His chilling words echo in the silence, the fact that OGD isn't here might be even better. A sinister smile spreads across Hyunmoo's face. This much is enough to instill fear about me. Fear and respect aren't too different, as they say. A long line of soldiers marches forward, their boots echoing on the stone floor, a chilling display of power. Another squad of soldiers, fully armed and armored, awaits their turn. A squad of soldiers, rim-faced and armed, marches through a dimly lit corridor. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Their leader calls for a brief rest. Exhaustion hangs heavy in the air, but the unspoken threat of unseen dangers remains. The soldiers collapse, weary and watchful, their weapons close at hand. The silence is punctuated only by the sounds of labored breathing. One soldier, Hyunmoo's companion, speaks, his voice low and urgent. He reveals the chilling truth: they are surrounded. Hyunmoo's eyes gleam with a predatory light. He calmly assesses the situation, a chilling smile playing on his lips. 150 meters ahead, a werewolf and a pack of ratmen lie in wait. 200 meters behind, 60 more ratmen advance, their numbers a growing threat. But Hyunmoo is unfazed, he's already planning his counterattack. Hyunmoo's companion suggests they wait, but Hyunmoo's confidence is unshaken. He takes a swig from his canteen, his gaze unwavering. A flicker of concern crosses his face. The dungeon's layout is far more unpredictable than anticipated. Hyunmoo's companion explains the change. The familiar patterns, the clues that once led to the boss room, are gone. The hunt has become far more dangerous. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. The next move could be their last. Two figures, clad in tactical gear, huddle in a dimly lit corridor. The air is thick with tension. A young man, Hyunmoo, his face etched with concern, presses for answers. How severe are those changes? His companion, a grizzled veteran, explains the dungeon's instability. Compared to other dungeons, it's pretty badly damaged. Flow-type dungeons are often like this. And the Jeoldu dungeon is the same. A sudden knock-knock echoes through the narrow passage. The veteran's eyes widen. As obsidian bricks of the dungeon shift and groan, a prelude to something far more sinister. These obsidian bricks collapse and reassemble repeatedly to change the structure, so although this place isn't huge, it'll be good to remember the routes. A bead of sweat trickles down the veteran's temple. His fear is palpable. A chilling realization dawns on him. Is what I'm feeling right now, an ambush. Hyunmoo's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. No. A single word, yet it speaks volumes. That's extreme fear. The corridor explodes into chaos. A wave of monstrous figures crashes down upon them, a horrifying ambush unlike any they've faced before. The dungeon floor heaves and cracks, walls of stone shift and groan under unseen pressure. A desperate cry cuts through the chaos: everyone, gather in one place. Hyunmoo's eyes narrow, assessing the situation. The sheer number of monsters is staggering. His gaze drops to his feet, a grim determination sets in. A chilling realization dawns: ratmen are advancing like a tsunami. Terror etched on his face, sweat beads on his brow. A desperate order rings out: a retreat route. A soldier sprints towards a narrow passage, his comrades follow close behind. A ground trembles as a monstrous impact shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. One soldier is thrown into the air, a horrifying glimpse of the approaching horde. Terror grips the soldier's face, his eyes wide with stark fear. A chilling gaze pierces him from above, the weight of impending doom heavy in the air. A woman's scream echoes, mirroring his own silent terror. A grim determination etched onto Hyunwoo's face, a stark contrast to the panic around him. One by one, his men fall, plummeting into the abyss below. The words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of despair, there is no retreat route. Terror grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting the stark reality of his situation. A chilling fear mirrored in the desperate cries of his comrade. Their faces, etched with panic, speak volumes. A grim determination sets in. His jaw tightens, a silent vow forming in the depths of his eyes. As shadows close in, a suffocating darkness threatening to consume them all. They're trapped. A desperate leap into the abyss. Bodies plummet into the endless void, thud, splat. There is no escape. The words echo in their ears, a grim prophecy fulfilled. His face, a mask of pure terror, reflects the hopelessness of their situation. A desperate scramble in the shadows, a soldier, cornered, his eyes wide with terror. He stumbles, the ground gives way beneath him. A horrifying plunge into the abyss. Elsewhere, a commander barks orders, establish a line of defense. His troops, a mix of soldiers and heavily armored mechs, respond with a resounding yes, sir. Shields raised, crackling with energy, a wall of defiance against the encroaching horde. But the enemy is relentless, a wave of monstrous rat-like creatures surges forward, their teeth bared in a feral frenzy. The clash is brutal, shields shatter, sparks fly, and the ground trembles under the impact. A soldier fights desperately, bracing himself against a relentless onslaught, a desperate struggle for survival. He is pushed back, hurled into the darkness. A relentless tide of rat-like creatures crashes against the defense line. Their swords flash, a terrifying swarm of steel and teeth. And one soldier falls, his armor pierced, tumbling into the abyss below. The battle is brutal, a desperate struggle for survival. The commander watches, his face grim. He raises a hand, a silent command. A wave of purple energy erupts. A magical blast cuts through the horde, pushing back the relentless assault. The blast impacts, sending shockwaves through the ranks of the rat-like creatures, many are vaporized in an instant. A soldier, battered but alive, slams his fist against a wall, the impact echoing through the corridor. They won't last for long, so prepare yourselves, the commander warns, his voice laced with grim determination. Meanwhile, a new soldier arrives, a strange red glow emanating from his hand. Let's help Father Johann's team, he shouts, charging into the fray. With a mighty swing of his axe, he sends several rat-like creatures flying. The counterattack begins. A new soldier arrives, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. The Obsidian team? He wonders, a silent question hanging in the air. The team surges forward, a wave of disciplined motion, into the heart of the conflict. The ground trembles beneath their boots. A brutal melee erupts. Blades clash against claws, the air thick with the stench of blood and the screams of battle. One soldier falls, swallowed by the abyss. But the newcomer watches, his expression unreadable. They're in good spirits, he observes, a hint of grim amusement in his tone. The rat-like creatures swarm, their ferocity unmatched. A soldier is overwhelmed, their weapons barely deflecting the onslaught, clang, slash, screech. But with a flash of steel, the tide turns. A blur of motion, a symphony of precise strikes, and the attackers are sent reeling. The new soldier is a whirlwind of deadly efficiency. A gruesome end for one of the attackers. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The archers take aim, their arrows finding their marks with deadly accuracy. A coordinated volley, a rain of death from above. The newcomer's smile widens, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Shall I do my job now, he muses, his voice a low growl. The soldiers surge forward, a tide of gray and determination against the encroaching darkness. A fierce redhead leads the charge, her eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Her voice cutting through the chaos, "We need to dampen the Ratman's energy." A soldier swings his weapon with brutal efficiency, a blur of motion against the monstrous horde. The impact sends a shockwave. A commander's face etched with grim doubt. Will we be able to last until the next structure change? The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension as a monstrous rat creature lunges forward. Its claws tearing through steel. A desperate defense. Soldiers are thrown back, tumbling into the abyss. The ground trembles under the onslaught. A guttural roar echoing through the shattered remains of the defense line. Damn it! The monstrous forms crash through the fray. A guttural roar echoes as the first werewolf lunges. And the soldiers are thrown back, the ground trembling with the impact. The commander's eyes widen in terror as he desperately tries to rally his troops. His face, a mask of sheer panic, reflects the grim reality: this is a fight for survival against impossible odds. "Werewolves, on top of everything else," he gasps, his voice barely audible above the chaos. A terrifying close-up of a werewolf's snarling face, claws extended, fills the panel. Its eyes burn with primal rage. The commander's grim determination is shattered. "We can't last much longer," he mutters, his voice laced with despair. A crimson wave erupts from the ground. A blinding flash of light and energy, accompanied by a flurry of ethereal butterflies, explodes outwards. A powerful energy wave radiates from the center of the explosion. The redhead soldier, despite the chaos, fights with unwavering resolve. She deflects a blow from a werewolf, her movements precise and deadly. "That was dangerous," she says, her voice firm but laced with concern. The redhead soldier's words cut through the commander's despair. "If we want to survive in this place, we'll need you," she shouts, her gaze unwavering. The commander's eyes meet hers. And a flicker of hope rekindles in his eyes. "Yes," he whispers, a renewed sense of purpose hardening his features. A werewolf, muscles bulging, eyes burning with feral hunger, snarls. Its teeth, long and sharp, gleam menacingly. Claws rake across its chest, leaving bloody gashes, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. The redhead soldier's face is etched with grim determination. "With my current abilities," she mutters, "going one-on-one with them is too much." She glances at the chaos around her, a desperate decision forming in her eyes. If so, a soldier is sent flying by a brutal blow. The werewolf's power is undeniable. But the redhead soldier leaps into action, a blur of motion, defying the odds. The werewolf crashes into the fray, sending soldiers scattering. Bang, a wave of chaos erupts. Amidst the pandemonium, a soldier shouts, "Nice," as the redhead's plan begins to unfold. The redhead and the werewolf lock eyes, a silent promise of a brutal clash, a whirlwind of motion. A flash of motion, a slash, blood sprays as the redhead's blade finds its mark. The redhead soldier unleashes a brutal, spinning kick, connecting with the werewolf's jaw. Crash, the impact echoes through the battlefield, sending the beast sprawling. She screams, "Prepare to meet your death." Two crimson butterflies flutter from her hands, a chilling prelude to the next attack. A devastating blow follows. Another werewolf is sent flying with a thunderous impact. The ground trembles under the force of her strikes. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. The redhead is a force of nature, unstoppable in her fury. Another werewolf is sent crashing down, its howl cut short by the sheer power of the attack. The battle rages on. A desperate struggle for survival. A werewolf lunges, claws extended, but the redhead soldier is ready. Her boot connects with the creature's face with bone-jarring force. The impact is deafening. A redhead's face contorts in a grimace of exertion, her eyes wide with a desperate determination. She cries out, "Father Johann!" From above, a terrifying sight unfolds. Father Johann is surrounded, overwhelmed by werewolves, their snarls echoing in the darkness. The commander plummets, a dark silhouette against the inky blackness. Dust motes dance in the faint light filtering from above. He streaks across the void, a blur of motion, a desperate, silent prayer for survival. Werewolves, their eyes burning with feral hunger, descend upon him. Claws outstretched, teeth bared. Father Johann's face, contorted in terror, fills the panel. His eyes wide with a desperate plea. A chilling grin spreads across the werewolf's face, a cruel mockery of the priest's fear. The beast's claws close in. The redhead soldier explodes into action, a whirlwind of motion. Kwang, a werewolf, is sent flying, blood spraying across the dark corridor. With impossible speed, she weaves through the werewolves, her movements a blur of deadly grace. She fights with the ferocity of a cornered lioness. The commander, barely conscious, watches as she fights to save him. Hope flickers in his weary eyes. "We need to save more people," he gasps. A powerful blow connects, sending another werewolf crashing to the ground. The redhead soldier's resolve is unshaken. She stands defiant, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The werewolves, momentarily stunned, regroup for another attack. The redhead soldier unleashes a devastating blow. A shockwave rips through the air, sending the werewolf sprawling. Her muscles ripple with exertion, a testament to her raw power. She glances back, a flicker of worry crossing her face. Johann? Father Johann, surrounded, is in dire straits. His eyes widen in terror. As the redhead soldier, fueled by adrenaline, launches herself into action again. Wham! She slams into a werewolf, the impact echoing through the corridor. A desperate cry escapes her lips, and oh! Her fist connects with the wall, shattering the stone with a resounding crack. The commander arrives, his face etched with grim determination. He sees the devastation, the chaos, and the bodies of the rat-like creatures scattered across the floor. The soldiers stand ready, their weapons gleaming under the dim light. The commander surveys the scene. "No matter how hard floods are, I don't think there are any living ratmen here." He looks down the corridor, his gaze hardening. Here as well. The grim reality of their losses settles in. Half their team is missing, presumed dead or worse. The commander's face is etched with worry, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, his shoulders slump under the weight of responsibility. A silent testament to the brutal toll of battle. His voice cuts through the heavy silence, a call for order amidst the chaos. The aftermath of the battle is laid bare, a gruesome scene of fallen soldiers and defeated rat-like creatures. The dungeon's treacherous nature is undeniable. A flood, unexpected and deadly, has turned the tide against them. The redhead soldier, her face a mask of defiance, speaks up, a flicker of hope in her eyes. A belief that even amidst the carnage, there is still a chance for survival, a chance to find their missing comrades. The commander's expression hardens, acknowledging the soldier's point, but the weight of the situation remains. Even in despair, a glimmer of determination shines through. The hope of finding Kang Hyunmoo, alive, fuels their resolve. The commander's face is etched with worry, but his voice remains firm. "If we succeed," he states, "this expedition will be deemed a success, and the weight on your shoulders will lessen." His gaze hardens. The reality of the situation sinks in. Lee Jidi is absent, and Kang Hyunmoo is missing. The commander's shoulders slump under the weight of responsibility. Failure means bearing the full burden alone, but Kang Hyunmoo must be alive. His survival hinges on their success. A lone figure sits amidst the wreckage of battle, a stark silhouette against the fiery glow. If they fail, everything changes. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. "Branch leader." The redhead soldier's voice is sharp, urgent. The commander's resolve falters for a moment, but he quickly regains his composure. "We won't abandon anyone," he declares, his voice ringing with steely determination. "Not just Kang Hyunmoo, but everyone." The commander's order echoes through the ravaged landscape. "Expedition members, gather here. We will examine the dungeon and search for everyone." The redhead soldier's expression is conflicted. Seo Taekyun might be right to retreat, but her gaze is steely, determined. She must confirm something here, in this place of devastation. Her eyes burn with a fierce intensity. Why Kang Hyun-moo? The question hangs heavy in the air, fueling her resolve. A striking resemblance. The redhead soldier's eyes widen, a jolt of recognition passing through her. A crimson sky, heavy with foreboding, mirrors the turmoil in her heart. Amidst the rubble of a shattered city, a lone figure emerges from the shadows. Kang Hyun-moo. Scars mar his face, but his eyes burn with steely determination. He surveys the devastation, a ghost in the ruins, a smirk playing on his lips. Good timing, he mutters, the words laced with chilling amusement. The camera pulls back, revealing the extent of the destruction, a city leveled, a landscape of despair. And Hyun-moo stands amidst it all, a silent observer of the chaos he has wrought. But, a question lingers in his mind. Why hasn't the quest begun yet?